Italian, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palvin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Bologna brought brilliant battles before. Today's tournament tells trainer triumph. I'm Charlie Merriman, merry by name, merry by nature, and I have a tear in my eye to introduce for one last time Primarina Provost, Baltoy Boit, and Superior Statter. Jamie, I know you'll be very upset.
How could you do that to me?
I'm sorry,
I've
Jamie.
got to change
but
my last name.
You're next to each other on the sofa hats we're done. Jamie Soit, yeah, we can go with that, sure. Welcome, trainers. We're here for our final day of the Bologna Special Event. Not only that, our final day and stop on our EU calendar season for Play Pokemon. We saw such thrilling action yesterday, and really, this is the cream of the crop right now in Regulation Set G. I mean, Lee, looking back to what we saw yesterday versus Stockholm, where you were also casting, what are you taking away between those two events?
I think the big takeaway is just the progression of players getting more comfortable with the format, kind of establishing teams a little bit more in this format. With the Calyrex Shadow Rider now, it seems to be the strongest team coming into this event, whereas I think there was still a lot of experimentation in Stockholm. You know, there was a lot of influence from NA regionals that we'd had, and trainers seeming to find their kind of momentum, I guess, with what they want to bring. I know we had Michelle playing the Zamazenta, came out of nowhere, had an extremely good run, but it just feels like it's starting to kind of stabilize a little bit more as we're getting into this event. I think if we're looking at between the two.
Yeah, you're so right. We're certainly having some team archetypes that are starting to establish themselves. At the same time, still some experimentation with a few Kyogre right now in day 2. One of which had a Mousehold on the team as well. Thrilled to see that, my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. As well as an Iron Leaves coming through today too. It's all to play for right now, everyone. Let's remind ourselves of how we got here. The journey that we've been on through our EU calendar. We're here in Bologna for the very last event of the EU season. New Orleans, of course, just next weekend, the North American International Championships, and it's all leading up to Honolulu. Marcus, how does it feel to see all of these grayed out stops on our tour?
Yeah, it's been a great season so far. I mean, as we can see, still just 3 stops left here in Bologna, the last one here over in Europe. And then, yeah, the two of the biggest events, most prestigious events still coming up. But yeah, if we just have a look back, starting all the way in Barcelona, that was a great event. I mean, there's so many stories to unfold there that I don't want to go into, but I think we've seen one of the highest level of play. And I've been playing this game for, 15 years now, and I think the season has been truly, yeah, it's getting harder and harder to compete at the very top, but we've seen such incredible play, different formats, and yeah, it's been a great season in my opinion.
Yeah, it really has. You were just saying earlier how this season feels more difficult than some of the others before that you've had to compete in to qualify for Worlds. And truly, Bologna is a showcase of that, all of the talent that the trainers are bringing to the table. What are they competing for? How many championship points do they need? Well, let's take a look at our handy little breakdown. Here we'll be able to see what trainers are battling for, Boit.
Yeah, this is the last chance to be able to get those last few championship points necessary for us over in EU to reach the threshold in the Masters division of 400 championship points. There may have been some trainers that earned that yesterday, maybe not quite making it into this day 2, but you still managed to get some championship points. Even if you get a good enough record, the 17th, 32nd, you get 60, 36th, 4th, you'll still get 50. Maybe that's not into the day 2, but you'll still get some points. Some trainers may have got that. Some trainers might need a little bit more going forward into this day 2, and of course some might even need to win the whole thing to get that automatic qualification.
And that's exactly what's on the line. A free invite to Hawaii, just a couple of months away at this point. So trainers just crossing their fingers, hoping all season that they'd be able to make it. Well, one of them is certainly going to go all the way. And as you say, Jamie, we have so many players who are so close to their invite and here just to mop up those last few points. And this really is their last chance, this being our last stop in the EU journey. Was speaking to a trainer yesterday, Danielle, who has been able to secure their World's invite in their very first season of competing. Really, really impressive stuff. Marcus, how does it feel when you're so close coming to a tournament like this, just knowing that there's so much on the line?
Yeah, usually trying to qualify for the World Championships, I would say that's not a one tournament mission. It's a whole season. Yeah. You need to plan out your season. Which events do you want to go to? How well do you think you can do at some of these bigger events? You also, of course, need to consider your local events, because also those, of course, give some championship points to qualify. But I would say, from my experience, usually you don't want to have to perform on the very last event. You want to have the invite maybe a couple of months beforehand, just so you can also sort out your travel plans and everything. You can get ready in the mindset of, okay, I want to prepare for Worlds now. But yeah, if you still need those last couple of championship points, and I think there's a couple of players still in the run who definitely need to have a big finish here, but usually you want to seal it up just a little bit earlier if you can. But of course, yeah, that's easier said than done. Yeah,
I was going to say that's a luxury that perhaps only you, Marcus, and you, Jamie, can afford. There are so many trainers who have been doing fantastically well at these tournaments and just need to get those last few points here. Speaking of our trainers, let's take a look at who's joining us here in day 2 for the Bologna Special Event. The ones who have gone all the way through day 1 at a record of 7 wins and a maximum of 2 losses. And we've got quite a few names qualified here. My eye is immediately drawn to Antonio Sanchez, who won the Liverpool Regional Championships back in January. Feels like yesterday, but that's not the only name we're familiar with, Lee.
No, of course not. We've got a lot of familiar faces progressing in this tournament. Just want to highlight Alessio yesterday, finishing 9-0, you know. Undefeated yesterday, playing that comfy, incredible run in the tournament. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Alessio gets on today. Will players, now they know about the comfy, the Dragapult, will they be able to adapt and kind of mark down a defeat on Alessio's card? Or is Alessio just going to continue the run and go into top 8, and then we'll see from there? But of course, Alessio isn't the only player to note going into day 2. We've got Adam Shifui, who we featured yesterday on stream, an incredible performance against Antonio, and coming out victorious in that match, along with a long list of other players.
Yeah, if your interest is piqued by hearing such Pokemon as Comfey and Dragapult, then make sure you're checking out day 1 of the event. After today's event, yeah, Jamie, I mean, take a look at some of these other names. We've got Matteo Centroni there. That was the player running the Iron Leaves.
Yeah, really, really cool pick that we've managed to feature on the stream, and actually brought it to the game as well, which was great to see. I think the standout thing for me is just how many Italian players are into this day 2. Of course, we are here in Italy. It is home field advantage. But it's a significant amount of players that are Italian. There's only a few other countries available on this. Usually is a lot more diverse. I think it just is a testament to how strong the Italian region is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And there seems to be a bit of a home turf advantage. I remember Nicky already of the Netherlands going all the way in Utrecht as well. So, you know, perhaps those trainers feeling slightly more comfortable to be here. Davide Correa, of course, another name that we're very familiar with. Hippolyte Bernard as well. Trainers who have very long standings in the Play Pokemon series, as well as ones who are making a name for themselves on this very tournament and in this very season. Giulio Tarlaudo as well, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. Some veteran players that are already, as we speak, currently going on with their first couple of rounds of the day. But of course, the day is still quite long. First of all, you need to accumulate a couple of more wins to then make it onto the top 8 bracket, which is, of course, every player wants to go there. But yeah, again, quite tough, especially considering how many great names we have still in the competition. And yeah, a lot of creative strategies, but then also some of the favorite strategies from a couple of weeks ago that have fell out a little bit out of fashion, but now seemingly are back in full force.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in full force, and so many Pokemon in order to explore in this format still. And as we were saying, got some more solidified archetypes as well as trainers still experimenting, because we've got a big gap between NAIC and Worlds for trainers to continue to do the cooking. And so what are you bringing today? You're going to reveal what you're going to bring to Worlds? Probably not, but you still want to accumulate some points and have a good run. So it's very difficult to tread that tightrope. Well, make sure you're following along with all of the action trainers. You can use that hashtag play Pokemon. You know it and you love it on the socials, X and Facebook, Instagram. Follow along on the channels, YouTube and Twitch as well. This is it. As we've been saying, this is our last EU event. So this is your last chance to get involved in all of the EU action here. There's going to be some really thrilling battles coming up today. And of course, Bologna Special Event isn't the only thing happening this weekend. We've had the Japan Nationals as well. And just before we went on air, we saw the conclusion of that, Jamie.
Yeah, Humahara was able to take down Kawama Endo in a very, very exciting final. We were able to catch it just before we came on. It was a brilliant match. Definitely go and check that out in between our matches, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question on everyone's lips is, which was the restricted that went all the way, Marcus?
Yeah, so over in Japan, it was the battle of Terapagos against Calyrex Ice Rider, which on first glance, that's not so unusual, but both trainers really brought in some creativity. So we had the Calyrex Ice Rider claiming second place with the Assault Vest set, not something that we've seen, at least I haven't, running the Crunch and the Seed Bomb. And then first place, Japan champion is a Terapagos with Meteor Beam and Rock Polish. That's also, again, yeah, I will have to add those to my list of ideas to try after the weekend. But yeah, definitely incredible showing over there. And of course, their tournament structure is a little bit different compared to what we're doing here. So they were playing some best of one, also some battles where I don't think the full information was released to the opponent. So of course, a little bit more spice, let's say, goes a long way there. But yeah, definitely also something that could carry over to our open team sheet best of 3 format potentially.
Oh, absolutely. Meteor Beam, of course, boosting your special attack, and then you have access to Rock Polish to doubly boost your speed as well, making Terapagos much faster than trainers might be expecting. All right, then. I think it's time. I think it's time that we got our very final day of EU action here underway. So then, trainers, there's so much Pokemon to play. Let's get day 2 underway.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and if you're just joining us, we are here at the Bologna Special Event. This is day 2 of the tournament. I myself am Lee Provost and have the pleasure to be joined by Mr. Jamie Boyd. How are you doing, Jamie?
Fantastic. We're so close.
We're close now.
We're almost done. We're almost going to be concluding over here in Europe. One more champion to crown. I'm looking forward to it so much.
I am too. Are you recharged after yesterday, all of the action that we had?
It was actually very intense yesterday. Usually you save that for the day 2, and those are like the super high match. But we had so many yesterday that could have been worthy of just like the top cut, even the finals as well.
It felt like a day 2 yesterday rather than a day 1. So who knows what day 2 is going to throw out at us. But I am extremely excited to get in to see what players we're going to feature today, which players kind of get up to the top, kind of finish in that top 8 of the tournament, and then what I think the biggest thing I'm kind of interested in is what restricted wins. We just mentioned on the couch there about the Japan National Championships happening like just a little bit earlier before our broadcast started, and Terapagos winning over there, a really unique Terapagos build as well, which is really great to see. So I wonder if the same thing can kind of happen here in Bologna this weekend. We've had Alessio kind of flying the flag for Italy with that Comfy, and that is definitely something that we haven't really seen too much of, or at all really, so far this season.
I think that Terapagos is probably like Comfey, like you've said, it's not been a very common Pokemon. Surely Terapagos with the Calm Mind is the perfect Pokemon. Because it's such a bulky Pokemon. And then when you Calm Mind a bunch of times, well then suddenly you won't be KO'd on the special side, and even if you're getting close to it, suddenly Floral Healing at priority, back up to near full HP you go. So it seems like a really, really solid pairing.
And I love the ability as well where you don't necessarily need to commit to the Terastallization, because you can kind of top up your HP and get that Terra Shell ability back, so you've got the kind of comfort to maybe even set up another Calm Mind and make it even more difficult for your opponent to deal with, like you say. But Terapagos isn't the only restricted that performed yesterday. We had very good showing from, in our last match, of course, with Costa Dynamos playing that Ice Rider Calyrex, which was, you know, phenomenal in that match. It wasn't the most effective Pokemon in the game, because I think the biggest damage kind of hit us were the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And then in that game too, with the Decorate and the Fergraph, played a huge pivotal part in that game for Costa.
I think that was a really cool take on Ice Rider. A lot of trainers have been going with what would be considered the standard build of, well, here's an Incineroar Moongus to help support and position, here's a Rain mode, because then that covers for the fire types really nicely. But then completely putting a spin on it. Smeargle being able to decorate, so like that's a really, really solid adaptation, because if you get a decorate onto Ice Rider, like he was mentioning, there's no longer resists to Ice Rider. If you get those decorates, you're saying, well, I'm now at +6, doesn't matter, you've Terrastallize into a fire type, you don't resist my now +6 Glacial Lance. So it's a really, really, really cool strategy.
I do like it a lot, and I think you said at the top of the show yesterday, you know, I think these restricteds, the Calyrex Ice Rider has got that cookie cutter kind of team, the standard 6 that we know it for, right? And I think you were mentioning, I think trainers have to look for different ways of how to adapt that specific restricted into a team. I know we've seen it in Japan Nationals, the second place team was an Calyrex Ice Rider, it was running the Assault Vest, we touched on that a little bit, and I think it is those adaptations that do make the big difference. And we can take a look at the day 1 top 10 restricted Pokemon. So this was yesterday, and what came out on top, so we'll be able to have a look through those. Anything jumping out, surprising you from those, Jamie?
Well, I think now looking back at day 1, at least on the matches we featured, I wouldn't have said that Miraidon seemed like it was the most used restricted. I would have definitely put the 2 Calyrexes up there, and Terapagos for sure, so I'm not surprised to see those up in the top 4 as well. I'm going to take a guess that Miraidon's probably going to drop a little bit. The Calyrexes and the Terapagoses are going to start to pick up quite a bit. That would be at least my prediction.
I think so as well. And I like to see that, well, the Lunala there is on the, you know, it's above Groudon, which actually surprised me, because we just haven't really seen it make much of an appearance so far. Zamazenta still doing well in the top 5, of course. I kind of imagine that to maybe move up slightly, but Terapagos, I feel, and that Calyrex Shadow Rider are the ones to move up, I think, to the top of the list. From what we've seen, at least on the broadcast, it would make most sense. But of course, we will be able to have a little recap of the day 2 restricted
there we
see
go.
the differences.
That's a massive surgeons there of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, going up from what, 12% to 30%, a huge increase. And yeah, Miraidon did drop down only a little bit, but it did drop to 4th place, basically just jumping from 1st to 4th. Basically the same restrictors that we have and a similar distribution, except for the Shadow Rider just really steaming ahead of everything.
Yeah, completely. And the Lunala even jumping up as well, kind of getting into that 5th place there, which is nice to see. So a lot of players are kind of trying that Pokemon and obviously having a lot of success with it, bringing it into this tournament here. But no surprise, those top 3 really. Kyogre, a slight increase from day 1 to day 2, which is nice to see. You know, I've not been the kindest to Kyogre, but I do want to see succeed. And there are a lot of players, you know, Ricardo Apamea is one of those players that had a really good day yesterday, obviously piloting that Kyogre as well. So it'll be good to see if the Kyogre can kind of weave its way up to those end stages of the tournament and maybe come out on top and kind of surpass. It's going to be a hard task, the Calyrex that are leading the way.
I mean, even by just sheer numbers, like, the Shadow Rider has a huge advantage. It seemed like there was like a specific Italian team that was popping up. They like at least when I interviewed Leonardo Bononomi yesterday, it was popping up at locals, and a lot of Italians seem to have taken it on themselves, maybe put a slight tweak here and there on the 6th Pokemon, but it had, the really bulky Shadow Rider with the Nasty Spot and the Clefairy, the Covert Cloak Chi-Yu with the Snarl and the Taunts was a really nice adaptation. So I think that seemed to be a very solid team. A lot of experienced players took that on, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them are using that team in this day too. Yeah,
I'm glad you mentioned the Chi-Yu, because I feel like one of the Pokemon that's a non-restricted that performed extremely well across most of the matches yesterday was that Chi-Yu, so it'll be interesting to see where it is. Of course, this is day 1 statistics of the non-restricted Pokemon, so you can see that, Jamie, you're going to be so thrilled with that number 1 slot, of course, Incineroar at 49.9, just under 50%.
Yeah, not even on half of teams at this point is how I view it. But I wouldn't be surprised if that drops purely because of the Chi-Yu we were mentioning, because you don't tend to have both Fire Dark Pokemon on your team. You'll choose Incineroar or Chi-Yu, and it seems like Chi-Yu is doing pretty well, at least from what we've seen in the day 1. So that would be what I expect to jump up, and just by virtue of that, Incineroar should theoretically drop as well. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see as well where that Fluttermane is going, because there were quite a few Fluttermanes used here and there throughout the tournament yesterday, and when they were brought, they were quite effective in what they were trying to do. Obviously not the more offensive variants that we've seen in Regulation F and before that, but more kind of a supporting role, I guess, with that Icy Wind, with the Taunt that is so crucial for shutting down maybe some of those setup options that players are leaning in towards.
Yeah, it does seem like a very nice option. Like Iron Hands joining the top 12 for the first time in a while is also quite nice to see. It seems to be quite a good counter to certain things, like Miraidon. It works really well against and paired with as well, because of the Quark Drive being activated for the first time, like we've seen in the entire Regulations, because you never saw the Pink Urchins. So, so yeah,
unfortunately,
So I'm not surprised to see that pick up. Whether that continues into day 2, we'll have to see. I generally prefer it as a fake out Pokemon over Incineroar. And yes, it did drop.
And Rillaboom
by 0.6%. But yes, Rillaboom on more than half of the teams. There we go. The Chi-Yu did rise just a little bit from 20% to 26%, so just a slight increase. But I think the main standouts here would be that Clefairy, 29%, and Minxiao made it into the top 12 too.
Yeah, I kept noticing the Minxiao yesterday, and a lot of players have opted to utilize that Pokemon and take advantage of the many tools that it does have access to. And Fake Out, it is one of the fastest Fake Outs in the format, has Wide Guard as well, it has Feint to break through those Protect, Breakthrough, Wide Guards, and it also has Quick Guard and the fighting coverage that it gets as well. It's a very good Pokemon, and no surprise to see it kind of creeping up. Hopefully that continues, but the Clefairy, like you say, such a good Pokemon to support team members, and it can be such a disruptive Pokemon as well with that Sing. You know, it is risky, not the most accurate moves, but if you do land it, it can be game-changing.
Yeah, it definitely can. I'm not surprised to see both Clefairy and Minxiao up there, given that we saw that 30% of the Shadow Riders, of the Restricteds, are Shadow Riders, I should say. Because we saw Clefairy paired with Shadow Rider in the Los Angeles regional win. Minxiao is classically, from the previous generation and now going into this one as well, a very strong partner for Shadow Rider, because it can Wide Guard against the opposing Astral Barrages, because it has that fighting coverage that hits the normal types that would be immune to the Ghost Astral Barrage as well. It takes care of Incineroar because you don't get intimidated because of NF Focus. You can't be faked out. You'll just close combat and KO it. So yeah, like being able to see going into this day 2, I'd be curious to see what the Minxiao would have been like on the day 1 statistics. It didn't make the top 12, and now it has.
No, yeah.
So I think probably a big influencer would have been that I guess, quote-unquote, locals Italian team that has definitely popped up.
It feels like it's on those specific teams, doesn't it? And it complements them very well with everything that you've just outlined with the resources that it does get. But if you look at the top 3 there, you've got that classic Fire, Water, Grass core in the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, and the Urshifu as well. It was that Rapid Strike. No, single strike Urshifu, which we did see a couple on stream yesterday. And they were very effective when they were brought into those games. So it's surprising to see that that hasn't made more of an impact at the moment, especially with both Calyrex, the Ice, and the Shadow Rider being really susceptible to those wicked blows.
Yeah, but then you had, like with the Urshifu, you can only choose one. So in order to have the single strike, you have to sacrifice the ability to have Rapid Strike on your team.
If only you could pick both.
If you could pick both, people would pick both, for sure. I have no doubt about that.
I don't ever want to experience a format where that is a rule. I doubt it's ever going to happen. Don't worry.
Yeah, but it shouldn't. But yeah, like over in Japan Nationals as well, that was super diverse. But Rapid Strike Urshifu was the most used Pokemon in that top 8. It was on 5 of the teams, and there were no other Pokemon that was more than 2 on 2 of the teams. So yeah, even just showing over there, like complementing the fact that the Rapid Strike seems to be more successful than the single strike.
Yeah, and I think for good reason as well. It's probably more consistent, easier to weave into teams. I think the 4 times weakness that you have from Fairy, especially now you're going to see the Shadow Rider Calyrex with that Fairy Terastallization. It's a main Terra type that it really goes for, and it's always going to have Draining Kiss. Makes it very difficult, especially if you are bringing the Urshifu, and a lot of time if you are bringing the single strike Urshifu, you're kind of forced to go for the Terastallization with that. And I think in a restricted format, it's always preferable to Terastallize your restricted most of the time, so it can be a little bit of a detriment maybe bringing one of those. It's not always the case, but I think a lot of the time it's maybe what goes through trainers' minds when they are crafting their teams.
Well, maybe like on the single strikes, people need to start running Poison Jab to cover for that, because
I like the Poison Jab.
You tend to run Wicked Blow, Close Combat, Sucker Punch, like that's near guaranteed, and then obviously Protect is the best move in the game, so why wouldn't you have Protect? Where's the space for Poison Jab? So like I think that's one of the downsides running the single strike, because the Pokemon it would like to go for all the Wicked Blows into usually go for Terastallization to Fairy, and then suddenly you can't hit it at all with any of your attacks.
Poison Terra type.
Poison Terra type would work, yeah.
Yeah, just slap an Assault Vest on there if you want. Could do that. All 4 moves.
Yeah.
I would, I actually ran a Poison single strike Urshifu earlier in the season. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Did the work, and then Okadogi came around. I was like, I'll just use that instead.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's for the main reason I could use the Rapid Strike version.
Of course, because you can't have both.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Comes all the way back around. But no, what are you expecting to kind of see more of the same of yesterday with the success of those Calyrex Shadow Rider teams, or do you think those Terapagos teams that we did see yesterday kind of having a lot of success are going to be the ones that are going to come out on top this weekend?
Well, Terapagos theoretically has a very good matchup against opposing Shadow Rider because of the normal type immunity to Astral Barrage, and then the Draining Kiss, you need to set up like all 3 nasty plots for it to actually do some significant damage, and especially the fact that it seems like trainers are leaning more towards the Calm Mind variant than the Choice Specs variant. That makes it even stronger against the Shadow Rex. So I would expect that the Terapagoses are going to do well, even though there's way fewer than the Shadow Riders. Because there's more Shadow Riders, you're more likely to face them and have a better matchup against them.
And it does feel like a difficult matchup, doesn't it, for those Calyrex Shadow Riders, because it doesn't feel unwinnable, but it feels like it's a struggle for the players that are kind of going up against the Terapagos, because you've got that additional threat of the Terapagos to deal with, especially if they're sitting calm minding. I mean, we had situations yesterday where players were going for 2 nasty plots, getting to +4, and then utilizing the Grim Nay, knocking things out, getting to +6, and still not really being in a favorable place in front of the Terapagos to deal with it effectively. So when you're going to those lengths with something so powerful, it's kind of it's intuitive that it is a very difficult matchup for those players. But those players have seemed to have got through most of those matchups yesterday. Hopefully they can continue doing that today.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a testament to the fact that the Shadow Riders are still getting through to this day one in such numbers. They would have had to have defeated the other Terapagoses that we faced. So
yes, very true. But we do have some notable matches from our next round that we will be featuring, so we'd like to share those with you. And the match that we will be featuring will be Giuseppe Alearo against Giacomo Bollenta.
Yeah, and we got very, very interesting matchup here. We're going to feature our first Kyogre on the stream, which is really, really good to see. And then, Lunala, had a very dominating performance in that round 4 that we did feature as well. So it's not a very common restricted pair that we have facing each other, but yeah, I'm excited to see how Kyogre's going to match up against Lunala.
Yeah, very exciting. Like you said, to see the Kyogre finally, and some really other interesting options as well. You know, the Iron Jugglers there, we haven't really seen much of that since very early on in the Scarlet and Violet formats. Serena, a good old partner of Kyogre's with that Queenly Majesty ability as well, acts a little bit like the Farigiraf with that Armored Tail, being able to stop any incoming priority attacks onto that player's side of the field. And then you look at Giacomo's team, got the Ditto there, got that combination of Chen Pao and the Dragonite, which we haven't seen for a long time, but that has had a lot of success in past formats as well, and then pairing up nicely with that Lunala. But these aren't the only matches, of course, Jamie. Yeah,
we've got Alessio Fusco, who went undefeated yesterday with that really cool Comfey and Dragapult team, supporting that Calm Mind Terapagos against Luca Ceribelli, who went 8-1 as well. Yes. So a very, very strong showing, using that Miraidon to great effect. The Screamtail that we didn't get to we featured it's similarly the same team that Victor Medina is running with Antonio Sanchez using the same 6, going against Ruben with, it seems like that classic core with the Cataracte Shadow Rider that we've been seeing popping up in Italy.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to see too much from the Screamtail yesterday. It kind of had a flitting appearance. It came in, it terrestrialized, and then it went away again. But a lot of these players, like you say, are kind of using those 6 with the Terapagos, with that Screamtail. Likely going to be a pretty similar build with that Encore Disable combination there, which really complements the Calm Mind aspect of the Terapagos, giving it room to be able to get those Calm Minds off. And then you've got the combination of that pivot out with the Incineroar, with the Rillaboom, where you can just cycle backwards and forwards between the two, dropping Intimidates, getting the Grassy Terrain up. More importantly, having that fake out to prevent your opponent from being able to kind of get any momentum swings and allow the Terapagos to just do its thing.
Yeah, just getting free turns for setup is very, very useful. Whether that is the fake out or just you can't move up anymore because you're stuck into struggle because of Encore Disable. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see that combination pop up with the Calm Mind Terapagos, because it makes perfect sense.
And I think it goes to show like how important like these Pokemon like Serena, like Farigiraf, and even Psychic Terrain to disrupt that grassy terrain could be tools that trainers look to, because there is such a prominent use of these Pokemon with Fake Out to allow these other Pokemon, these other restricteds to kind of set up in that manner. You really want to be able to prevent that if you can, and there are Pokemon available that players can use that do that exact job.
Yeah, it does seem like supported Pokemon are even more important this regulation than previous ones, because you could probably get away with repositioning a reasonable amount back in the last regulation, but now that the power is increased with the restricteds, being able to enable your restricteds becomes even more important, because they are the heavy hitters. They're the ones that will theoretically be doing the most amount of damage. So it doesn't really matter if the Pokemon around it are doing the damage, because the restricteds will do that for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this match in particular is one that we really haven't seen too much of. The Kyogre going up against Lunala, at least not this season, but maybe from past seasons.
Past seasons for sure,
yes. And we'll get into the team details in a minute. But just on paper, if you were to say, which one would you say would come out on top?
I don't think I can comment until I know if the Lunala has Wide Guard yet or not, because that would be the main influencer of, yes, this Lunala is strong against Kyogre. It obviously wants to go for super powerful spread moves in the Water Spouts and Origin Pulses. So if the Lunala does have Wide Guard, that shuts it down a lot. If it doesn't have Wide Guard, then it's a much more even game.
Yeah, that's very true. I think Rillaboom gives Kyogre a lot of trouble as well, which we can see from Giacomo's side of the field. The Rillaboom, you have to check that, but you do have a good answer to it as well if you're Giuseppe with the Iron Jugglers. You know, now able to take advantage of that really strong Hurricane attack, which is 100% accurate in the rain as well. So it's one of those backwards and forwards. The big thing that I would look at, though, on this team in particular is that Chen Pao Dragonite combination, which Giuseppe doesn't really seem to have too many answers for. I mean, the Serena's great because it prevents the extreme speed kind of abuse.
But then it doesn't protect from the ice moves into the Chen Pao. So then maybe you're forced into the defensive terrestrialization, but then at least you're stopping the extreme speed. That would be the key part.
That is very true. And also it doesn't prevent like the outrage or anything like that if the Dragonite wants to go for that. And you're looking at something like a Choice Banded Dragonite with that Chen Pao.
I mean, it's normally Choice Banded when it is paired with Chen Pao, because you get to stack the multipliers of the Choice Band and also Sword of Ruin. And then even Extreme Speed with the Terra Normal can just pick up one-hit KOs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, our players are just getting set up here. We will be getting into the match in a moment. We'll start with the player accomplishments. We'll go over those, and then we can get into the teams a bit more in depth. But we have touched on a few aspects so far, but see, this is just the start of the day, Jamie. We've got a lot of matches to come, but I'm sure this is going to be a great way for us to kick off. And I think even going into day 2 as well, it just highlights, again, further highlights the fact that there is so much diversity with the restricted choices and the success that trainers are having with the different restricteds. You don't need to instantly look at this tournament and say, oh, well, I need to use Calyrex Shadow Rider because it seems to be winning every match. When these players are getting to this stage of the tournament with these different restricteds.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to feature the Kyogre on the stream for the first time.
Well, it was your caster pick.
It was my caster pick, so yeah, I'm very happy to see that. I wouldn't have expected many Lunalas to do as well as they have, but it seems like they've done much better in day 1, so going into day 2, sorry, than it was day 1. So I think it was like 3% usage, up to 9% usage. So it did seem like there was a pretty significant increase.
Yeah, and the Lunala that we saw yesterday, I think the one that we're about to see from Giacomo will be slightly different than the Combine variant that we saw yesterday. We can have a look at our players here and the accomplishments. We'll start with Giacomo. The top 32 in the Turin Special Event 2020, Bochum Regional top 32 there as well. A top 16 at the Lille Special Event in 2019, and a Treviso Special Event top 16 finish as well. So Giacomo really familiar with this sort of level and stage of the tournament. Yeah, and going back to 2017 as well, seems to be very experienced, playing for multiple years. Giuseppe seems to be somewhat newer, at the last achievement going back to 2022, but still top 16 in the special events and top 32 in Bochum as well. Still very, very notable accomplishments. Yeah, and like you said yesterday, this is the event where you can get and achieve more of those accomplishments. These players are actually doing it now, which is always exciting to see. Yeah, and there we go. There's the Lunala. It's going to be the Meteor Beam with the Power Herb set that we do see to increase your special attack by that crucial stage without the need for a Calm Mind, and also threatening Pokemon like Incineroar with a one-hit knockout that would normally be able to resist it so well. Yeah, and I think the big thing on this team really that stands out to me more than anything else is that Ditto that we've got there with the safety goggles. Yeah, not Choice Scarf. Not Choice Scarf at all, and a really interesting option because it's obviously to get around the rage powders that you potentially see that could really disrupt some of the flow of these big hitters like the Lunala. And things like Amoonguss that could put you to sleep if you do Terastallize into something that's a bit susceptible to that move. Yeah, we do commonly see Choice Scarf on the Ditto because obviously you don't want to opt into any speed ties. You will if you copy a Pokemon without a Choice Scarf. So a really, really nice innovation that we see on the Ditto. Yeah, and then we have Giuseppe's team here with that Kyogre, the Serena, the Incineroar, Urshifu, Iron Jugglers, and the Fluttermane. And interestingly, the Kyogre opting for the Assault Vest. Yeah, and it's got massive special defense just even without the Assault Vest. It's going to be able to shrug off so many hits on the special side because of that Assault Vest it's carrying. It also opens up the opportunity to have all 4 of its coverage moves it wants to go for. You really do want Water Spout. It's its strongest move. Well, then if you've taken damage, you want another backup water move. That's the Origin Pulse. And then usually you have to choose between either Thunder or Ice Beam, and then you lose some sort of coverage. But the Assault Vest there allowing all 4 of those moves. Yeah, and I really love, I don't know if you've seen, but the Serena's Terra type as well is Ice. Yeah. To play along with that triple axle. So that would be extremely powerful if the Serena goes for that. So more offensive Terastallization rather than something that we would normally see on a supporting kind of Pokemon that has the option to give out a little bit of offense. You'd normally see a defensive Terastallization, so it prolongs the longevity there, especially with an item like the Citrus Berry. For Giuseppe opting to go a way more offensive route with that Ice typing and take full advantage of that triple axle. But it actually does work defensively here. In the face of the Chen Pao, Ice would resist Ice. That is very true. So yeah, for that situation in particular, it would actually work defensively. Giuseppe's a lot braver than I am using not a wide lens Serena because, of course, the triple axle it checks accuracy on each of the hits, so it gets more and more unlikely to have connected with all 3. But then the Citrus Berry does give that extra longevity, so even if you do miss the triple axle, you probably do have another opportunity to try and hit it. Yeah. So Jamie, question: if you are Giacomo coming into this battle, are you planning to bring something to lead with, like the Rillaboom, Lunala, say, and then if the Kyogre's brought out to start the match by Giuseppe. Are you going to switch in your Ditto to get yourself 2 restricted in a 1 restricted format?
That's what Ditto's for, right? You are very much vying to catch that restricted with the imposter ability. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. It's going to be the Iron Juggleress and the Kyogre lead coming out, immediately threatening that tailwind in the face of this Chien-Pao and Lunala coming from Giacomo.
Yeah, we've got that Lunala coming out to the field, the Drizzle ability activating, bringing the rain, that the Quark Drive activating from that booster energy on the Iron Juggleress. And it is going to increase the speed on that Pokemon, making it the fastest thing on the field. It offers tailwind support as well, but it has to be very careful in front of that Lunala. It has access to that Meteor Beam. Its Shadow Shield is still intact, so it's not going to take as much damage this first turn before taking any damage, especially if the Iron Juggleress is tied up going for a tailwind, but you can't leave that Kyogre unchecked with that Water Spout kind of sitting in the wings.
Yeah, and you can reduce the damage output of the Water Spout potentially with the Sucker Punch, but then you could always just switch in your Serena, get that Queenly Majesty, and block that move. But then if you do, and then there wasn't the Sucker Punch, then your Kyogre is still going to be slower than both Lunala and the Chien-Pao because you didn't set the tailwind, and you'd have had to sacrifice your booster energy boost on the Iron Juggleress as well. So it's quite an interesting turn 1 here. Who's going to go on the offense, and maybe the support as well.
We do see the Protect on that Chien-Pao here. Not wanting to contend with any of these attacks coming out turn 1 as a Snarl comes out, potentially to break that Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao and also that Shadow Shield on the Lunala, as well as weakening those special attacks by 1 stage. The Icy Wind going to be fired back in return from that Lunala. Going to do a little bit of chip damage to both these Pokemon in Giuseppe's side of the field, and more importantly, reduce the speed by 1 stage. So getting rid of almost that the Quark Drive boost on that Iron Juggleress and reducing the speed of that Kyogre.
Yeah, but it was a Water Spout from the Kyogre, and it was only a tiny bit of Icy Wind chip, so this is basically full power. Oh. But the Lunala did it just enough chip damage to weaken the Water Spout and survive on 3 HP.
Yeah, that is a huge turn here from the Kyogre. Like you say, only taking a bit of chip damage. That Water Power is almost at full power and doing huge damage to Lunala after that Snarl, which chipped down and broke that Shadow Shield so importantly there. So the Kyogre in a great position now, not really threatened by either that Chien-Pao or the Lunala here, in a good position to launch off maybe another Water Spout, maybe just an Origin Punch if you're suspecting something like that Sucker Punch coming out this next turn. The Iron Juggleress in a bit of more awkward position, so it has to kind of react because it can take big, super effective damage from the Iron Juggleress.
Yeah, it should be slower than the Chien-Pao now after that Icy Wind, because Chien-Pao is way naturally faster than the Iron Juggleress, and the booster energy speed boost has basically been cancelled out. Lunala here switching out into the Rillaboom, so going to be able to threaten some good fake out pressure and some grass type damage into that Kyogre. It's going to be a terrestrialization here coming out from the Iron Juggleress into the water type, maybe trying to keep itself safe from any of those ice crashes that could be coming out from the Chien-Pao. Would have been super effective, now would no longer be. And there it is, there is the ice crash into the now water type Iron Juggleress, shrugging it off very nicely indeed, and no flinch coming out here. There's the Tailwind getting that speed control, so now the Kyogre is going to be a bit more speedy. Wasn't attacked, here's another basically full power Water Spout. Absolutely enough to bring the Chien-Pao down to its focus slash, and a really nice chunk to the Rillaboom as well.
Yeah, for a resisted Pokemon coming onto the field, it still takes a lot of damage. The Iron Juggleress, a really nice terrestrialization there, but also on the same side of things, the Giacomo switching in that Rillaboom threatens both now the terrestrialized into water type Iron Juggleress as well as that Kyogre. And now you can threaten with a fake out here, give your Chien-Pao a little bit of room, but you're ignoring one of the options on Giuseppe's side of the field, and you kind of put yourself susceptible to getting knocked out with leaving the other one alone.
Yeah, but what about that Serena that could always be waiting in the back? That's the mind game you always have to play. Like, sometimes you don't go for your priority attacks just because there could be a Serena, and then you can play into that and not switch it in. But yeah, like you said, both Pokemon on the opposing side are water type, and now the terrestrialization has been used, so Kyogre can't go for any of its defensive type into the grass typing. So Grassy Glide would do massive damage. Woodhammer would do massive damage if you're trying to get around a potential Serena switch in as well.
Yeah, we are going to see this turn play out. The Kyogre not one to entertain, staying on the field in front of this Rillaboom. As that Serena does come onto the field, it will activate that Queenly Majesty ability, and that Sucker Punch will fail because this Queen has stopped it. We are going to see a Hurricane in response from the Iron Juggleress into the Rillaboom, and it is more than enough to pick up the knockout on this Pokemon. Giuseppe taking a huge lead in this first game.
Yeah, very nicely done there for Giuseppe. If there had been the Sucker Punch, that would have probably been enough to pick up the knockout on that Iron Juggleress, or do some significant damage to the opposing Kyogre. Icicle Crash wouldn't have done it into the Iron Juggleress anymore. We saw how much damage it took from the Icicle Crash thanks to that terrestrialization, and as well, it's now landed on the field because it's now a pure water type and lost its flying type. It's actually recovered a little bit back above half thanks to that grassy terrain lane that the Rillaboom set. And now the Lunala came back in. It's on 3 HP. Both Pokemon are in the red. They're going to be in range of any attack that Giuseppe would want to go for. The Tailwind's activated. The Iron Juggless is definitely still the fastest Pokemon on the field. I wouldn't be surprised if the Serena is built to be able to outspeed both Lunala and the Chien-Pao as well.
We are seeing a Protect from that Chien-Pao, just prolonging its stay on the field, recovering a little bit, as well as that Protect from the Lunala. Just want to scout out, see what Giuseppe's Pokemon lock into. It is that Hurricane, and it will be fired into that Chien-Pao, taking advantage of the Tailwind, not doing any damage this turn, and that Serena going for that triple axle, which is into the Protect on the Lunala. So a bit of a dead turn here from both players' sides. The big thing is the recovery that Giuseppe, probably more than Giacomo, is going to be able to take advantage of here. But still, same situation going into this next turn. The Tailwind's still active, you can see, for one more turn. So Giacomo either has to let these two go down and rely on that Urshifu that's in the back to come in and try and clean up the 4 Pokemon on Giuseppe's side of the field, or make some big plays here. Really not looking good in this situation.
No, it's not, and that's probably why he was going for a double Protect, but it did end up failing there, trying to get the Chien-Pao out of that Tailwind. But no, the Hurricane is able to connect with the Chien-Pao, pick up the KO there very nice and easily. The Serena should be able to outspeed this Lunala in the last turn of Tailwind as well. It is going to be the triple axle with the shaky accuracy, and does connect, but needs a second one as well, and also connects with that second triple axle, taking care of the Lunala very nicely, bringing Giacomo down to his final Pokemon. Probably not going to be able to pull a 1v4 comeback here.
No, as good as that Rapid Strike Urshifu is, the rain does stop, the Tailwind stops as well, but you've got to think that the task is just going to be too much for this Urshifu to deal with. But what a job that Giuseppe's done, as we do see that forfeit locked in, and Giuseppe taking game 1 of this set.
Yeah, that was a very, very straightforward, I'll click Tailwind and then just go on the offense there, it seems. The Kyogre was allowed 2 full power, well, effectively full power water spouts into the opponent. Like, if he would have gone for maybe not Icy Wind and Moongeist Beam or Meteor Beam, that would have reduced the Kyogre's damage output significantly as well. You'd have been able to get a Meteor Beam into that Iron Juggless on the first turn. It hadn't turned into a water type at that point. Surely a +1 Meteor Beam is going to be enough to be able to pick up the knockout, and it didn't. Well, I guess it snarled as well, so maybe
so that
would have actually been pretty close, because then it would have been back to a neutral Meteor Beam. Still super effective, but then it would depend on how you're running your Iron Juggless.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're going supportive, maybe you go a lot more bulky, but then at the same time, Hurricane can do a lot of damage. You invest a lot into your special attack as well. So it would have been close if the Iron Juggless would have been able to be KO'd by the combination of those attacks.
Yeah, and you think as well in that situation, the Chien-Pao, you can understand why Giacomo protected that Chien-Pao in that situation. Not wanting to lose it so quickly, but you've got to think, would it have been more worthwhile to get that Sucker Punch damage onto the Kyogre to reduce the power of that water spout? Yeah. So your Lunala's not taking as much damage in that situation. Try, like you say, get that Meteor Beam off, and at least try and go toe-to-toe with what Giuseppe was trying to do, because like you said, the Iron Juggless is so pivotal in that match as well, with just providing that Tailwind support for that Kyogre in particular, and for itself after it's terrestrialized for the rest of that game. I think Giacomo's got a big task on his hand. You feel like something like the Rillaboom plays a huge part in that, but we didn't see the Ditto in that game. Maybe that's something that, you know, you can... there's an old saying, you fight fire with fire. I think in this case, fight water with water. Maybe try and get that Ditto to copy the Kyogre. It is going to be difficult, I think, in a lot of ways, because you look at the positioning of the Lunala in that game 1 and you think, well, you're in a good position to go for that Meteor Beam. You probably want to keep the Lunala on the field. You don't want to switch it out to the Ditto in this situation. But I think if you can weave yourself around a situation where you've got Fake Out active on the field, where you do and have the ability to shut at least one thing down and maybe force in that Serena in that situation.
Yeah, I think the Ditto could be quite a nice adjustment here. It seems like well, at least the 3 Pokemon that we saw coming out from Giuseppe do somewhat counter each other. Like the Iron Juggless, if you catch that with your Ditto, it's not a Choice Scarf one. It would have been a bit awkward to go for something like a Choice Scarf Tailwind, but this Ditto is not going to be Choice Scarfed. It's going to be able to change its moves. So if you catch the Iron Juggless, you can set Tailwind. If you catch the Kyogre, you've got a second restricted. If you catch the Serena, then you can threaten down the Kyogre even more, even if you lose your Rillaboom in that case. So yeah, but yeah, it seems like there's going to be a switch up here. And not linking with the Iron Juggless and Kyogre is going to be the Urshifu and the Serena, and there it is. there's the Dragonite and Chien-Pao, the combination that we haven't seen for quite a while now.
Yeah, and normally you would say a very good combination to come out very offensive, coming out the gates and being able to do huge damage very quickly. But in this situation, you can see that Serena on Giuseppe's side of the field, and it has got that Queenly Majesty. It's going to prevent any of those extreme speeds from coming out from that Dragonite. No boost from that Swords of Justice from that Chien-Pao. So a really awkward position because that Urshifu is pressuring big damage into that Urshifu.
Yeah, and you need to terastallize at least into the water type to get that extra damage to KO Chien-Pao through its Focus Sash. There's no helping hand available on the Serena, so committing your Terra this early just to take care of the Chien-Pao might be necessary. And you've got the threat of the Triple Axel into the Dragonite, so depend on the speed training of both of these Pokemon, whether the Serena will be able to outspeed and get a Triple Axel off, but then at the same time, the Dragonite could just terastallize into its normal typing that it so loves to do.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think if you do go for that terastallization, then it does take away the threat of that Triple Axel. Well, we are starting this turn with a terastallization, and it will be on to the Urshifu on Giuseppe's side of the field, going for that Water Terra type from the Urshifu. Going to boost those Surging Strikes for the next few turns while it is sticking around on the field. Of course, you can't ignore the threat in that Dragonite as we see the Surging Strikes. The most important thing about that terastallization, though, Jamie, is it takes away that flying type weakness that the Dragonite has access to.
Yeah, and the Serena here could be threatening a Triple Axel into the Dragonite as well. There was no terastallization there. It was a good switch in for the Rapid Strike Urshifu, taking just under half there. The speed training on both of these Dragonite and Serena is going to be so important. And it's Serena that moves first, but the Triple Axel not going into the Dragonite here, catching the switch in of the Urshifu. And I only hit one time as well with that shaky accuracy on each of the checks. And there is the outrage, but it's not enough. The Chien-Pao switched out and lost the Sword of Ruin boost to the Dragonite, and the Serena was bulky enough to be able to take that Choice Banded outrage.
Yeah, that is a huge survival from Serena, showing how well it's been trained by Giuseppe, able to take one more attack. And now the nice switch in from Giacomo to kind of soak up that Surging Strikes, but it doesn't really change the situation. That Dragonite is now going to be still threatened, whether or not Giacomo goes for the terastallization this turn to get around that Triple Axel, knowing that that is one of the options that the Serena has, but not one to contend with it. Going to switch out, save it, and preserve it for later on in this game.
Yeah, it would have been in range of U-turn from that Urshifu, or even just going for the Surging Strikes itself. It was probably out of, well, I say it was probably out of range of the opposing Rapid Strike Urshifu, but the Kyogre switched in, got the rain. It would have probably been in range of that Surging Strikes now, but it did U-turn before the terastallized Urshifu was able to go for that Surging Strikes. Just a little bit of chip into the Kyogre, but of course every bit of chip helped against that Water Spout. Rillaboom is going to be joining the field in the place of that Urshifu, still going to be a Water Resist, but now we're in the rain and also terastallized, so this Surging Strikes, even into either resisted hit, should still be doing absolutely massive. And look at that, that's only the first hit of the Surging Strike. This should bring the Rillaboom down below half HP.
Wow, that's a huge turn here, because another one of these Surging Strikes will be enough to take down a Rillaboom. Not often we see this as a fact. You can see that the outrage is going to come out from the Dragonite. It will hit into that Kyogre and be enough to pick up a knockout. That is a huge pickup from the Dragonite. Just Giacomo taking a big lead here, taking down that really important restricted from Giuseppe's side of the field.
Oh, and a really, really key bit there. That wasn't a confusion turn for the Dragonite. It's still going to go for the 3-turn outrage, but it's locked into outrage. You can't even now terastallize because you're just going to outrage, and what's the Rillaboom going to do? Now that the Serena's joined the field again, we just saw that the Rillaboom is 2-hit KO'd by that Surging Strikes.
Yeah.
Well, I guess 6-hit KO'd is always the debate that we have amongst casters. But let's go with a 2-hit KO. And now it's a very straightforward, well, I'll KO your Rillaboom with Surging Strikes. Yes. You can't fake me out or Grassy Glide because Serena's just joined the field. We just saw that the Serena was able to outspeed the Dragonite on that first turn, and it's locked into its Dragon and Flying typing, so Triple Axel could be able to clean up there as well. We could just see a double KO on this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be a real pin situation, as we are going to see that Surging Strikes from Giuseppe's side of the field. It will be into that Rillaboom, and knowing the damage that we saw the previous turn, it is going to be enough. 2 Surging Strikes, and the third one will take down the Rillaboom, not able to obtain any use out of those Grass-type attacks coming onto the field. Now we are going to see the Serena. Has it locked in with that Triple Axel? If it has, it's going to be hitting super effective into the Dragonite.
Oh, it might need
1 hit. 2 hits. Is it going to get the 3? It gets the 3 and picks up a knockout. Here we go with the Serena doing good work here for Giuseppe and pinning in Giacomo into a really awkward position.
Yeah, there was nothing that Giacomo could do there. That was good. Like, the Dragonite was pinned. If all 3 Triple Axels hit, it's a KO. They did, so it was. And you don't want to switch in anything on the rain-boosted, Terra Water-boosted Surging Strikes from Giuseppe. We saw that without the rain boost, that did just under half to the opposing Urshifu. So that means that with the rain boost, the Surging Strikes from the Urshifu on Giuseppe's side of the field can pick its KO. Whichever one its Surging Strikes will KO. but we did see that Giacomo's Urshifu moved first with that U-turn before the surging strikes. So maybe there's a chance for the Urshifu to be able to outspeed, but it seems like it was a speed tie here because Giuseppe's is moving first.
Yeah, and it is going to be into that Chen power, and 2 hits is all it's going to need to take down this Pokemon here for Giuseppe. The big thing you would notice from Giacomo's side, it has not brought that restricted this game, which is, you know, relying on the Dragonite rather than a Lunala. We are going to see the close combat pick up a token knockout with a critical hit into Giuseppe's Urshifu, but the damage has been done here for Giuseppe as the Serena is left unchecked now. Going to be able to potentially fire off a Power Whip into this Urshifu. Not the best of accuracy, but you've got to imagine if it does connect, it will be enough to take it down. But the big miss there coming out from the Power Whip.
Yeah, you got the critical hit you needed. If there's something like the Iron Jugulus waiting in the back, then it's probably going to be game over. Yeah, there it is. There's the Iron Jugulus. With the booster speed, it's going to be able to outspeed this Rapid Strike Urshifu. You obviously do train your Iron Jugulus to be able to outspeed that Pokemon because it is way naturally faster as well. We're still in the rain. Hurricane is going to be 100% accurate here, so it will be just 1 Hurricane hit into the opposing Urshifu. Giacomo knows it, is going to throw in the towel, and Giuseppe is going to win this round.
What an incredible performance from Giuseppe, convincing from start to finish, making it so difficult for Giacomo to get any sort of foothold in this game. Even in that game 2, resorting to not bringing that restricted in Lunala, just not quite working out, and how Giuseppe managed the field was just eloquently done.
Yeah, you could definitely see what Giacomo was going for there. Assumedly a choice band, well, I would have thought their choice band Outrage is probably enough to be able to KO Serena. Like, Serena's got very reasonable ball.
Yeah, but you saw how much it did to the Kyogre as well.
Yeah.
I know it was chipped,
it knocked out the Kyogre from...
It was only after a U-turn.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, and assumedly you run a reasonable amount of bulk on assault this Kyogre as well. Like, Dragonite's like no slouch. It does a lot of damage, but the fact that Serena was able to take that attack, and also the fact that it was faster, that was very key as well, because then there was that pin of, well, I get a Rain Boosted Surging Strikes, that's losses KO.
Yeah.
Your Dragonite literally cannot do anything about this triple axle. You can't even defensively terrestrialize out of it. So here's the triple axle, and yes, all 3 do connect. There is the KO.
And it's so scary as well, that Urshifu in the position where it's got the rain, it's got that water terrestrialization, and you don't even have a safe switch in with the Rillaboom.
Yeah.
You bring the Rillaboom in, and it's taking 60% damage from that attack, which then pins you because you have that situation where normally you'd have, okay, I can just Grassy Glide the next turn and pick up that Pokemon, but unfortunately you can't do that because Queenly Majesty's in effect with that Serena, and like you say, with that advantage of the speed on the Dragonite, you're in that position where you're just pincering both the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, making so difficult for Giacomo. You can see the reasoning why the Dragonite was probably bought over the Lunala, because you want to take advantage of that physical threat with that Pokemon. It has access to Aerial Ace as well, which would have been actually probably a more preferable thing to lock into, where it had room to get the Aerial Ace off, and then you would have been able to maybe switch it at later points in the battle. But the Outrage, like you say, you can see the logic there, where it was doing so much damage, just not quite enough, and again, just goes to show how well Giuseppe has trained his Pokemon.
Yeah, I think the Aerial Ace lock would have been quite nice there, because it would have done the same amount of damage as Outrage, because obviously it would double in power because super effective, and then it would be the same as Outrage. But then, yeah, being able to either just switch or terrestrialize, defensively terrestrialize, something, but no, locked into the Outrage. Maybe even if you got the 2-turn Outrage, because then you'd be able to switch. Then you'd be able to go for the terrestrialization, because the Outrage is ended. Yes, you're confused. That's quite annoying. But you'd be able to do something about the triple axle at least. Yeah, and
hopefully at that point deal with that Serena, because once that has gone off the field, if you can preserve your Rillaboom at that stage, then it frees it up to go for those Grassy Glides, which are going to be so detrimental to things like the Kyogre, and especially that Urshifu, which was so impactful in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely was. I think there was potentially a way back, because the Urshifu got the critical hit, close combat KO on the Urshifu.
Yes.
There might have been a way back in the game if the speed tie was, well, we saw it was a speed tie, both Urshifus moved first at one point. So if that close combat KO'd if it won the speed tie and got the critical hit, or maybe not even the critical hit, the Sword of Ruin would still be on the field at that point, so it would have been close
at
without
that point,
the critical. But then that would have been the KO'd Urshifu. Well, then suddenly here's the Icicle Crash crash into the Serena. That should be a KO. And then it's Iron Jugglers versus both the Chien-Pao and the Urshifu, and the Chien-Pao still has its Focus Sash. So that would have probably actually been the game for Giacomo there if the speed tie was won.
Yeah, so the adjustment really makes a lot of sense in those situations. It comes down to such fine margins when you have outside of your control with the speed tie, you're really flipping a coin at that point, and it is which one comes out on top is probably going to be able to take it, and that's resulted what happened. So yeah, unfortunate for Giacomo. I really like the composition with the Lunala. I was sad not to see the Ditto, but they've done extremely well in this tournament so far, and their tournament run isn't over, of course. They still have the opportunity to progress in the next few rounds, get those wins, and make it into the top 8 of this tournament. But what a showing from Giuseppe, and it's very scary if you don't have those physical attackers. Like the Dragonite kind of caught the Kyogre with the outrage, but if you don't have the physical threats that we saw in game 1 and you're relying on more of those special attackers to deal with Kyogre, you're in a lot of trouble, especially with that Assault Vest, because those water spouts are, you know, you've got to have so much respect for that move because it will just punish you, and it's very difficult to kind of recover from those positions.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was much respect to the Kyogre going for water spouts in that first game. Yeah, Icy Wind Chip, it allowed the Lunala to survive, but you've got no switch ability anymore. You're going to be KO'd to any attack. Like, even just going for that first triple axel would have been able to KO without Grass's Train Recovery. It was like effectively 2 full power water spouts that could have been prevented. Yes, there could have been the sucker punch into the Kyogre, but where's the Serena going to switch in? That's always the mind game that you have. Like, even something like the Frigoraph, there's like this similar thing. Armor Tail, Queenly Majesty basically working the same way. There's always the mind game of just, oh, is it in the back? Can I go for priority? Well, I'm not going to go for priority in case it switches in. Oh, it didn't. So, and then you don't even need to switch it in for the Queenly Majesty and the Arm Tail to be effective.
And I think as well, almost one thing that you would probably try and do in that situation is force that Serena out into the field to the point where you are able to get rid of it. So leading with something like the Rillaboom, and it's hard because in front of something like the Iron Jugulis, you are threatened by that Hurricane. You can't terrestrialize your Rillaboom if you are Giacomo, because it is the fire terror type, so that's the last thing you want to be doing in front of a water spout. But you need to kind of free it up to the point where it is able to operate a little bit better than what we saw it was able to do. I think Giuseppe handled the threat of that Rillaboom extremely well.
Yeah, the fact that it was KO'd to 2 Surging Strikes, that you don't see that. And like Rillaboom is one of the best counters that we have in the metagame at the moment to be able to counter Rapid Strike Urshifu. But it's no longer a counter. Serena's on the field, you can't Rise to Glide. The Rain's up, the Terra Water's up. It's a 2-shot. You can't switch in anymore because now suddenly you're going to be KO'd to the second one.
Yeah, it puts you in a really awkward position. You know, just goes to show why players are utilizing Urshifu Rapid Strike and why it's actually a really good partner for something like the Kyogre. We have seen it played a lot this season, I think, in Regulation G alongside something like Pelipper, brings a drizzle. But then when you're finding a build like this that's complementing the Kyogre so well with that Serena, the Iron Jugulis, and then you can fit in that Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, it just goes so well together and it makes it difficult for your opponent. But it's enough from me and Jamie because I believe we have Giuseppe over on the couch ready for an interview. So throw it over, get some insights from that last match from Giuseppe.
I'm here with the Stormbringer himself, Giuseppe Alario. How was that pronunciation? Was that good?
Yes, it's very good. It's
okay,
very
good, fine. We'll roll with that one. We'll roll with that. You brought a Kyogre to the tournament, Giuseppe. You're having a fantastic run here in Bologna. How are you feeling?
Diciamo che Kyogre è un po' il mio Pokémon preferito e ho pensato che potesse fare bene qui a Bologna e quindi l'ho portato e è andata bene, diciamo, dai.
So let's just say Kyogre is my favorite Pokémon. I thought that in Bologna it could work really well, and it turned out so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really giving you a fantastic tournament so far. Now, your opponent was running a Lunala team. When you see Lunala, had you prepared for that matchup? How did you feel?
Allora, il matchup con Lunala non l'ho preparato perché diciamo che non è proprio una cosa che trovi tutti i giorni, però comunque Iron Jugulis fa molto bene. Ho visto che lui soffriva molto la pressione di Iron Jugulis, Urshifu Water. Ero abbastanza tranquillo durante la partita, è andata bene.
So the Lunala matchup is not something that you find every other day during the matchups. So I didn't really prepare for that kind of matchup. But I saw that my opponent suffered a lot the pressure of Iron Jugulis and for Urshifu Water, right? And so I went that way, and it worked pretty well.
Yeah, it absolutely did. I mean, in game one in particular, it seemed like you were calling your opponent every single turn. It was fantastic. Kyogre dishing out the rain, with Iron Jugulis throwing out the hurricanes, really creating a storm on the field. That must have felt good.
Sì, cioè il turno che ho visto la sua lead ero piuttosto contento, G1, perché tutto sommato Lunala non aveva White Guard, era molto esposto a Snarl, era molto esposto a Water Spout. Ho detto qui potrei fare Tailwind Water Spout, però quel Shenpao aveva tanta pressure da questa mossa, quindi ho detto probabilmente potrebbe proteggere, anche se non protegge e perdo Jugulis, a me può andare relativamente bene, quindi ho deciso alla fine di fare Snarl e Water Spout, e è andata bene.
Okay, so ripetimi dall'inizio.
La lead che era...
So when I saw his leads, I saw that the Chien-Pao and Lunala were really suffering on the Water Sprout and Water Sprout on Iron Jugulis. So I went that way. Since that, I saw that it worked on the first few rounds. I kept on that thing, and it turned out to be the good matchup.
Yeah, and you're so right that Lulana didn't have wide guard, and that is so crucial for that particular strategy. Then in game two, it seemed like Giacomo was calling you, sort of giving you a taste of your own medicine. But then we had a late surge with that rapid strike style Urshifu going for those surging strikes, even into the Rillaboom doing really good damage. So did you feel like you could turn that match around?
Allora, per il G2 il turno chiave è stato quello in cui ho tolto Zarina, perché ho capito che Zarina era fondamentale per il matchup. Se l'avessi persa avrei poi potuto perdere dalle priority, perché lui aveva Extreme Speed, Sucker Punch, Rillaboom, poteva riciclarselo, Fake Out, Grassy Glide. Quindi ho deciso, io mando a morire Kyogre anche per poter avere la kill su Urshifu che era in quel momento in campo, ma anche il 2 hit su Rillaboom che è entrato. Kyogre alla fine relativamente non mi serviva più in quel momento del match, mi serviva molto di più Zarina, e quindi lì è cambiata la partita, perché lui era continuamente sotto a Terra Surging, sotto Rain, e non è riuscito a uscirne.
So when I saw for the Zarina, right?
Yes.
That it was really effective on the matchup, right? I said simply to sacrifice Kyogre. That way I could have the kill switch with the Zarina, right? So what you say, the move?
Hai mandato a morire Kyogre e ho fatto Terra Surging nella slot di Urshifu per ucciderlo sotto Rain, perché senza abbiamo fatto 40 con la Rain.
Okay, so I sent out Kyogre to basically sacrifice him, so I could Terra with Urshifu and have more damage.
Yes.
More damage output. That way I could
fare 2 hit su Rillaboom che è entrato in switch.
Okay. The way I could do double hits on Rillaboom, and that way take out the problematic Pokemon of the matchup.
Yeah, you sacrificed the Kyogre in that game too, but it came up, paid dividends for you in the end. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Giuseppe. Thank you for translating. And well, hey, Giuseppe's proven to us that for the Sea Basin Pokemon, it's not all ogre.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We have the pleasure of being joined by Simon van der Borret. And Simon, you are a fantastic member of the community, not only a player in multiple titles, but also a judge. And that's really what we want to get a little bit of insight from you today. Tell us, player or judge, how did you get started?
Well, I first got started as a player, as most people do, but afterwards getting interested in more judging, in trying to be able to help people really and be able to guide people as well. Being a judge has a lot of properties to it, where there's organizing, but there's active judging. You're a cornerstone of the community and you're quite important in that regard. So I try to help as many people as I can with that judge status then.
I guess, are there any specifics about judging, sort of some elements in the role that you most prefer?
What I do prefer is being able to say hello to everyone again, coming back to these events as well, and being able to provide as much help as possible, because there are situations, of course, where you have to resolve a problem that occurred. For example, in TCG, you can have a lot of player faults, or even for VGC, where players get a disconnect, and try to just go through it, explain it carefully, and then you do feel like you're being helpful at least.
Very much so. I mean, I know as a player myself, having those judges on hand to support everybody is a really important part of keeping the tournament moving. And speaking of tournaments, it's not just small events that you've been a judge in, but also large tournaments, regionals, internationals. Tell us what the difference is between judging in those sort of smaller events and also making internationals carry on working as efficiently as they do.
So judging at a regional is a bit different than at a local, because you still have your fellow judge there, but at the regional you have multiple judges with the same mindset, where they just want to make the event run as smooth as possible and as fun as possible as well, because you have side events, you have the main tournament as well, you have even MSSs or cups on the side as well, where the judges also have to be part of as well. And it's a big integrated system where it's quite nice to see how you're just a cog in that machine to make a regional work as well as it does.
So I think you touched on it quite well there. You're sort of part of this big support system for all the players, and you're able to sort of answer any sort of queries or uncertainties that any players do have. But I'm going to touch on something that you mentioned, side events. So yeah. How have you actually judged a side event yourself? Yep. Have you been able to actually host any particular different type of one? Because I'm sort of more interested in actually finding out what kind of side events we actually host at these tournaments.
Well, there's quite a few. A fan favorite of mine is Pick a Pack, where everyone gets one pack and have to play with a certain Pokemon, and you have a small deck to play with each other. You can play that in small groups. Another one is the Chaos Cup, which is of
chaotic.
Course, yeah, for VGC. It's always interesting because you have these grand players every time making teams to have a different view of VGC sometimes, where sometimes you can find something interesting in that regard, where you're not playing with every Urshifu or Fluttermane, but suddenly you have a Florges and you have to deal with that.
I mean, Florges is like your favorite Pokemon, right?
It is my favorite Pokemon. and, you know, I do want to talk more about Florges, but traders, that is all we've got time for today. So whether you're involved in playing a tournament, judging a tournament, playing and coming along to compete in the side events as well, there is so much more than just playing in the competitive circuit. But that's all we've got time for. We're going to be getting back to the action very soon.
Urshifu goes for the protect. It fails.
And with that attack, Full Glyph becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion, 8-time winner.
The king is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming into this tournament, I wanted to build a team that would give me the tools to win in any matchup. Not necessarily that it would automatically win matchups for me, but no matter what I played against, I would have the ability to play the game and have the tools to win without having it be a crazy uphill battle. So I focused on using Pokemon that I knew were really strong, that also covered a wide swath of the format with like what they were strong against.
It's gonna be the Trick Room. It's gonna be the Trick Room. Porygon 2 gets a chance to set it up, but Wolf is gonna just reverse it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play by Wolf.
I used Ogerpon Hearthflame because I had a good matchup against Urshifu regardless, and it allows a lot more damage. Like my team is, it's not great at doing damage immediately. Like oftentimes you want to get Hyper Voice off with Frigoraph, or Swords Dance off with Ogerpon, or a Calm Mind off with Fluttermane, and Incineroar and Rillaboom don't do immediate damage. So I wanted a Pokemon that could kind of step on the gas, so to speak, and at any moment just like Terrasilize, get the attack boost, and just blow through my opponent. So I think that it's a strong Pokemon that players should respect.
Not gonna be able to take it. That is a one-hit knockout.
I I was actually really worried about opposing Incineroar because my team, you know, I have Incineroar, I have Rillaboom, I have Farigiraf, I have Fluttermane, I have Ogerpon Fire, and all 5 of those Pokemon, like, they're not terrible into Incineroar, but like, I can't easily get rid of it. It's really all Urshifu who, you know, if they're paired with a Moongus or other grass types, it can be really hard to kind of nail down Incineroar, especially because it's such a slippery Pokemon. I really just focused on the game in front of me. Like, there was a part of me when I entered top 8, I thought, wow, I'm like, what, 14 wins and 1 loss? And if I lose here, the whole tournament's over? Like that's really scary, right? It would kind of feel like a waste to do so well and then just have it all end. But I put those thoughts out of my mind and I just said, okay, like, how do I beat this person right now? That's all that matters to me.
Close Combat comes out, targets into the Ogerpon, and Wolfglick will be advancing to his 2nd regional championship finals this season.
All my opponents were great, but I felt the most stressed, and I think the most challenging of my top cup matches was definitely the final one. It was the only one where I lost a game. The others I won cleanly. Basically, like, in the other matchups, I felt like I had the tools to kind of outplay my opponent, like, in a sense where I had the tools, I could make it tricky as to what I was doing and just overall get myself an advantage by using aggressive playing and positioning, whereas in the final matchup, like, I really didn't know I was going to win the finals until the very end. I realized turn 1 that I had gained a slight advantage, and turn 2 I was able to take out Ursaluna right away, which was really, really good because it had caused me a ton of problems. It had taken a KO, but the problem was that the Trick Room was up and the speed tiers were weird, and I wasn't sure how much damage I was going to do with anything, and so the end of the game came down to I had 3 turns in Trick Room, I had Farigiraf and Incineroar against a -1 special defense Urshifu, and I was like, well, I attacked with both my Pokemon, I win the game, great. But then I thought, well, you know, if they get a triple protect, I'll lose. So it really wasn't until the final turn where I saw the protect fail. It was the double protect that failed. You know, I was in the finals of Pittsburgh and I got 2nd, and my Pokemon got frozen at the last second, and like maybe I would have won otherwise. And so I thought, like, man, it'd be really unfortunate if I lost another finals on a low probability outcome. So I really didn't believe I was going to win until I really saw the protect fail and my attacks come out.
It's not going to be able to save itself from this one. And with that attack, Wolfglick becomes your Charlotte regional champion.
Feels really good, you know? I'm in contention for one of the best players of all time. I think if you ask many people, they would say I am the best player of all time. So to kind of be able to continue to prove that, to continue to say, hey, I won at the time, the biggest tournament of all time last year in Orlando, and now I'm doing it again in Charlotte, it's pretty cool. It's nice to win. You know, I work really hard at this game, and Worlds this past year was disappointing for me. You know, I did a lot worse than I wanted to, and so being able to win is really great, and to kind of say, like, okay, look, I'm doing something right, I can still keep up, like I am still one of the best.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon 2024 Bologna Special Event. My name is Jamie Boyt. I'm joined once again by Marcus Statter, and I'm feeling just a slight bit of validation now after that Kyogre doing so well on that last game.
Yeah, Kyogre definitely doing quite a lot of work in that game, of course. One of your caster predictions.
One of my caster predictions,
right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen the Basculegion come up yet, or the Excalibur, or the Sneasler, but the Kyogre.
I'll take it.
That's the one that has been making some waves here.
Yeah, it seems so. Like, even just in the game 2, it was a sacrifice to get the rain, and then suddenly the Rapid Strike Urshifu was able to sweep through the team. So yeah, really nice team construction. I'm not surprised to see a Serena and Kyogre pop up at some point. They've been a classically very strong combination because the Serena covers for a lot of the weaknesses that Kyogre has. So yeah, to see it finally do well, I think is a very, very nice thing to see, and just shows how the meta is adapting.
Absolutely. I think the meta progression is definitely something that we're keeping our eyes out on here in Bologna. Of course, 1 week before the national, the North American International Championships, rather. We had the Japan National Championships this weekend, and then the Bologna Special Event. So then next weekend with NAIC, and then of course there's a little bit of lead-up time until Worlds. But the highlights of the season coming up, and the last event over here in Europe definitely will have an impact on the metagame over there as well.
Yeah. I would be very interested to see a new restricted be able to take it. It would be very, very interesting if all different regional level events and also the internationals as well have a different restricted. That would be really cool.
Yeah, let's see if that can happen. And of course, we have a couple of great games that are going on or about to start here in the next Swiss round. But once again, we'll leave it to you for our community choice to decide which match we will feature. So let's have a look at some of the pairings, and then of course you will have the option in the chat to vote for which match you want to see.
Yeah, so Shy Rabbit yesterday was one of our undefeated players going into this day 2, using that combination of the Clefairy and Meanshell supporting that Calyrex Shadow Rider. That does seem to be popping up so much, in fact, that it would be basically a mirror going up against Lorenzo.
Yeah, and then we have a couple of Zamazenta, a Pokemon that we haven't featured yet on stream. So Matteo and Michael, and also Alessandro, I would say, using some slight variations of the team that Michael used to win the Stockholm Regional Championships. So it's an archetype that has already proven itself, but in a field full of ghost types, like here with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and also that Lunala coming out here by Javier. The Zamazenta might have a little bit of a tougher time down here in Bologna.
Yeah, potentially. I'm seeing some very unique picks there as well. There's an Okidogi coming out from Mark Cotter. A very cool pick pairing with that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Of course, it would be a very good counter to Incineroars that wanted to counter the opposing Shadow Rider thanks to that Guard Dog ability. And there's also an Ursaluna and just a solo Dondozo coming out from Javier.
Yeah, absolutely. Javier's team there standing out quite a bit. That Lunala and Ursaluna combination together with the Incineroar, quite standard at this point, I would say. I mean, Lunala teams, well, they're not exactly standard to begin with, but if you want to use Lunala, then that Ursaluna, a good partner to have. Yeah, rounding out the team there with that solo Dondozo and the Ogerpon Cornerstone. Definitely some interesting choices here coming out by Javier.
Yeah, like any of these matches I'd be very excited to see. There's a couple of unique picks that are always great to be able to feature on stream. We could feature some players that are doing very well in this tournament so far. Like I mentioned, Shai was one of the undefeated players, so would be a very strong player to be able to feature too.
Yeah, currently at a 10-2 record, so had a little bit of a rougher start here in day 2. Of course, some of our players on the screen now at a 10-2 record. Some of the others, like for example, Michael Kelch and Javier at a 9-3 record. So all of these players still in contention for top 8, but they will have to win a lot of the next rounds coming up.
Yeah, if you do get that 12-2 record, you should be locking your place into that top 8. So a lot of these trainers are just a couple of wins away from achieving that, and we're going to be able to feature one of them, which is going to be very great indeed.
Yeah, I think the voting has been going on for a bit now. Do you, Jamie, is there anything in particular that catches your eyes when looking at these matches?
If I ignore the names completely, I would want to feature the Okidogi. I think that would be the most unique choice out of these that I can see. We like finding space for Okidogi on your team is usually quite tricky. I was going to say usually you would have something like the Urshifu. Mark wants both. Why not have both the Urshifu and the Okidogi as well?
Yeah, of course, then is always the question, will we then see these Pokemon making an appearance in the battle? Yeah, I wonder if Okidogi, well, against the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, I think those are some Pokemon that Okidogi does particularly well against. So, yeah, might just be that, yeah, Mark would bring the Okidogi to that matchup. But, of course, we have made a decision in the chat, I think, with the vote. So then let's have a look at which match we're featuring.
Yeah, well, any of these would be absolutely brilliant to be able to feature on the stream. Of course, there can only be one in this round. We'll have to see what it's going to be, and it looks like it is going to be Shai Rabbit versus Lorenzo and Antognoni.
Yeah, it looks like power to the people. The people have spoken. They want to see more Calyrex Shadow Rider action, and almost a full mirror here between Shai and Lorenzo. Of course, it looks like both of them are also coming in with a supporting cast that we've seen quite a bit of at this point. It's going to be the Clefairy, the Rillaboom, the Chiyu, the Mienshao, and then the last slot, which is a little bit more flexible. We have seen Raging Bolt in that slot yesterday, being used by one of our players, and Shai coming in with that Flattermane, which I think was the original iteration of that team that Davide Carrer, another Italian player, used to a very strong result in one of the early online tournaments. And then Lorenzo on the other side coming in with that Tornadus, which is reminding me a little bit of the team that Montana Mod used to win the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
Yeah, there was like the classic 6 that you would normally see with the Shadow Rider back in Los Angeles would be Raging Bolt over Tornadus, and like you mentioned, that was a Pokemon that we've seen featured on the stream already with the other 5. So it makes perfect sense to be able to change that to Tornadus as well. Speed control is very important. Tornadus is one of the best speed control Pokemon that we have available, so yeah, not a surprise to see it here at all. I think it's the main thing that I would say is, well, there's Shadow Rider, and then there's actually 5 support Pokemon. You don't usually consider Chiyu a support Pokemon, but with that Covert Cloak set that we've seen picking up, assumedly there's going to be potentially some of those Covert Cloak Chiyus knocking around as well. It is actually a support Pokemon too.
Yeah, and I think that is one that might have a big impact in that match as well, because of course it is a dark type and it is not affected by Beats of Ruin, even if there is an opposing Chiyu on the battlefield. And one thing that we've seen these teams go for is set up the Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, with a nasty plot, with a supporting cast of the Rillaboom and the Clefairy, but then you also bring in the Beats of Ruin from the Chiyu into the equation, and all of a sudden that, well, resistances don't really matter at this point. I think we've seen a Calyrex Shadow Rider almost one-hit KO and an Incineroar on the stream before, so yeah, it doesn't really care about the type chart too much at that point. And then, of course, It is going to be a little bit tough, though, for the GU to then actually deal with the Calyrex once it has terrestrialized into the Fairy type.
Yeah. Yeah, Fairy seems to be the most common terrestrialization type for Calyrex. There's a good reason for that. You would be normally quad weak to Dark, and then suddenly you're going to be able to resist it. And a lot of the Dark type Pokemon don't usually have coverage to be able to effectively deal with a Fairy terrestrialization. Like Incineroar, if you're running just knockoff, if you drop Flare Blitz, then suddenly you can't do anything to the opposing terrestrialized Fairy type. Single Strike Urshifu don't tend to run coverage for hitting Fairies, so yeah, it makes perfect sense to be the terrestrialization, as well as getting the extra power on the Draining Kiss.
Yeah, the extra power of the Draining Kiss definitely coming in handy. We've seen it in countless tournaments now where that Draining Kiss without the terrestrialization just barely misses out on a knockout. So yeah, you definitely want to power up that move a little bit just because of how weak it is. But then of course the side effect, recovering 75% of the damage that you're dealing, that is so good that it makes it up for the low base power.
Oh, if you manage to get a KO, then suddenly you're probably back to full HP with the Calyrex as well. And then all of that hard work has been for nothing at that point.
Yeah, and you get the special attack boost as well, right?
Special attack boost, yeah. If you get that Grenade boost as well, you start to snowball even further. So, yeah, it's not a surprise to see the Shadow Rider really starting to find its place, I would say, amongst in the meta. Obviously, it won the Los Angeles Regional just recently. It's the most use restricted by far, like over triple the amount of second place in this Day 2 usage as well.
Yeah, so with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, going into this format, there was a lot of talk about Calyrex Shadow Rider probably being the best restricted Pokemon, being maybe even too strong to handle, but then we haven't really seen that for quite a while. The first couple of tournaments, Shadow Rider wasn't really showing up. It didn't get the results. It didn't even make the top cut in a couple of those regional championships. So everyone was like, okay, what's going on here? Maybe Shadow Rider is just not that good. Maybe everyone has figured out how to beat it. But then in the discussions with some players and also in my own testing, there are two matchups with the Calyrex Shadow Rider that usually you don't want to face. So the first one is Terrapagos, because it's a normal type, you can't really hit it well. It's even worse if it's the Calm mindset, because it's tough to set that up. But then the second matchup you don't want to face is the Mirror, because that is just so difficult to maneuver. We're at a point in the format where a lot of these Calyrex Shadow Riders, they're going a little bit more bulky, so they're not maxed out on the speed anymore. So that means you don't know, are you faster, are you slower, what's going on? You need to terrestrialize, or because you're 4-time weak to Astral Barrage, which is also your main source of damage output. So it just becomes a very, very awkward kind of mirror game. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how these players will approach it.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one. We've had so many Shadow Riders in this Day 2. We can actually have a look at how things are shaping up in Day 2 currently because of the sheer numbers of Shadow Rider. You'd expect that a lot of these trainers here that are doing very well are running that Shadow Rider, but then at the same time, you mentioned one of the matchups you don't want to face with Shadow Rider is Terrapagos, and a player that is currently undefeated, Alessio, using that Terrapagos with that obviously really cool Comfey Dragapult team.
Yeah, he's sitting there pretty comfy, I would say, at the 12-0 record. Undefeated, still almost locked in for top cut at this point, I would imagine. Of course, let's see how it plays out, but yeah, really good showing here by Alessio for sure.
Yeah, and he's got 2 11-1s that are very, very close. Maybe Resistance will keep them into that top cut if they end up losing the last 2 rounds, but one more win will obviously be able to guarantee it as well.
Yeah, quite a few of the players also that we have featured on stream before, of course. Yeah, we will feature Shai, who is at that 12-2 record. Lorenzo and Victor Medina, 2 players that we highlighted yesterday. Lorenzo we also featured on the stream at a 10-2 record. So yeah, still well within reach. And then going down a little bit further, we of course also have that Okidogi still in the running at 10-2.
Yeah, it would be very cool to see an Okidogi be able to make it even into the top cut. The fact that it's even in Day 2 when there's so many other great fighting types to choose from, it's always great to see these niche picks come in, have success.
Yeah, and there we have a look at our players getting ready, setting everything up. We have a little bit of a plushie game going on here, I think.
Yeah, that's always the main battle. The true battle is who's going to win the plushies.
Yeah, I can't exactly tell what we're seeing there yet, but...
Is that a Sharpedo? I think that's a Sharpedo.
I was thinking about that too, and then next to it...
Potentially wins the cop?
It could be. Well, only time will tell. We will figure it out. Maybe in our post-game interview, we will have a look at that. But yeah, once again, we will see this mirror match. And I think it's going to be one of the first mirror matches that we're actually featuring here on stream.
Yeah, it's close enough to a mirror. Like 5 out of 6 is close enough to be considered a mirror at this point, for sure.
Just in terms of restricted Pokemon, even I think we've seen a lot of the different matchups, but now it's going to be the Calyrex Shadow Rider against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And once again, I can't stress, it's so stressful to play because usually how this match plays out is you want to get a nasty plot up so you can threaten a KO on the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider even if they have terrestrialized. But finding that free turn will be so difficult. You have to deal with White Guard coming out from the Mienshao. You have to deal with the Beats of Ruin coming out from the Chi-Yu. And there's always, just think about it, whether there's a Clefairy on the field with Friend Guard protecting the Calyrex, or if there is a Chi-Yu on the field lowering everyone's special defense, the damage output from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, even at the same stage of special attack, is going to be so different. So that is something that our players will have to maneuver here very, very carefully. We're hearing quite a bit of support here from the crowd, of course. 2 local players here that have their fans in the audience. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they are familiar with the matchup. But let's have a look at some of the accomplishments of our players.
Yeah, we can see here Shai, a very accomplished player, going all the way back to 2017, so has been playing for quite a while, managed to top cut the Treviso Special Event all the way back in that 2017. Some consistent top 16s coming out here across the generations as well. For Lorenzo, no accomplishments, but that's of course no accomplishments yet. And this very easily could be the first one with a 10-2 record. That's already your first accomplishment.
Yeah, I think that's probably already enough for a potential top 32 finish, even if the last couple of rounds didn't go so well. So that's already something that we can put up the next time he will make it on stream. But here we see the team of Shai, and once again, it is that Calyrex Shadow Rider team. We've seen similar versions of this team. There's a couple of moves that I just want to point out. So first of all, once again, we have the Chi-Yu without Protect. This one running again the Heatwave, Overheat, Snarl, and Taunt. And then on the Clefairy, also once again, we're seeing the Sing.
Yeah, we are. And so it was a Sharpedo and Whimsicott, so we don't need to get our eyesight checked just yet, it seems. And yeah, as we can see, almost a mirror. You're going to be seeing the same 5 Pokemon, but just the Fluttermane was changed to a Tornadus coming out here for Lorenzo instead.
Yeah, one interesting twist here on Lorenzo's team is actually that Tornadus, and it is carrying a moveset that you don't see that often. So we have the Rocky Helmet, Terra Dark. That could be a way to potentially take those Astral Barrages a little bit better, but usually you want to save the terrestrialization for your Calyrex. But also the Sunny Day. Of course, not going to be used to get rid of any rain in this matchup, but could be used to potentially boost up your Chi-Yu's damage output.
Oh yeah, Chi-Yu in the sun is a very scary thing. Even though this is almost certainly just a supportive Chi-Yu, you'd run it much more bulky and should be able to survive a lot more hits. You're still going to be able to do massive damage. Like sun-boosted Overheat from Chi-Yu is one of the strongest attacks that we have available in the game. So being able to have access to that is actually really nice to be able to turn what would be a supporter on your team into one of the actual sweepers.
So, looking at the team, once again, we have the same 5 Pokemon for both. And then it's Fluttermane against Tornadus. Do you think either of these Pokemon will have a big impact on the matchup? And who do you think has the edge just based on the team composition?
Well, I feel like the Fluttermane and Tornadus could be pretty crucial because they're the main forms of speed control that both trainers do have available. Like you mentioned, when it's Shadow Rider versus Shadow Rider, whose is trained faster? They're both carrying the Citrus Berry. Assumedly, they're both going to be running a reasonable amount of bulk. And in order to have that, you need to sacrifice your speeds. So speed control could be pretty crucial here. But for now, it's just going to be Mienshao and Calyrex led out against Calyrex and Clefairy.
Yeah, 2 very iconic duos at this point. 2 of the best support Pokemon that you can have next to your Calyrex Shadow Rider. And once again, it's so important about the speed and of course the order of ability activation can already get these trainers a little bit of extra information. It looks like Shai's Calyrex as one ability activated first here.
Yeah, that's going to give you a little bit of comfort there if you see your ability activate first, so that you can assume reasonably that you're going to be the faster one. Of course, there's still the potential of that speed tie, but Lorenzo's is not going to be faster than Shai's, so that's going to be crucial knowledge going into this already. You have Fake Out active on the Mienshao, but that would only stop the Clefairy here. You're probably forced into defensive terrestrializations on turn 1.
Unless you predict, of course, the terrestrialization coming out from the Calyrex of your opponent's side, because we've talked about it. The Terra Fairy is so important in this matchup to get rid of that 4-time weakness to Ghost type attacks, and it looks like, yes, indeed, both players actually are just going for that Terra turn 1. Yeah, don't want to risk anything here, just making sure that they will both have a way to get into this game 1.
Yeah, and with the both defensive translations, like you mentioned, that does open up the opportunity for a potential fake out into the opposing Calyrex. There's the fake up. No, it was into just the Clefairy there, not wanting to take any sings that could be disrupting completely. And there it is, the Calyrex on Shy's moving first again, this time with the Nasty Plot. Nasty Plot's all around, so Shy's faster both of these times, so almost certainly going to be the faster one at this point.
Yeah, of course, you could have maybe predicted the Terrestrialization to Fairy here on Shy's side, but you also don't want to give that Clefairy an opportunity to go for the Sing, because if your Calyrex is being put to sleep, that's your main way of damage output, and you really cannot let that happen if you're Lorenzo. So now that both of them are set up, I think the one advantage that Lorenzo has, he has access to Wide Guard with his Mean Shao. So if Shy wants to make sure to get in some damage, it would have to be that Draining Kiss.
It would indeed, and that is going to be launched off by the Mean Shao. White Guy going to keep their side safe from all of the Astral Barrages. Follow Me going to keep the Calyrex safe from any Draining Kisses that could be coming out instead. Not opting for any things, but yeah, Draining Kiss coming out from Shy's Calyrex. Not falling for that White Guard. Going to easily bring that Mean Shao down to its Focus Sash. Whether that's going to be the Astral Barrage bypassing the Follow Me or just the Draining Kiss. No, it is the Astral Barrage. That Follow Me does not affect anything on this turn. Absolutely massive damage coming out. Enough to be able to pick up the knockout on that Clefairy, but thanks to that Friend Guard, the Calyrex to be able to shrug it off somewhat and activate, bring it down low enough so it can get a munch on its Citrus Berry as well. But no, of course, no, there's the Unnerve from the As-1.
Yep, exactly. That is actually so crucial in this matchup, because with that Citrus Berry, maybe the Calyrex could have taken another one of those attacks. But now, Lorenzo in a prime position. Calyrex got another boost, of course, so at 3 stages of increased special attack. Now, Shy, of course, has his own Mian Shao to bring out. So Fake Out Pressure is active, then Mian Shao does not have Fake Out. And the Mian Shao over on Shy's side also has access to Feint. So that could be one way to bypass a potential Wide Guard or protect coming out from Lorenzo. And if Shy can get in a powerful, say, Astral Barrage, Draining Kiss, some knockouts this turn, maybe now it's Shy's turn to strike.
Yeah, potentially. You've always also got to worry about the fact that Feint could come out, so you can't safely protect. That's probably why Lorenzo is opting for the switch out instead, not playing that fake out Feint mind game in the slightest. Of course, on the switch out, as one is disappeared, and there is the activation of the Citrus Berry, getting that recovery on the Calyrex. And is Rillaboom going to be joining the field here? That would be able to shrug off the attacks a little bit better than the Calyrex would be able to, thanks to it carrying that Assault Vest. Of course, is going to activate that Grassy Surge, and there's the fake out. It was fake out into the Calyrex, so it could have gone for the Protect That Fern. Feint is going to be able to come out from Lorenzo's Mean Shao, breaking the Focus Sash on the Mean Shao on Shy's side of the field, and it was Draining Kiss just in case there was another Wide Guard, but no, there was no Wide Guard there, but still some great recovery going into that Rillaboom. That's probably going to go back to full HP after that Grassy Terrain recovery.
Yeah, definitely crucial to have a look at that. So the Calyrex over on Shy's side now back at full HP with that Citrus Berry, with the recovery from Draining Kiss and the Grassy Terrain. And this is what we were talking about. It's so difficult to maneuver around in this matchup. Lorenzo here noticing that they had to swap out their Calyrex, even though it was at 3 stages of increased special attack. Now with the Rillaboom, Fake Out Pressure again on Lorenzo's side. I think Lorenzo might want to keep the Mian Shao around though, because the Wide Guard just so important to have, especially in some of these late games, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, you can't just let it drop to a potential feints that could come out from Shy's side of the field, which would also have the added benefit of breaking any Wide Guards that would have been able to come out. So yeah, smartly saving that Mean Shao, saving the threat of the Wide Guard that could help keep Calyrex in check. But it is the Calyrex itself switching in, but not going to take any damage from the Calyrex, as the fake out, now that it was a fairy type, was going to be able to stop that Calyrex moving. Feint was the move of choice from the Mean Shao, could have KO'd the opposing Mean Shao, but no, the Calyrex just taking a tiny bit of chip here instead.
Yeah, so a little bit of a dance here between the Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side, switching out, now switching back in. And the question really is, who's got the better end of that sequence of turns? I mean, Shy brought the Calyrex back to almost full HP, now is still boosted from that Nasty Plot from turn 1, whereas Lorenzo had to switch out the Calyrex under the fake out pressure that we saw, but is up in the Pokemon count. So it's very, very difficult to assess sometimes these situations where one player might have an advantage on just on the Pokemon count, but the other player has an advantage with the boosts that they have. So now no fake out active. I think Shy could probably just go for another Wide Guard. and hit with a powerful Astro Barrage.
Yeah, definitely could. And the Calyrex on Lorenzo's side is just going to keep itself safe here, but it's not going to keep itself safe.
Oh, no.
It protected itself, but Feint absolutely bypasses that, breaks that protection very nicely indeed. Grassy Glide fired off into the Mean Shell, not the bulkiest of Pokemon in the slightest, but it's still able to survive even with the Focus Sash broken. There is that Astro Barrage. It will now hit the Calyrex for absolutely massive damage. Not quite the KO, but it was the KO on that Rillaboom.
Yeah, big play here by Shy, calling that Protect on the Calyrex of Lorenzo and now getting in so much damage. And now not only does Shy equalize in the Pokemon count 3-3, but also his Calyrex is healthy, his Calyrex is boosted and is also faster. So Lorenzo probably would have to try and get speed control back in their favor, but it's just so difficult to come back against this boosted Calyrex from this spot.
Yeah, this is going to be a very much an uphill battle for Lorenzo at this point. Yes, you do have Fake Out active now that the Mean Shell's joined the field again, and you may be able to get a feint off if you're protecting that Protect as well. But once again, Lorenzo is not going on the offense with the Calyrex. There is the speed control at least. The Tornadus is switching in the place of Lorenzo's Calyrex, and it is going to be a Fake Out to stop Calyrex on Shy's side of the field from being able to go on the offense. And another feint just from the Mean Shell, going to try and pick off that last little bit on the opposing Calyrex, but no, it just hits the Tornadus.
Yeah, nice little bit of a repositioning here from Lorenzo, identifying that, okay, I really have to set up the Tailwind because I need to be faster than this Calyrex. But even with the Tailwind, it's hard to think about where is the damage coming from. Of course, Lorenzo still has the Calyrex in the back, but it will be unboosted. And yeah, Shy's Calyrex has just been so dominant in this game. So Lorenzo trying for a wide guard here, but will we see a feint again from Shy? And yet there it is. Feint knocking out the Mienshao, breaking the wide guard. This looks great for Shy.
Yeah, this is a fantastic turn for Shy there. The wide guard's going to be completely neutralized. Tailwind is going to be set by the Tornadus, so yes, the Calyrex on Lorenzo's side of the field will be faster in the coming turns, but that's not going to matter too much. There is the Astro Barrage that can now hit the Tornadus with that wide guard being broken by the feint. It's single target, it's been boosted loads. It's easily enough to pick up the KO on that Tornadus.
Wow, and just like that, Shy has really turned around this game. Once again, Calyrex getting another Grim Neigh boost. And now it's only the lonely Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side. Yes, it is in Tailwind, but just barely any HP left. Mienshao can go for a wide guard, so there's not going to be any Astro Barrages coming out from the Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side, whereas Shy still has his Calyrex fully healthy. And I think just a wide guard and Astro Barrage could probably just end this game right here.
Yeah, maybe it was in range of feints, but if it wasn't, then maybe you can get some extra recovery with the Draining Kiss. Wide guard is the safest play here. Even if they went for the Draining Kiss, that wouldn't be enough to recovery to allow them to survive. There was the Astro Barrage trying to catch out the fact that there wouldn't be a wide guard, but no, playing it safe on Shy's side of the field. Up in a great position, no need to play risky here. Just the wide guard keeping it safe. There's the Draining Kiss. It's super boosted, but it was a tiny bit of HP on that Calyrex. Easily enough for the KO and enough for the Game 1 win for Shy.
Yeah, nicely done there by Shy. Maneuvering with just 3 Pokemon. We didn't even see what the 4th Pokemon was that Shy brought here to this battle, and taking the win in Game 1 over to over Lorenzo. And yeah, Shy looking there pretty confident, I would say. Probably having this matchup prepared before, knowing that even though the Calyrex went for this powerful move the second turn, the powerful Astro Barrage from Lorenzo, knocking out Clefairy over on Shy's side, but Shy kept cool. He knew that with the Mienshao that he could switch in. Getting access to Fake Out when his opponent didn't have it would threaten the Calyrex so much that it was forced to swap out, and I think that was a crucial plan that Shy now revealed, of course. Lorenzo could go for the exact same thing, but crucially, Shy's Calyrex being faster means that Shy has a little bit of more leeway, I would say, in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a very crucial piece of information. Like, we can very much assume that the Calyrex on Shy's side of the field is going to be the faster one, and that just gives Shy a huge advantage. You're going to be able to play around. If there's no speed control, you can assume that yours is going to move first. You can use your Mienshao very well. Like in Game 1, it's used fantastically to support. I think the key thing was that the Mienshao on Shy's side of the field was consistently supporting the Calyrex to be able to do something, whereas Lorenzo's Mienshao was, well, I'm dancing around, I'm pivoting. So the Mienshao, yes, it faked out, but then the partner just switched and couldn't do anything. So it wasn't really supporting as well as Shy's was doing.
Absolutely. So now, of course, the question, as always, is, okay, how do you adapt for this Game 2? I think you could make a case for Clefairy to show up on Lorenzo's side. I mean, the Tornadus, usually the Tornadus is great. If you can set up a board state where you have the boosted Calyrex, and then you just use that Tailwind to make it outspeed all of your opponent's team. But with how Shy was using the Mienshao in the back, and then having it healthy for Wide Guard, Fake Out, and Feint later in the game, it feels like that maybe a similar approach from Lorenzo, utilizing that Clefairy a little bit more, could be helpful for him.
Yeah, and the fact that Lorenzo has the slower Calyrex, the speed control could be even more crucial here. It was way too late in that first game. The Calyrex was just down in the reds and not able to do anything. It wasn't boosted, so it wasn't going to pick up any knockouts. It's going to be Mienshao and the Calyrex once again coming out for Lorenzo. And yeah, there's the Clefairy and Calyrex coming out for Shy, just sticking what worked, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like both of the players were actually quite content with how the early turns worked out. So I'm pretty looking forward to seeing where Lorenzo will deviate from this. Of course, you could try and go for a prediction here of that Terra Fairy again and maybe hit the Fake Out into the Calyrex, but of course, that could also backfire. So with Sing also being an option for Shy, I guess, Lorenzo really has some incentive here to go for the Fake Out, stopping the Clefairy from moving and setting up the Nasty Plot once again. But yeah, Lorenzo has to deviate at some point because, of course, game one didn't go so well for them at all.
Yeah, not at all. There is that Terrestrialization turn one once again going into that Fairy typing. It makes perfect sense to be able to Terrestrialize in the face of that Astral Barrage that would absolutely be able to pick up a KO here. But that's all it was, just one Terrestrialization. It was Fake Out into the opposing Clefairy. There's the Nasty Plot coming out from the Calyrex that didn't Terrestrialize. If this is an Astral Barrage coming out from Lorenzo's, that might be able to pick up the knockout, but no, it was just the Nasty Plot. Fantastic play from Shy there, holding his nerve, not going for the Terrestrialization this early. That could have been Astral Barrage, but yeah, got away with that with the Nasty Plot.
Yeah, the question, of course, would be, is there any other Pokemon in this matchup that you would want to Terrestrialize, or maybe can you just go for the Terrestrialization turn one anyway, just to be safe? But of course, it works out here for Shy as, kind of the same situation that we've already seen in game one. And what do you think now in the first game, of course, this turn, Lorenzo went for the knockout on the Clefairy. Is that maybe something that he could try to, not do this turn, to keep the Clefairy around intentionally, just so that Mienshao over on Shy's side cannot hit the field?
Yeah, Mienshao was so disruptive, but then if you leave the Clefairy, that opens you up for the potential of those Sings being so disruptive. It was a Follow Me last time, that didn't come into effect because it was an Astral Barrage, and it's just going to be a repeat again. There's the White Guard, going to keep the Calyrex on Lorenzo's side of the field safe from the Astral Barrage, forcing it into a Draining Kiss, which again, it does not fall for the White Guard. It is going for the Draining Kiss once again, bringing that Mienshao down to its Focus Sash. Very nicely done there. But that was not a Follow Me this time. It looks like the Clefairy will be going for the Sing. It is going to be an Astral Barrage. Whether it's able to take this is going to be actually pretty crucial here. Otherwise, it'll be able to try and get that Sing. But no, once again, that boost with the Nasty Plot was enough for it to be able to pick up the knockout on that Clefairy.
Yeah, so once again, we're still following the game one. This is the same situation that we have. I mean, of course, Shy made a couple of different moves, not Terrestrializing, not clicking White, not clicking Follow Me, but in the end, we're coming to the same board state that we had before. And this was the turn where Lorenzo swapped out Calyrex because he identified that it was under so much pressure being the slower Calyrex. So I think this is the turn where Lorenzo maybe has to make another play because, yeah, if we're seeing the same sequence of turns play out, then once again, Shy might be able to recover all the health with a Citrus Berry, with a Draining Kiss, and then it's just so tough for Lorenzo to get back in this race.
Yeah, I mean, Mienshao going to keep itself safe on Lorenzo's side of the field. Of course, it was in range of the Feint or the Fake Out that could have been coming out. It's going to be Rillaboom as an adjustment coming out for Lorenzo. Going to be able to get that Fake Out pressure once again on the field. Whether the Calyrex is going to keep itself safe, no, it's not. There was the Feint, so it's going to be trying to go on the offense here. Astral Barrage launched out. We're going to be bypassing what could have been the White Guard with that Feint. Is it going to be able to pick up the knockout on the Calyrex? No, it's not.
Yeah.
That is not going to be able to pick up the knockout. There's the Draining Kiss coming out from Lorenzo's Calyrex, but not into the opposing Calyrex. It's into the Mienshao. It's going to be able to get some very good recovery here, but that was a potential to go for an Astral Barrage or a Draining Kiss into the Calyrex and pick up that KO.
Yeah, definitely a big opportunity here for Lorenzo, who correctly predicts that there was no Fake Out coming into that Calyrex and used the opportunity to do a lot of damage to the Mienshao, healing up quite a bit. But the big problem, of course, Calyrex over on Shy's side is still on the field.
Yeah, it is, and still going to be able to launch some massive boosted attacks once again. It's going to be a bulky Calyrex. Is it going to be in range of the Grassy Glide? It's going to be very close.
Yeah, you probably want to protect the Calyrex here just for a little bit more recovery from that grassy terrain. But then that would also mean that the Mienshao, of course, would likely go down. And this is what we're seeing. Protect over on Shy's Calyrex. saying, okay, even if you knock out the Mian Shao, that's fine. I trust that the last Pokemon that I'm going to reveal will have what it takes to bring me back in this game.
Yeah, it's a fake out into the protecting Calyrex on Shy's side of the field. Just a tiny bit of chip from the feint into the opposing Calyrex before it is knocked out to this Drain Kiss that's easily going to be able to pick up with a knockout on that 9 HP Mian Shao.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra recovery, but in those mirror kind of situations, every HP matters.
Yep.
So we've already seen Shy's last Pokemon is going to be that Flutter Mane. We haven't seen it come out in the first game, but it's presumably going to be a speed boosting variant, so will outpace both the Rillaboom and, of course, more notably, the Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side. And then, of course, you could go for maybe an Icy Wind and Astro Barrage if that is enough to knock out Lorenzo's Calyrex. But then, of course, now that Lorenzo rather has the advantage in terms of Pokemon count, I think you could maybe just go for Protect on the Calyrex, play it safe, and then bring in one of your support casts to finish this job.
Yeah, if that's the support cast is the last one of being Tornadus again, this looks actually pretty solid for Lorenzo. You can just protect your Calyrex. You can go for a Wood Hammer or Grassy Glide into the opposing Calyrex. Wood Hammer would definitely pick up the knockout. In order to stop that, you need to KO the Rillaboom, which will allow the switch into the Tornadus, which will go for Tailwind, and then suddenly Astral Barrage wins the game. So, assuming if that is Tornadus waiting in the back like it was in that previous game, this looks like a fantastic position for Lorenzo.
Yeah, it could be one of those situations, though, where you're predicting the Protect coming out, and you could just try and play a little bit defensively just to lower the chance of a successful Protect in a row. But that's not what we're seeing. Instead, Lorenzo will go ahead, protect the Calyrex from any damage, is fine losing the Rillaboom this turn, will go for a Grassy Glide, but it barely does not knock out the Calyrex. But the question is, does it even matter? Moonblast now hitting into that Calyrex. Yeah, you don't even need the Icy Wind if you're naturally faster anyway, and Astral Barrage will get the knockout on Rillaboom. This means another boost of Grimnay for the Calyrex, but then the important question, of course, is which Pokemon will Lorenzo send out?
Yeah, if it's that Tornadus, that's just Tailwind, Astral Barrage, and that should send us into that Game 3. If it's not the Tornadus, you probably need to bring the Mian Shao back in to be able to put on some pressure with the Fake Out into the opposing Calyrex. Probably out of range of Fake Out and Feint at this point, thanks to that little bit of grassy terrain recovery. But then that would allow you to go for that massive Astral Barrage very, very safely. And yeah, there is the Tornadus. So this is almost certainly just going to be that Tailwind, Astral Barrage, and send us into that Game 3.
Yeah, well done by Lorenzo, and Shy also recognizing that this is a position that he cannot play out of. So Tornadus being revealed as the final Pokemon means that Lorenzo takes this Game 2, and we're going into Game 3.
Yeah, very nicely done from Lorenzo. It seemed like the Game 2 was working out basically the same as that Game 1, and obviously Shy came up on top in that first game, but very nice adjustments here. I think the main thing was leaving your boosted Calyrex in rather than switching out and switching it back in, and then suddenly you're back to neutral and not threatening the damage you need to. Leaving it on the field, feeling comfortable taking that Astral Barrage, even though it was boosted, because you survived that, and then you got all the Draining Kiss recovery almost back to full, and then you just had that Tailwind speed control just to clean up in that endgame.
Yeah, Mian Shao, such a good Pokemon to support the Calyrex. Of course, you have the close combat for the normal types and the dark types that usually could take on the Calyrex a little bit better. But then the one key mind game it introduces is really this Fake Out versus Feint.
Yeah.
Fake Out, a move so strong, but can only be used once and is easily shut down by Protect.
Yeah.
Feint, on the other hand, a move that is so weak, but if your opponent uses Protect, then that is when it shines. So we had the situation in turn 3 now of this Game 2, where once again the Mian Shao had the option, do you want to go for the Fake Out on the Calyrex, or do you want to try and go for the Feint to break a potential White Guard? And Shy decided to go for the Feint, but this left the Calyrex uncontested for just one turn, and sometimes that's all you need. Lorenzo there with the Draining Kiss, doing a lot of damage to the Mian Shao, but then more notably recovering enough health that the next turn his Calyrex was safe for any attack from Shy's side. So yeah, it's really tough to find paths to navigate through this matchup without it coming down to some of these feint versus Fake Out. Do you protect, do you attack kind of turns? But yeah, in a mirror match like this, sometimes it comes down to making these calls, and now both players have a little bit of information about their opponent's play style, how they approach the matchup, and they will need to use all of that information and knowledge for the Game 3.
Yeah, they will indeed. Whether the trainers go for the same leads, that might be what they're comfortable with. They might have played this matchup a few times because it does seem like a very common team here over in Italy. There's the Mean Shao and Calyrex once again for Lorenzo. There's that Calyrex and Clefairy. They've just swapped sides this time on Shy's side of the field, so we might get some more repeats. But then at the same time, we've still seen multiple different plays going for no terrestrialization coming from Shy. If there is a terrestrialization, that opens up the opportunity for fake out, or you can just not terrestrialize again. If you go on the offense for the Astral Barrage, that would be able to pick up the KO as well. So this could be a completely different turn on this game 3.
Yeah, and a little bit of an adaptation that Shy is going to make. Now, we already saw that the Clefairy this time is going for the Protect. And based on the damage that we've seen the Fake Out do on Clefairy in the previous couple of turns, maybe that little bit of chip damage is just enough to get the Clefairy into KO range of that +2 boosted Astral Barrage. So, yeah, once again, a slight adaptation by Shy, but let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, and it's a very reasonable assumption there that the Clefairy might be able to live the +2 nasty plots, boosted Astral Barrage, and that Fake Out would have been enough chip. That might force the Mean Shao into feint into that Clefairy on the next turn. We're seeing terrestrializations from both of these Calyrexes coming out here. Obviously does open up the opportunity for a Fake Out to go into that now Fairy-type Calyrex, or to maybe going for the Clefairy to stop those things that are coming out. But of course, that's going to be a Protect coming out from the Clefairy. It's going to be a Fake Out, but it was once again into that Clefairy's Protect. So another potential opportunity that could have been a Fake Out into that Fairy-type Calyrex. Of course, loves to go for the Nasty Plot on the turn 1. We're seeing it come out from Shy's side of the field. Are we going to see a repeat Nasty Plot once again? Yep, it's Nasty Plots all around in this first turn of all 3 games.
Yeah, so once again, Lorenzo doesn't want to go down the route of allowing this Clefairy to potentially go for the Sing, flip the coin, and is instead saying, okay, I really want to use the Fake Out to stop it from moving. I don't want to care too much about your Calyrex. We're both getting set up. This already happened in the second game as well, but there, Lorenzo, of course, coming out on top. But now the slightest difference here, having just a little bit more HP on the Clefairy, this could make a difference here in this matchup.
Yeah, and this White Guard once again being scared of the Astral Barrage, but no, 3 times Shy does not fall for that White Guard, going for the Draining Kiss to bring the Mean Shao down to its Focus Sash once again. And like you mentioned, the Fake Out didn't get extra chip onto the opposing Clefairy here. It is going to be the Astral Barrage, but no, it's going to be at full HP. Is it able to survive here? If it does, it might be able to launch off a Sing, and no, it is still going to be able to be KO'd by that +2 Astral Barrage. So the Fake Out chip not necessary there. We're not going to see any Sings on this turn.
Yeah, so Shy taking a little bit of a risk there, I would say, with the Protect turn 1, but then here it doesn't quite play out. Of course, well, the Calyrex isn't as fast over on Lorenzo's side, but then maybe it's a little bit more offensive than what Shy would have expected. So yeah, once again, you called it, Lorenzo there 3 times, just wanting to protect the Calyrex with that Wide Guard, and once again, Shy going for the Draining Kiss, but because the Clefairy was knocked out, I don't think it was that bad here for Lorenzo this turn.
Yeah, we still get the repeat of here comes the Mean Shao with Feint and Fake Out pressure activated once again, whether Shy wants to go for, once again, the Fake Out into that 1 HP Mean Shao to pick up the KO, break any Wide Guards that could be coming out as well, because of course, it has that added benefit too.
Yeah, and you can see Shy hesitating. This is the crucial turn, potentially, of this best of 3 set. Once again, the question is, do you go for the Fake Out and potentially Draining Kiss to bypass a potential Wide Guard, or do you go for the Feint and Astral Barrage? So let's see here. The timer is ticking down, only a couple of seconds left, and looks like...
Yeah, we're going to see that. Obviously, Fake Out and Feint are both very strong moves to be able to go for. But Mean Shao, once again, switching out. Not going to want to be KO'd to a potential Fake Out or Feint. There's the Rillaboom. Once again, going to shrug off any Fake Out or Feint very comfortably indeed. Oh, it's going to have to see if Calyrex is going to be protecting here. But it's a very, very risky in the face of a potential Feint. But yeah, it was a Protect from the Calyrex here. Is it going to be a Feint coming out from the Mean Shao? It is, but oh, it's into the Rillaboom instead. So it doesn't break the Protect coming out from that Calyrex. So at least you're going to still get this boosted Astral Barrage into the Rillaboom. Oh, but if that Feint would have gone into the opposing Calyrex, that would have been massive damage.
Yeah, this could have been game ending, honestly, but now instead we're seeing a little bit of a, I would say, like, middle ground play. Like, yes, like we called, or I said that this might be the decisive moment of the battle. I don't think we've seen the decisive moment just yet, because, yeah, with the play that Lorenzo made, just playing a little bit defensively, but not being fully punished there by Shy. Instead now, Rillaboom joining the field, Calyrex still healthy for Lorenzo, so now Fake Out pressure once again in Lorenzo's court, and could try to hit either Pokemon, potentially, yeah, break the Focus Sash on the Mean Shao, maybe Draining Kiss, or if you predict the Calyrex to not go for the Protect, you could go for the Fake Out and attack into Calyrex. So this is once again a very, very crucial turn for both players.
Yeah, whether the Calyrex protects on Shy's side of the field is going to be so impactful here, whether that Fake Out is launched into it or not, and then the attacks are going into it. You can see that the trainers are taking all the time that they can to be able to work out what play they want to go for. It seems like it's wide guard for Shy's side of the field. So no Astral Barrage going to be able to come out on Shy's side of the field. It would have to be Draining Kiss from Lorenzo.
No
Grassy
fake
Glide.
out.
No fake out at all. So Grassy Glide instead, breaking the Focus Sash on the opposing Rillaboom. There's the Astral Barrage coming out from the Calyrex on Shy's side of the field. Of course, that's going to pick up the knockout on the Rillaboom. We've already seen it does not pick up the knockout on the opposing Calyrex here. Is it going to be an Astral Barrage into the Wide Guard, or is it going to be a Draining Kiss? Of course, you're going to get that boost to the Calyrex for Shy from that Grim Day. It is Draining Kiss coming out.
But
is it going into the Calyrex? It's going into the Mean Shell once again. Shy has got away with it. He's still got his boost to Calyrex.
Big play there by Shy. Not going for the Protect, predicting that his opponent would go after the Mian Shao. One interesting play that Lorenzo actually could have made here potentially was going for a fake out into the Mian Shao, which some of you might now think, okay, why would you do that? It has inner focus. Why would you use fake out on that Pokemon? But then Calyrex would have recovered a little bit more HP, of course, with that Draining Kiss, because, yeah, the Grassy Glide doing so much damage to the Mian Shao already, meaning that the Draining Kiss just recovered just a little bit. And last Pokemon for Shy this time around, it is that Chi-Yu, not a Pokemon we've seen in the previous game, because, yeah, there we had that situation. Tornadus coming on the field next to the Calyrex, and then it was Tailwind plus Astral Barrage. Now with the Chi-Yu, this cannot happen as easily.
No, it can't. So that's a very nice adaptation for the Chi-Yu there. Obviously, the Tornadus coming in, going to be able to get that speed control for the opposing Calyrex. But maybe the Chi-Yu would be in range of Draining Kiss here, because you've still got so many boosts on the Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side of the field, but it protects on both Calyrexes here. The Tornadus could easily just set the Tailwind like it is doing. So the Calyrex on Lorenzo's side of the field is going to be able to outpace Shy's Pokemon for the rest of these turns. Overheat was launched off into that protecting Calyrex here, so the Tornadus is still able to survive as well. But now Lorenzo has a massive advantage because the Calyrex just protected.
Exactly.
And is it going to be in range of Astral Barrage? For sure, even with the help of the Beads of Ruin.
Yeah, so Beads of Ruin potentially working here against Shy, but no, Calyrex fails the double protect, and this means Lorenzo's Calyrex will throw out another one of these powerful Astral Barrage, and with the help of Beads of Ruin is enough to get the knockout on the Calyrex. Chi-Yu still hangs in there, but Tornadus will follow up for Lorenzo.
Well, assumedly, Bleakwind Storm, of course, has that shaky accuracy, but I don't think it would matter too much at this point. It would just speed things up a bit. Of course, the As-1 disappeared now, so we can get some Citrus Berry recovery for Lorenzo's side of the field. Not going to matter too much here. Of course, you're getting more boosts here. We're still waiting to see if the Bleakwind Storm connects. No, not quite. We'll have to wait a little bit extra for that to be the case. But yeah, there's the overheat. At least Shy does be able to not even take care of this Calyrex. It's so bulky. It's even able to survive a Beads of Ruin overheat from that Chi-Yu. Yeah, just fantastic positioning here coming out from Lorenzo. Being able to get that speed control right at the end. Shy throws in the towel, and Lorenzo is able to take this game.
Yeah, very well played there by Lorenzo. And we're always talking about the adjustments after losing game one. How do you adjust? Which Pokemon do you swap out? Which Pokemon do you bring? Lorenzo was saying, no, I know exactly what I need to do in this matchup, and maybe it was my play that was wrong, or that led me to losing that game, which I think is a very well, you need to have a lot of experience to make that call in the moment, because he was saying, well, the reason that I lost was not because I brought the wrong Pokemon, but because I maybe made a mistake or made a wrong play. So I'm going to correct that in games 2 and 3, and he totally did that.
Yeah, we saw that in the first turns of the first few games. It was almost identical plays throughout. There was maybe just the difference was in game 2, Shy didn't terastallize turn 1 and then did turn 2. So it was basically the same thing, almost flow charting what was going to happen. It shows the experience that these trainers obviously have in this kind of matchup. I think the main thing was that Shy's Calyrex was faster, but then the immediate speed control of the Prankster Tailwind over something like the Booster Energy Fluttermane's Icy Wind, that just gave that huge swing of momentum whenever the Tornadus joined the field.
Yeah, I think that was, I think, also for both of those players, it's a very, we were saying this in the beginning, and I think it played out here exactly or similarly to how we were expecting it. Every turn could go either way. Every turn it's super risky. Do you protect your Calyrex? Is there going to be feint, fake out from the Mian Shao? And all those moves have such a big impact in a game like that. But Lorenzo, keeping his cool, knew exactly what he wanted to do and made sure that he kept those boosts around on the Calyrex, wasn't switching out that Pokemon, even under the pressure of the Mian Shao on the other side of the field, and then using that Tornadus, where we were saying, well, the Tornadus joined the battle way too late in the first game. The battle was already over when the Tornadus joined the field with some tailwind, but for the second and third game, Tornadus joining the battlefield at the exact right moment when there was a boosted Calyrex and when there was no way for Shy to protect against the powerful Astro Barrage, and that led Lorenzo to win the set.
Yeah, the key bit was that the Calyrex wasn't boosted in that game one. It was still just dancing around, oh, I'm the slower Calyrex. I need to get in position where I'll eventually Tailwind, and I have to sacrifice my Nasty Plot boost to be able to do that. And then it just wasn't able to do the damage. Like, even if it was on such low HP like it was, if you're boosted like +2, +4, maybe you're just going to sweep through Astral Barrage. It doesn't matter how much HP you have, but didn't have that in their game one. But Lorenzo held his nerve in the game two and the game three, left his Calyrex on the field. It took a boosted Astral Barrage, but the fact that it could take it was the key bit, because it stayed on the field, stayed boosted, and then as soon as the Tailwind comes in, here's the massive boosted Astral Barrage.
Yeah, I think one piece of information that we were talking about after the first game, or just the first couple of turns, is which of the Calyrex is faster.
Yeah.
And at first we were saying, oh, Shy's Calyrex is faster. That gives him a little bit of an advantage in the match. But in the end, Lorenzo managed to play through that, and maybe it's not exactly about, okay, which Calyrex is faster, but then it's also about, okay, who uses their Calyrex better, who's getting those calls right, and with the Tornadus, Lorenzo found a way to get speed control in their court, and that eventually, led to him, making the comeback here in the series, really.
Yeah, I would say it was a comeback. It seemed like Shy was on, like, very demanding in that game one. It seems to be getting all the better ends of the predictions. Of course, there are all those predictions. The Mean Shao just throws so many mind games into that, with all the fake outs, with all the feints on the potential wide guards, or even just generally wide guarding, so you can't Astral Barrage. Shy was not falling for the wide guards. I don't think ever fell for the wide guard, and just consistently draining kissed whenever there was a wide guard, or even feint broke the protection of the wide guard on the turn that we went for an Astral Barrage. So it was really nicely done there. There was in the game three, the Calyrex protected, and then the feints went into the other slot instead, and that could have been some huge damage into the opposing Calyrex if the feint had broken that protection, because it still took an Astral Barrage on the next turn, but it wouldn't have been able to take that if it had been broken, the protection had been broken.
Yeah, definitely coming down to the wire there. Just some crucial turns that could have gone either way, and I think, both players probably also after this, because this is a matchup that is quite common in this day two from what we've been seeing, so both of them probably thinking about, okay, where can I maybe improve? Maybe also Lorenzo is thinking about that, just because that matchup is so crucial if you want to do well here.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what Lorenzo was thinking about going into that game. So we're going to throw over to an interview with our winner of that last round, Lorenzo. Please take it away.
Thank you, Marcus and Jamie. I'm here with our round winner, Lorenzo Antonioni. How are you doing, my friend? Congratulations on the win. A great performance.
Yeah.
First of all, the classic. How are you feeling after that match?
It's unbelievable. That's my first major event. Like, that's my first tournament ever. I play on Switch, and being 11-2, it feels unreal. Like, competing for the cut is something that I wouldn't have hoped to, and yeah, it's super, super good. I feel amazing, and everything is going well, so I hope I can.
That's amazing. So this is your first live event that you've ever played?
Yeah,
that's
I haven't
absolutely
played
incredible.
Even local. I haven't played any locals. That's my very first real-life event played on Nintendo Switch.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible, and you're having such a good performance this weekend.
Thanks.
Especially after that last match, going up against Shea as well, with it's almost a mirror match, really. There was just slight differences in the teams. I think the one thing that I would like to ask you first off is, were you aware of the speed differences between the Calyrex before the game started, knowing that Shea's outsped yours?
Okay, so I knew that my Calyrex was lower because 2 rounds ago, a friend of mine, Ruben Gianzini, which was 11-1 before the match, I don't know if he won, faced Shea 2 rounds ago, and he plays my same exact team, and it was lower, so I knew my Calyrex was lower, and I play in the consequences.
Yeah, I mean, because that makes a huge difference, because a lot of the times in those mirror matches with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, if yours is the slower one, in those situations, you're normally always on the back foot because it makes it very difficult. And especially after game one, there was the board position very similar in all three games where you were going for the nasty plot setup. You kind of had to go for that. You were leading with the Mean Shao, and Shai was leading with the Clefairy.
Yeah.
And then the problem problem came in when the Clefairy went down and then the Minshao came in. We saw in that game one. Were you worried at that point when you switched out your Calyrex because of the feint and then the Astral Barrage?
I wasn't sure if feint plus 2 Astral Barrage was going to KO my Calyrex. By seeing how fast he was, I believed he wouldn't, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to risk it. But for a surprise, he went for feint plus Draining Kiss, so the play went terribly bad. So I basically instantly lost game 1, but still I had the informations to understand that I could stay in front of a feint plus 2 Astral Barrage to tank it.
Yeah, it made it a lot easier to adjust, and you made some absolutely phenomenal adjustments going into game 2 and 3. And I think it was game 3 in particular where you were really under pressure. The Minshao came in on Shea's side of the field, and you're staring down against a potential fake out, a potential feint, and your Minshao is down to its dash. And then you pull the switch to the Rillaboom, which is great. But you also protect the Calyrex, and then we see Shea go for the feint into the Rillaboom, so your Calyrex is completely protected that turn. And then I think in the end game, it's all about you preserving that Tornadus, preserving your Calyrex, so you've got that speed control to really propel you into the last stages.
As soon as the Tornadus goes down, I basically just click plus 2 Astral Barrage plus Tailwind as soon as the Minshao goes down, so he has not the White God option anymore. So I basically kill the Minshao, and then I click Tailwind and Astral Barrage, and everything goes down. So it's the critical point, the crucial thing of the matchup is when the opponent's Minshao goes down, and basically I managed to do it quite well in game 2 and 3, so I managed to win with the Tornadus in the back.
That's a phenomenal performance. So I'm aware that the next round will be starting shortly. I want to give you a little bit of time to kind of gather your thoughts before going into the next one. Lorenzo, do you have any shout-outs for anyone at home here at the venue before we let you go?
I got plenty of shout-outs. First of all, I want to shout out my family who is supporting me from home. And second of all, I want to shout out these guys in the crowd that are amazing, and they cheer for me. And
oh, there we go.
I want to shout out also the Bissoboa, the MVP of, and then I always the Sanctual move, La mano del gaucho, and it's been amazing. Everyone who tested with me, everyone who helped me, it feels unreal to me to have reached that point, and it's crazy.
Well, you've had a phenomenal start to this tournament. You've continued on in that fashion today in day 2. I wish you all the luck in the next rounds, Lorenzo. I hope to see more of you as the stream goes on today. Thank you so much. We'll let you go and gather your thoughts. For everyone else, sit tight because we'll be back with round 14 very, very soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in Seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships. Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back, trainers, to Bologna, Italy. Of course, Leonardo da Vinci, one of the most famous Italians of all time, painter of the Mona Lisa, whose eyes follow you around the room as if you're using Follow Me. And we've certainly seen a lot of redirections so far in Regulation Set G when you're trying to protect your king, the restricted Pokemon. I'm Charlie Merriman, Merry by name, Merry by nature, and here we have Lee Provost. Lee, if you were to choose a redirection user to use this tournament, which would be your preference?
There's a few that I do like. I like Clefairy. I like Clefable as well. Clefable gets access to Unaware. It's obviously not got the ability to use Eviolite like Clefairy has, and it doesn't have the Friend Guard. So there are some drawbacks and positives, negatives. I think I'd probably go with either Clefairy or maybe one of the Ogerpon variants. Cornerstone Mask's a nice option. I think the Hearth Flame as well, a decent option because you get the offensive ability with that fire type, and you also get nice redirection to pull in any threats to protect those big restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. But what about Mousehold, Lee? Where's the Mousehold, huh?
Where is
Mousehold there? Get the Friend Guard there as well. Population Bomb, that's certainly a move that you've got to be fearful of. There was a Mousehold team, hopefully it made it through today too. Certainly there was one yesterday.
There was one in the field, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw a few Mousehold and Annihilate combinations back in LA. I mean, it's still a really potent combination. One that you've got to be careful about how you use, I suppose. But certainly, Set G so far seems to be the one of the cute pink small Pokemon with Clefairy, Ditto as well, you know.
Yeah, Ditto if it copies a Clefairy, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't stay small and pink for long, but yeah, becoming potentially another restricted on the other side of the field, or a different Pokemon entirely.
Yeah, that's the big positive about it. It's just such a moldable Pokemon, literally.
Yeah, exactly,
and I think like the ability, that's the beauty about it in these one restricted formats. You get one restricted, but the Ditto opens the door for you to really utilize and kind of expose the ability to have two restricteds, which we're more commonly known to have that double restricted format, and you can essentially bring that with the Ditto into this one. Not only that, if your opponent's starting to set up with even a non-restricted Pokemon in any sense, you can use that Ditto to come in, copy the Pokemon and copy those stat boosts as well, so putting yourself in a similar sort of place to where your opponent is, and it can really be a big momentum swing in a lot of situations.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't necessarily have to be the restricted Pokemon that you're copying, of course. You could copy that support Pokemon as well, like you said, Ditto becoming a Clefairy in order to provide ample support of your own, or just one of the other faster threats on your team. You often see Choice Scarf Ditto, for example, being able, especially in the late game, just to sweep through if you're able to copy the restricted. But you've got to be careful about how you use Ditto, because the way it works in face of, for example, a terrestrialized Pokemon, that's something you've got to get used to, right?
Yeah, because you can't transform into a terrestrialized Pokemon. So you have to, if your opponent has terrestrialized, they're restricted, you're kind of limited then, and then you have to go down the avenue. If you've brought the Ditto to for one of your 4 Pokemon, then you have to really look at what the best option would be as a non-restricted option to utilize Ditto as. But if you've got an item like that Choice Scarf, it can sometimes be very beneficial. Going for something like a Chi-Yu in that situation, those big hitters, Urshifu, Rapid Strike as well, another option that would probably put you in good positions to do good damage to opposing threats.
Right, for sure. And don't worry about those low-looking stats on the screen there, trainers, because, of course, again, you just entirely copy the stats of your opponent, probably running the imposter ability so that you can immediately transform into something when Ditto hits the field. So, copying the Pokemon in front of you, a bit of a case of deja vu. Copying the opponent in front of you, a bit of a case of deja vu.
Did that just happen?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, well,
I just said that once, Lee.
There we go. But maybe we see some more Ditto for the rest of the stream. I think we might do. I think it's one of those Pokemon that does appear on those Calyrex Shadow Rider teams quite often. We haven't seen it today so far, but I likely think we'll probably see it at some point throughout the rest of this tournament. We've got plenty of games to come as well, and hopefully we do, if it does come to the broadcast, we do see it take on the shape of another restricted, because that's the most exciting thing, especially if it copies the same restricted. If it's like a mirror match and we end up with 3 or 4
exactly.
Calyrex Shadow Riders on the field at once, I mean...
that would be absolutely thrilling. So yeah, I think Ditto is a Pokemon with quite a high skill level, and one that you... I think this is why we haven't seen it maybe so often very early on in Regulation Set G, but picking up and up in usage. I think it was my hot take for the North American International Championships preview show, and I expect to see it continue to rise throughout Regulation Set G. But I think we have our standings ready, Lee, so we can see which trainers will be going forward, perhaps with Ditto, perhaps without Ditto. We got a 13-0 there with Alessio Fusca, Lee.
It just seems like no one's able to stop Alessio in this tournament. The other player to mention is also a familiar name, is Victor Medina as well, with that 11-2 record after round 13. Victor running the Terapagos with that Scream Tail, the Raging Bolt, and then that Firewater Grass Core of the Incineroar, Rillaboom, and that Urshifu. Very strong team, and obviously performing extremely well for Victor, having a lot of success and getting ever closer to reaching the top 8 of this tournament.
Yeah, and of course, Terapagos, newly crowned Japan national champion as well. If you're not aware, trainers, that was happening over in Japan this past weekend as well, and Terapagos was the restricted to come out on top, facing a Calyrex Ice Rider in the finals. So will Terapagos repeat its success over here in EU? We shall have to find out. Tune into the rest of the stream today to see, but certainly this seems to be the ride of the Calyrex Shadow Rider currently in the tournament. But hey, we've seen Kyogre on stream, we saw a Groudon yesterday. There are still so many restricted that players are experimenting with.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the beauty about this regulation at the moment. We are seeing so much diversity. I keep saying it, you know, we're seeing different restricteds pretty much most rounds, you know. We've seen a lot of variety already today on the broadcast. We saw a lot of variety yesterday and a lot of success with these different restricteds that we've got being showcased here at this event. And I think it's testament to showing the team building aspect of our trainers as well, being able to make so many different restricteds work and have a lot of success with them coming this deep into the tournament with these remarkable records.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's not only the Italian players there on the screen. We have Adam Chafoui there from France. Also someone who we were able to feature yesterday in a real nail-biter of a match. This is another composition that's been coming out, of course, with the Calyrex Shadow Rider running the Thundurus. And Thundurus gets access, crucially, to the Eerie Impulse move. It also gets Rain Dance and Taunt like Tornadus. It's up in the sky cousin, but Eerie Impulse, of course, reducing the special attack of your opponent by 2 stages, which in the face of another Shadow Calyrex or indeed Terapagos, so many other special attackers in the format, can really go a long way.
Yeah, and the reason why it's so good, like its counterpart Tornadus, it has access to that Prankster ability to boost the priority bracket of those status condition moves, like your Taunt, like your Rain Dance, and like that, more importantly, Eerie Impulse. So you're always guaranteed to pretty much get those off before your opponent is able to attack, which is pivotal in the face of something like that Calyrex Shadow Rider, because generally very fast Pokemon, going to outspeed pretty much everything in the format. But with that Prankster Eerie Impulse, you can launch it into that slot, reduce that special attack by 2 stages. So it's essentially removing nasty plots, and then from that stage on, you can keep on weakening it, and you can kind of negate the Grimnays as well if they start to stack up. Of course, Thunder is no slouch either. It hits pretty hard. We saw yesterday, you know, the Thunderbolt utilizing that into an Incineroar, very bulky Pokemon, but able to, you know, get it in 3 hits. Might sound like a lot, but if you're just sitting on the field, you're not taking too much damage from the opposing side of the field, then you're making the most out of the damage output that it's got, as well as that kind of supporting utility.
Absolutely, and of course, if you're running Tornadus instead, then Bleak Windstorm, that's not the most accurate of moves, and also not a move that's that can be picking up those one-hit knockouts either. At least with Thunderbolt, it's guaranteed damage, and you have that paralysis chance. But why don't we take a look at some of the matches that are about to be happening in the venue. Get on your noble steeds, trainers, because we're ready to see what's going to be coming on stream for this next round. It's time to feature Zamazenta, the champion of the Stockholm Regional Championships just a couple of weeks ago, piloted by Alessandro Fantinato, opposite Victor Medina, of course, who we were just talking about there, running that Terrapagos and Screamtail team.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game in particular, because normally when you've got the Terrapagos, it's one of the Pokemon that you really probably preferably not like to see is that Zamazenta, because of the fighting type attacks that it does have access to, and they can do a lot of damage even when you Terrastallize, you're still that normal type, so you're still susceptible to those attacks. The one thing that you would say Victor does have at their disposal is the Screamtail, has access to potentially Encore Disable, and that could play a huge role in being able to help shut down that Zamazenta, which is going to have to be a real key thing, I think, for Victor to allow the Terrapagos to perform like he would like it to in this round. Other notable matches, though, we got some really good ones. We got Adam Shafui there going up against Ruben. Going to be another great match, but all of the players in that notable section, I wish we could feature them all. I wish we could.
It's the eternal cry. We could have just like a 1 week-long stream and feature every single match. I mean, I'd be tuning in, but here are...
Special event that lasted for 7 days.
Very special event indeed. As our trainers are getting seated on stage here. Now, you also would have seen quite a few Shadow Rider Calyrexes in the notable matches there, but not for this particular game. It will be Zamazenta versus Terrapagos. Now, the Zamazenta team here was not the same as what won the Stockholm Regional Championship. That team, of course, also had Galarian Moltres and the Latios. We have more of a, let's say, Zamazenta balanced team here. We've got the classic components like the Pelipper, of course, able to go for wide guard and block any spread type moves. Now, that's fantastic in front of a Calyrex, either form, Glacial Lance and Astral Barrage, of course, both spread damage attacks. But then Terrapagos, if that Terrastalizes, it will be making Terra Starstorm a spread move as well. So wide guard could be really crucial here. You do also have on the other side of the field to threaten that Zamazenta, something like the Incineroar or the Urshifu, that could be forcing out a Terrastalization, because otherwise would be threatening super effective damage. These two trainers are utterly fantastic, and we know that we'll be in for a treat.
Yeah, a treat indeed, Charlie. And I think, I'm sure Victor's prepared against this matchup or a similar matchup with the Zamazenta. I think the lines that you have to go down are pretty specific for being able to deal with this matchup, because it's so threatening. Otherwise, you can't allow the Zamazenta to get those iron defenses set up, and you can't allow it to start throwing out those body presses, because it's going to make quick work of your Terrapagos. And then after the Terrapagos has gone down, you look at the other options that you've got on Victor's side of the field to deal with it, and they run pretty slim, especially if the Zamazenta decides to go for that Grass Terrastalization. Raging Bolt not going to be able to deal with it very well. Maybe you get a Draco Meteor, but once that you've taken that special attack drop, he'll not really been as influential as you would probably like it to be. Also, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, again, against the Grass Terrastalization, not really going to be doing much, especially if there's iron defenses in the mix there. Incineroar, you'd normally look at and say, great, yeah, but we've seen time and time again, trainers in Regulation G dropping that Flare Blitz, so you don't even have that option to fall back on. So Terapagos, very pivotal in this game. I think the use of your fake out support as well in that Scream Tail going to be big players for Victor. But we can take a quick look at the accomplishments of these trainers. Start off with Victor Medina, and the accolades are non-stop. You can see there 2024 LAIC top 8, World's top 8 in 2023, NAIC top 4 and 2023, and then 2022 EUIC top 4.
A trainer who has so many notable accomplishments, and one who's really looking for that big win here in Bologna this weekend. But Alessandro Fantinato, perhaps a newer, well, a player whose achievements stretch back to 2018, and a player who's looking to now really make a name for themselves in the current format in 2024 with a top 16 finish in Malmo and EUIC top 32 back in 2018 as well. So Alessandro is on the comeback.
Yeah, on the comeback, and hoping to probably make an accomplishment for this event as well and add it to the current ones that they've already achieved. You know, the top 16 experience they've had from the Malmo Regional going to help in this position here, and especially that top 32 finish at EUIC. Those level events are extremely difficult, and finishing in the top 32 is an absolute accomplishment in itself. We're going to take a quick overview of the teams. You have already talked about the matchup slightly, but a deeper dive into the teams with Victor. That Terapagos, it is going to be the Calm Mind variant, partnered along with the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, Urshifu Rapid Strike, that Scream Tail, and the Raging Bolt.
Scream Tail, an interesting Pokemon because, of course, the Zamazenta on the other side of the field does have access to Heavy Slam. So that's going to be threatening super effective damage down into the Scream Tail, perhaps forcing out a Grass Terastallization. Magnet is the held item of choice on the Raging Bolt, boosting up the electric type moves with no further drawback, really. Not like a Life Orb where you would be taking a little bit of recoil damage too. This Urshifu set seems to be the one of the moment with the Choice Scarf, Surging Strikes, Close Combat, U-Turn, and Aqua Jet. Will-O-Wisp really on the rise in Regulations ZG, completely neutralizing physical attackers. And even though Body Press does damage based on defense, it is still going to be neutralizing the damage coming out from that move. And a fairly classic Rillaboom Assault Vest set there as well.
Yeah, and the other thing to note as well from Victor's side of the field is that Urshifu with the Surging Strikes, guaranteed critical hit there, can surpass those iron defenses if you do see them coming out from Alessio's side of the field. And we can take an overview of their team with the Zamazenta, the Rillaboom, Incineroar, Chen Pao, Pelipper, and again the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Rillaboom has the Choice Band here rather than the Assault Vest, as well as access to high horsepower, that ground type move. Really nice coverage option, especially in the face of the Raging Bolt over on Victor's side of the field. Really cool to see this offensive Rillaboom with the Grass Terror nonetheless, in order to maximize that damage output. Incineroar providing the fake out pressure here instead. You've got Pelipper with the Weather Ball and the Hurricane. Weather Ball, really nice option for a 100% accurate water type move, and it will become a water type move in the rain that it sets up from its Drizzle ability. So really nice ways of experimenting with the techs that you can run on these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think the big things that we have outlined already are the ways that Victor is able to manage the threat from Zamazenta, and then can Alessandro kind of react to that and protect the Zamazenta from those threats. You've got the ability to do that with the likes of Incineroar and the Rillaboom. You can cycle in those Intimidates beside each other, but you're not going to be able to do that too often if Victor is kind of prepared for that cycle alongside that Pokemon. And the big thing is to prevent that Zamazenta from getting any iron defenses up, and then allow the Terapagos to kind of cut through the other options and leave the Zamazenta potentially against a good number that's left on Victor's side of the field. It's going to be a tough matchup, but we'll see how both trainers approach this game one. It will tell us a big story with how the rest of this set will play out and who will come out the winner in this round 14.
Well, Zamazenta and Raging Bolt are going to be emerging from their Pokeballs to start us off, trainers, with Rapid Strike style Urshifu and Incineroar coming out from Victor on the other side. The immediate defense boost to Dauntless Shield coming out from Zamazenta's ability, as the attack stats are dropped of Zamazenta as well.
Yeah, you've got the fake out that is active on Victor's side of the field. You can choose to go for it into the Raging Bolt on Alessandro's side. Because it is Assault Vest, you know you can guarantee that into that slot. Or you could choose to go for it into the Zamazenta, prevent maybe an Iron Defense set getting set up, because Alessandro's led pretty well here in a position where it's not threatened too hard, and you've got that Raging Bolt kind of covering the Urshifu here. It has to be very careful about a Thunderclap potentially coming out from that side of the field, and with the water terrestrialization as well, you don't have a defensive way to get around those electric type attacks from the Raging Bolt. So you've got to make a decision if you are Victor. Do you keep your Pokemon out on the field? Do you utilize that fake out and try and maybe get some good damage off with your Urshifu while faking out into the Raging Bolt?
For now, it's going to be that terrestrialization, trainers. Time to get shiny, as this Zamazenta is going to be becoming a grass type, taking a little run in the park with its trainer holding its leash, letting out that victory cry, ready to deal massive damage in the face of responding terrestrialization over on Victor's side of the field. The Pokemon of choice will be the Incineroar, becoming even scarier than it was before. A ghost type, now immune to any fighting type moves that could be connecting down into that slot.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Victor to make sure that those body presses aren't going to affect you coming out from the Zamazenta. As we just see a fake out and a U-turn into the Raging Bolt, Urshifu wants to reposition, and a good choice after we do see the terrestrialization on that Zamazenta going for the grass type. If you'd went for the Surging Strikes into that slot, then you would have been between a rock and a hard place. You would be doing very little damage, and it allows Alessandro to start setting up. Now you've got the option where Victor can adjust the board position. We see him hovering over the Scream Tail, and that's exactly what's coming in here, which may play a big role in being able to shut down this Zamazenta depending on what Alessandro goes for.
Well, the Photosynthesis is going to be activating the speed of this Scream Tail as expected, so it can get off some really powerful nuisance moves, shall we say. The Body Press not going to do too much at all into that slot, but at least it's some damage, as opposed to if it had gone into the Incineroar, would have been nothing at all. Had it been the Heavy Slam, that would have been super effective, potentially achieve more.
Yeah, and a nice play from Alessandro here, knowing that there might be the reposition of the Scream Tail coming onto the field. Not wanting to overcommit too early on to any of those setup options, just wanting to get raw damage onto the field. Not getting a big return there onto the Scream Tail, unfortunately, but in a position now where you can go for maybe an attack into it again. If you decide to choose maybe one of the other options like that Heavy Slam, it can do super effective damage into the Scream Tail. It leaves the Incineroar a bit kind of untouched though, and if we see the Protect like we are here, it allows the Incineroar to kind of free up whatever Victor wants to do.
So Heavy Slam would have been super effective into that slot, but no damage taken by the Scream Tail on Victor's side. Thunderbolt also connecting down into the Scream Tail, not wanting to deal with those pesky moves it has access to one bit. As Knockoff will come out into the Raging Bolt, softening it up a little bit, removing the Assault Vest, so the Raging Bolt is more vulnerable to special attacks coming out in the future. As long as that Scream Tail's on the field, it is threatening Encore, so Alessandro has to think twice about going for something like a Protect on the Zamazenta.
Yeah, and now you have the access to that Will-O-Wisp. Victor is hovering over the parting shot. The Will-O-Wisp's nice into the Zamazenta for the reason that it would half the attack and reduce the damage of that Heavy Slam, making it life easier for the Scream Tail. The Scream Tail in a position as well, with the Assault Vest gone now from that Raging Bolt. Potentially, a Dazzling Gleam could be an option to pick up the knockout there. Whether or not it will be enough to pick up the knockout is the question, though, and do you commit to that early on? We are seeing the Zamazenta leave the field.
Zamazenta not liking what it's in the face of, running back to its kennel as Rillaboom emerges from the jungle in order to threaten these leaves onto the field. And indeed, priority Grassy Glide moves. Disable isn't going to be doing anything because it was targeted down into what was the Zamazenta. No move opted for yet in that slot on this turn. Thunderbolt, good for a little bit of chip into Scream Tail, does not get the paralysis. Rillaboom is going to have to take this Will-O-Wisp, neutering its damage output for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and that's really not what Alessandro would like to see, because the choice band on that item is going to be rendered useless essentially with that burn to the Pokemon, and now it's not going to be as effective coming in. Otherwise, without the burn, it would really threaten a knockout onto that Scream Tail with something like a Grassy Glide, and then you remove one of those key components. It's a bit of a thorn in your side right at the moment. You've got to be careful though with this Raging Bolt, because it is throwing out the Thunderbolts at the moment. You don't really want to take another one from this Raging Bolt. A combination up into the Scream Tail could be enough to pick up the knockout, and also this time you've got that high horsepower and the Thunderbolt, which could go into the Incineroar and do some respectable damage. You could even opt to go for a grass type attack into that. Now it is a ghost type.
Yeah, you absolutely could. It would be doing neutral damage at that point. Scream Tail just wanting to scout out once more. U-turn so that this Rillaboom can get out of there, bring something in from the back. Alessandro rebalancing the board state, getting these chess pieces all in a row, ready to strike when the iron is hot. Chi and Pao going to be joining the field. The reveal of Alessandro's 4th Pokemon, dropping the defenses of everything around it. Chill certainly filling the atmosphere. Thunderbolt connecting into Incineroar, still no paralysis coming out from that move, as Raging Bolt is going to have those Thunderbolts it can dish out, hitting a little bit less electrifyingly.
Yeah, a little less electrifying. That's a big part of this, because I think keeping that Raging Bolt in check, even though it's close to getting knocked out, it's been left alone really on the field for Alessandro, and he's able to utilize this damage output that it's got, doing some significant damage to the Scream Tail already. And as you can see, taking that Incineroar below half health, so really taking away the utility for that Pokemon in future positions. Now, Victor is going to bring in the Urshifu. The thing is, with the Chen Power on the field and next to this Cho'Gath Urshifu, you're in a position where you can Dazzling Gleam in this stage and potentially pick up a knockout on one of these 2 Pokemon. Which one do you value picking the knockout on? You've got to watch out for that Thunderclap as well, because that is still an option on the Raging Bolt, and it would do some big damage to that Urshifu. So it's not as straightforward as it would seem. Chen Pao still got access to that Focus Sash, so not in any danger if the double up isn't there, and because of that threat, it is switching out.
Yeah, Chi and Pao, incredibly frail indeed, an ice cannon, so to speak. Rillaboom rejoining the field now in order to take the attacks that might have been going into that slot. Thunderclap, super effective into Victor's Urshifu, bringing it down incredibly low, as Dazzling Gleam will be super effective into the Raging Bolt without the Assault Vest now, and a critical hit on the Rillaboom to boot. Scream Tail, of course, not known for its offensive output, but with the lack of the Assault Vest doing much more than it would have done. U-turn, whittling away down this Rillaboom. We've seen U-turn come out a lot, and you can see just how many dividends that can pay when you keep reducing that health bar. You know, it all adds up.
Yeah, now we are going to see the Terrapagos finally hit the field. It's time for the little turtle to come out. It is going to Terra Shift and get that Terra Shell ability now. Before it is going to be able to do anything, though, it's got to consider what is out on the field. Thunderclap is a priority move that could come out. You've got the Grassy Glide. Even though that Rillaboom is burned, it's still under the grassy terrain. It can still do some decent damage there. So still need to be careful, because I think the one thing that you want to do, Terrapagos, is trying to reduce the amount of damage that you do take. You've got to remember that that Zamazenta is in the back, and that Chen Pao as well, with that sort of rune ability, can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it absolutely can, and even though the Rillaboom is burnt, once you break that Terra Shell, it's really primed to take even more damage from any other incoming attack. That's potentially why Victor has the leftovers as the held item, and with the grassy terrain on the field too, will help it recover and get back up to full health. Zamazenta going to rejoin the field, of course. Dauntless Shield only activates on the very first turn it's in battle, so no immediate defense boost right now. Dazzling Gleam enough to pick up the knockout onto this Rillaboom finally, and now all eyes remain on this Terrapagos, going for his signature move, the Terra Starstorm. These stars are plummeting into the Zamazenta, and it's taken really a decent amount of chunk of health from that.
Yeah, and that's the problem I think that Alessandro's fallen a prey of here. We're going for that Terastallization early on now. It really puts you susceptible. If the Terrapagos goes for that Stellar Terastallization, the Terra Starstorm will be a double target attack. The Scream Tail naturally going to be faster with that Photosynthesis boost than the Chen Pao. You're going to be able to get Dazzling Gleam and then the Terra Starstorm off, and the power of that Terra Starstorm going to be increased because of the Terastallization on that Zamazenta. Looking like a very awkward position for Alessandro. Victor, a pilot in this match very, very well.
Yeah, knowing the lines exactly as you said, Lee. Now, the Terrapagos still at full health, so the Terra Shell remains to be broken. The Chi and Pao over on the other side of the field doesn't have access to a fighting type move, which is quite common these days for Chi and Pao that we have seen. So Terrapagos feeling that much safer still. Still taking super effective damage from Body Press, but again, you need to break the Terra Shell first. Scream Tail, really, Victor prioritizing the Scream Tail's safety as well as the Terrapagos in this particular turn, because Scream Tail can pay such huge dividends later on in the match when Alessandro's options are whittled down even more. That was the Heavy Slam, would have been super effective into the Scream Tail, and Throat Chop for a little bit of damage to break that Terra Shell into the Terrapagos.
Yeah, really smart play here from Alessandro, knowing that if you lock into the Body Presses, potentially that double protect that comes out from Medina, and then you'd be in the position where you could have that disabled the next turn, opting for the Heavy Slam to remove the kind of disruptive threat in that Scream Tail. Now the thing is, the Scream Tail can actually lock the Zamazenta into the Heavy Slam, making life a lot easier for the Terrapagos. The Terrapagos as well could just go for that Terastallization, go for the Terra Starstorm, or take the time with that active Terra Shell to go for a Calm Mind, and that might be enough to make the end game a bit easier for Victor to lock up.
Yeah, setting up is so crucial in Regulation Set G. We've seen Terrapagos after Terrapagos go for it, Calyrex after Calyrex go for those nasty plots, but Incineroar is going to be joining the field. It's already terrestrialized into the Ghost type, so a much safer switch in than it might have been before. Intimidate, not going to be appreciated by either of these physical attackers. Disable coming out from the Scream Tail instead, so won't be able to opt for the Heavy Slam, buying Victor a turn potentially if that's what Alessandro looked into, but no, it was the body press into the Ghost type Incineroar, so really safe coming out from Victor here. Throat Chop is going to make that Scream Tail scream a little bit less loudly.
Yeah, great play here from Victor, identifying that the body press would be probably the option from the Zamazenta into the Terrapagos, keeping it out of harm's way. A perfect switch in with the Incineroar, had the immunity because of that Ghost terrestrialization, and now the Heavy Slam is disabled, and now it is susceptible to an Encore, because if you get Encored after a disable, you are essentially shut out of the game. Zamazenta forced to almost go for a Protect this turn.
Yeah, forced to go for a Protect or you switch something in, but Victor has been piloting this so masterfully, playing around the threat that Alessandro can be dishing out. Now that's going to be Chi and Pao running back to its trainer as Raging Bolt once more cranes its neck down over the battlefield. Fake out, connecting down into that Pokemon. Really good switch there by Alessandro, but here comes the Encore, so now this Zamazenta is locked into a move that it cannot use.
Yeah, it's good for the body press, going to be doing minimal damage into that Scream Tail, unfortunately, and yeah, not ideal, because we are going to see the Raging Bolt come back onto the field. It does have access to that Thunderclap. It can still pick up potentially a knockout onto the Incineroar. The Scream Tail going to be very close with that move, but you have to be susceptible to that Dazzling Gleam this next turn, which could be enough to take it down from the range that it's at. Zamazenta likely going to have to switch out to get rid of that disable, that Encore, and it does leave the door open to the Chen Pao coming back onto the field. Not going to see any switches though, as that Thunderclap does come out.
Yeah, the resources and options are being whittled away for Alessandro here. The Dazzling Gleam enough to pick up the knockout onto the Raging Bolt. And of course, with this Zamazenta locked into the body press, if a follow-up Will-O-Wisp connects, the Scream Tail still survives that body press to add insult to injury. Now with the Will-O-Wisp connecting, is going to mean the Terrapagos is even safer in the face of the damage that could be coming out from that Zamazenta, which has been really, really reduced.
Yeah, and the burn there really kind of helping out, just chip away at that Zamazenta now that the grassy terrain's not a thing helping the recovery at all. Chen Pao going to come back onto the field, and it does threaten the KO onto that Incineroar now because of the Ghost typing, so you can remove that Pokemon if you'd like this turn. It's likely that the Scream Tail probably will go for a Protect here, maybe to scout out what that Chen Pao locks into, so you can potentially Encore or disable it the next turn, setting up the scene for maybe the Terrapagos coming back onto the field. But you've got to remember, Victor, even though those Pokemon are all pretty low health except the Terrapagos, still got 4 against the 2 on Alessandro's side.
Certainly does, and of course that Zamazenta is burned, so the restricted Pokemon really is locked down in this situation. A little bit of time now for Alessandro to think about how to readjust and approach Game 2. Now the game is certainly not over yet, but Victor has been doing a phenomenal job of trying to shut down Alessandro's side, as Incineroar wants to run to the back, and Urshifu is going to surge out onto the field.
Yeah, the Urshifu coming out into the field to protect from that Scream Tail as well. Going to prevent any further damage this turn. We are going to see the body press again come out from that Zamazenta into that slot. Just denied the knockout there for at least one more turn as the Throat Chop coming out. And enough, even though it's not very effective, picks up the knockout onto the Urshifu, but opens the door for the Incineroar to come back in with an active Fake Out to further support that Scream Tail.
And indeed the Intimidate that's going to be reducing the damage output even further of Alessandro's cat and dog story. And now it could be the Terrapagos coming out once more, still on full health. Perhaps Victor deciding to step on the gas here instead of going for further damage reduction. Certainly Terrapagos in a really solid position is not going to be able to go for the Terra Stella because that has been used on the Incineroar for that Terra Ghost. So Terra Starstorm only going to be a single target move for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and you can just see that last turn, the Zamazenta no longer disabled, still probably affected by that Encore. So there is a potential here of the Scream Tail going for the disable, which will actually disable the move that it's locked into. And like I mentioned earlier, if that combination happens on the same move, then you are in a real bad position. That's why we are seeing the Protect from the Zamazenta. Very risky in front of a Scream Tail unless you do knock it out as that disable is launched into that slot.
Screaming Tail can scream, Zamazenta can howl. Well, not this particular one, but playing the volume game at its own game as Ice Cold Crash is going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout onto that Scream Tail. Thankfully, it did indeed connect. It's 2 Pokemon apiece here, but having an Incineroar next to Terrapagos Terrapagos. That's a really fantastic position to be in. Chien Pao brought down very low indeed. The focus sash broken, and Alessandro's health bars are slowly but surely disappearing from him.
Yeah, and this has been so massively done by Victor. He is in the position now, getting the Incineroar back onto the field after the protect with the Zamazenta. It can go for a double protect. It's a 30% chance it will get it. Might have to go for it here, because if you don't, you are just going to take the fake out. You're going to take a knockout. The Terrapagos probably likely going to go for the Terastallization here. Terra Starstorm, pick up the double knockout, potentially into both the Chien Pao and that Zamazenta this next turn.
Yeah, potentially. It seems it's only a matter of time, no matter what option Victor locks into here. But as you said, Lee, an absolute masterclass in how to play Terrapagos as a restricted Pokemon into a restricted that can threaten it so much. Zamazenta does get the double protect, however, so a little bit of a window perhaps opening for Alessandro here. Fake out isn't going to be doing anything into that protected puppy, and now all eyes coming down onto the Chien Pao. Icicle Crash is going to be going into the Terra Shell. It's not a dodge. That is certainly what we could have been deluded into thinking. Not very effective into the Terrapagos there. Takes it very well indeed. Terra Starstorm coming down into Zamazenta as well. So well targeted by, well protected by Alessandro here, as the leftovers is going to slowly recover the Terrapagos, hopefully back up to its Terra Shell full health.
Yeah, now with that Terra Shell broken, it is going to be susceptible to taking a body press from that Zamazenta, making life a little bit tricky for this Terrapagos. Is it going to be able to take the combination of attacks from the Chien Pao and the Zamazenta now? That double protect was so pivotal in that last turn. You know, if you are Alessandro, you've just got to go for your outs, and that's exactly what's happened here, pushing Victor's back right against the wall here. See how it plays out. Body press coming out. Ooh, not doing that much. Is it enough, though?
Oh, it's still big damage, but Throat Chopper actually goes into the Incineroar there, so that is going down. Now, of course, Zamazenta being burned, it's not threatening as much damage as it would have done into the Terrapagos, but you've got Chien Pao reducing the defenses of everything around it on the field. Terra Starstorm into the Zamazenta here. Of course, a neutral hit now. Going to be enough to pick up the knockout. It's now Turtle versus Snow Leopard in this chilly, watery, climactic end to game one.
Yeah, this is coming right down to the wire here. You've got the Chien Pao on one side of the field. Its focus sash is broken. You've got the Terrapagos on about 50% health. It has got the leftovers. You could, if you're Victor, just go for the protect. Utilize that leftovers, get a little bit more health back. It might be enough, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, 3 minutes until the battle ends as well, trainers. These trainers are really playing slow and steady, as tale of the tortoise and the hare, but in this case, the hare is that cat in the Chien Pao. Leftovers going to be recovering a little bit more health for Terrapagos here. Could make all the difference as to whether it's going to be able to survive another turn. Here we go. Terra Starstorm seems to be what Victor's hovering over. Got to go for that damage. There's not the opportunity to go for a Calm Mind here. You don't have that luxury. Here comes the Icicle Crash coming down into Terrapagos. Not enough for the knockout.
Oh,
but Terrapagos does
huge flinch.
Massive flinch there, because now if this Terrapagos is able to, you know, it can go for a protect here, recover a little bit more with the leftovers. Would have to depend on an Icicle Crash mishaps coming out, but then perhaps the Chien Pao could go for a Throat Chop instead, a 100% accurate move. But the flinch meaning that it wasn't able to secure the knockout onto the Chien Pao when it had the opportunity to wrap up the match right now for Victor.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you are Alessandro here, you get the flinch. It really swings you back into this match, but you're going to need one more before you're able to secure this. So looking for the flinch, playing to your out. Alessandro doing exactly what he needs to do. The Icicle Crash. Will it get another one? Because he needs it.
HP. Is it going to flinch? No, it's not. Victor is going to be coming out on top when the odds were against him just in the very final moments of that game. Absolutely thrilling game one here, trainers, and we've still got potentially 2 more to go.
Incredible end to that first game, right down to the wire, right down to 2 HP, just surviving that Icicle Crash. Alessandro playing extremely well in a really hard, disruptive environment, as we saw Victor really manipulating the board so perfectly throughout that game, positioning the Scream Tail, making a real nuisance of itself throughout, making it difficult for any sort of momentum swings from that Zamazenta, from the Chien Pao, from the Raging Bolt, and going right down to the wire. Terrapagos coming in, 2 HP.
Crikey, Lee.
2 HP.
We're going to have to try and channel that Terrapagos, go for a Calm Mind of our own, because approaching this game 2, the stakes were so high in that game 1. But of course, Alessandro now has some vital information about how to approach game 2. Just goes to show as well that even though Victor was giving us a masterclass into how to play this matchup, it still really came down to the wire. Alessandro still asserting so much pressure, and just frankly, this team matchup that exerts so much pressure. Victor has to play pitch perfectly here with that Scream Tail in order to eke out the advantage. Alessandro's going to have to be really careful, having gained vital information about how Victor plays this matchup, how to approach game 2.
Yeah, I think there is enough information for Alessandro to readjust going into this game too. If Victor is going to rely on going for the Terastallization on the Ghost type on the Incineroar, then you've got the Chen Pao that can come in. You can utilize that. You've got to be careful how you position it, but you also have your own Incineroar that has access to those dog type attacks that can really kind of get rid of that Pokemon, stop it being something that Victor can kind of lean on a little bit to give that Screamtail the support it needs to be able to do the disruptive options that it's got access to. Now, I think that's a really key thing for Alessandro to identify, and you can see he's a very smart player, so I'm sure he has the game plan going in mind. Whether or not you want to commit to that Terastallization on the Zamazenta so early like he did in that game 1 might be something that we see adjusting going into game 2 as well, but all to play for. Alessandro, ball back in your court, you need to react very close in that game 1. I feel like this one is going to be the same, and it could go either way.
Well, let's get into it and see which way it does go, as Rillaboom and Raging Bolt joining the field for Alessandro. Going to be Terapagos hitting the field immediately this time for Victor. Slow and Steady wins the race no more as it comes out on the very first turn with Incineroar alongside.
The other thing as well to mention as well, that Victor went and kind of committed to that Terastallization on the Incineroar very early on in that game, and you don't feel like you need to do that with the Zamazenta not facing you down as the leads for Alessandro here, so it might open the door for Victor to take advantage of that Terapagos, the Stellar Terastallization in this match, which he wasn't able to do in that game 1.
Absolutely. The Stellar Terastallization on Terapagos will be making Terra Starstorm a spread-type move, as well as boosting the power of that. But of course, you do have the Calm Mind up the sleeve of the Terapagos for Victor as well, in order to boost up not only its offense, but its defense. Not that the special attack can be coming out from the Raging Bolt in order to capitalize off the reduced damage that could be coming into the Terapagos as a result, as Fake Out is going to buy Terapagos a turn to do that.
Yeah, a really nice play here from Victor. We do see the U-turn just opted for from the Rillaboom, not wanting to commit to one of those choice band boosted wood hammers or high horsepowers in this situation. Just wants to help Alessandro just reposition what he's got on the field, and doing that, keeping that Rillaboom for later. It's going to be a pivotal Pokemon for him to play around with. Allows the Zamazenta to come in, activate that Dauntless Shield, which is a one-time only per match boost to the defense stat. Going to mean that those body presses are hitting a lot harder. The Calm Mind there, really nice play from Terapagos. It still has its Terra Shell intact, so it is going to be able to utilize that. But if the Zamazenta doesn't go for its Terastallization here, then it's not going to be taking as much damage from the Terra Starstorm unless we see the Stellars, the Terastallization.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, this Zamazenta coming in saying, please don't burn me, to the Incineroar on the other side of the field. Sometimes just knowing that that is an option can dictate the way the battle swings. Perhaps a little Protect being threatened onto the Zamazenta here, or indeed a Terastallization. And it is indeed time for the Terra to come out. And the crystals are going to be sprouting up around once more onto the Incineroar. So again, Victor not going to have that Terra Stella option for the Terapagos later on in the game.
No, choosing, and maybe rightly so, going for it for that Incineroar. We are going to see the Iron Defense launched out, putting the Zamazenta to +3 on its defense stat, as another Calm Mind comes out from the Terapagos here. Is going to boost its special attack and special defense to +2 now. The Raging Bolt left unaffected. Now coming out with the Electro Web, a huge turn, because a double target attack, the most important thing here is it breaks that Terra Shell ability. Like we've already seen, opting to go for the Terastallization on the Incineroar, you can no longer go for it onto the Terapagos.
Yeah, exactly. This, I love seeing this alternate game plan for these trainers, the setup mode that we did not see in game 1. Parting Shot going to be mitigating the damage output from that Raging Bolt even further. Perhaps not targeting into the Zamazenta, expecting a Protect, but certainly the Zamazenta right now is much more of a threat than it was in that game 1. So it's no surprise seeing Victor hover over the Disruptor in the back, the Screamtail.
Yeah, it can come in now. It can go for the Disable. It can go for the Encore, which is probably the more preferable thing, because then you can lock that Zamazenta into those Iron Defenses, render it almost useless against the Terapagos. Perfect protection in this situation. You've got 2 Calm Minds up, and you can start firing off those Terra Starstorms as well. You see the Grassy Terrain recovery there. It's got its Terra Shell back, so it's going to be in a good position to start whittling away maybe the options next to the Zamazenta Zamazenta if it stays on the field and gets locked into that iron defense.
Yeah, seems like Terra Starstorm might be coming out into this Raging Bolt here, which is really nice because it covers for a switch that Alessandro might have up his sleeve. Of course, a ground-type move like the Earth Power would not be super effective into something like the Rillaboom that's lurking in the back. Zamazenta going to be the guard dog right now, going for the protect. Encore attempting to come out into that slot. You can protect now, but then the following turn, you're threatening that Encore once again, perhaps forcing out a switch in that slot later on. Another Electro Rev coming out. The Terra Shell, once again, is going to be distorting the type matchups, and once again, is going to be broken here. So a little bit of chip damage, but reducing the speed of that Scream Tail is crucial so that the Zamazenta can act, perhaps hit it with a heavy slam before it can be encored into a protect. Terra Starstorm, boosted by those two Calm Minds, into the Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest, able to take that with a quarter of his health remaining.
That's a really critical turn here from Alessandro. You know, going for the protect seems risky with the Zamazenta, but essentially getting that Electro Web off onto the Screen Tail renders the speed boost that it got through its booster energy kind of useless. Now, and that Chen Pao comes back onto the field, it's actually going to be faster than that Scream Tail. So really pivotal play here. We do see a Thunderclap come out, and it is going to be into that Terrapagos, breaking once again that Terra Shell.
Yeah, and softening it up potentially for the Zamazenta if it's going into that slot. It is the body press into the Terrapagos. That's going to be enough to secure the knockout here. Alessandro in a much better position than he was in that game one. Encore is going to come out into the Zamazenta, but if you're Alessandro, you're thinking, well, great, I just threatened so much more damage onto so many Pokemon on your side of the field. That Incineroar is the Terra Ghost. I have to be careful about that. We don't have the reveal of the fourth Pokemon for Alessandro, but if it is the Chen Pao, would be threatening super effective damage into that Terra Ghost Incineroar.
And I talked about the Chen Pao coming onto the field and outspeeding it, but it actually played a huge role in the Zamazenta being able to outspeed the Scream Tail, avoiding that Encore, and then catching Victor totally off guard, getting that body press. It's +3 onto the Terrapagos, more than enough after the Terra Shell was broken to pick up a knockout. Big play from Alessandro, taking a big lead in this match and making things very difficult for Victor going forward.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've still got the terrestrialization option available if you're Alessandro as well. Terrestrializing into the grass typing, of course, that's going to change up the matchup entirely. There is no fire offensive move coming that can come out from the Incineroar there. The body press being able to be taken really quite well by that Scream Tail, a very bulky Pokemon indeed. The follow-up Thunderbolt, Alessandro is wanting to remove it from the field, does not get the paralysis. The knockoff does at least remove the Raging Bolt. It has been felled.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt going down, but I don't think if you're Alessandro, you kind of mind about this because it allows you to bring in something like the Rillaboom, maybe that last Pokemon that we haven't had revealed yet, and start doing some big damage, especially if the Rillaboom comes onto the field now. It's great timing with the Grassy Terrain, just dispersing. You're going to be able to set it up once again and utilize some big attacks, but opting for the Chen Pao, another good option to bring in because, like we've already mentioned, with that Electro Web onto the Scream Tail, the Chen Pao going to be faster than it. You do have to worry about that Incineroar. It has got access to Fake Out going into this turn, so we'll be able to break potentially the sash on the Chen Pao, which you kind of want to try and avoid if possible.
Yeah, and the Chen Pao does have the Terra Ghost type. That means it would be taking 0 damage from the Fake Out, keeping that Focus Sash intact. But it's all about how Alessandro is playing the long game, of course. Not terroring this turn. Body press coming out into the Scream Tail, really respectable damage. Throat chop. Going to be enough, of course, to pick up the knockout onto that Incineroar. Now it is super effective. Going to have the reveal of Victor's fourth and final Pokemon from the back here. Alongside the Scream Tail, you can see how this damage really chips away at a Pokemon. Even though it might not seem much on turn 1, by turn 2, it's starting to get worrying. As Body Press isn't going to be an option for this Zamazenta, so potentially an opening here, because of course the Iron Defenses are only boosting up that move, not the Heavy Slam.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the Urshifu coming onto the field now, you think it's in a great position, especially with those Choice-Scarf Surging Strikes. It could go into the Chen Pao and potentially pick up a knockout there. The Zamazenta's not really going to be able to offer too much offensive for the next few turns. And the Scream Tail in a position where it can fire off those dazzling gleams. Has to be careful about an Icicle Crash coming out if the knockouts miss from the Urshifu, of course. But you've really got to worry about that Rillaboom in the back for Alessandro, which you feel like when the opportunity is right, it will be able to just come in and kind of be the cleanup squad and take down, tying up this match for Alessandro.
Yeah, you can't protect with the Urshifu because it's carrying the Choice Scarf. It's not a move that Urshifu has the option of choosing. Here comes Rillaboom in order to provide that Meadow on the field once more and threaten this Urshifu no end. The way Alessandro has adapted here has been masterful. Close combat is going to be enough to take this Chi and Pao down to its focus sash quite easily, threatened by the bear on the other side of the field, but this cat is still looking menacing, chilling everything in its surroundings, softening up this Urshifu even more for an incoming Grassy Glide potentially. Throat chop, going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Screamtail. Of course, the Sword of Ruin, reducing the defense of everything around it.
Yeah, and a really well-played game from Alessandro, taking the moments and executing a plan perfectly here. That Electro Web so pivotal in the Game 2 game plan. The Rillaboom now on the field, going to be able to just lock in to one of those grass-type attacks, be enough to take down the Urshifu. It is locked into the close combat, but there we go. This set tied up 1-1. We will be going to a Game 3.
Right, now, if we break down that game as opposed to the very first game, that Terrapagos was just so vulnerable to the body pressure coming out, having had the Terra Shell broken. And that's the crucial thing. You keep that Terra Shell in check, that buys you some time in order to deal with the Zamazenta in advance. But Alessandro very wisely not terastallizing the Zamazenta. Seems like Alessandro has more of an opportunity to boost up the Zamazenta with the Iron defenses than Victor has to boost up the Terrapagos with the Calm Mind. You've got to think twice before you do that. Seems like not going for Calm Mind might be the way out for Victor here. Screamtail is always a crucial component as well, something that can really shut down the pressure coming out from Alessandro's side of the field.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think the one thing that you want to try and do, I think if you are Victor, is almost force the Zamazenta into going for that terastallization if you can, by pressuring it with a number of elements on your side of the field, namely the Urshifu is one of those, because you kind of force the hand where the grass terastallization is a little bit more preferable. If you can do that, then maybe try not to terastallize your Incineroar, terastallize your Terrapagos, because I think if you can do that, you're going to be in a position to really utilize the Terra Starstorm, which you've not really seen Victor be able to do to the full effect in this set just yet. We saw how close things were going down to Game 1. Alessandro adjusting so well in that Game 2. And the key turn, the pivotal turn, was how brave Alessandro was in front of the Screamtail, going for that Iron defense and then being susceptible to that Encore, that Disable, but protecting and then utilizing the tools next to it. That Raging Bolt, the Electro Web, such a good tool to just give the Zamazenta the freedom it needed to get that surprise KO onto the Terrapagos and put Victor way too far behind in the match to have any sort of comeback.
Now, should that Terrapagos go for the Terra Stella option, it's going to be boosting up its Terra Starstorm move, making a spread time move as well. Give a one-time boost to the Earth power it has access to, but it doesn't change its defenses, and that is a drawback of the Terra Stella, and something that Victor's going to have to carefully consider because that body press is still threatening so much. This is a lead that says, no thank you, Zamazenta. Incineroar and the Urshifu in the face of Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt on Alessandro's side of the field.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the terastallization on the Terrapagos. Only if the Zamazenta terastallizes early on in this game, because it makes it easier to make that decision. I like this lead from Victor, though. Again, putting a little bit of pressure on that Zamazenta with, you know, the Surging Strikes, the fake out into that slot. If we don't see, even if we see a Protect, the Surging Strikes will be hitting in and doing decent damage into that slot as well. The Raging Bolt, a bit of a sitting target as well, with that Assault Vest can't protect this turn. So where the fake out comes, we'll have to see. But Alessandro has to adjust here because of that fake out, because of the big threat on the Urshifu, and we do see that terastallization, Charlie.
Immediate terastallization for this puppy into that Terra Grass. This is something that didn't work out so well for Alessandro in Game 1. Clearly has a different game plan right now. Matching terastallization in turn 1 of this fascinating 3-game set between Vector Medina and Alessandro Fantinato. That's going to be Incineroar going for the Terra Ghost. It's not going to be taking any damage from body presses that could be coming out into that slot for the remainder of the game. Fake out, shutting down the Raging Bolt for this particular turn. U-turn, coming out into the Raging Bolt. Urshifu running to the back in favor of a Pokemon that's in the back for Victor.
Yeah, and it's a nice play here from Alessandro, because taking an opportunity where you think there's so much pressure with the fake out, I am going to terastallize just to give alleviation from those big threats. You know that probably going to be repositioning that Screamtail coming onto the field from Victor. It'll be interesting to see what the Zamazenta locks into here. We know the Raging Bolt not going to be able to get a turn off, and we do see that Iron defense boosting the Zamazenta's defense up to +3. Once again, just like in that Game 2.
Now this is really nice, because even if the Zamazenta is burnt here, at least it's still threatening really big damage, and of course you can go for another Iron defense if you're given the opportunity by your opponent. opponent in order to mitigate the damage of that burn even further. So interesting turning of tables here for Alessandro, turning of the game plan from game one, certainly. And this Raging Bolt still on the field with Screamtail alongside the Incineroar in order to threaten those nuisance moves.
Yeah, I think the one thing you have to identify here is that the protects are quite key here, especially from that Screamtail. You don't want to fall into the same thing that you did in that game 2 with the Electro Web. The Scream Tech is protecting very smart from Victor, because you are going to avoid that potential Electro Web that was so detrimental to you in game 2. So now you're in a position where you are going to be able to lock in that Zamazenta, almost try and force it off the field with an Encore into the protect this next turn. And that's the key. Even if you take an Electro Web here, it's not the end of the world, because you kind of, it's worth it to neutralize that big threat in Zamazenta. We saw how important it was in game 2 for Victor, for Alessandro, sorry, and so detrimental to Victor.
This could be the crucial turn of the game, trainers. This Zamazenta has got +3, but as soon as it's withdrawn by Alessandro, as we're seeing, it's going to lose all those boosts. It's not going to get another Dauntless Shield boost when it rejoins the field. Has to go for another Iron Defense to get to the offensive position that it once was. But the threat of the Screamtail just proves too much, as Rillaboom is going to provide the percussion for Screamtail's vocals. Disable, connecting down into the Raging Bolt, predicting that switch. Really nice call there by Victor. Electro Web disabled, so the speeds are going to be remaining the same as long as that is the case. Thunderbolt coming down into Screamtail, doesn't get the paralysis once more as Will-O-Wisp connects down into the Rillaboom. Now that's still really nice in order to neutralize the damage output coming out from that physical attacking Rillaboom.
Yeah, like flicking a pages in a book, read so perfectly there from Victor onto Alessandro's side of the field, knowing that the Zamazenta was so pressured it had to switch out, going for that Will-O-Wisp, but was no risk in going for that, because if the Rillaboom comes in like it did, you've neutered that choice band. It makes it a lot easier to deal with going forward. And the nice thing is as well that you have disabled that Electro Web. It's not going to be a problem from that Raging Bolt anymore, because it's disabled. It's not even in contention. So the Screamtail in a great position. It is going to be threatened by the Rillaboom. You still have to be careful about those grassy terrain boosted wood hammers that could come out. Even burn, it's still going to do a lot of damage. But you're in a good position now with the Incineroar to potentially pivot out with that potting shot onto either the Rillaboom or that Raging Bolt and get something like the Terapagos in. Not seeing the pivot out, we're just going to see a straight swap from the Incineroar, and the Terapagos join the fray.
Hard switch as Terapagos emerges from its shell. It's got that Terror Shell ability activated now. That's going to be protecting it from any moves at all, rendering them not very effective. Screamtail still sitting around on the field, going for that protect. U-turn targeted down into the Terapagos. Going to be breaking the Terror Shell, but with the leftovers and the grassy terrain, if that Raging Bolt doesn't target down into that slot this turn, it's going to be bringing that Terra Shell back up into activation. Alessandro deciding which Pokemon to bring in from the back here. Time for Zamazenta to rejoin the field. You can see how carefully you've got to pivot around in this particular matchup. And so many in Rage G. Thunderbolt actually coming down into Terapagos, really meaning that the Terapagos isn't going to be taking so much more damage from any further moves coming out. Yes, you can protect, but it's going to be a long old way to get that Terapagos back up to full HP in the Terra Shell.
Yeah, really nice play here from Alessandro to take advantage of the fact that you know probably it's likely the Incineroar are going to leave the field and something else going to join. If it is that Terapagos, targeting down with that Thunderbolt, getting some big damage, especially after the Terra Shell had been broke. Really, really good bit of play there. It allows now the Terapagos to be threatened heavily from a body press from the Zamazenta. It doesn't have the Dauntless Shield, so it doesn't have that defensive boost to its stats, so it's not going to be doing as much damage. It's going to be very close whether or not, if the Terapagos doesn't protect, if the Body Slam will pick up the knockout or not. It's not going to be susceptible to those Encores or those disables from the Screamtail just yet, but you have to wait. If you lock into something, you've got to be careful what you go for. Do you lock into the Heavy Slam, though, if you are the Zamazenta, knowing that the Terapagos could switch out?
Heavy Slam would be super effective onto the Screamtail. Incineroar going to rejoin the fray in that Terra Ghost typing. So Intimidate being dropped down onto the Zamazenta, reducing the damage further of a Heavy Slam. That could be coming out. Protect, double protect, failed by that Screamtail here, leaving it really vulnerable to this Heavy Slam, much less so thanks to Intimidate, but that is a huge chunk of health on such both Pokemon. Thunderbolt, is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? Yes, it is by Alessandro. Alessandro really turning the tables here.
Yeah, that is a huge play from Alessandro, picking the moment perfectly there and getting a huge knockout onto that Scream Tail, identifying that a really awkward situation had occurred there with the Zamazenta coming in kind of free to choose whatever attacker wanted. You don't have the ability to disrupt with the Encore, the disable, and now absolutely capitalizing in this position, making things extremely difficult for Victor. The Zamazenta free to go for those iron defenses if it wishes. It's got the Terastallization, and it can start setting up and disrupting this match.
Yeah, this is, the Scream Tail is the key disruptor, but it's down and out right now. Incineroar still threatening the Will-O-Wisp onto the field, but a huge knockout for Alessandro here with all 4 Pokemon remaining. The Urshifu isn't really threatening too much damage at all into the Zamazenta. Fake Out connecting down into the Raging Bolt. So is the Close Combat. Not enough to pick up the knockout here, but the Raging Bolt incredibly low. But the Urshifu really being softened up now by the defense drops. Thanks to the Close Combat, Body Press coming down into that slot as well. It's not going to be able to take another one of those.
No, it is not. And the -1 defense drops that you've taken from that Close Combat really coming into play there onto that Urshifu in a position now where another Body Press will be able to pick up the knockout. Another Close Combat, of course, will do a good, considerable chunk of damage into the Zamazenta. It hasn't set up any of those iron defenses yet. And also the Raging Bolt in a position where it could go down this next turn. But you got the Thunderclap there. Thunderclap probably a range move where it can pick up the Urshifu. But it leaves you a little bit susceptible against the Incineroar, which you can't really touch with anything other than the Heavy Slam from the Zamazenta.
Thunderclap really safe here into the Urshifu. Could have been a Terapagos switching in, but then you can lock that slot down with a very threatening, super effective Body Press. That's not going to be doing anything here because it's redirected into the Incineroar in that Terraghost. And the Will-O-Wisp is going to be dodged by that Zamazenta there. So Alessandro has a massive opening now.
Yeah, big opening because the Heavy Slam is what you're going to be relying on to deal damage to that Incineroar. You've got to bear in mind that Alessandro does have all 4 Pokemon still and a lot of options in the back to help deal with that Incineroar when the time comes. Terapagos joining the fray now. Last 2 Pokemon for Victor. Things not looking that great for him at this situation. You've still got the priority with the Raging Bolt. Gonna opt to switch it out though for something else to come in its place.
Gonna be Chien-Pao once more rejoining the field here, trainers. Here comes that Chili Snow Leopard, reducing the defenses of everything around it thanks to his Sword of Ruin ability. Terapagos is gonna be able to recover a little bit of health thanks to his leftovers item at the end of this turn. Body Press War targeting down into it, opening the way for Victor to go for another Will-O-Wisp onto this Zamazenta if it connects. But this time, going to be a knockoff into the Chien-Pao, breaking the focus sash.
Yeah, really great play here from Alessandro. Again, just piling on the pressure, continually doing that now. The Terapagos has protected, but a double up from that Chien-Pao and the Zamazenta. We know they're going to outspeed the Terapagos. It's in an awkward, really bad position where it will go down if both moves connect. Of course, then all you need to do is deal with the Incineroar, which as long as that Chien-Pao sticks around on the field, they'll be easily able to dispose of because of that Ghost Terra typing.
Gets another Protect, though, does that Terapagos here, so it's keeping itself a little bit safer right now. Body Press coming down into that slot once more, enabling this Incineroar to go for a Will-O-Wisp and render that Zamazenta much less effective now. Now the Throat Chop, not enough for the one-hit knockout here, bringing it down to about a third of its health. The Will-O-Wisp does connect this time. The Terapagos still really vulnerable here, especially with the Sword of Ruin on the field. Do have a burned Rillaboom in the back for Alessandro, but it is carrying the Choice Band, so a really offensive one. Victor doing everything they can right now in order to claw this back.
Yeah, the double protect there. I don't think you're going to get a third, so maybe opting for an Icicle Crash and a Body Press into that Terapagos would be enough. Maybe just the choice, the Throat Chop into that slot. The Terra Shell's gone. We do see the Body Press. It is doing a good amount of damage. Is it enough to get in range of the Throat Chop? And it is!
Yes, it is. So it's just Victor's Incineroar left on the field. Alessandro Fantinato here at the Bologna Special Event on home turf, having a phenomenal showing as the knockoff just chipping away at the Zamazenta here. It's 4 versus 1, and Alessandro has turned the tables so masterfully that Victor is going to be throwing in the towel here. It was a nail-biting set. It was tense. We were on the edge of our seats, trainers, but it will be Alessandro Fantinato taking the set.
Incredible game from Alessandro. Absolutely so wonderfully played every step of that game 2 and game 3, really honing down the perfect time to get in with the Zamazenta, boost up when you needed to, put the pressure on, and then dispose of the Scream Tail so effectively, because that was the big thorn in his side from game 1. Disposing of that, getting rid of that threat of the Encore, threat of the Disable. Once it was gone, and knowing that the Incineroar every time from Victor was going to Terastallize into that Ghost type, it made sense to give you the immunity from that Body Press, which is so threatening. But when you are Terastallizing there, you can't Terastallize elsewhere, and the Incineroar not really providing much of an offensive outlet other than a pivot in with Intimidate, fake out support. The lines of picking up knockouts just wasn't there, and you really weren't able to get the most out of that Terrapagos. Alessandro playing absolutely amazingly.
Yeah, so well summarized there by you, Lee. And it's so strange to think that had that flinch been more pivotal in game one as we're heading towards the end game, potentially turning the battle in Alessandro's favor there, it could have just been a straight 2-game set for Alessandro. Victor, certainly with the type disadvantage running Terrapagos in the face of the Zamazenta, and it still did so well to claim that game one. But game 2 and 3, of course, did go Alessandro's way. A masterclass from both of these trainers, Lee. Oh my goodness, gonna have to go for a lie down, I think.
I think so, but I think it was the use of, you know, all the tools that Alessandro had there. I think picking the perfect 4 every time worked out. Maybe it didn't work out so well in game 1, but it came down to the wire in that game 1. You've got to remember how close the margins were there. There was 2 HP on the Terrapagos. It just barely held on. It did have obviously the flinch there from the Icicle Crash, but again, I think it just showed how close this match was and how much in favor the Zamazenta has a good matchup against the Terrapagos, even with the support of the line of the Screamtail. Alessandro identifying exactly what he needed to do to be able to dispose of that threat, and was very patient as well and willing to sacrifice Pokemon that were set up. There was 2 occasions in game 2 and 3 where the Zamazenta had +3 defense, ready to just absolutely rip through everything on Victor's side of the field, but both times deciding to switch it out because patience is the key in this match, and I think just an extremely amazing showing from Alessandro. Hard luck to Victor. It was a very difficult matchup, but I'm sure they'll still be in it maybe to Top Cut. We'll have to see how this next round 15 after this one plays out.
Patience was certainly the key word for that Screamtail there. You could see how many turns Victor chose to protect the Screamtail, because once that disable and encore is gone, it's going to be much harder to reduce the threat coming out from Alessandro's side of the field. Choice Band Rillaboom as well, really nice option there, so that the Will-O-Wisp, you can mitigate that damage output a little bit, especially if you were to go for that Terra Grass as well onto the Rillaboom there. So really cool test coming out from Alessandro here, and piloting that Zamazenta so well. But the question is, we've seen so many Shadow Rider Calyrexes coming out here in Bologna. How is it going to fare into that particular matchup?
Against the Zamazenta?
Yeah.
I think pretty well into the Zamazenta, because you're hitting on the special defensive side, which the Zamazenta really doesn't have much way to get around. You do have good resources, of course, in the Chen Pao to be able to kind of pressure the Shadow Calyrex, and you have things like the Rillaboom with the Choice Band. You've got the Grassy Glide there. You're going to be able to do good damage into the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Wide Guard as well. So you do have mitigating tools that will help against that matchup. But you've got to remember the Calyrex Shadow Riders that we have seen, or a lot of them are paired with that Minxiao, which has Feint, which has Fake Out. It's going to be faster than the Fake Out that you've got access to into your team. And can you withstand the +2 Nasty Plot boosted Astral Barrage? That's a big question. I don't think Zamazenta has a great time against the Shadow Rider Calyrex. And the other thing is, you're immune to the body press before you Terrastallize. You've got a resistance to it when you do Terrastallize. It just feels a bit of a difficult matchup, whereas the Terrapagos has a decent matchup against it. The Zamazenta doesn't feel so much.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, once you Terrastallize that Terrapagos, Terra Starstorm becomes a Terra Stellar move, and that means it's going to be hitting ghost types, of course. Now, you Terrastallize your Calyrex Shadow Rider into presumably the Fairy type, will be taking super effective damage from the Heavy Slam that Zamazenta often has access to. Of course, on Alessandro's team as well, you have the Pelipper that can go for a Wide Guard to make you safer from the Astral Barrages, because Zamazenta going to be taking neutral damage from a Draining Kiss, being a part Steel and part Fighting type. So, you know, Alessandro certainly has some tools on his team. A difficult matchup, but we've certainly seen some trainers come out on top of the difficult matchup before. So huge congratulations to Alessandro coming through, showing that Zamazenta is still, you know, was once the underdog of Generation 8, became the top dog in Stockholm. Perhaps the underdog again with the rise of Shadow Calyrex, but at least for this match, the top dog once more.
Yeah, that's it. And you feel like it could go on and, you know, win this tournament again. We've seen it before winning events recently. It could repeat it again. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the day plays out. But I believe we don't have an interview for this next one, but we will be shooting over to a quick break. So sit tight, get yourself a cold beverage while we do break. But we'll be back very shortly with round 15.
2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it. You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything, like it's definitely worth in Japan, like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history!
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotongen is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastrodon survives. It's just a sliver of HP.
It's a little Arcanine sled. That means Gastrodon gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Anthony Amugas. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
He might be a player who's been around for longer, but that only means he's matured like a fine Italian wine or indeed cheese. It's Marcus Dada here on the desk with me, Charlie Merriman, and I believe, Marcus, that a few people have pointed out that at points I can just look like a slightly more disheveled version of you. And certainly after that last game, oh my goodness, what a thriller. I'm feeling more disheveled. I am at my wit's end right now. Such an intense game. You were watching, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You just wanted to scream back there. What an amazing back and forth game, very positional play there coming out from both players, of course. Yeah, with the Screamtail, it's just such an awkward spot sometimes. Do you want to go for the Encore, the Disable? Do you want to predict what your opponent is going to predict? And yeah, really in that last game, it looked like Victor was doing so well in that first set, but then once again, we have one of those comebacks where game 2 and 3 go the other way.
Yeah, and Electro Web was putting on so much pressure in that game, because once you reduce the speed of the Scream Tail, then potentially your Zamazenta or any other tool might be able to pick up the knockout on it before it can disable or encore your big, powerful, restricted Pokemon into a move that it doesn't want to be locked into. So real fine margins coming out once more, and this seems to be the regulation set of those fine margins, absolutely. So much support coming out from the Pokemon, protecting the king, protecting the restricted Pokemon, and so many games that we've seen really go down to the wire. Games that could go either way. Games that, you know, you've got to really, really test the metal and try and hunker down, say, look, I might lose this key piece to the puzzle right now, but ultimately, at the end of the match, I promise you, it will come out on top.
Absolutely. I think with Alessandro's team, the team is constructed a little bit differently. I think with the Zamazenta, it's not as powerful initially. It doesn't have that strong spread type attack, right? Like that Calyrex Shadow Rider, for example, that we've seen so much of, or also the Terrapagos. But yeah, Alessandro finding a very great way of using that. And yeah, since that game was taking on for such a long time, the next round is already ready for us to have a look at some notable matches.
Yeah, let's see what's going to go on in the venue here, trainers, and indeed which match we're going to be featuring for you here in this absolutely thrilling competition. And it's time for the ride of the Shadow Rider Calyrex once more versus Miraidon, the champion of the very first tournament of Regulation Set G over in Indianapolis. But so many other matches going on in the venue, Marcus.
Yeah, of course. So once again, Alessio, who we have featured yesterday with that Comfy and the Dragapult, still undefeated, already locked for top cut. But now, of course, here in this round, we're looking to see which of our players are going to follow them. And yeah, also Michael Kelch, we can see also using that Zamazenta team, very similar approach like we saw come out from Alessandro in that last set. And yeah, a lot of Calyrex Shadow Rider on the screen. There's going to be a French mirror going on between Hippolyte and Adam, who we also saw play yesterday. So yeah, still a lot of players just trying to get that last win to maybe sneak into the top 8.
Mirror match is so fascinating, but of course the trainers will be featuring Antonio Iolopacci versus Luca Lucignoli. And Antonio with some Pokemon who we haven't been able to feature so much on stream, but are certainly making a name for themselves in a Regulation Set G. Ursaluna Blood Moon, a Pokemon that trainers have been leaning towards for those special damage outputs, and really pairs up nicely next to Miraidon if you're running the Discharge move, of course, being a part ground type. Ursaluna Blood Moon not going to be taking any damage whatsoever from that. Iron Hands, a Pokemon that's really enabled by the Hadron Engine ability of Miraidon, activating the Quark Drive, giving a boost to its most proficient stat, and enabling it to hold something other than the booster energy, say.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to seeing how this matchup plays out in particular, because I think the Miraidon team that Rajan Ball was using to win that first regional over in the US in this format really also stopped a lot of players from looking too much more into Calyrex Shadow Rider, because with the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna Blood Moon, you have 2 normal types, and of course they don't take any damage from the Astro Barrage, right? So if the format and the metagame has gone full circle now, in theory, this Miraidon team should have a decent matchup into the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
In theory, but we've seen plenty of Shadow Rider Calyrexes coming out on top this weekend, and certainly one of these trainers is going to be hoping that the same is going to be true this time. It's great to see the Miraidon on stream once more, alongside the Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask as well. So fascinating to see this Pokemon come back into the fray. Whimsicott, a Pokemon that's been viable since the start of Regulation Set F, but has really only had its time in the sun right now in Regulation Set G, with access to that very threatening Encore move that we saw Screamtail running in the match that we just featured.
Yeah, definitely one thing to watch out for, as these players here are getting seeded and ready to jump into this battle, into this last round of Swiss. And here we can see some of their accomplishments. Of course, Luca Lucignoli, a player who has been around for quite a while. I think his recent very strong finish, very strong showing at the Pokemon World Championships, going undefeated there in the Swiss rounds, and then only barely losing in the top 16, but then of course all the way back in 2017, a special event champion already in Treviso and a special event finalist as well. So could you maybe say Luca is a special event specialist?
I think you certainly can, Marcus, but that's not to say that Antonio cannot do the same here. 11-3, no accomplishments to their name as of yet, but right now this is an accomplishment in themselves. I hope Antonio is feeling really, really proud of themselves here, especially piloting a team driving this Miraidon that has had such a name built up for itself over the course of Regulation Set G. Clearly able to pilot it to such fantastic finishes, even in the face of trainers who have been preparing more against this particular kind of archetype. As we can see, the team on screen.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything that we are not so familiar with. So we do have that Whimsicott Terra Ground, so you can go for the discharge with the Miraidon. It is once again one of those choice specs Miraidon that we've seen a couple of times paired up with that Electric Seed. A lot of synergy just within that team. I think the Ogerpon Hearthflame, a little bit of a wild card, not something that is so oftenly used on those type of teams. So yeah, maybe that is a Pokemon that Luca is not so familiar with, facing on a composition like this. However, of course, as we said earlier, it's really about the normal types here. The Farigiraf and the Ursaluna match up so nicely into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So one thing that Antonio could be trying to do here is really to lean more into the Trick Room mode.
But now we can see Luca's team on screen. It's going to be Calyrex carrying the Spell Tag as opposed to the Citrus Berry that we saw so ubiquitously yesterday. Spell Tag going to be boosting the power, of those Ghost-type moves. We've got Clefairy there as well. Friend Guard and access to Sing. That's going to be able to put things to sleep on the opposing side of the field if those things connect. And it really is a coin flip, essentially. Only 55% accurate move.
Yeah, and this type of build for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, a little bit more similar to some of the teams that we're used to seeing from some of the previous regional level events, like, for example, Los Angeles Regionals, of course. Very similar setup, but this time around, with the Clefairy and the Tornadoes, of course, you have those two central supporting pieces to the Calyrex, but then there's no Mienshao. This time the Fake Out will be coming out from Incineroar and Rillaboom, and then you also have that Urshifu as an option as a secondary attacker.
Right, exactly. So many useful supportive tools on both sides of the field. This time, Rillaboom going to be carrying the Assault Vest, more of a standard build, as opposed to that Choice Band Rillaboom that we saw in the previous game that we featured on stream. Both of these trainers are going all in on the special damage here. Choice Specs Miraidon and Ghost boosted Calyrex Shadow Rider. Whimsicott there with a Focus Sash that could prove crucial, able to withstand an attack before dishing some damage back. And yes, these are two very offensive teams, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a fast-paced game. Still, you've got to pivot around and get your Pokemon in the right position.
Absolutely. So I think this is a matchup that both players should be relatively familiar in. So at least for the first game, I'm expecting to see some bread and butter kind of setups that they're going for. Looks like Luca will be leading off here with a Rillaboom, and the Urshifu is already a little bit of a surprise in my opinion. Whimsicott and Ogerpon coming out for Antonio.
Triple Grass on the field right now, trainers. This Ogerpon is threatening super effective damage into the Rillaboom. We'll be taking neutral damage from the Water-type moves coming out from Urshifu, since Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask is a Fire and Grass type. Let's hope that Antonio is well versed in this particular lead matchup. Clearly someone who's having a fantastic tournament here in Bologna, and a trainer who's making a name for themselves this season.
Yeah, so it looks like Luca will not lean into the Calyrex Shadow Rider just yet, but Antonio looks like he has a plan here, bringing in the Farigiraf for the Armor Tail ability.
Yeah, Fake Out going to be blocked over on Antonio's side of the field. Thanks to the Armor Tail, the Fake Out could be coming out from the Rillaboom, of course, but it's going to be the Urshifu going for the Terra Stella type here. That's going to be giving a one-time boost to any different type of move it has in its arsenal. And this time, yes, it was going to be that Fake Out coming out into Antonio's side of the field, and now the Ogerpon is going to fire back with a super effective Ivy Cudgel into the Rillaboom. That's going to be a one-hit knockout.
Big KO here for Antonio, but let's see if Luca can return the favor. Urshifu going for a boosted attack. Which one is it going to be?
Looks like it's going to be that Surging Strikes connecting down into the Ogerpon. That's one hit, trainers. There comes two, and it looks like this Ogerpon is not going to be able to withstand a third. So, having said it could be a positional game, we are stepping on the gas immediately.
Ring that bell. One hit KO blow. by blow here from both of these players. And already after just the first turn, both of them down to just 3 Pokemon.
Yeah, and with this Urshifu and the Terra Stella, it hasn't changed its defensive typings at all. So it's still very vulnerable to this Miraidon that is swerving, drifting onto the field right now as Clefairy is coming on to boost up the defenses thanks to his Friend Guard ability of the Urshifu.
Now, I would give this first turn to Antonio, though, because he was able to knock out that Rillaboom. And Rillaboom, of course, is one of the key Pokemon you want to have if you're Luca to try and override this electric terrain. So by getting rid of that threat, now Miraidon can join the field, and there is nothing that Luca can do to stop a very powerful electric type attack. Of course, we do have a Focus Sash on that Urshifu, so yeah, a stellar close combat, that is one way to maybe deal with that Miraidon. But yeah, definitely I think that's a trait that first turn that Antonio likes to see.
Yeah, and this Farigiraf is running the Terra Fire instead of the Terra Ground, so a Discharge would still be doing at least neutral damage to that Pokemon, whether it terrestrializes or not. Something important to bear in mind heading into future turns here. Miraidon is certainly the supreme overlord on the field, even though there's no Kingambit in sight. Helping Hand coming out from the Clefairy, boosting up this Urshifu once more. Going to be the Volt Switch coming out. This is going to do huge damage to the Urshifu. Going to bring it down to the Focus Sash.
Yeah, and that could be what we were talking about, that very powerful close combat being targeted into that Miraidon. But of course, with the Volt Switch, Miraidon now can swap out, and Antonio can bring in that Whimsicott in its place.
Yeah, Whimsicott going to be able to provide Tailwind on the field here, potentially an Encore, potentially going for damage with that Moonblast. But here comes what looks like the close combat coming into the Whimsicott. That's going to be resisted by its very typing, but still enough to bring it down to its Focus Sash, thanks to the critical hit there. Now, the Stellar Terra really paying dividends here, as of course will that critical hit. The Whimsicott's probably only going to be surviving only 2 attacks maximum anyway.
But what will the Farigiraf go for? It is that Psyshock, and that will be enough to knock out the Urshifu here. So Luca already down to their last 2 Pokemon.
And without the Terra option to boot, Antonio here still has that Terra option available, and the terrain cannot be overwritten, but of course the terrain can be expiring. And he's got to be careful about how he manages those turns, because the electric terrain is going to be boosting up the electric output of that Miraidon no end. Here comes the restricted over for Luca, going to be the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Oh, of course it's going to be the Calyrex, but now the question is, so Antonio definitely, I think, has a little bit of a lead here in this game, could set up the Tailwind just to ensure speed control, but at the same time it has to be said that Farigiraf and Whimsicott, those are not the attacking pieces, so he really needs to get the Miraidon into position to then potentially go for a powerful Discharge. But how much damage could that move even do to the Calyrex as long as it's protected by that Friend Guard from the Clefairy?
This is interesting, going for a nasty plot here. An Astral Barrage would have got a guaranteed 1-stage boost to its special attack, but not into the Farigiraf because Ghost-type moves do nothing into normal types, and a little bit of chip damage onto this Clefairy. You've got to keep chipping away at it to remove that support from the Calyrex.
Yeah, and once again, it's one of those situations where the Farigiraf and Whimsicott are next to each other a little bit awkwardly. You would want to use those Tailwind turns to set up or bring the Miraidon on the battle, but if Luca wanted to, they could go for just another nasty plot. I mean, it will take quite a bit of time to get through that Clefairy, but it looks like that Whimsicott is a little bit more offensive as we're used to seeing.
Yes, certainly. That Clefairy is brought down much lower than expected. Whimsicott, this Astral Barrage, potentially the most excessive Astral Barrage I've ever seen. Enough to pick up the 1 HP onto that Whimsicott, but crucially, giving this Shadow Rider Calyrex a further boost to its special attack. It's now at +3. Miraidon ready to join the field, but we've got to remember that the Tailwind has been set up. So this Miraidon is driving fast.
Okay, so I think Antonio has to lock in a Discharge to play around the redirection from the Clefairy. Discharge would not knock out the Farigiraf, but I also don't think that without Helping Hand, Discharge will knock out the Calyrex. So I think this game might come down to whether Antonio predicts this Calyrex to go for a Protect or not, and whether he goes for the Terrestrialization and Helping Hand on the Discharge this turn, or if he goes for it on the next turn.
Yeah, it's time, trainers, to see. This could be the turn that decides it all. It's gonna go all in for Antonio here into this Miraidon. It's dropped its Dragon type, and it's become a pure wattage, outage, offensive threat on the field right now. Kicking into overdrive with Miraidon here, and here comes the Protect coming out from the Calyrex. So this is gonna be taking down that Clefairy, but with the Helping Hand potentially coming out, then it's gonna be, in fact, the Double Protect coming out from the Clefairy as well. So you're stalling out that electric terrain.
Yeah, so how much will this move do to the own Farigiraf? There was no Helping Hand, so as long as this Discharge does not knock out the Farigiraf, there will be another chance for Antonio to go for this very powerful combination. But Discharge hits the Farigiraf, and it goes down!
It goes down! The Farigiraf is felled by its own buddy in a one-hit KO. It's just this Miraidon now. Is the discharge going to be enough in the face of a +3 single target Astral Barrage that can come out from the Calyrex, spell tag boosted no less? It might be that Luca has just been able to eke out the victory even when the chips were so down against him. Here it comes, helping hand boosted as well. This Calyrex is going to have an absolute field day. Here come those little specters after the discharge, coming down into both these Pokemon. Any critical hits in sight here? No, the Calyrex going to survive here. So the little spectrals are going to be firing down into this Miraidon. It's certainly a spooky sight to behold. Here it comes, targeting down into this bicycle beast. That's going to be enough, of course, Marcus.
Good game. Luca taking game one. Wow, what a unconventional situation that we found ourselves in here, with Antonio having to decide, does he want to risk knocking out his own Farigiraf? Of course, Farigiraf on his team is using that Terra Fire option, so no possibility for him to go for that Terra Ground that we also have seen other players use in the past, just because of how commonly you end up in situations like this where you really want to discharge next to your own Farigiraf.
Right, exactly. The Farigiraf was really left incredibly vulnerable there. Well, I mean, we were certainly on the accelerator in that game, trainers. A real contrast from some of the other games we featured so far here in Bologna. So approaching this next game, I feel like Antonio is still playing incredibly well there.
Yep.
And the Farigiraf doesn't have access to protect. So in that situation, you've just got to leave it vulnerable to the discharge coming out. But heading into the next game, you know, I've got my eye potentially on this Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is going to be immune to the Astral Barrages coming out from the Calyrexes as well.
And also would be immune to the discharge coming out from the Miraidon. In a battle like this, you have to watch out also for some, well, friendly fire in a way coming out from that Miraidon's discharge. So, yeah, I think once again, Antonio was in a position to potentially take that game. I think I maybe would have liked to see that Miraidon to commit a little bit harder. Like, I think either you go for the helping hand Terra Electric discharge, or maybe if you're predicting the protect coming out from your opponent, maybe you try to go to delay the terrestrialization for another turn. Even if there was no protects coming out, there's still also the chance for a paralysis. So yeah, Antonio definitely coming very close to tasting victory here after that great trade he made early on, knocking out the Rillaboom. So for game 2, I'm expecting that Luca will play a little bit more careful with that Rillaboom.
Yeah, for sure, you've got that fake out pressure there. Of course, the Farigiraf can switch in at any time, activate its Armor Tail ability, and shut down priority moves such as fake out coming out from the opposing side. Okay, trainers, time to buckle up once more, board your Calyrexes, and let's get into this game 2. Here comes Whimsicott and Ogerpon half lane coming out for Antonio. It's Rillaboom and the Urshifu once more coming out for Luca.
Yeah, once again, the same leads by both players, and now again we have the same mind game. Does the Whimsicott decide to switch out into the Farigiraf again, or will Antonio go for something else? For example, Tailwind and Ivy Cudgel into the Rillaboom. All sorts of options also could go after that Urshifu, of course, over on Luca's side. And Luca now has to think, okay, do I really want to risk my Rillaboom being knocked out? And I think it would be a reasonable choice for Luca to maybe just switch out the Rillaboom right away, maybe into the Clefairy. But it looks like no switch is happening. Instead, it's going to be the Terra Stella once more.
No switching up of Pokemon, but certainly a switching up of types. Urshifu gains the power of all of the Pokemon types just for one go of each of its different types available.
Wow.
As Fake Out is coming down into the Obergon, risked it, even though the Farigiraf could be lurking in the back. But the Moonblast is going to be bringing down the Urshifu down to its Focus Sash. Not the most offensive Pokemon Whimsicott, not the most defensive Pokemon Urshifu. So a really nice play there, running the Focus Sash onto the Urshifu. Surging Strikes connecting down into the Ogerpon. We know from the previous game this is going to be enough to pick up the knockout. So this game, as opposed to the previous one, Luca in the driving seat from an earlier position.
Big play here by Luca, saying that, okay, I'm aware of the mind games, but so are you. So I'm expecting you not to bring in that Farigiraf, to try and get a little bit more ahead, so to say, by just attacking with that Whimsicott. So Luca goes for the fake out once again. This time it works. This time he's able to get rid of that Ogerpon Half Flame without losing his Rillaboom.
Satnav opting for an alternative route here as Miraidon blasts onto the field once more, zooming through with its Hadron Engine ability activated. Now this Urshifu is in range of absolutely anything. Perhaps, Marcus, as you were saying, you wanted to see Antonio commit to Miraidon a little bit more in that game 1. Maybe we're going to be able to see it here in game 2, especially if that's Ursaluna's in the back. You can switch it in, go for a discharge, but of course that that Rillaboom is taking not very effective damage from that attack. Holding the Assault Vest, no less. But it's time to commit to the Terra Electric onto this Miraidon.
Yeah, an electric play once again coming out here from Antonio. I think we're expecting the Volt Switch to come out because there's not really any great switch-ins from Luca's side. First of all, though, it's going to be an Aqua Jet just to break that Focus Sash on Whimsicott of Antonio, and there it is. Powerful move. Let's see.
This is going to be the Electro Drift that is connecting down into the Rillaboom. It's boosted by the terrain, but it's not very effective. Still, look at that. The Rillaboom brought down to a third of its HP.
Yeah, quite a lot of damage, followed up by the Moonblast, knocking out the Urshifu, but what is the Rillaboom going to do?
Rillaboom here is left all eyes on it. It couldn't, of course, go for a priority Grassy Glide with that electric terrain set up on the field. Something that Antonio is going to want to remove as quickly as possible, but going for the U-turn here with a critical hit, it's not good. It's going to have that ability in the back to be able to switch in, reset the grassy terrain at any time. In fact, it could be this very next turn that it comes back in. Here comes the Calyrex. Luke saying, okay, you're going to step on the gas. I'm going to step on the hoof of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and get ready to deal out some big Astral Barrages, perhaps after a nasty plot.
And now, as you said, Luca has the opportunity to bring in the Rillaboom in the very same turn, override the terrain. So now we're playing in the grassy terrain once again, resetting fake out pressure as well. And Antonio now still stuck with that Miraidon on the field. Didn't want to go for the Volt Switch, instead trying to commit on the Rillaboom, maybe predicting a switch that didn't happen. And now, yeah, Luca playing this game masterfully. Now could go for the fake out, could also try and predict a switch into the Farigiraf to just go for a U-turn. So you once again have the Rillaboom in the back. Yeah, looking really good for Luca.
Yeah, this Miraidon, of course, doesn't have access to Protect, having those choice specs, so it's going to be Farigiraf joining the field here, blocking any potential fake outs, but Tailwind coming out from the Whimsicott instead. Going to be an immediate Astral Barrage, in fact, coming out from the Calyrex here. No nasty plots in sight, connecting down into the Whimsicott. That's going to be enough to secure the knockout and crucially give Calyrex that +1 boost to its special attack. So Calyrex here not deciding to go for a light bulb moment of its own, matching Miraidon's own Terra Electric one here. Woodhammer connecting into the Farigiraf, brings it down to nearly exactly half HP, boosted by that grassy terrain, of course.
Yeah, so Luca did not go for that U-turn. Instead, he wanted to go for damage right away. Now, this means that, well, Miraidon can join the battlefield and has at least one turn where it can go for a very powerful electric type attack in electric terrain. However, Luca could just go for maybe Protect on the Calyrex, swap out the Rillaboom. Even with this activation now on the electric seed of the Farigiraf, it's looking a little bit tougher here for Antonio, who also once again has to make the weird decision: do you want to go for the discharge with your own Farigiraf on the board, or do you go for another move?
And then over on Luca's side of the field, we've got to think, well, I did that last time. Maybe Antonio's expecting it, so he won't go for it. Therefore, should I go for it? All of the mind games are plenty. This labyrinth the Pokemon set up for us. Let's get into the next turn as Calyrex going to go for the Protect just to scout out and potentially once more blocking a discharge that would take out the Farigiraf. But no, going to be another Electro Drift that's going to career its way into the Rillaboom. It did so much damage the first time. Going to be easily enough to pick up the knockout here, so well called by Antonio.
Yeah, this time the Electro Drift is enough. Knocks out the Rillaboom. Farigiraf probably not going to set up a Trick Room. I think that's just going to be a foul play here, but of course Luca protecting. And now it's the question, what is the last Pokemon? If it is once again the Clefairy, and it is the Clefairy, this will be able to draw away any attention from the Calyrex. And you got to imagine at this point that another Astral Barrage might be enough to knock out the Miraidon from this range.
Yeah, it certainly could be. We did have the Tailwind set up. The Calyrex has just protected, so you could go for a safer discharge here, but it would be certainly a high committal play. Clefairy is going to be saying, follow me. Here comes yet another Electro Drift going down into that Pokemon. Massive damage, as we've been seeing. Kicking it into overdrive with Miraidon here, and it's going to be enough for the one-hit knockout onto that supportive Clefairy. Now, all eyes on this Shadow Rider Calyrex, and the amount of damage is going to be able to output with an Astral Barrage. The Farigiraf is immune, is going to be connecting down into the Miraidon here, and the damage is going to be more than enough to secure the knockout. The Farigiraf does have access to foul play.
Yep.
The Calyrex would have to go for a Draining Kiss, but again, it's now at +2, I believe, of its special attack.
Yeah, so how much damage will that Draining Kiss be able to do? But first of all, of course, how much damage can the foul play do? There it is.
Yes, here it is.
4 times super effective.
Okay.
That's around half HP. Another one of those would get it. Unfortunately for Antonio, there's no chance to go for any terrestrialization. Oh, but Draining Kiss, that's so weak.
Doesn't do too much, and it's going to heal the Calyrex a little bit. It might just be out of range now of another foul play. Here we go, trainers. How much damage is it going to be doing? It's going to be enough. Going to be enough for the knockout. We're going to go to a game 3
victory. Congratulations to Antonio.
Wow, what a turnaround of events here. Antonio with the foul play, just doing a little bit more damage than the previous hit. And Training Kiss, just once again, it's such a weak move. It only becomes strong when, of course, paired with the terrestrialization. But of course, because that was used earlier in the battle, Antonio could capitalize on that, leaving the Farigiraf healthy all the way until the end. And yeah, midway through, I thought that, well, Luca might have it, but massively, Antonio plays out of the situation and finds a way to have the Farigiraf deal with the threat with the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
It's not often that you see the Farigiraf being the offensive threat on top. The last giraffe standing at the end of the game. That's certainly what it was there. Oh my goodness, trainers. The tension is mounting and mounting, just like Antonio is on top of the trusty bicycle Miraidon, and Luca is on top of that noble steed, the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Now, all bets are off. One game apiece here, heading into game 3. Do you entirely switch up your game plan, try and catch your opponent off guard? Do you go with tried and tested? Thing is, if you go with tried and tested, your opponent can, of course, switch up their own Pokemon that they're bringing and get and go for something that you're not expecting.
Okay, hear me out.
Yeah, I'm hearing
First
you.
game.
Yeah.
First game, first turn, goes very well for Antonio. Luca wins.
Yeah.
Second game, first turn goes very well for Luca, I would argue. Antonio wins. So my idea is, third game, whoever gets the first turn wrong wins the battle.
Okay, well, let's see if that's borne out, Marcus. Of course, both trainers could have more of an even first turn as opposed to the previous 2 games that we have featured. But this is what it all comes down to, trainers. One of these trainers will presumably be advancing to Top Cut here in Bologna. One of them will have their tournament life ended right now at the special event. It's time to go straight for the restricted with the Calyrex. And here comes that Ursaluna that's been lurking in its den for games 1 and 2. Right now on the field, that Calyrex does not love facing down that bear.
Big mix-up coming out here by both players. Antonio probably anticipating the same lead once again, and then there is one where with the Ursaluna Blood Moon you can threaten a lot of damage to an Urshifu and also to the Rillaboom potentially. But I think this is even better for Antonio because, yeah, Luca doesn't have any offensive pressure against that Ursaluna Blood Moon on the field right now. I think the worst that could happen for Antonio would maybe be a Sing coming out. But, yeah, even that, there could always be a Miraidon switching in, setting the electric terrain. So, yeah, right off the bat, Antonio looking to be in a strong spot. Let's see if he can use it to do a lot of damage this turn.
Well, certainly trying to, going for that Terra Normal. Ursaluna leaning into the standard side of life and boosting up something like a Hyper Voice that could be coming out. Clefairy, of course, could be going for matching those vocals with a Sing as a Tailwind will be set up. Fast Ursaluna's here, of course, thanks to its Mind's Eye ability, going to be connecting down into the Calyrex, affecting Ghost types, albeit being a normal type move. And now we switch our perspective to this Calyrex, going for that nasty block, boosting up its special attack by 2 stages immediately.
It is the
Sing is going to connect into Antonio's Ursaluna. And so in this battle of the bands, right now, Lucas seems to be the one that's coming out on top.
Yeah, Luca has a little bit of a band going on there, right? You have Rillaboom as the drummer.
Exactly.
And you have Clefairy singing vocals. Oh, I'll leave the wordplay to you.
Well,
anyway.
Miraidon providing the electricity needed for all of those amplifiers too.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a jam session going on there. But yeah, the Ursaluna now being put to sleep by the sweet, sweet lullaby, just 55%. But Luca finding an opening, setting up the nasty plot, and now, yeah, it's going to be once again Antonio who has to find a way to play out of the situation.
Yeah, Antonio is now really on the back foot there. That Sing only 55% accurate. There's every chance that Ursaluna could have dodged it. Well, 50% chance at least. But instead, Ursaluna this time on the back foot, gonna have to withdraw to the back. Here comes Farigiraf coming in, whereas Ursaluna was on the back paw. The Farigiraf hopefully going to be on the front hoof coming into this next turn as Luca going to respond with that terrestrialization.
Yeah, terrestrialization on the Calyrex turning into the fairy type. Yeah, doesn't want to be hit with a foul play again in this game, and also, of course, wants to boost up the damage by the Draining Kiss, I would assume. So let's see, Whimsicott, fastest Pokemon on the field. Maybe the Moonblast is enough to knock out this Clefairy, which goes for the Follow Me, draw away any attention from that Calyrex, but then what does the Calyrex go for?
Friend God is down. Calyrex left by his lonesome on the field right now here, trainers. Going to be Calyrex with that Terra Fairy. Going to be boosted Draining Kiss, of course, with that nasty plot 2-stage boost as well. Frigoroth takes that really rather well. Foul Play is not going to be doing half as much damage to that Calyrex as it was in the previous game because it's changed up its type. And the beautiful thing about Draining Kiss is, of course, you recover that health as well.
Yeah, big damage on the Frigoroth. And once again, another Pokemon we haven't seen yet here from Luca. It is that Incineroar. Maybe he wanted to try and drop and intimidate on that Ogerpon, but Antonio didn't bring it to this battle. But once again, it's this awkward combination. Whimsicott and Frigoroth next to each other. Not a lot of damage potential. Now, with the Incineroar over on Luca's side, of course, there could be all sorts of parting shot shenanigans coming out to try and catch a switch that is happening. Whimsicott trying to go for the Protect, and I think at this point you probably hope that the Frigoroth goes down just so you can get into your Miraidon to threaten a lot of damage.
Well, the Draining Kiss was targeting into the Whimsicott right there. As Psyshock is connecting into the Calyrex, it's brought back up to full HP here, not doing too much damage at all, but it can all whittle away, of course. That looked like what was going to be a parting shot coming out into the Whimsicott there, unconfirmed, of course, but the Incineroar left on the field.
Yeah, nice play there by Antonio. That's what he needs to get back into this game, but also at the same time, I don't think Luca lost too much by this turn. Going for the Whimsicott right away, just so you can ensure that maybe later down the road there's no more support potential from that Pokemon. On the other hand, yeah, Frigoroth making it through the turn. Now the Moonblast coming out. The Whimsicott
it gets a drop of the special attack
drop. That could be relevant. Let's see. Draining Kiss. Will it be enough?
Oh, it's not the Frigoroth. Hangs on with 7 HP. What is this Incineroar going to be doing here as the Calyrex restores a substantial amount of HP here? Oh, it was Taunt coming out the previous turn into the Whimsicott, and here once more. But this is the beautiful thing about Antonio's team. Not only do you have Tailwind, you got Trick Room. And that's being said, with the Tailwind expiring shortly, that Ursaluna can come back in and therefore be slower. Ursaluna, of course, hitting that really nice speed tier where it can be fast or slow.
Yeah, but of course also has to wake up. Now this Trick Room, Antonio, using that special attack drop to set it up. That's probably not something that he anticipated, but now can use this chance to throw another Psyshock, and that damage is starting to add up on the Calyrex.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's the parting shot coming out into Frigoroth. It's going to have its special attack reduced to physical attack, not worrying so much. Of course, Foul Play is your opponent's attack stat to deal damage, and it's going to be the reveal of the 4th Pokemon for Luca. What's going to be the one that he's hoping can clinch out this game 3 for him? Going to be Rillaboom coming out once more. The Frigoroth, as long as it's on the field on just those 7 HP, blocking any fake outs or indeed grassy glides.
Yeah, Rillaboom, the drummer of the band, joining the battlefield, and Moonblast barely missing the KO, which means that now once again with this powerful Draining Kiss targeting in the Whimsicott, and that will be so much recovery, around 100 HP back on that Calyrex, and yeah, that's back in the green again. That's just really the beauty of that Calyrex set, or the nightmare, depending on which side of the battlefield you are.
Back in the green, just like the grassy terrain that has sprung up from the ground around it. Of course, thanks to that taunt, the Whimsicott can no longer protect. As much as Antonio tries, it's not going to work, I'm afraid, buddy. You got to switch in something from the back if you don't want your Whimsicott to go down. And of course, you might want to be burning those sleep turns on the Ursaluna as well. And the time is ticking down on the Trick Room, getting the Ursaluna out in the right position. You probably don't want to get your Miraidon out in the Trick Room. So Antonio's really made a hard committal play here. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, once again, Antonio now needs to find a way to potentially set up the Tailwind and bring in the Miraidon at the later point in time. Of course, Miraidon not a Pokemon that likes to fight under Trick Room at all, so he was really only setting that Trick Room up so that he could use his Frigoroth to do a lot of damage, which is quite funny. Usually Frigoroth, very defensive Pokemon, but once again here, going on the offense with that Psyshock, this time though, right into Protect.
Okay, so U-turn, really nice option here, super effective into the Frigoroth, because it's going to knock it out, but also get Luca the opportunity to switch up his Pokemon without having to take a turn to do that. Ready heading into this next turn. Protect nice on the Calyrex, also in order to stall out a turn of Trick Room, as Incineroar is going to be rejoining the field. With Frigoroth down now, that paves the way for a future fake out.
Yeah, of course, now with the Frigoroth down, there is an option to switch something in. Moonblast also being targeted into that Calyrex, so nice play there by Luca, knowing that the Calyrex is the threat right here and expecting this double target. But now, once again, it's an opportunity for Antonio to switch something in. Of course, Frigoroth going down, that's a little bit worrisome here for Antonio, because Luca still has the double fake out with the Incineroar and the Rillaboom available, so that fake out cycle, which can be so deadly when paired up with that Calyrex, could hit Antonio if he doesn't watch out for it.
Now, had this electric terrain been set up on the field when Clefairy was there, it would have prevented the Ursaluna from falling asleep. But the Clefairy is down for Luca now, and so this Ursaluna is just going to have to try and wake up on the future turns. The Whimsicott still aiming to go for the Moonblast right now, hopefully getting another special attack drop onto the Calyrex here. But the taunt still seems to be active, so it's going to have to switch out, or it's going to have to go for yet another protect. Hopefully, Miraidon here very vulnerable to the Calyrex. Under the Trick Room conditions, Calyrex is going to be underspeeding, therefore going first until those Twisted Dimensions go back to normal.
Yeah, so I think, Miraidon joined the battlefield, but has to leave it right away, because if that Pokemon goes down, then there's no way for a comeback available for Antonio. So calls back the Miraidon and brings in the Ursaluna Blood Moon that at this point, you can't really do that much with it. But Luca, also preserving their restricted Pokemon, will bring in the Rillaboom, override the terrain. And once again, I don't know if we will see a KO this turn happening.
No, it's going to be the Grassy Terrain springing up on the field once more. Now, Grassy Glide no longer super effective into the Ursaluna because it's a pure normal type now. Going to be knocking off the Life Orb, so those Hyper Voices aren't going to be doing nearly as much damage in terms of decibels as a Moonblast connecting down into the Rillaboom. Props to this Whimsicott for dishing really respectable chip damage and in some cases picking up KOs itself. So very well-trained Whimsicott here for Antonio.
Yeah, finally that taunt runs out, and I believe it's the last turn of Trick Room. So that's something that these players will have to maneuver through, but also that means that Whimsicott could go for a Protect right away. And then you could try to see if the Ursaluna makes it through the turn, and then next turn you go for a Tailwind. But it looks like Antonio has other plans. Very risky play, because if that Miraidon switch in is being targeted by Luca, this could be the end of the game.
Antonio's back against the wall here. Let's see if Antonio made the right call right now. Luca with Incineroar and Rillaboom on the field. Whimsicott going for that Protect, enabling it to stick around for at least another turn. A Taunt coming out once more into the Whimsicott here, which was wisely blocked by that Protect. That's going to be Woodhammer connecting down into Miraidon. It's going to be resisted, so really good call there by Antonio, and that's going to be the Twisted Dimensions returning to normal, and Miraidon in a really good position here, not having lost much HP at all.
Yeah, huge play here by Antonio. All of a sudden, he has a Miraidon. The Trick Room is over. The Rillaboom didn't go for a U-turn, so now there's no way for Luca to escape being hit by this very powerful electric-type attacks from the Miraidon. I think the one thing that Antonio would have liked here, if that Miraidon could Terrestrialize still, he could have easily Terrestrialized into the electric-type, taken the knockout on the Incineroar, and then potentially also gone for some discharge next to the Ursaluna. But because he has used the Terrestrialization option earlier in the game, it's still a little bit more tricky than it might seem.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but you do have the option to set up that Tailwind, which is coming out right now on the field. Miraidon is looking to deal fast and hard damage right now. Electro Drift connecting down into Incineroar. How much is it going to do? Train is in the electric terrain, boosted by the choice space. It's going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto Luca's Incineroar here, paving the way potentially for Antonio to blast through the rest of this game. He does have a sleeping Ursaluna in the back. That's going to be the U-turn though, picking up the knockout onto the Whimsicott. That's a neutral damage, and now allowing the Rillaboom to come back in, set up the grassy terrain. Ursaluna gonna have to come in sleeping.
Yeah, huge KO there by Luca. Of course, it was just the U-turn, and usually that move is only or mainly used to reposition, to switch back out and in again. This was so important. Had that U-turn not KO'd, then Antonio would have been able to call back the Miraidon, switch it out later in the battle, reset the electric terrain as Luca was down to their last two Pokemon. But because U-turn was enough to knock out, now also Antonio doesn't have the option to switch out anymore. It's a true 2v2, and Rillaboom has the last laugh, has the last Brom solo, however you want to say. Fake out pressure on the board. Grassy terrain setup.
Yeah, and the last terrain, of course, with that Miraidon no longer able to switch out with Antonio down to their final two Pokemon. Got to remember that Ursaluna has had that Life Orb knocked off earlier in the battle as well, so its damage output is certainly mitigated. That's going to be knockoff, Fake Out coming down into the Miraidon here, so it is going to flinch. It can't protect, it's carrying those choice specs. Ursaluna going to remain asleep. This sleepy bear is going to have to wake up soon if Antonio wants to stand a chance, as Draining Kiss is going to go super effective into Miraidon survives on 2 HP right now.
Surviving on 2 HP, but will heal that Calyrex back up. But of course, that Rillaboom has access to the Grassy Glide and Grassy Terrain combination. However, also means that maybe the Ursaluna has a chance here. to go for a Blood Moon, maybe get a cheeky knockout, and somehow turn this game around for Antonio once more.
Right, for sure. This Calyrex having just come in, Draining Kiss, even though it's Terra Fairy, not going to be doing too much damage into the Ursaluna, and it can't go for those Astral Barrages because the Ursaluna, being a normal type, not going to be taking any damage. It's coming down to the wire once more. Trainers, Calyrex decides to keep itself safe. All depends now on Antonio's targeting here. Here comes the Grass Glide, even though it's not very effective into the Miraidon, going to be enough on that low HP to pick up the KO. All eyes now on this Ursaluna, which is going to be waking up. It's going to be connecting down this Blood Moon into the Rillaboom. It's not going to be able to do this on the next turn into the Calyrex. It's not going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Rillaboom either, thanks to that Life Orb removal.
Yeah, that knockoff earlier coming in very important here. Ursaluna, of course, still with that boost from Terrestrialization, but missing its item right here. So, yeah, I could have imagined a sequence of turns where maybe then the Ursaluna next turn just goes for Protect.
Yeah, exactly.
And then for another Blood Moon into the Calyrex, because, yeah, that has Terrestrialized. But nope, it's going to be Grassy Glide, followed up by a Draining Kiss. But first of all, Hyper Voice will come out from the Ursaluna as Tailwind is still up.
Here comes the Hyper Voice. Of course, another benefit of the Protect is you get a little bit more recovery from the Grassy Terrain, which can prove crucial in a game of such fine margins. But it's going to be the nasty plot, in fact, coming out from the Calyrex here, trying to get the knockout onto the Ursaluna before it can move. You can just Protect here for a little bit more Grassy Terrain. You do threaten the Blood Moon now down into that Pokemon. This is it, trainers. We're entering the end game of this 3-game thriller between Luca Lucignoli and Antonio Iolipacci. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Draining Kiss coming out. Tailwind is finally over. Will this be enough for the knockout?
Oh, yes, it is. It's going to be Luca Lucignoli atop the Shadow Rider Calyrex, progressing through.
Well played here by Luca. Wow, keeping their head cool after that second game. Both players there discussing a little bit after the match, and wow, yeah, great sportsmanship that we're seeing, and what a thriller that was.
Yeah, it really, really was. You talk about sportsmanship, and of course we had the equestrian of that Shadow Rider Calyrex. We had the almost Formula One, the motorbike action of the Miraidon. And Marcus, oh my goodness, I don't know how these trainers do it. Oh. I mean, I know that we're calling the shots here, but they're the ones who have to maintain their composure and try and eke out that victory. So well played to both trainers.
Absolutely, yeah. One could have thought that this third game would be as explosive and aggressive right from the start, but instead we ended up in some very weird game states that I'm not sure either of these players have seen before. With that Farigiraf setting up the Trick Room, but then he wanted to stall out his own Trick Room so he could have set up Tailwind again. The Whimsicott was taunted for a couple of turns. So many field effects, but both players really maneuvering through that jungle, one could say, quite masterfully. But in the end, it's Luca, yeah, who comes out on top.
Yeah, we certainly went off-piste there. All bets were off, but yes, Shadow Rider Calyrex once more asserting his dominance in the format. Really good, though, to see Miraidon having a good ride here after its fantastic showing in Indianapolis, showing that, you know, there's still so much potential to be gleaned from that Pokemon. Got to wonder about that Terra Fire on the Farigiraf as well. It's keeping it safer from Fairy-type moves, for example, but Terra Ground could have been so nice there, especially in game 1, so that the Discharge didn't just completely remove it from the field. Could have swung the game in Antonio's favor.
Yeah, certainly. I think that might be one thing that Antonio thinking about this battle, because yeah, in all 3 games it felt like there were ways for him to win it. Of course, one game he did win, but also the other 2 just felt really, really close. So yeah, I think definitely also Antonio can be very proud of how they played here.
Oh, absolutely. And just reaching this record in the tournament. We saw Luca's achievements on one side of the screen. Antonio didn't have any to their name as of yet, but I hope that he's feeling that this in itself is a wonderful achievement, having reached day 2 and had a fantastic standing here at the Bologna Special Event, our last event on the EU calendar.
Yeah, one thing I want to give a shout out there in that match was just how Luca was able to adapt. First game and second game, he was bringing the same Pokemon in the lead and also in the back, and leaning heavily into that stellar terrestrialization on that Urshifu.
Yeah.
It was quite effective at knocking out that Ogerpon Hearthflame, but then we saw in that second game, in the end, without the terrestrialization to Fairy, that Calyrex Shadow Rider is a little bit weak and losing there to that Farigiraf. So then for the third game, Luca making sure that this time terrestrialization will be used on the Calyrex, I think was a very, very good choice. Also swapping out the supporting cast. On paper, it didn't look as if he had like great tools into the Farigiraf, to be honest, because yeah, this time there was no Urshifu. He had the double fake-out Pokemon, Incineroar and Rillaboom, neither of which do that much damage to the Farigiraf, but in the end, just masterfully positioning around and made sure that one step at a time, what's my next goal, how do I get to that spot, and then step by step, in the end, Calyrex could take it home.
Yeah, the third bowl of porridge was certainly right for Luca there, and we had one bear in the Ursaluna, we had a second bear in the Urshifu, we didn't have a third bear, but we did have Goldilocks with that Rillaboom, bringing its shiny, flowing mane onto the field. Huge congratulations to Luca there. Shortly we'll be able to get the insight from Luca themselves. Cannot wait to hear what they have to say about this matchup, how much they prepared into Miraidon. And again, congratulations to Antonio for still a really fantastic result here. And fantastic to see Whimsicott as well having a great showing here. A Pokemon that's really been rising up through Regulation Set G.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen the kind of counterpart that Tornadus over on Luca's side didn't make it to the battle. Luca, they're saying, okay, Tornadus doesn't actually do that well into Miraidon. Of course, it would take a lot of damage. And also, if that Farigiraf decides to set up the Trick Room, then having a Pokemon setting up Tailwind, that doesn't do anything for me. So instead, leaving that on the bench, I think was a good decision. Instead, going for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and for that third game, really all in on supporting it.
Yeah, I've got to call out as well the option to go for Tailwind or Trick Room on Antonio's team. Sign of a really good player to be able to operate under either of those conditions. But let's turn our focus back to Luca here, your winner of the previous game. Let's hear from the Shadow Horseman himself. It's Luca.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Marcus. I am, of course, joined here by the winner of our round 14, Luca Lucignoli. How are you feeling after such a thriller of a game?
So, the big thing in this matchup was the Ogerpon. Usually, my standard line is the Forever in game 1, so Shifurilla and Kali and Clefairy. But I didn't have a safe line because he had the Ogerpon, so I was forced to KO the Ogerpon. It was really difficult, especially after he counter lead me in game 3, and so I'm thrilled to be the winner.
Yeah, that was such a back and forth game in that game 1. It looked like you didn't really have too much for the Farigiraf anymore, and then suddenly he goes for the discharge and just commits to Miraidon's going to sweep and KOs his own Farigiraf. Like, what was your thoughts going into the end of that game 1?
Awesome. In game 1, I thought that I can take him by surprise by leading Rillaboom or Shifu, because it's a lead that like no one is doing against Miraidon, because it's like a counterintuitive leading Urshifu against Miraidon. But actually, Terrastellar Urshifu KO Miraidon with close combat, and a lot of people didn't expect that. I didn't manage to do it on stream, but yeah, that was the gameplay in game 1. Also, it's fine into the Farigiraf, because you can double the Farigiraf, KO immediately, and then you can sweep with Clefairy, Rillaboom, and Calyrex. No, yeah, that's all.
Well, makes perfect sense. Worked out really well in that game 1. Game 2, not quite so much. But then you switched it up for that game 3, and you led with the Clefairy and the Calyrex instead. So what made you go with that adjustment?
Yeah, so game 2, I think I messed up. Maybe if I did plot instead of raining kiss the Farigiraf, the recovery would have been enough. But yeah. Game 3, I wasn't expecting him to bring Ursaluna, because he was not good into the Urshifu Rillaboom lead I did the other 2 games. So I gambled with Clefairy, but the thing saved me. Yeah, I had a line, but it was not that solid without the Sing.
Well, sometimes that's what Clefairy can do. You take that gamble. If you hit the Sing, it's going to work out so well for you. And like, how were you feeling after you saw the Sing did connect into the Ursaluna?
Awesome. My line here was to protect the Clefairy and throw the Raining Kiss. Also, in that team is bulky, so I think I could have recovered enough. But I had to get the 50-50 right. And he was likely to double my Kali. I could have also protect the Kali and Sing again, but it was a 50-50 in that case.
Yeah, and it worked out pretty well, and you were able to get into a really good position with the Calyrex, get that nasty plot set up, and then the Ursaluna was just kind of useless, wasn't it? It kept switching out, switching back in, never could get its attacks off because it was already asleep. It seemed like you already did the damage at that point.
Yeah, it was pretty useless. He also did get the 1-2 wake up that could have saved him if he managed to create my Kaido that is extremely bulky. So without the crit, he's never going to die. But yeah, unfortunately for me, unfortunately for him, he didn't.
Yeah, it worked out really well. Of course, you've got that 12 wins and 3 losses, so could be making it into that top 8. We'll have to wait and see, unfortunately, because it is always the case when you get that record with the X3, whether you'll make it. You've had such a fantastic performance, at least on stream as well, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the tournament. How do you think your chances would be if you do manage to squeak into that top 8?
I think first of all, I don't think I can make top 8 because I had a terrible resistance, but maybe all my opponent managed to win this round, so I can say that. There are, I think, 2 or 3 mirror in top right now, or there can be 2 or 3 mirror in top, and it's not the best matchup. And I think the other matchup are fine. I think the worst matchup for Kalido is always the mirror because there are a lot of 50-50. It's also item dependent, like spell tag is slightly favored in the mirror, but if he had me and Shard, a lot of 50-50. So I hope to not play in a lot of mirror if I manage to top.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we can't speak in absolutes just yet. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to work out for that top 8 with the X and 3s. But fantastic record regardless, and if you do make it into that top 8, then that's just the cherry on top, let's say. Just before we conclude this interview, and we do end up going to find out if you make it in the top 8, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Oh yeah, I want to shout out my roommate, Nicola Pollato, that stayed up with me until 4 a.m. 2 days ago to figure out the plan against Miraidon, and we actually managed to figure this out together, so I beat Miraidon, I need to shout out him.
Yeah, and congratulations once again. So that's going to conclude all of these Swiss rounds here in the Bologna Special Event. We're left with just the top 8, which we'll be cutting to very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesa Goza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go!
Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion!
Wow! Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery. Rapid strike search for the Tower Waters. Attaches the water energy. And 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with Rapid Strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive. Dragonite outrages into the Fluttermane again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a
Alex on the item
and that's gonna do it. Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion. And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one move blast away from securing the knockout into the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive merch?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What'd you get?
I got here a bunch of
play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a cherish ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Megalodon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
And here we are after 2 amazing days of competition, 15 Swiss rounds, and in the end, it all comes down to this. Welcome to our top 8 bracket, and I'm joined here by Lee. Finally, behind the desk with me.
I know,
How
it's
you
taken
doing?
a while. I'm good, mate. I'm good. It's great to be behind the desk with you again after a little while. I think the last time we were together was Gdansk, right? Earlier
Probably,
in the
yeah,
season,
yeah.
So great to be behind the desk again. We've had some incredible games so far this weekend, and we are going into our top 8 now. I'm so excited as well because the matches that we've had so far this weekend have been incredible, and I can only imagine that the top 8 matches are going to be exactly the same, if not even better than what we've seen so far.
Absolutely, a very high level play down here in Bologna for the special event. And as we have been saying over the course of the tournament, one of the stories and one of the questions, of course, that we and also probably you at home have asked is, okay, this Calyrex Shadow Rider that is showing up, 1/3 of the teams in day 2, but how well will it place at the top? How many of them will make it to top 8? And could it potentially even claim yet another big event?
That's the question, I think, because every time we've seemed to see it on the broadcast this weekend, it's performed extremely well. Players seem like they've got a real good grasp of how to utilize the team properly, how to utilize the tools to protect against those big threats. And it seems like the kind of the talking point from this weekend coming in after LA, where it had that success over in NA, and is it going to be able to do that again this weekend? So there's still a big question. I think the one thing that you would say is the Terrapagos teams may stand in its way. I know one Terrapagos team finished undefeated after the 15 rounds. So you would think that that might be a task a little bit too far, but you know, we can't ever find out until we get into the matches. In your opinion, what do you think is going to take the event?
Well, I mean, as per my caster predictions, I put Terrapagos as the one restricted Pokemon to look out for here for this special event. And as you were saying, well, it's still undefeated in the tournament. 15-0 record coming out by Alessio. Really incredible showcase. And doing that with such an innovative team as well, right?
Yeah, really, with the Florges, not the Florges. Comfy. I'm just thinking of flowers. What am I talking about? Yeah, the Comfy, of course, with that, the floral healing, of course.
Yep.
Giving the ability to have that priority boost to the healing move, which is so imperative to not only kind of keep the Terrapagos as healthy as possible, but recovering that Terra Shell in positions where it is maybe trying to set up those Calm Minds as well.
Yeah, and then of course the Dragapult, another Pokemon that we haven't seen in quite a while. At least I haven't seen it in this regulation at all. Coming here with that Focus Sash set with Thunder Wave, and yeah, once again, 15-0, incredible record. Will we finally have an undefeated champion at one of our major tournaments here at this special event?
Well, that is the question. And I'm sure you know, when you've got to this stage in the event, you feel like that's what you want to do, right? You want to go on and you want to be undefeated for the entire event. I believe You've done that before, Marcus.
It was back in the day.
Yeah, but still a very big accomplishment. I remember. So I'm just, yeah. When you say that, though, you know, when you're going into these events, I think it's such a huge task to be able to do something like that, you know. And the pressure's on now because we get to that knockout stage of the tournament. And players might have played already in the lead up to the top 8 results. So it means that players that have lost before might have had a chance to reevaluate how that game went and then think about the game plan and got it at a different angle, which may cause Alessio some problems.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we have had many great players in attendance here in this event, but at the end of the day, only 8 of them will be able to move on to our bracket. So let's have a look and see just who was able to make the cut. And of course, we saw some of the names down there. Michael Kelsch, Luca Lucignoli, having that 12-3. It's still a great record, but just was barely not enough to place here in our top 8. But now if we have a look at those games, it's Alessio undefeated still against Hippolyte, former regional champion. We have Alessandro, who we have seen play so well with the Zamazenta earlier, will take on Ruben in the top 8.
Yeah, that's going to be a great one as well. And Alessandro going up against Ruben, and Ruben, someone that we haven't really been able to feature yet on the broadcast, playing the Shadow Rider Calyrex as well. So that's going to be a great match going in. We've got Victor Medina making it into the top 8 of this tournament, playing the Terrapagos again, going up against Luca Cerabelli, who is running that Miraidon, the only Miraidon in the top 8, and then Antonio Sanchez, who is piloting another Terrapagos against Giuseppe, who we were able to feature as well, piloting the only Soul Kyogre coming into the top 8. So we've got a real mix of restricted Pokemon, but more Terrapagos than anything else.
Yeah, 3 Terrapagos, I believe, and then paired with the Miraidon, we've got the Kyogre in there, and then the 2 Calyrex Shadow Rider, as well as that lone Zamazenta. Of course, how the bracket could shape out, we know Victor and Antonio, 2 players from Spain, very close team-building partners, both coming into this tournament with the same team. Funnily enough, both of them losing their stream appearance today and yesterday, respectively, but still managing to make it here into the top 8 with that Screamtail team. Could potentially face off in the semifinals.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, you know, I think it's a good example as well when you are coming to these events, even if you have maybe a bad loss, it's not to give up at that stage, because you keep going until the very end, because you've always got a chance in these events, if your record's in a good space, to make it into these top 8s of the tournament and not to give up and kind of keep pushing on and getting those results, because it is so important with such fine margins that we see throughout these events.
Absolutely. And once again, we will be giving the choice to the community which top 8 match will be featuring. So let's have a look at the matches coming up. And of course, then I believe we will also be able to have a closer look at some of the teams that these players are running. So yeah, we have a little bit of that Shadow Rider composition, both featuring the variant with the Incineroar and Urshifu by Hippolyte, and also the standard kind of team that is coming out of this event, but only claiming 1 spot here in the top 8 with Ruben.
Yeah, that's it. And I really I think Hippolyte and Adam Shafu are probably running a very similar team. Both of them running that Thunderous, and we kind of have seen Adam on the broadcast already and seen that team in action and how well it can work when it's put into practice. But like you say, I think everything up against the Terrapagos. Can the Terrapagos finally push through and win an event? And you feel like the teams that are representing it here, you've got the Victor Mendinas one and Antonio Sanchez with that Screamtail, and it's such a disruptive Pokemon if left unchecked and not respected enough.
Yeah, so go ahead, go in the chat and cast your vote, trainers. Which battle do you want to see on the stream? And then in just a couple of moments, we will have our result, and then we will know which game it will be.
Which one would you pick?
I'm
putting you on the spot here. I'm sorry, Marcus.
That's tough. I mean, you can argue for any of them, I would say. Yeah. I mean, should it be Alessio, of course, undefeated so far, Hippolyte, former regional champion, Ruben, bringing in the one team that we've seen so much over the course of this tournament, but it could be their last chance here in this top 8, unless it goes down to the ones Zamazenta we are featuring here in the top cut. And then Victor and Antonio, both of them bringing in the creativity with that Screamtail up against Luca Ceribelli with that Miraidon, lone Miraidon, or the lone Kyogre. So all of these matches, of course, look very tempting and very interesting. So I have to be sorry, but I can't just make up my mind just yet.
I do apologize. I did put you on the spot there. It was not fair because, like you say, they're all absolutely cracking matches, and I don't think we can lose out with whatever our community chooses. And normally when it does go to a community choice, you've got to give credit to everyone that is placing the votes. They normally pick an absolute amazing match for us to feature, and I'm sure whichever one it will be. You know, you look at Giuseppe's team, that Kyogre, it's done so well throughout this tournament. The Assault Vest on that Pokemon, the support with the Serena, we haven't seen too much of that combination so far in Regulation G, so that's another one that would be really great to watch. But whatever you decide, whatever you vote for, we'll be here and we'll love every moment of whatever match comes out.
So then, answering the question that I asked you before, we had a look at the top 8 teams.
Yes.
Calyrex Shadow Rider, not quite as dominating as it could have been after being so prominent in the Stage 2 field. Only 2 of them making it into the top 8.
Yeah, I think if you'd asked me before I saw the results of the top 8, I would have definitely said it would have been about 50% of the bracket being that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I am surprised, especially to see things like the Zamazenta in there, which I'm not saying it's a bad Pokemon, I just feel like it has a harder time against those Calyrex Shadow Riders than some of the other restricteds. Again, the Miraidon as well. I feel like it's had such success in the format so far. It feels so kind of hard countered and prepared against. But Luca proving otherwise and making it all the way into top 8.
Absolutely. So let's have a look and see what our community decided and which match we will be featuring. And it is going to be Alessio, the undefeated 15-0 player with that Comfy up against Hippolyte. Very strong player from France. Yeah, you mentioned it before. We saw Adam using this thunderous innovation yesterday on the stream, and Hippolyte, being a team-building partner with Adam, will be using that exact same team. So we have seen both teams at least being featured, but not when paired against each other.
Yeah, and it's going to be an extremely exciting match because we've seen Alessio very early on in the broadcast this weekend in the tournament, but he's went from strength to strength, finishing 15-0. And Hippolyte as well, doing extremely well throughout the tournament, always been in and around that top kind of bracket of players in this event and managing to get into top 8 in great fashion, piloting, I think in the last round actually facing off against Adam Shafue. It was Hippolyte and Adam Shafue going against each other. So one of those who have performed so well in this tournament would have progressed, and it was Hippolyte that came out on top. So, you know, coming into this top 8, got to be feeling confident. The piloting the team feels good. But against that Comfy, against the Terapagos, it feels a very difficult task, doesn't it? But you do have ways to deal with it. You know, the Urshifu is a great way to deal with it. If you can position the Thundurus there, it has got Eerie Impulse, which could be a real tool to slow down the Terapagos, prevent its kind of damage output, especially if it is relying a little bit more on those Calm Minds.
Yep. Yeah, and I think once again, we have to give a shout out to the community who made this vote, because featuring Alessio after such an incredible tournament makes a lot of sense in my opinion. I mean, we probably would have featured him earlier, but as you were saying, he was just storming from win to win to win. So by the time that we were like choosing some of our matches, he was already qualified. And then it's always a question like, I mean, he's already in the top 8. Like, how serious is he going to take those games? Maybe is he just playing them for fun or for a little bit of practice? But no, Alessio, he made sure that no one will get any like easy time against him. Kept playing his matches, kept winning them, and now, has earned, so to say, the favor of the people, has earned another stream game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, you know, like with Alessio, when you look at the team and you think, okay, you've already locked up your Worlds invite. Were you coming into this event just to test these ideas this weekend? Just to see if the Comfy would work? Obviously, you have prepared before the event, but it's different preparation to a real-life event. Yeah, but it's worked out so well, and you can see that it's so under the radar that no one's really prepared for that matchup. I think if you look at over at Hippolyte's team, he does have the Prankster Taunt on that Thundurus, and it could be utilized to some effect because the Corvette Cloak is on that item, so you can't really get around that taunt even with a fake out. We had seen one option that was taken when Adam was facing down against a knockoff Incineroar, knockoff in the covered cloak, and then the Thunderous becomes exposed to those fake outs, and then it's not really able to use those taunts any longer. So there are options on both sides of the field, I think, for both players to win, but it's just about how each one approaches the game, and game one's always very telling, but I don't think these players have faced off up to this point yet in the tournament.
Yeah, I think definitely with both of these teams, there's something that, a little bit of innovation, I would say, that is coming out here from both sides. So, of course, after these tournaments, we'll have our little couch segment, and then we'll talk about, okay, what have we learned from this tournament? Also then going into NAIC and potentially going into Worlds even. And I think one thing that I will note down in my little notepad is, of course, that comfy idea. And then on the other side, that Thunderous with a covered cloak. I think also that is a unique support Pokemon with a unique set of supporting moves that we haven't really seen yet. And that Eerie Impulse could be very, very detrimental if it lands on the Terrapagos over on Alessio's side, of course. And yeah, just showcasing once again that time and time again, these trainers, they find those little niche Pokemon just to hit the right spot in the metagame.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting as well to see if Alessio is successful this weekend, see does go on and win this, how impactful that Comfy will be going into the North America International Championships, which is next weekend, because you know, a lot of the time these niche picks, they might be enough to win you a tournament, but I think the record that Alessio's got up to this point really just solidifies how good an option it can be, especially when paired up with the Terrapagos in particular.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I think that is definitely one team that trainers at home can take notes of, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that we will see that type of team again in one way or another, just because, yeah, that Comfy, it is something, we've talked about it before in the broadcast, it is something that we've seen at the very beginning of the format, but then it fell a little bit out of fashion because people were saying, okay, well, the Terrapagos, it takes forever to set up, the Comfy is so weak. Yeah, sometimes you want to set up the Trick Room, but then the Comfy just gets double targeted and then it doesn't do anything else. Yeah. But yeah, here really finding a way to use the Comfy in a way that it is supporting the Terrapagos, but we've seen it on stream before. It was so bulky, it could tank double targets in a way that I've never seen a Comfy take attacks. And if we have a look at the stats, yes, the defense and the special defense are great, but the HP are not that high. So finding that right way, how to trace that Pokemon, that's definitely something that comes a long way. And we're seeing it here in full effect from Alessio.
Yeah, exactly that. And I could just echo the words that you've spoken. You know, the way it's being trained, it makes such a difference, because with that Citrus Berry, it's not only taking those big barrage of attacks that are coming in, but it's then getting the recovery to then take up the follow-up attack as well to allow it to stay on the field, which are key things, especially if you are relying on a Trick Room being set up in an awkward situation, or if you need that extra turn of Floral Healing where you're able to just get that 50% onto a partnering Pokemon, catch your opponent out, and it might just take the match away from your opponent, just that little bit that you need, or the Draining Kiss as well, especially if you survive and you've got those opposing Pokemon kind of down to Sash sort of territory, and then you can just start picking things off. I know when I interviewed Alessio after the match yesterday, saying that the Comfy had already picked up 7 knockouts at that point of the tournament, so it was putting in a lot of work with that the triage ability that gives priority to those attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Also in that featured match of his, we saw that Comfy just getting knockouts on the low HP Tornadus, getting knockouts on some low HP Pokemon time and time again. And yeah, maybe Comfy is that secret Pokemon. Maybe it doesn't even have a little bit of special attack training there to boost up the power. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something we could ask Alessio after a potential win here. But of course, first of all, he has to go through Hippolyte, a player from France that we haven't seen yet, but is definitely no stranger to these situations, no stranger to being featured on the stream, no stranger to being in a top 8 bracket, being a former regional champion, that is.
Yeah, an incredible player in his own right, representing France as well, coming to this event in such a tough field against a flurry of Italians, but doing so well. And no expectation, you know, I think it's no surprise. Like, is such a strong player, such a consistent player. Whenever he comes to these events, you're kind of always seeing him at those top tables and in amongst those top 8s or very top of the tournament. So going to be very experienced at this stage of the tournament as well, which is going to just play into an advantage slightly for them, because the more often you're on the stage in these situations, the less it feels like a pressurized situation, and you can kind of relax into it and just get on with what's important, which is the game, your opponent, and concentrating on the team and how you weave around the problems that are in front of you.
And also, I think having fun is one aspect that Hippolyte especially is very great at. Is always a very cheerful guy, and we can see him there rocking the shirt of the London World Championships. So yeah, there we have some of his results going back to 2018 when he came onto the scene with a top 8 finish at another special event. And then, of course, I think, yeah, the one big result he's most known for is winning the Cologne Regional Championship in 2020.
Yeah, and then you've got that followed up from a result at the Lille Top 8 event in 2022, and then on top of it all, a top 16 finish at the World's 2022 Championships. An incredible list of accolades. And then we go over to Alessio's side of the field, and no stranger to this position either. Bochum Regional top 32 in 2020, then the Turin Special Event, a top 4 finish for Alessio in 2023, and then another top 8 earlier this season in the Barcelona Special Event, which kicked off the European circuit this season.
Absolutely, yeah. Strong results coming out from both players over the years, but now only one of them, of course, can advance into our top 4 here in the Bologna Special Event. And there we have the team of Hippolyte. We've talked about it before, but there it is once again. It is that Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Terra Fairy, Draining Kiss, Nasty Plot, Citrus Berry. Very similar set, what we've seen before, but this time it is paired with that Thunderous. And yeah, what do you think about this Thunderous addition to the team?
I really like it. I think it's good at mitigating the Pokemon that we're seeing very commonly used, especially in this tournament, that are relying on things like Calm Mind, like Nasty Plot, because that Eerie Impulse is so useful. And the combination alongside the Priority Rain Dance as well, which is just so good alongside that Urshifu. It has the ability in the right situation to go for that Water Translation. It has got the Choice Scarf as well, so it can do some huge damage. We've already seen the damage from that Pokemon earlier on today, doing over 50% to a Rillaboom on the switch in. So something you have to really have a lot of respect for, and you can set it up on the flip of a coin.
And then over here on Alessio's side, it is once again that Terrapagos team. I think most Pokemon have a little something going on there. We have the Flamethrower on the Terrapagos with a covered cloak. The Rillaboom is a Terra Poison, not a Terra type that we've seen too often. Then the Taunt sticks out to me here on that Ogerpon Wellspring. And then, of course, Comfey and Dragapult, just 2 Pokemon. That means 1/3 of Alessio's teams. He's probably the only player using these Pokemon in Day 2, and he's taking them to a first place finish after the Swiss rounds. Yeah, I can't stress enough how much of an accomplishment that already is, but of course Alessio wants to take it one step further.
Yeah, of course, and they got a big task in front of them. I think the one thing on Alessio's team that we haven't touched upon too much is that Ogerpon with the Wellspring match, because it does have access to Follow Me there. It's really good in front of things like that Rapid Strike Urshifu, especially those Choice Scarf variants. Once you know what the move it's locked into, you can really take advantage of that and pull in those Surging Strikes to almost heal you and give alleviation to whatever you're sitting next to, your partner in Pokemon, and maybe that's what Alessio's been relying on. But we are getting into the match, Marcus. Here we are. We are kicking off with the Terrapagos and the Ogerpon on Alessio's side of the field, and Hippolyte is leading with that Thunderous and the Incineroar.
Yeah, this is top 8 here in the Bologna Special Event. Let's see it. Intimidate going down on the Ogerpon, meaning that, of course, the damage output will be lowered just a little bit, and then Hippolyte going with a very, standard, little bit of an old-school lead there. You have the Fake Out, you have the Eerie Impulse, a lot of supporting options coming out here for Hippolyte.
We're just seeing a double protect here from the Ogerpon and the Terrapagos in the face of that Fake Out coming out potentially from the Incineroar, not the option chosen. Big Taunt coming out, blocked by that Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon, and a knockoff following up with that into the Terrapagos. Going to try and remove potentially the item there on that Pokemon, and the covered cloak would mean it was susceptible for future turns to that fake out.
Yeah, and also that, of course, would then break the Terra Shell. And it looks like Hippolyte deciding to go for the exact same moves again. Of course, now no protects coming out. Taunt hitting into that Ogre Pawn, which will strike back with a powerful Ivy Cudgel into the Thunderous, though.
Yeah, the big Ivy Cudgel coming in, doing just above 50%, followed up with a Terra Star Storm and a 1 HP survival here. The knockoff in return from the Incineroar. Going to break that Terra Shell and finally remove that covered cloak from the Terrapagos on Alessio's side. So susceptible to those secondary effects going forward in this match.
Wow, yeah, that's pretty huge. Of course, now a Thunderous with the Eerie Impulse, that would be one way to stop that Terrapagos from really setting up and running away with the game. So clutch survival there on 1 HP, and Alessio deciding, okay, I need to come up with a backup plan, switching out the Terrapagos right away, and will bring out the Rillaboom.
Yeah, now this Ogerpon, it has been taunted, can't spike his shield, but does have a big damage attacking move that can threaten both the knockout on the Thunderous and do some big damage to that Incineroar. We're going to see a Thunderbolt first from the Thunderous, doing all right damage into the Ogerpon, taking it well, and an Ivy Cudgel into that Incineroar. Of course, the Intimidate helping with that.
Yeah, no critical hits. That means that Incineroar will make it through the turn relatively okay, about half HP, and then the Parting Shot coming out, lowering that Rillaboom's damage output, of course, and now giving Hippolyte the chance to go into either the Calyrex or the Urshifu. Making this decision very quickly there, knowing that, well, the Calyrex is immune to Fake Out, that Ogerpon is taunted, so yeah, potentially you could launch a very powerful attack that way, or, and this is, I think, a little bit more likely, protect the Calyrex, bring in another Pokemon, maybe the Incineroar, maybe the Urshifu, and just reposition just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a nice safe play, isn't it? If you reposition, you want to keep that Thunderous as well for later, because the utility of that taunt, of that Eerie Impulse is going to come in quite handy, especially when the Terrapagos finally comes back out onto the field for Alessio. Of course, that Terra Shell has been broken. It's a question, though, has Alessio brought the Comfy to this battle? Because if he has, he's going to have the ability to top up all of the health that's been lost so far. The Ogerpon in a bit of an awkward situation here, but it can go for some big damage this turn as well into the Calyrex, but has to worry about potential big Astral Barrage coming out from either the from the Calyrex, and the Rillaboom in a position where it can go for the Fake Out and pick up the knockout. So that's why we are seeing the Thunderous switch out and Hippolyte keep it for later.
Last second decision here by Hippolyte. Will switch in the Urshifu and go for that setup with the Calyrex. No Fake Out, no attacks coming out from Alessio just yet. So what is it going to be? Is it going to be a Wood Hammer, Ivy Cudgel double up into the Calyrex?
It is into the Urshifu there, going to take it extremely well as a U-turn followed up from this Rillaboom on Alessio's side. Want to reposition now, get it out of harm's way so you can utilize that Fake Out for later on in this battle. And what will Alessio bring onto the field? It is that Terrapagos coming back into the fray, going to benefit from that grassy terrain recovery a little bit.
Absolutely, but that Calyrex over on Hippolyte's side looking a little bit scary. It had that one turn where there was not that much damage being threatened. Of course, Alessio had to kind of expect a potential Incineroar switch in, so decided to go for plays trying to covering that, but Hippolyte reading into that perfectly, goes for the setup with a Nasty Plot, and now, yeah, Hippolyte has that setup, the Calyrex on the field. Of course, it doesn't do that well against the Terrapagos, but it should be enough to potentially knock out that Ogerpon with an Astral Barrage.
We are going to see Follow Me and pulling in that U-turn from the Urshifu. Hippolyte going to reserve that Urshifu for later on in this battle, but you've got to worry about this Calyrex now because it is +2 after that Nasty Plot. We'll be able to throw out some big damage, especially into that Ogerpon, potentially pick up a knockout, free up that Urshifu to utilize those Surging Strikes later on in this battle. But again, the Terrapagos is not being targeted here, and an After Barrage does come out. It's not going to affect the normal type that the Terrapagos is, and that's exactly what we see. This will be enough to pick up the Ogerpon, as we have seen Hippolyte pivot in the Incineroar.
Yeah, now the Redirector is down for Alessio. No more Follow Me, meaning that Urshifu, which is waiting in the back for Hippolyte, of course, is threatening with a close combat later on. Alessio still decides that this is the time to set up a Calm Mind. Of course, knew that, yeah, from that Calyrex, there's not that much damage to be expected here. But now, slowly but steadily, with the grassy terrain, the Terrapagos will try to get back to full health, of course, to reactivate the Terra Shell ability. But Hippolyte Another Grenade boost on the Calyrex, so now it's at +3, but it's the Dragapult as the last Pokemon from Alessio.
Yeah, big change up and not the comfy here that we were maybe expecting from Alessio. Going to come in, not really going to be able to outspeed that Calyrex, and it's going to be susceptible to those Astral Barrages. Immune to the Fake Out potentially from the Incineroar as well, so it is going to be kind of threatened. But the thing is that the Dragapult does have that Focus Sash. It is going to be able to take at least one attack from this Shadow Rider Calyrex and potentially return with an attacking option or even a Thunder Wave to really slow it down and potentially stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, and if you think about it, the Dragapult, it's immune to Fake Out, it's immune to Parting Shot as well because of Clear Body. There's not that much that the Incineroar can really do here in this spot. So how do you reposition here if you're Hippolyte?
We are going to see the Protect from Alessio's Terapagos. It is going to take no damage this turn as that Thunder Wave comes out and we reveal that the Dragapult is actually, in fact, faster than this Calyrex.
Yeah, with all these bulky Calyrex around, looks like Alessio has found a very niche Pokemon there with that Dragapult. Of course, max speed. Calyrex could be faster, but instead, a lot of these Calyrex going a little bit slower and more bulky, and with that Focus Sash, being able to take any attack coming its way, Dragapult makes it through the turn, but the Incineroar going for Parting Shot on his own Calyrex.
Yeah, not wanting to go for it into the Dragapult because of the Clear Body there, wanting to get the Incineroar off the field and reposition because now you can get something like that Urshifu or the Thundurus onto the field. The Thundurus would provide something like that Eerie Impulse support, but then the Urshifu, of course, would provide a lot of support against maybe the Terapagos, but you still have to be very wary about the Dragapult because there's close combats. If you do lock into that with the Choice Scarf, you're not really going to be able to touch it at all, so you have to kind of really choose your moment perfectly to deal with this. The Calyrex still in an alright position because it has taken that Dragapult down to its sash, but the big question is you're not really doing anything to that Terapagos at the moment, and you are losing resources at the same time.
Yeah, and with that Parting Shot play, of course, Hippolyte had to lower his own Calyrex's special attack, so it's still boosted, still at a +2 boosted special attack stage, but yeah, against that Calm Mind Terapagos, you really need any boost that you can take.
Yeah, and we are going to see that Eerie Impulse as the option potentially picked by Hippolyte this turn into the Terapagos, potentially reducing that Terapagos' special attack down to -1 because it is sitting on +1 at the moment after that Calm Mind. But the Thunder Wave so pivotal here. We are going to finally see the Terastallization, and it looks like it is from Alessio's side of the field into that Terapagos. It will be going into that Stellar Terapagos form, and it will have that double target Terra Starstorm attack.
But what does the Dragapult go for? Dragapult could actually go for a Phantom Force, kind of lock down onto that Calyrex. Let's see here. It's actually the Sucker Punch. Wow, another one of those tech moves that Alessio has here. But this means that the Eerie Impulse will pull through, and yeah, that's a big swing here. That definitely helps Hippolyte going forward.
Yeah, definitely. Putting it down to -1 special attack like we mentioned. The Thundurus, for its troubles, though so low health now, will be picked up by the Terapagos, but kind of doing its job because it's going to be way less effective going forward in this match. And even though the Calyrex is going to be paralyzed with that Thunder Wave, you've got that Sucker Punch on the Dragapult. It is going to be threatening any sort of big attacks, and now if you are Hippolyte, you are relying on that Urshifu coming in and potentially being able to get a close combat off into that slot. Will it be enough to pick up the knockout from this range? That's the question.
Yeah, or you could go for the U-turn, knocking out the Dragapult, because of course Urshifu is outspeeding that Pokemon. Sucker Punch coming out, but failing once again. No offensive move being used by the Calyrex, and U-turn from Hippolyte will get the knockout. So all of a sudden, Alessio down to their last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and a nice pivot here because like you identified there, you don't really want to overcommit until the time is right with that Urshifu. Maybe you want to try and get some damage onto the Terapagos first. We are going to see the Urshifu kept for later because it is going to be a key component in Hippolyte's plan to overthrow Alessio in this match. Not over by any means. The Incineroar coming onto the field, going to drop and intimidate, not really effective, as the Terra Starstorm going to be fired back into both the Calyrex and the Incineroar. It is going to be -1, so not really as effective as you would like to see it.
And now Calyrex takes the opportunity to set up another nasty plot. And yeah, that Calyrex, even though it is paralyzed, it's becoming more and more scary. Of course, Alessio still has that Rillaboom with the Assault Vest, so that is something. Fake Out Pressure is on the board right now. And the Grassy Glide, of course, is something that can deal with the Urshifu that is waiting in the back for Hippolyte, who still has the terrestrialization option available. So that is something that we will need to watch out for. But yeah, this game's coming down to the wire, really.
Yeah, both players now have access to that fake out. The Rillaboom fake out onto the Incineroar will come down to which Pokemon is faster, who will be able to utilize that first. And it looks like it will be Alessio's Rillaboom stopping that Incineroar from moving this turn as it is flinched. And another Calm Mind utilized from this Terrapagos. It's going to take its special attack up to neutral and special defense to +2, which is going to be pivotal in front of this Calyrex Shadow Rider that is +4 right now. It is going to fire off an Astro Barrage, and it will maybe be enough, but will this Rillaboom be able to hang on? No, it can't. And taking a huge knockout here as Hippolyte takes another step forward in winning this match, going now to +5 with that Grim Nair boost.
Yeah, big KO there coming out from the Calyrex. Of course, even with that Assault Vest on the Rillaboom, once that Calyrex gets set up, it's so tough to take the moves. And once again, Hippolyte has not yet used Terrestrialization, which is a good news for him in this case, because of course that Terrapagos would want to hit super effectively with a Terra Starstorm. But now Hippolyte having 3 Pokemon, once again, it's one of those situations I feel like where he might be looking, okay, what is the best way for me to win, no matter what if the Calyrex gets paralyzed, for example?
Yeah.
How can I still play around that? Is there a way for me that where I don't have to rely on, well, getting quote-unquote lucky here, but Terra Starstorm coming out first from the Terrapagos. Will it be enough to knock out the Incineroar?
It will be enough, and it's a huge critical hit onto the Calyrex here, doing more damage than it would have done. Neutral special attack, remember. The Calyrex going to be activating that Citrus Berry now, so going to be able to recover some of that health, but it comes down to the point, is it going to be able to move? It is paralyzed. There is a chance that it can get through that paralysis and hit the Draining Kiss, and it's going to be able to recover some really vital health here.
Yeah, I think this time Draining Kiss not doing that much, of course, without the boost from the Terrestrialization, but the recovery is really, really welcome here, even with that critical hit. Without that critical hit, Calyrex might now almost be at full, depending on whether that Citrus Berry would have activated, of course. But now it looks like Hippolyte can finish this game without even going for the Terrestrialization, just continuing now to put pressure on the Terrapagos with a close combat and the Draining Kiss, of course. Now, thinking about, does it even make a difference here if I go for the Terrestrialization or not? How much will the Terra Starstorm even do? Of course, first of all, the Terrapagos would have to deal with that Urshifu, which close combat is coming out now. And it's not quite enough yet.
Just hanging on. It all comes down to whether this Calyrex can do enough to clean it up. Maybe the smarter choice not to terrestrialize here from Hippolyte, so avoiding extra damage from this Terra Starstorm as it is fired out. Will the Urshifu be able to take it? Doesn't look it hangs on barely. And the Draining Kiss now going to be enough. Close this game up. Hippolyte taking an early lead in this top 8 game.
Well played by Hippolyte, really maneuvering there through that matchup quite masterfully, I must say. Even with that Dragapult, where I'm sure Hippolyte does not have a lot of experience playing against that Pokemon, avoiding the Sucker Punch back-to-back and really limiting the impact that Dragapult could have on the battle. Of course, Thunder Wave came down on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but no fully paralyzed was to be seen. And yeah, in the end, that Urshifu close combat, that's the one, literally one weakness that Terrapagos has, of course, is those fighting type attacks.
Yeah, and the timing was perfect as well for Hippolyte to just preserve that Urshifu so well in that match. There was opportunities earlier on where it could have went for the close combat, but didn't want to commit to it, just pivoting out, just getting a little bit of chip damage with the U-turn and making sure that using the other tools that Hippolyte still had available to them. And I think as well, making the most out of the Thunderous. Went down, had a big survival there on the 1 HP, but was able to get that Eerie Impulse off onto the Terrapagos, which proved so pivotal. It really slowed down the momentum of that Terrapagos. At the time, it was +1. The Eerie Impulse took it down to -1 special attack, and then it meant Alessio had to spend a turn going for another Calm Mind before it was able to be at a point where it was kind of impactful, but it really wasn't as impactful as it kind of maybe wanted it to be. I like the play with the Dragapult, with the Thunder Wave, but really didn't play too much of an effect after that.
Yeah, of course, it could have been a totally different battle had that Thunderous be knocked out with a double target.
Yes.
Surviving there on 1 HP earlier in the game meant that it could come back in later and throw down that important Eerie Impulse. So yeah, maybe some of the damage rolls, if they had just gone a little bit of a different way, then maybe Alessio yeah, could have been in a spot to take the game. But as it is, Hippolyte up 1-0. Now, of course, the question, what should these players do to adjust for the game 2?
Well, we're going to find out, trainers, as we are going to see Alessio lead out with the Ogerpon and the Terrapagos as he leads out with the Thunderous and the Incineroar, the exact same leads from game one. Will we see some adjustments, though, from both these trainers? And we still don't know what these trainers have in the back. Some adjustments could be made there. What are your thoughts, Marcus, going into this first turn?
Yeah, I think once again, Alessio will probably want to try and protect this Terrapagos a little bit. In the previous game, we saw an Ivy Cudgel go down into that Thunderous, but actually no spiky shield this time, and just the fake out and Eerie Impulse. I have to feel like this is good for Hippolyte.
Yeah, very good. Coming straight out the traps, taking full advantage of that fake out, going for the Eerie Impulse straight away. And this is not going to do very much because it is -2, and that Incineroar just brushes that off.
Yep. Absolutely. Of course, now that Ogerpon has the option to go for an Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar, that's something that Hippolyte will have to watch out for. And yeah, I think Terrapagos will need to swap out at some point just to reset that dropped special attack stat.
We do see the Taunt come out into this Ogerpon. We're not going to be able to use any of those status attacks as it returns with an Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar. The Intimidate helping out massively there and followed up with a Terra Starstorm into the Incineroar, but it does survive. It is going to be able to utilize that knockoff and remove that Covered Cloak once again from the Terrapagos and break the Terra Shell, more importantly.
Once again, what a clutch survival there on Hippolyte's side. Really can be thankful here for his Pokemon. Game one, it was the Thunderous on 1 HP. This time it's the Incineroar on 3, and both times, very crucially, yeah, this time the Incineroar getting off that knockoff. That's so huge, because if you get rid of that Incineroar, it means no more Intimidate, no more Fake Out for Hippolyte, and also, of course, Covered Cloak still in effect, Terra Shell still in effect. So yeah, big moment there for Hippolyte.
Well, we are going to see the Ogerpon reset that Taunt, go to the back, be kept for later as the Rillaboom enters the field, sets up that grassy terrain for Alessio. And we're going to see the same with Hippolyte. It is going to reserve that Incineroar for later, take it off the field and bring in the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Now going to be in a position to potentially start ramping up this momentum. Thunderbolt into that Rillaboom, taken very easily, resisted hit, and the Terra Starstorm going to be into that Calyrex. But because it's not terrestrialized, it's not in that stellar form, it cannot hit the ghost type that is the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and a really good switch there from Hippolyte.
Yeah, nice play there coming out from Hippolyte, and now again, this time Hippolyte has 2 Pokemon immune to Fake Out with the Covered Cloak on his own Thunderous and that ghost type in the Calyrex. And because Incineroar made it through the earlier turn, that is something that he could swap in, so that's something that Alessio has to respect. Of course, that Terrapagos now takes the opportunity to finally switch out, reset that special attack stat, but the Calyrex on Hippolyte's side could go ahead and set up a nasty plot.
That is a huge turn. Here we see a Taunt coming out into what was the Terrapagos. Now the Dragapult going to prevent any of those Thunder Waves coming out from the Dragapult. We do see a nasty plot from the Calyrex. It does set up +2 and a huge Wood Hammer boosted by the grassy terrain from the Rillaboom, but taken by this Shadow Rider Calyrex and activating that Citrus Berry, going to recover a little bit of health. But you've got a question, Marcus. Is it in range of that Sucker Punch now?
Definitely in range of the Sucker Punch, unless, of course, Hippolyte decides to go for a Terrestrialization. But then with the Rillaboom, there's also another priority attack that Alessio has available with that Grassy Glide. So Calyrex under a lot of pressure, of course. Alessio doing a good job there with that Wood Hammer, making sure that this Calyrex doesn't get that free turn to set up the nasty plot like in the previous game. Hippolyte could have switched in the Incineroar to really make that attack a little bit less powerful, but as it is, Alessio, making the right decision there, going with the Wood Hammer. And now, Hippolyte has to play a little bit defensively, but also on Alessio's side, you don't want to just double up into the Calyrex, because if it protects and the Incineroar switches in, that would be disastrous. So you might have to make a choice, maybe split up the forces, but then if Calyrex goes for an attack, that could be really bad as well.
Well, we are going to see the Thunderous retreat from the battle. Hippolyte taking it for later on as the Incineroar makes its way onto the field, going to drop an all-important Intimidate onto that Rillaboom. It's not going to affect the Dragapult because of that clear body ability, and it will be coming in, reserving that Thunderous for later. The Rillaboom going out as well, and what is coming in, because we know what Hippolyte has locked into, and it is going to be the Terrapagos making its way back onto the field.
Okay, this has to be Phantom Force for Alessio, or things might be really difficult for him, because Sucker Punch won't do that much to this Terra Fairy Calyrex at this point. Dragon Darts, of course, would knock out the Incineroar, but let's see. It is the Phantom Force. Okay, that is really nice. That's a nice way to dodge the Astral Barrage. The very powerful move now from Calyrex will do no damage to this turn at all. Immune on the Terrapagos, and that Dragapult there hiding in the shadows to strike back for a Phantom Force later on. That was a great turn for Alessio.
Yeah, brilliant turn from Alessio, and it gives him at least one more turn to kind of avoid that Astral Barrage. The problem is the next turn when it does appear back on the field, we'll get some damage off. Will it be enough? Could it go down?
How much will this do? Of course, well, I don't know my Phantom Force calculations. I'm pretty sure Hippolyte also doesn't know, but Alessio might know them. Well, Phantom Force into the Calyrex, not enough!
Survives! A huge survival from Calyrex. It is going to be able to return with the Draining Kiss into the Dragapult. It is going to be super effective and take it right down to that Focus Sash, recover a huge amount of health.
All that damage that Alessio's Dragapult just did will be recovered in an instance, and Calyrex once again proving why this Draining Kiss set is so strong and so difficult to knock out.
Yeah, now you're in that situation, Marcus. Do you, if you're Alessio, do you go for another Phantom Force now? Do you Terrastalize your Terrapagos and just go for the Terra Starstorm? You're going to get the increased damage onto the Calyrex here, and you're going to avoid that potential Astral Barrage this next turn, and then the following turn after that, you can potentially pick up a knockout with that extra damage that you would have acquired from that Terra Starstorm.
Yeah, of course the Phantom Force has one neat side effect, which is of course breaking through Protect.
Yes.
So that is not an option for Hippolyte to protect against that move. So yeah, I think at some point Alessio will have to Terra that Terrapagos. Right now, Terra Shell is active, so that maybe it's not the turn that you want to go for it. Maybe setting up a Calm Mind and trying to predict what Hippolyte goes for, that could be something.
Well, in threat of that Terastallization, we are going to see the Protect on the Calyrex, and Dragon Darts opted for from this Dragapult. Going to pick up the knockout on this Incineroar.
And the Calm Mind, follow up by Alessio, reading perfectly what Hippolyte was doing that turn. Knocking out the Incineroar and ignoring the powerful Calyrex, but it pays off because it goes for the Protect.
A huge read and perfectly done in this situation here. Alessio knowing exactly what was going to play out, predicting the Protect on that Shadow Rider Calyrex and going for the opportunity when it was presented to him, going for that +1 Calm Mind, going to increase the damage of those Terra Starstorms when it fired out, and the Dragapult in a position now where it can still go for that Phantom Force this turn and go underground and then pop up the next turn after the damage has been done from this Terrapagos. But got to worry now because this Urshifu has come out onto the field and it does threaten some big damage onto this Terrapagos if it does go for the Terastallization, because it still has its Terra Shell active right as of now.
Yeah, Terra Shell is active, so now you gotta think, okay, Urshifu can outspeed and do damage to one of them. It's gonna go for the Close Combat, but no Terastallization on Alessio's side, so Terra Shell will protect the Terrapagos from this move. I have a feeling Terrapagos will make it through this turn just nicely.
Yeah, it looks like it's taking that very comfortably compared to a normally super effective attack, as we see the Thunder Wave coming out from the Dragapult, not opting for that Phantom Force, wanting to slow down this Calyrex further in this match, as we do see that Terra Starstorm coming out from the Terrapagos, going to be fired into the Urshifu, and enough to pick up the knockout, picking up a key turn on this Urshifu, taking away that big threat that it was providing with that Close Combat. Now the Draining Kiss coming out from the Calyrex, you've got to think it would be into that Terrapagos, but not quite enough to do the knockout that Hippolyte was probably looking for.
Yeah, with that boosted special defense from the Calm Mind, Terrapagos hangs on there, and now with that paralysis over on the Calyrex, we know that Terrapagos over on Alessio's side is faster, but Hippolyte still has the Thunderous in the back. And now the question is, after an Eerie Impulse, lowering the special attack stat of that Terrapagos, how much damage can Terrapagos do? And well, this game isn't over, because Alessio still has to figure out how to deal with the Calyrex, because you don't want to deal damage to it, only for the Calyrex to make it through the turn and then once again go for a Draining Kiss, recover back all of the health. So as soon as Alessio goes for the Terastallization, I feel like it has to be on a turn where he can actually then knock out the Calyrex. So yeah, not quite out of the woods just yet.
Maybe you Protect here, you go for that Phantom Force, and then the next turn you go for that Terastallization and double into it. We are seeing the Protect on that Terrapagos here. We are going to see a Protect on the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Hippolyte's side of the field, and there it is. There's that Phantom Force from the Dragapult. It is going to disappear for this next turn and have that immunity from the Thunderbolt, but that's actually directed into the Terrapagos, so smart Protect there from the Terrapagos. And now you would think there is that situation. You are going to have to endure an Eerie Impulse from this Thunderous, but between the two, have you got enough if you do go for that stellar terrestrialization, get the Terrastar Storm, and then on top of that, is it going to be enough with the Phantom Force?
Yeah, once again, coming down to some of the damage calculations. Of course, Hippolyte's Thunderous does not carry Thunder Wave, a move that it was known for throughout generations. But Hippolyte saying, I don't want to rely on the shaky accuracy. But this is the turn, Alessio going for it. Terrestrialization on the Terrapagos. This is going to be a double target into the Calyrex.
Is it going to be enough? We do see that stellar terrestrialization from the Terrapagos. Phantom Force hitting into the Calyrex, doing 50% damage, a huge chunk. And the Thunderbolt into the Terrapagos, not dealing any damage.
Paralysis.
Here we go. This Terrastar Storm, is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? It is not the Eerie Impulse that we were expecting, and it is enough to pick up the Calyrex. A huge turn here for Alessio.
And the crowd goes wild here in Bologna as Alessio is so close to tying up the series, knocking out that big threat. And Hippolyte, yeah, he knows it's over, has to forfeit, and we're going to game 3.
Yeah, what a great comeback from Alessio, dealing with the threat so well, so patiently throughout that match. And you can feel the energy in here. The crowd, like you say, Mark, is going wild. I don't know if it's coming across the microphones, but we can feel it. It's electric in here, and what a match. It's going right down to the wire. Game 3, exactly what we want. And
oh, yeah, well played. Once again, Hippolyte with that cheeky 3 HP survival on that Incineroar.
Yeah.
Time and time again, but this time Alessio finds a way to play out of that situation. It looked pretty difficult for him, but once again, it is that Dragapult Thunder Wave this time playing a huge role here in his counterplay. This time it wasn't the sucker punches that Hippolyte played around so nicely in the first game, but instead getting the speed control and of course also keeping the Terrapagos healthy. Because at the end of the day, it's one of those weird situations where if neither of them terrestrialize, the Terrapagos nor the Calyrex Shadow Rider can really hit each other for a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But then as soon as one of them goes for the terrestrialization, then the other one can kind of hit it. So it's really about figuring out when is the perfect moment to go for the terrestrialization. And I think that also in the third game, it's going to be about that. And you cannot really afford to terrestrialize anything else in this matchup, as it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Dragapulse proved such a pivotal role for Alessio in that last game. You think he's going to probably rely on that a bit more in this one around as well. You know the speed tiers by now. Against that Shadow Rider Calyrex, it is going to have the advantage every time if it's sitting out in front of it, because it is going to be able to T-Wave it, it is going to be able to go for this Phantom Force, and we've seen how much damage the Phantom Force does. If it doesn't terrestrialize as well, there is that situation where you could almost pin it with the Terrapagos and go for the Phantom Force and kind of force the terrestrialization or the super effective damage.
And now we are here in game 3 of top 8. It is going to be once again Incineroar and Thunderous over for Hippolyte and Ogerpon, Wellspring and Terrapagos.
Yeah, the exact same leads as we've seen in the previous 2 games here. We are going to see the same situation. Are we going to see the fake out into that Ogerpon here from the Incineroar just to prevent that from doing any damage this turn, and maybe even another Eerie Impulse, which can't be stopped from this Thunderous this turn with that fake out active? All you can do on the Terrapagos is maybe protect, but if you do that, you kind of leave options open for your opponent to kind of take advantage of that.
And this time, Hippolyte switches it up, will bring in the Urshifu, maybe predicting a double protect after that fake out worked so nicely in game 1. Spiky Shield. Terrapagos will also go for the protect. That's a big win for Hippolyte, I would argue.
Yeah, getting that Urshifu onto the field for free, and you instantly start to put a lot of pressure onto that Terrapagos this next turn, because the one thing that you can say is that the Thunderous has access to Taunt. It can prevent the Ogerpon from going for those Follow Me's, which is the one thing that you would want it to start to do to protect that Terrapagos and allow the Terrapagos to go to the Calm Minds. It's going to be able to get at least one Calm Mind off with this turn of Follow Me if that's what's decided, but the Ogerpon, for its trouble, is going to have to take a close combat.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, with this, Hippolyte doesn't have to commit to the close combat yet, of course. Can just go for the U-turn. This will do a ton of damage to the Ogerpon. And Alessio already has to think about this. Okay, well, assuming it's the same Pokemon in the back, could be the Rillaboom and the Dragapult once again. Of course, we don't know. Alessio, of course, can imagine that, yeah, once again, it will be the Calyrex Shadow Rider as the last Pokemon for Hippolyte.
As we see the taunt coming out from the Thundurus into the Ogerpon, going to prevent any of those follow me's or anything like that. And rightly said, Marcus, we do see that U-turn over anything like a close combat or surging strikes from the Urshifu and Hippolyte side of the field, and it gives him the opportunity to switch in Pokemon. But we see there is no restricted.
There's a secret. There's no Calyrex Shadow Rider. Of course, Alessio doesn't know this, but that's huge. Huge risk here by Hippolyte.
That is a massive decision here as we do see the Ivy Cudgel come into the Thundurus, the Intimidate again onto that Ogerpon, really hindering the ability to do the damage that's required as we finally see a Calm Mind set up from this Terrapagos. It is going to put itself to +1 across its special attack and special defense, and the Ogerpon now sitting on -2 because of the Intimidates that have been dropped, cycled in from that Incineroar.
Yeah, we only very rarely see situations like this where you're leaving behind one of the restricted Pokemon. I mean, it's the star of the show. It's the king that you want to protect, but Hippolyte saying, well, no, actually, Rillaboom will do a little bit more for me in this battle. So yeah, let's see how Alessio will react once that will be revealed. But for now, Hippolyte switching back and forth between the other 3 Pokemon will bring that Urshifu once more.
Yeah, Urshifu coming back onto the field. Terrapagos protecting this turn. Probably doesn't want to take anything like an Eerie Impulse that we see fired out from that Thundurus to protecting it this turn. And then the Rillaboom switch here from Alessio, very nice because it instantly puts a lot of pressure onto that Urshifu. Not only with the fake out, you can prevent even that Thundurus going for an Eerie Impulse into the Terrapagos this turn, but you can go for that fake out into the Urshifu.
Usually, this would be a very safe position now for Alessio to go for a fake out and regular Terra Starstorm into that Urshifu. But if you're expecting a Calyrex Shadow Rider to switch into that move, then that would be very, very bad. So because Alessio has no idea what is in the back for Hippolyte and is expecting the Calyrex Shadow Rider, he will make a different play. And Hippolyte can really use that, go for the U-turn, do a lot of damage once again to the Rillaboom, and will the secret be revealed? I think he's once again just going to the Incineroar.
Yeah, and just cycling between these 3 Pokemon, utilizing the Thundurus. The Thundurus has just been left alone pretty much at the moment, getting the utility of that Eerie Impulse off really useful. The Intimidate now coming in from the Incineroar, going to reduce the attack on that Rillaboom, and we do see the Terra Starstorm into the Thundurus, but because it is affected by the Eerie Impulse, not going to do enough damage, and then the U-turn. The Rillaboom going to reposition now, and like quite rightly said, Marcus, I think that Alessio expects that Calyrex in the back. And
absolutely.
You so rightly would. You would not expect the Calyrex not to be brought to this match.
Yeah, now Ogerpon making it on the field once more will recover just a little bit of HP from that grassy terrain. And also will that Incineroar, maybe now's the time to reveal the Rillaboom. I'm still waiting for it. I'm shocked by the decision here of Hippolyte. Not in a bad way, but it's just such a risky thing to do in a must-win situation. Game 3 here in the top 8. Thundurus doesn't want to potentially have its attack be redirected onto the Ogerpon, so once again, it is that Urshifu joining the battlefield.
Yeah, coming out as we see a fake out into that Ogerpon. Going to prevent it from moving this turn as it is inflicted with that flinch. The Terra Starstorm fired into that Urshifu slot, taking it down just above 50% damage, but the grassy terrain going to heal off some of that damage and put it in a nice position to again go for that cycle of the U-turn the next turn, maybe bring in that Thundurus, and the Incineroar in a position now where it could potentially go for a knockoff. The Ogerpon does threaten with the Ivy Cudgel, so you do have to be careful around that Pokemon. But I think the bigger threat is the Urshifu, and it's more pressing where you have to probably try and redirect those attacks rather than just let the Urshifu have a free move this turn.
Yeah, and of course Dragapult could come in this turn, but it would be a little, or it could be a little bit risky because U-turn could break that Focus Sash, and then potential follow-up with a knockoff, as you were saying, would knock that Pokemon out. If it is waiting in the back for Alessio, of course, maybe Alessio also made an adjustment here in this game 3. But yeah, once again, it's kind of tough to play around the threat of the Urshifu because, yeah, close combat could be coming out any second. And once again, Alessio doesn't want to lose a Pokemon just yet, but this Rillaboom will take a lot of damage from the U-turn.
Yeah, it will take a lot of damage indeed, as that is exactly what we see coming down into the red here and giving Hippolyte the option to keep that Urshifu safe later on in this battle.
Yeah, and now you have to reveal it.
Time.
Okay, let's have a look at what Alessio is looking at. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I didn't expect that. Well, Rillaboom will take this Terra Starstorm like a champ. barely taking 1/4 of its health here. And parting shot, more pivoting moves here coming out from Hippolyte will lower Terrapagos' special attack and give, once again, Hippolyte the opportunity to bring in one of his other Pokemon.
Yeah, really good play here, and the reveal has been made. Alessio knows the 4 Pokemon that Hippolyte has brought to this battle now. Do you bring in the Urshifu? Do you bring in the Thundurus in this situation? Because the Urshifu coming in does put a lot of pressure onto that Terrapagos. But likely Alessio, now he knows that the Shadow Calyrex isn't there. Do you switch that Pokemon out, reset those drops that it's taken to get it back in later in a more preferable situation?
Yeah, I think it's optimal to switch in the Urshifu just for a little bit of grassy terrain recovery. But then I think because there's the fake out pressure coming out from Alessio, you might actually want to swap out the Urshifu right away for Incineroar. That could be one play. Also, of course, the same could be done with Rillaboom, going for that U-turn. But yeah, I like the switch out here that Hippolyte is looking at. But of course, Alessio could predict this, could go for a fake out into the Rillaboom, but yeah, looking at that Terrapagos, still at that -2 special attack stage, no matter where the Terrasaur Storm is targeting, it won't do too much damage.
Yeah, we are going to just see a straight switch here from the Urshifu, and in its place will be that Incineroar, providing an all-important Intimidate onto the opposing Rillaboom on Alessio's side of the field, and having the resistance as well to those grass-type attacks that could come out. We do see the switch of the Terrapagos from Alessio, going to remove those stat drops that it has inflicted through the Area Impulse and other techniques as the Dragon Bolt comes in. Yep. Grassy Glide locked in, taking so well by that Incineroar, and a U-turn. Going to be enough to pick up the knockout on Alessio's Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that is sometimes a little bit difficult to spot, is switching in a Pokemon when you had the opportunity for a free switch in, but then switching it right back out again, and that is exactly what Hippolyte did. And yeah, it caught Alessio a little bit off guard, who was trying to capitalize on that Urshifu switch in by going for the Grassy Glide, but no, says Hippolyte, brings in the Incineroar once again, and now knocks out Rillaboom with the U-turn. Of course, that means that now again Hippolyte can bring in another Pokemon. Thundurus joining the battlefield. Grassy terrain is now gone, and so is the Rillaboom over on Alessio's side. So Ogerpon coming out, and slowly but steadily it feels like Hippolyte, step after step, is climbing and climbing in this battle. It's very hard work with all the U-turn and the parting shots, but he's positioning himself so masterfully, and it's just not giving Alessio too much of an opening yet.
No, not at all. And the Ogerpon coming out into the field, it's a pretty nice time for it to come out because it's not affected by the Intimidate, and it does potentially threaten a knockout onto that Thundurus this turn, so have to be careful with it if you are Hippolyte. But you do have the Rillaboom, you can switch in the back. It's a great switch in. You can get the Grassy terrain active on the field again, and the Dragapult in a position where it's not going to really want to take something like a knockoff or a Will-O-Wisp from the Incineroar that's out on the field for Hippolyte right now.
Yeah, once again, it just keeps on happening. It's a revolving door of Pokemon. Thundurus leaving the battle, Urshifu joining the field. Fake out is active here for that Incineroar, will stop the Ogerpon from moving, and it's gonna be Dragon Darts. That will do a little bit of damage, of course. Dragapult not affected by Intimidate, but yeah, Dragon Darts isn't the strongest move, but I think Dragapult is now definitely a little bit more threatening than that Ogerpon, I would say, because once again Urshifu has the chance to go for a very powerful attack. Could be the U-turn, and yeah, there's not that much pivoting option for Alessio. If you bring in the Terrapagos, of course, that would take a little bit of damage, and then if it's the Ogerpon, then that would just be straight knocked out. But wait a second, a Terrestrialization on the Ogerpon. This means no more weak to U-turn, and could potentially get the one-hit KO on the Incineroar from this range.
Yeah, this is a huge Terrestrialization. You see the Embody Aspect ability activating, giving the +1 to the special defense of the Ogerpon. The U-turn coming in, but it does survive because it's taking that weakness away. The Grass type is being dropped on the Ogerpon, and now the Incineroar in a position where it could potentially take a huge Ivy Cudgel if that is the option that's been chosen.
Big play by Alessio, who says that, okay, I have my Terrapagos in the back. Usually I want to keep Terrestrialization around for that, but I have to do something here, and clicks the panic button, but it looks like it's working. Dragon Darts is coming out, and then I believe this is going to be a follow-up. Ivy Cudgel should knock out this Incineroar. Let's see.
Ivy Cudgel coming out from the Ogerpon. It is into the Incineroar. Half health. It will be enough to pick up the knockout. That is a huge turn for Alessio, hitting the panic button, like you said, Marcus, and taking a key knockout in this Game 3.
Huge risk also for Alessio, because that could have been a close combat launched into that Ogerpon. That would have knocked it out and taken away that, the option to terrestrialize. But now Hippolyte also down to the last 3 Pokemon, and once again, terrestrialization now is available, and you know that the Terrapagos on the other side will no longer be able to terrestrialize. So maybe this is now a chance to go for that, but I just gotta wonder, how do you deal with a Dragapult? Now that the Incineroar is gone, there's no more knockoff, no more Will-O-Wisp, and that Dragapult just has a fantastic typing into the Pokemon that Hippolyte has left.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Ogerpon's a bit of a sitting target now for the Urshifu, but if you go for the Ogerpon, fair enough, you pick up a knockout, but you leave that Dragapult unaffected, and it's got that focus that you really want to prioritize at least chipping away at that Pokemon as best you can while you've got these resources available on the field. The Urshifu, the fastest thing on the field at the moment, you really want to take advantage of that, but you're going for the Surging Strikes. It's not going to be effective. We are going to see a Terrestrialization in response from Hippolyte though, and it will be into the Urshifu, maybe trying to go for the Surging Strikes boosted by that Water Terrestrialization and get some big damage on to this Dragapult.
This is it. Hippolyte saying, okay, I need to do something. Ogerpon goes for the Spiky Shield. I think this is exactly what Hippolyte was hoping for. Surging Strikes will come down into the Dragapult. Of course, a resisted hit, but boosted by the Terra Water will still do a lot of damage. First critical hit, there's the second one, and the third one will follow. But then, what will the Dragapult do?
Yeah, that's the big question. Will the Dragapult be able to knock out this Urshifu? If it misses the knockout, it's going to be awkward going into this next turn. The Dragon Dot's coming out, doing minimal damage to that Rillaboom, taking a bit of 50%, and the Urshifu survives here. The Wood Hammer coming out from the Rillaboom, boosted by the grassy terrain.
KO! Dragapult goes down with 2 non-super effective hits. What a great play there by Hippolyte.
That is a huge turn here, and the Urshifu now back in the driving seat with that Rillaboom. Hippolyte did not bring this Calyrex to the match, but not needing it, knowing the value in that Rillaboom and really showing through in this last turn. The Ogerpon on the field now in an awkward position where it can get knocked out by this Urshifu. It doesn't have that water absorbability anymore, so hasn't got the ability to just soak up the Surging Strikes, and is going to be susceptible to a Grassy Glide from this Rillaboom.
Yeah, Grassy Glide into the Ogerpon, that could be it. Terrapagos, of course, is still tough to knock out because of that Terra Shell still active, so it's a little bit of a weird interaction, but all 3 hits of Surging Strikes would be resisted. So yeah, Phil, I agree with the choice here. Urshifu has to be swapped back. You bring in the Thunderous, you try to knock out the Ogerpon this turn, and then you try to somehow break the Terra Shell. But what did Alessio go for? It's the Follow Me! Grassy Glide will be able to knock out the Ogerpon, and then it's only the Terrapagos left for Alessio.
And the Grassy Glide going to be enough to pick up the Ogerpon. Pulling in, protecting that Ogerpon though, a really key turn here to make sure that Terra Shell is still intact, because we're in that similar situation going into this next turn where the Urshifu will come onto the field, and that all 3 turns of that Surging Strikes will be enough to pick up the, well, there'll be resisted hits, all 3, if it is the first one, which it likely will, even though the Rillaboom's here with the Grassy Glide.
Yeah, so ideally, Alessio, the Terrapagos would of course like to stall out the grassy terrain just a little bit, so Grassy Glide is no longer priority, but looking against that Urshifu, that will not be possible because it will hit right through the Protect with Unseen Fists. So you double into the Terrapagos with Grassy Glide. There it is, Terra Shell broken. It won't do that much damage, but that's not what it needs. It needs to enable that Urshifu to hit close combat for super effective damage.
And it will be enough. Hippolyte, against all odds, not bringing the restricted in this last game, picks up a huge victory, is progressing into the top 4 at the Bologna Special Event Championships.
Wow! What was that? Not bringing the restricted Pokemon in the final and decisive Game 3. Then Alessio finding a way out there with that Ogerpon, going for the Terrestrialization, something that I'm pretty sure he hasn't done that often over the course of this tournament. But then once again, back and forth, the U-turn, the parting shot, the Intimidates, and in the end, it is Hippolyte who comes out victorious.
Incredible, incredible. Such close margins, Marcus, and I'm so glad I've got you sitting next to me to kind of help keep track of that match, because like you say, it was just back and forth. It was one Pokemon coming in, one Pokemon going out, and the level of concentration you need in that sort of situation is just so intense. And for Hippolyte to make the decision, the brave decision as well, not to bring that Calyrex Shadow Rider in Game 3, I mean, just phenomenal. When you look at the team preview, when he's making that first switch, you think, it's not there. Yeah, it's been so good in the first 2 games as well.
Yeah,
but proven to be the right choice.
Yeah, I think in the end it really came down to whether he found a way to deal with that Dragapult, because of course the Calyrex wasn't that effective in dealing with the Terrapagos over on the other side, but dealing with that Dragapult, it looked like you really needed that Calyrex for that, and finding that combination of the Terra Water Searching Strikes plus the Wood Hammer allows Hippolyte to move on to the top 4.
It's incredible, really. And you know, we were saying before coming into this top 8 that Shadow Rider Calyrex has a tough matchup against Terrapagos, but there's the key. You just don't bring your Terrapagos, you don't bring your Shadow Rider Calyrex to that match. You just bring the other Pokemon that are going to be useful against it, and just a great showing from Hippolyte, of course, into top 4. Commiserations to Alessio, was undefeated in the Swiss.
Yeah.
What a great showing, but unfortunately is going to be leaving the tournament. Top 8 still a great accomplishment in this incredible field of players.
Yeah, what an incredible run by Alessio, going undefeated over 15 rounds of Swiss. First place here after our first kind of part of the tournament, claiming first place, first seed into our top 8 bracket. But then Hippolyte, yeah, he really played out of his mind there over the course of that best of 3, identifying this on the spot, because it didn't look like this was something that he had prepared beforehand. It is something that I think he just thought of over the course of the battle, realizing how the first game went, how the second game went, that wait a second, if I bring in the Rillaboom here instead of the Calyrex, this might just be what I need. And knowing his team in and out, knowing when to take a risk like that, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, just incredible. I'm just sitting in awe at that decision, because it's just, yeah, unbelievable to think that was not one of the options I was thinking going into that game 3. You just don't think that you're going to drop what has been one of the more threatening Pokemon, the reactive Pokemon that Alessio, when that Calyrex was on the field, he had to react to it. He had to make sure he was keeping it in check, had to make sure that, you know, you had the Dragapult there, you had the Terrapagos on the field, and you were kind of keeping in check the Terastallization, but then not to bring the Rillaboom, and then rely on the Urshifu. The Urshifu, the key to that with that Terastallization, getting just enough damage onto that Dragapult, and being able not only to get rid of the Dragapult by identifying that the Dragapult was really the Pokemon that you needed to remove in order for all of the rest of the dominoes of the team to fall.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
You say it, absolutely amazing. And without that turn, I just want to give a shout out again to Alessio, and also that Dragapult, just because of how well it worked with such a unique combination of moves. You have the Thunder Wave, the Sucker Punch, and also that the Phantom Force, the Dragon Darts. We've seen all moves here come out on the set, but in the end, yeah, it's Hippolyte who takes the win and who will move on to top 4.
Yeah, and I think we have Hippolyte ready and waiting at the couch, and I cannot wait to hear a bit more information from him and what the thoughts were about that last match. So we'll jump over to the couch and hear from our winner of our first top 8 game.
Well, trainers, Hippolyte Bernard able to weather the Terra Starstorm. My goodness, Hippolyte, that was so stressful to watch. I can't imagine how stressful it was to play.
That was really stressful.
How are you feeling?
That was really, really stressful also for me. First, I want to congratulate my opponent. He did a very good run. I told him before the set that, sorry, mate, I won't let you make the invisible run. Sorry, it stops here. And, well, it did a bit of banter, but it's good winning and being back in top 4 after a long, long, long time for me.
Yeah, those were fighting words indeed. And yes, Alessio undefeated up to facing you in that top 8 match. So, I mean, it went to all 3 games, and in that first game, you were able to be Bulwark Bernard. You're able to withstand the storm that Alessio was dishing out to you. But then in game 2, it was Alessio who came out on top, able to keep the calm and during the storm with those calm minds. So heading into game 3, talk us through your thought process.
In game 3, I was like, okay, there is no Among Us in this Terrapagos team, contrary to a lot of Terrapagos team I've faced through the tournament. So I was like, okay, it means I don't need absolutely my Calyrex to beat any particular redirector or something. So I was like, so maybe I can leave my Calyrex aside and bring more Fake Out, which can be good as long as I get rid of the Covered Cloak on the Ogerpon. Or if I manage to isolate the Terrapagos, I said Ogerpon, I meant Terrapagos, which was basically what I did. I saw that my opponent had a lot of bug weaknesses that were really weak to U-turn, like, how to say?
The Rillaboom?
Ogerpon doesn't want to take U-turn. He doesn't like it. Rillaboom neither. And this Dragapult holds Focus Sash, so kind of doesn't want neither come on U-turn and going back. And that's why in game 3 I was like, okay, I'm gonna take one more fake out option, one more U-turn option, and try to pivot as soon as I can and reveal as late as possible that I didn't bring my Calyrex. I was hoping for my opponent to terrestrialize before I make the reveal in game 3, because like when my opponents see I don't have Calyrex, it's the authorization for them, like they now can terrestrialize any Pokemon. They are no longer forced to terrestrialize their Calyrex, their Terrapago, sorry. Yeah. So that was a bit tricky. They kind of caught me off guard with that Terra on Ogerpon, which was really well played. But I'm satisfied I could make it through.
Yeah, very bold of you indeed not to bring your restricted here in regulation set G, but it worked out in your favor. Now, very briefly, Hippolyte, because we've got to crack on with top 4, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Shout-outs I would like, of course, to all my friends, all the French players that are rooting for me, especially for Adam, who was playing the same team. We were both in the same team, and I sadly beat him in a win-and-in, but he did a very impressive run considering he didn't have much practice with the team. But yeah, I'm fine that I can prove Calyrex Shadow is good, because when I was seeing the first results of the tournament of previous regionals, I was like, what are people doing with Calyrex Shadow? It's so good. Why is it not in the top teams? And I'm proud to bring it in top.
Will you be backing the right horse? Only time will tell, trainers. Okay then, are you ready for more? Well, strap in, trainers, because here comes top 4.
I am Lorenzo. I am a VGC player from Milan. I compete since 2016. This time I managed to win a regional in Stuttgart, Germany.
Grassy Glide, not enough for the knockout onto the Rillaboom. Here comes a Choice Band Flare Blitz. It's enough for the knockout. We have our winner here in the grand finals of Stuttgart. Well played to Nils, but your champion of the Stuttgart Regional Championships is Lorenzo Silvestrini.
I faced a lot of different teams. I think that I was not fully prepared for all the teams that I faced. I managed to do 8-1 in day 1. That is a good score if you want to advance to day 2 with a boost, let's say. It was really difficult because Nils was my only loss of the day 2. I lost 2-0 in the Swiss, and I didn't manage a way to beat him. So I tried to figure out another way. I found some little spot in which I can handle the most difficult Pokemons of his team and try to take them out as soon as I can, and then try to reposition myself and play in a confident way. I love to play Pokemon. I play Pokemon from when I was a child. I love that much, and when I discovered the VGC, the competitive scenario, I found a lot of friends, and they were all cheering me up during this regional. And yeah, the motivation is just because I travel with my friends, and yeah, it's just amazing.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of VGC. Let's take a look at the Assault Vest. This item boosts a Pokemon special defense, but prevents them from using status moves. Status moves are more supportive moves that do not deal direct damage, such as Will-O-Wisp or Rage Powder. Although you probably won't miss them, because the Assault Vest is perfect for Pokemon who like to make use of attacking moves that also have a supportive function, such as U-turn to pivot out, or Snarl for damage reduction. In particular, Iron Hands makes great use of the Assault Vest. It patches up its low special defense stat, making it extremely bulky all round, and still enables the use of Fake Out to support its partner on the field. Always remember that with the Assault Vest up your sleeve, you'll always have a highly functional garment for your Pokemon to wear at your next event.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the first of our top 4 here in the Pokemon 2024 Bologna Special Event. My name is Jamie Voigt. I'm now joined by Charlie Merriman, and just wow, what a top 8 that we just had.
The top 8 match was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the very first game we had on stream yesterday could have been worthy of a grand finals, and we're now in top 8 with another match that was worthy of a grand finals. It's absolutely phenomenal play that's coming out. The EU players really pulling out all the stops right now in our very last stop of the season here for EU.
Yeah, we were all saying, oh, are people going to just go with what's safe? These are all the tried and true Pokemon. Are they going to reveal their secret sauce here for the tournaments? Seems like the Comfey and the Dragapult, no one would have expected those to make the top 8 and go 15-0 undefeated in Swiss all the way to that top 8 as well. The Thunderous was probably one of the forces of nature that was lower down on the list of the ones that would actually be used on the teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It really surprising us here in Regulation Set G. And also, you've got to give even further props to Hippolyte for the fact that Alessio was on the home turf, but Hippolyte was able to remain resolute and stick to the game plan, not be swayed by any kind of morale or anything like that. Hearing the crowd going crazy for Alessio, of course. So huge congratulations to Hippolyte, and we're just getting started with Top Cut.
Yeah, Top Cut, we can see where we are currently. We've had our top 8. We're now down to the semi-finals. Of course, a fantastic game that we were just able to feature between Hippolyte and Alessio. There were all the other matches, I'm sure, were absolutely fantastic, but here we are. Here's our top 4.
Here they are. Ruben Gianzini is going to be going up against Hippolyte Bernard next, as well as Luca Ceribelli of course, Italy, against Antonio Sanchez, the Liverpool regional champion. Is Antonio finally going to do it? Are they going to have their picture on that graphic twice?
It's the only trainer that could possibly do it left this season. All other previous regional champions this season have been knocked out. Of course, Hippolyte and Luca have won regional level events themselves previously. Ruben is getting super close to their first one as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. You can be repeating some successes from earlier on in your Pokemon career, or you can be having a fantastic season immediately. And we've had plenty of trainers who have been having their first season this year in 2024, still being able to clinch out those final few championship points. And this is the thing. We are getting to the business end of the competition here. There'll be so many trainers who have gone away happy and proud of what they've achieved because they have now secured that World Championships invite.
Yeah, there's been some brilliant runs here. I think it's very interesting to see that only half of the top 4 is Italian. Given the amount of really top performances from the Italian community, it was overwhelming numbers in this tournament. But yeah, we're down to the top 4, and we got a French player and a Spanish player. So like they could swipe it from under Italy's nose.
Yeah, they absolutely could, and it was Nico Davide Cagnetta claiming the Turin Special Event last year up against Simone Sanvito in the finals. So an all-Italian finals over there. Is it going to be the same this year? Well, only time will tell. It could be, but as you say, Jamie, it could be a complete switch up from that. This tournament has been all about the rise of Shadow Rider Calyrex. And is that going to be the one that goes all the way? Well, we've certainly seen a good few Terrapagos on stream as well as things like Kyogre and other restricteds we're less familiar with. But here are 2 trainers that we're certainly pretty familiar with, Antonio Sanchez and Luca Ceribelli.
Absolutely. We've got 2 previous regional level champions. Of course, Antonio was this season. Lucas was all the way back in the 2017 format, 2018 season when he was of such a young age, just 14 years old when he was able to win that tournament. And then coming so far in the future, so far in the past, but all the way here now, making it to the top 4 once again.
Yeah, let's shift off our Slitherwing mode and get into Volcarona mode here. We're sticky in the present. All these trainers, they've come from the past, and looking ahead to our Iron Moth mode into the future, which one of them could be going all the way? It's going to be a really fascinating matchup. Luca Ceribelli, we saw on stream yesterday, really fine margins, and that's what Regulation Set G has been offering us, but Luca able to come out on top there. And Antonio Sanchez is certainly going to be a thorn in their side, a bulwark to try and break through for Luca.
Yeah, we've got a Terrapagos versus a Miraidon here in this top 4. A very interesting matchup. 2 Pokemon that it wouldn't be unexpected to see them in this top 4. We've seen Miraidon be able to win that regional for the very first one of the Regulation G over in America. We just had Terrapagos win the Japanese Nationals today as well. So no surprise to see them. I would say probably the surprising the supporting cost would probably be the most surprising thing, especially the Scream Tail. That seems to be picking up quite a lot in this tournament.
Scream Tail has really screamed into action this weekend here in Bologna. It offers such useful supporting moves, and support really is what it does best. It's not often that you get a very bulky Pokemon that's also very fast, but that's exactly what Scream Tail offers. That means it's going to be able to stick around on the field, and not only that, but dish out those nuisance moves, so to speak, as fast as it possibly can. That's why earlier in the day, the Electro Web coming out from Raging Bolt in a match that we featured earlier was so crucial, trying to reduce the speed of that Scream Tail, able to neutralize it before it could get off those pesky supportive moves.
Yeah, Encore and Disable are so disruptive.
Yeah.
You're able to get so many pins with the Encore Disable, even if it's just one of them. If you Encore into a supportive move, or maybe a setup move, then that Pokemon is locked down. If you're going into a choice Pokemon, choice Scarf, choice Spect, whatever it is, and then you manage to disable that, then suddenly they're struggling. So it's a really, really disruptive pairing of moves. You often see only one of them, like Whimsicott only has access to Encore. We see that so often. But then, yeah, the Encore Disable combination specifically can just completely throw all the wrenches in the works.
Absolutely. It's ironic how much capability the Disable move can enable onto the other side of the field, but that's certainly what Scream Tail can do. Antonio looking relaxed and happy here to be in this top 4, and who can blame them, having been the champion in Liverpool. This is an absolutely phenomenal season that Antonio is in right now, but facing across him from the table is, of course, Luca Ceribelli on the home turf. That didn't come into play in the previous game, but could it here as we get into these prior accomplishments?
If we learn anything from the top 8, I'm sure that Luca would have the home field advantage here, but that's not going to put a stop to Antonio. Look at their accomplishments here. Previous regional level champions, both of them, fantastic showing. Across multiple generations, you see Luca's all the way back in the 2018 season, Antonio going back to 2021, having a very good showing in the online tournament, and then surging forward into this when we came back into the tournament, still having fantastic performances.
Close team sheet. Closed team sheet best of 1, very different from the open team sheet best of 3 that we're playing today. Worth noting, of course, that Luca has just played the exact same matchup in top 4 against Victor Medina. So perhaps primed now to expect what might be coming out from Antonio's side of the field. Antonio's just got to keep their composure, though, and try and throw in that little bit of spice that Luca might not be expecting to try and get the upper hand here.
Yeah, when you face the same team and then suddenly face it in the next round, it's always an interesting one, whether it's like, well, I was very comfortable in this match, so I'm feeling really good about this top 4 because I'm just going to use the same strategy. Maybe it was super close and it was just those fine margins, and then if we know that Victor Medina and Antonio tend to work together as well, we've seen them come up with the same 6 Pokemon. I'm sure there was conversations between Victor and Antonio on what the strategies Luca used in that top 8 was, maybe how Antonio can adapt, and then Luca won't have access to that knowledge. He's going to know what happened in the top 8, but not going to know the thoughts now Antonio has going into this top 4.
Well, the thoughts are whirring, of course, in Antonio's head as we're able to remind ourselves of his team: Terrapagos, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu, Scream Tail, and Raging Bolt. Now, the Raging Bolt holding a magnet there to amplify the power of its electric moves. Incineroar running Will-O-Wisp. We were talking just beforehand, Jamie, about how you don't often see Flare Blitz anymore on Incineroar. Will-O-Wisp offers so much utility. This is the classic Urshifu set. This is the classic Rillaboom set. And at this point, this is asserting itself as the classic Terrapagos set as well. Of course, Alessio had Flamethrower on their set, but Earth Power here being more tried and tested for Antonio.
I think the entire community were like, yes, Calm Mind is going to be the best Terrapagos, and then, oh no, every single Terrapagos is choice specs at the moment. So maybe the Calm Mind set isn't so strong, and I think this tournament has shown it absolutely is.
It really is. And speaking of strong, here is Miraidon with that Hadron engine carrying the choice specs. You cannot ignore that damage voltage output. Whimsicott supporting it alongside Chi-Yu. Urshifu Single Strike, the much rarer variant at this point in Regulation Set G. For Rigoroth with the Terra Ground and Iron Hands. You've got Psychic Noise there on the Frigoroth. Really nice, because it would disable an opposing Shadow Calyrex from going for something like a Draining Kiss, but it's not something that's going to be coming into play in this game.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice tech to be able to stop all that healing. Like you mentioned, Draining Kiss would be a very significant one, because then you're, as a normal type, you'd be able to be immune to that Calyrex. There's going to be the leftovers coming out from the Terrapagos, and then with all the grassy terrain healing that pairs with the leftovers, you can put a stop to that as well. So Frigoroth might have a place in this matchup, but then at the same time, maybe Luca may prefer going on full offense, which this team can absolutely do. If you've got a choice Specs Miraidon, if you've got a choice Scarf Chi-Yu helping you out as well, now, you can really turn on the offense.
You sort of upgraded your Flutter main to the Miraidon Ultimate. Chiyu and Miraidon, with Chiyu reducing the special defense of everything around it. Miraidon can dish out even more damage, carrying the choice specs with the electric terrain, with Terra Electric, boosting up its electric moves even further. But let's go, trainers. It's our first top 4 here at the Bologna Special Event. Make some noise for Rillaboom and Terrapagos versus Farigiraf and Miraidon.
Very classic pairing there coming up from Luca immediately. Obviously, Farigiraf going to put a stop to any of the priority moves, more specifically the fake out that could be coming out from the Rillaboom. But yeah, leading with the Rillaboom in the face of the Miraidon, that's exactly what you want to be doing, because of course there's the Hadron engine, there's the electric seed that's going to activate thanks to that electric terrain, which is now overwritten immediately thanks to that grassy surge. So really stopping the damage output that can come out from Miraidon. Of course, we know that Rillaboom is one of the best counters to Miraidon. Catching it immediately is going to be very nice for Antonio, because the Miraidon wants to just go on the full offense. It won't be able to do its full offense here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something just like a Volt Switch to maybe break the Terrapagos' Terra Shell, while also being able to pivot out and come back in to reset that Hadron engine.
Rillaboom plugging in its drum kit to the power that Miraidon is supplying and overwriting that terrain so amply. Now, Farigiraf, it would lose that defense boost that it got from the electric seed if it switches out. And in the face of the physical attacking Rillaboom, that could be something quite crucial, as Volt Switch is going to enable Miraidon to flip on out of their career back to Luca's party in favor of something coming in that might have to receive an attack coming out from Terrapagos, or maybe it's safe to go for a Calm Mind.
Might be safe to go for a Calm Mind. You're not going to be threatened too much here, but no, it's just the Terra Starstorm. No Calm Mind boost just yet. Iron Hand switching in with that Assault Vest, so bulky, not taking much damage at all.
You're going to want to be preserving that terrain in the back, as Luca is so wisely doing. Another pivot. Here comes the U-turn. These trainers are taking their bearing left and bearing right, getting off the field as the sat-nav has told them, as we see Antonio's Pokemon lurking in the back here, ready to provide some ample support to that threatening Terrapagos.
Yeah, we still have to contend with the fact that the Farigiraf hasn't gone for any attack here. I wouldn't be surprised if it is just going to be something like a Trick Room now that the Iron Hands has joined the field. That's a pretty good Pokemon to be able to sweep in Trick Room. At the same time, it could just be a Psychic Noise to put a stop to the leftovers and grassy terrain recovery. But yeah, here's the Incineroar that's now just pivoted in for that Rillaboom.
Incineroar in the threat of the Trick Room that could be coming out from the Farigiraf. Of course, the slower Pokemon, but the Psychic Noise instead going to be targeting down into Terrapagos. Not going to be taking very effective damage from this thanks to its Terra Shell ability. But yes, there's no healing that can be happening on that Terrapagos right now. There's no capability for it to come back up to its full Terra Shell ability.
Yeah, it was great to see that twice, just reminding us, no, you cannot have your leftovers recovery, and no, you cannot have your grassy terrain recovery there. That heal block coming into play from the Psychic Noise, very, very nice indeed. It's such a unique way to break the Terra Shell. If that much damage is usually done to the Terrapagos, it heals back up to full with the leftovers and grass terrain, and then suddenly the Terra Shell's still intact. So that's such a cool tech coming out from the Farigiraf to truly break the Terra Shell.
Yeah, it really is. At least you can boost up the special defense of the Terrapagos now with the Calm Mind, as well, of course, as the special attack. But it's threatened by the Iron Hands, the fighting type on the other side of the field, and now another fighting type in the Urshifu 2. But Fake Out connecting down into the Incineroar. Terrapagos is going to be able to clear its head.
Yeah, it is going to be able to set up here, get that Calm Mind. Very interesting to see that the Iron Hands went for the Fake Out into the Incineroar. Incineroar's usually the faster Pokemon between the two. Definitely got a bit faster base speed. It does depend on the speed training. But yeah, the Incineroar wasn't going for Fake Out that turn. It did flinch after the Calm Mind of the Terrapagos. So Luca identifying that Fake Out would not come out from the Incineroar that turn.
Well, Terrapagos no longer prevented from healing now, and you don't have the Farigiraf out to dish out a further Psychic Noise. So this Terrapagos could be coming back up to full HP if this Iron Hands and Urshifu let it, but I doubt they will.
Yeah, that's a really good pivot into the Urshifu there, because now the Terrapagos had its Terra Shell broken. It couldn't recover back up, and now this is an entirely free close combat into the Terrapagos. There's not really much that Antonio has available to be able to stop that outside of switching out. Yes, it could go for the Terastallization and get that extra bulk that it does have available on that going for the Terra Stella. But at the same time, Urshifu is such a strong Pokemon. I wouldn't be surprised if close combat was still enough to be able to KO even a Terastallized Terrapagos. And even if it wasn't, that would put it in range of any attack that the Iron Hands would want to go for as well.
And you can't protect in front of an Urshifu, so this Terrapagos is on the ropes right now. Time for it to go on top of the world. Hoping that Antonio can bring joy to this fantastic team that they have been able to pilot to such success already here in Bologna. Terraform Zero neutralizing that grassy terrain on the field. Would have to be switched back in. Here comes the close combat in Terrapagos. Not enough to pick up the knockout. Very well trained turtle indeed, as Urshifu is going to be softened up.
Yeah, that's a really clutch survival there, because that allows this Terra Starstorm being fired off into Luca's side of the field. That close combat drop means that the Urshifu is absolutely going down to its focus shaft, and that's really good damage to the Iron Hands as well.
Yeah, it is, even though the Iron Hands holding the Assault Vest, bolstering its special defense. Heavy slam into the Trapagos, that's going to be enough to claim the knockout. Let's hope that the Trapagos has done enough for Antonio right now.
We still got the Incineroar to be able to move here, and it seems like the Iron Hands was actually, for sure, speedier than the Incineroar, because it hasn't moved yet. There's the Will-O-Wisp, and
is it going to connect?
shaky accuracy means that it does avoid on the Iron Hands. Very unfortunate there coming out from Antonio. That would have really put a stop to the damage output that would come out from the Iron Hands.
Yeah, it really would have done. A little opening here for Luca. Still got their restricted, waiting in the back, ready to zoom back onto the field. But here comes the Urshifu Rapid Strike style, completing the Firewater Grass core. We've seen so many of these cores do so well in previous Pokemon events. Are they going to be enough for Antonio without the World Turtle uniting them?
Yeah, that was a lot of damage on Luca's side of the field. Both Pokemon would be in range of Surging Strikes here, so basically Antonio does get his pick of knockout on either Pokemon, but then you've seen the Iron Hands is outspeeding the Incineroar. It dodged the Will-O-Wisp. A massive Drain Punch could be coming Incineroar's way. If you attack the Iron Hands with the Surging Strikes, then that could be the close combat into the Incineroar, and again, that would easily be a KO. You could switch in your Rillaboom, but then you're taking absolutely massive damage, and then it would be on the field, not be able to overwrite the terrain. So yeah, leaving all the Pokemon on the field here. There's that close combat that does clear out the Iron Hands.
The single strike staring down the Rapid Strike, and this time it's going to be the Rapid Strike that's going to be taking those defense drops. Now all eyes on this single strike style Urshifu. Close combat, super effective. Incineroar, but it's alive! On 1 HP, the invisible Focus Sash coming in clutch for this Incineroar.
Wow, perfectly trained Pokemon coming out from Antonio, because that's a KO on the Urshifu now. The Incineroar should have been KO'd to that close combat, but no, perfect training allows a double KO coming out for Antonio's side of the field. That means the Miraidon is now forced in with the Rillaboom still in the back. If that would have been a KO into the Incineroar, Urshifu survives. Rillaboom is forced in, then Miraidon overwrites the terrain, but no, Antonio now has the terrain control.
The terrain control, but the Electric Seed has already been burned onto that Farigiraf in the face of 3 physical attackers over on Antonio's side of the field. So this is how quickly the tables can turn here in Regulation Set G. Now Antonio can safely switch in that Rillaboom to override the terrain. I say safely, of course, but still have to take phenomenal damage output. The Miraidon with the Choice Specs is nothing to be ignored.
Yeah, but the Rillaboom's still really healthy here, and even if it switched in, it wouldn't take that much damage coming out from Miraidon. You surely want to be locking into an electric type attack to safely deal with the Urshifu without having to drop your special attack here. But yeah, it's going to be no switch in here. It's just the close combat. It's going to be a 2-shot on the Miraidon, but I don't think that's going to matter at this point.
It's going to be really big damage onto that Miraidon there. Now it's going to be able to fire off this Electro Drift, maybe the most excessive Electro Drift I've ever seen, into this 1 HP Incineroar. Easily enough to pick up the knockout here. So it's down to 2 and 2, but now, of course, the Rillaboom comes in with an active fake out. The Miraidon cannot protect from it. Of course, you've got the Farigiraf on the field that is at least denying the priority there, but Trick Room coming out from the Farigiraf here. So that means that the speed order is going to be reversed. The slower Pokemon moving first. Grassy Glide not going to be able to gain priority because, of course, once more, that Armatail is here with the Farigiraf.
Yeah, it seems like Luca's probably trying to rely on the Farigiraf to be able to take the rest of this game. The Urshifu locked into close combat there. Now that's got this drop to its special defense. Psychic Noise should surely be enough to pick up the KO on that Urshifu. He just has to contend with the Rillaboom afterwards because that was such a big hit from the close combat. That's got to be in range of a grassy terrain boosted Wood Hammer coming out into the Miraidon, and then it's going to be a 1v1 between the Farigiraf and the Rillaboom. But the Rillaboom has the Assault Vest.
Rillaboom has the Assault Vest, and Psychic Noise will pick up the 1-hit knockout onto the Urshifu. Of course, Luca has not yet terrestrialized either, so that's something that they have in their back pocket, ready to come into a later turn. Wood Hammer, easily enough to take care of this Miraidon, and now it's the Giraffe versus the Gorilla, and Luca bringing this down to such fine margins under the Trick Room.
Yeah, which is going to be stronger here? Is it going to be Foul Play or is it going to be Psychic Noise? Because you don't get the same type of attack bonus on the Psychic Noise, and Farigiraf has very respectable special defense, but then you'd be attacking into that Assault Vest Rillaboom.
Yeah.
I would strongly suspect the 2 Wood Hammers, maybe a U-turn into a Wood Hammer would be enough to pick up the KO on that Farigiraf. This is going to be so close because, yeah, you're going to do so much damage to yourself if you're going for the Wood Hammer. Looks like Foul Play is the move of choice, but that's a 3-hit KO.
Foul Play, a 3-hit KO. U-turn also also currently a 3-hit KO. Of course, you've got the Woodhammer on the field as well here. And once more, Luca's got to be wishing that that Electric Seed was active right now, because a little boost of the defense of this Frigoroth could go a long way.
Yeah, if that Electric Seed was there, that Frigoroth is surely taking the game outside of critical hits. But is it going to be in range of the Woodhammer? Because, yeah, that's a foul. Oh, that might not be enough for another KO. It's just a U-turn, not chipping yourself anymore with the Woodhammer as well, recognizing that this grassy terrain recovery should just about put the Rillaboom out of range of another foul play. And now that's got to be in range of the Woodhammer. There's the foul play into the Rillaboom. There's the survival.
Survival on 13 HP. Here comes the Woodhammer into Frigoroth. It's going to be enough for the knockout. It's going to be Antonio Sanchez taking game 1 here in our first top 4 match.
Wow, that was such fine margins there. There was clutch survivals all around. I think the big one was that Incineroar on 1 HP. If that was a KO, then in comes the Miraidon at some point with its Hadron engine activated with the electric terrain, and it's just going to discharge and win the game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And the Miraidon, of course, going for that excessive Electro Drift into the 1 HP Incineroar. But then ultimately Antonio recognizing that 2 U-turns plus Woodhammer was certainly the play.
Yeah, absolutely. That was very close. The double U-turn was very clutch there. Some trainers might have gone for, well, here's U-turn. I hope that it's in range of Woodhammer, and oh no, it might not be. And then you do the tiny bits of recoil to yourself with that Woodhammer, rather than just going for the U-turn and getting that grassy terrain recovery that put it out of range of the foul play. Yeah,
now it's all eyes on Luca as to how they're going to adapt heading into game 2. I think certainly you're going to want to be preserving that Electric Seed onto your Frigoroth. Goes to show as well that you don't need your restricted in order to clinch out a game here. Antonio having lost the Terrapagos relatively early on in that matchup, but that does open up a door for Luca, because of course it's only physical attackers remaining. That's information that Luca can use to their advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was really well positioned from Luca, breaking the Terra Shell in such a unique way that actually properly breaks the Terra Shell. You can't recover back up to it. The Psychic Noise is such a cool tech on the Farigiraf, even if it was maybe for things like Calyrex and their Draining Kisses as well, comes into play in so many situations. And that was really clutch, because then the Urshifu came onto the field, and then close combat can KO that Terrapagos, but apparently it can't KO the Incineroar.
Well, yeah, this Incineroar so well trained. Antonio having really gone to the gym and worked out the calculations necessary in order to just clinch out that game. I'm sure it's going to be yet another one of fine margins, trainers. Let's go into game 2 between Luca Cherubelli and Antonio Sanchez. Here are the leads: Miraidon and the single strike style Urshifu against the Rillaboom and Terrapagos.
So it seems like Antonio has once again caught this Miraidon on the lead. So the Hadron engine, of course, will activate, but then it will immediately be overwritten by the Grassy Surge once again, really reducing the damage output that can come from the Miraidon here. Of course, you do have Fake Out active, and there is no Farigiraf currently on the field, but then there's always the mind game. Is the Farigiraf in the back? Is it going to switch in on a potential Fake Out? Because if you don't go for a Fake Out here, this could very easily be a Volt Switch, break the Terra Shell, and then close combat follows up, KOs the Terrapagos as well. So do you go for a Fake Out in the face of a potential Farigiraf switch in?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you Fake Out in the face of a Frigoroth switching, then it's just going to block that Fake Out and really open the door here. So it's going to be coming all down to this call. And no, Luca doesn't switch in the Frigoroth. Going to be flinching the Urshifu. Here comes the Volt Switch to break the Terra Shell. Miraidon will be lurking in the back, ready to come back out and overwrite this grassy terrain, electrifying the battlefield, just like it's electrifying all of us watching this thrilling game.
Yeah, that was still really good damage. I know we still are amazed at the damage output from a Choice Spectrum Rhydon, but it's still outside of the electric terrain. Yeah. Not very effective hit thanks to the Terra Shell, and it can't recover back up to its full HP now to get that Terra Shell active. So still very, very impressive damage. Of course, the Rillaboom won't be able to move this turn after flinching the Urshifu. There won't be a close combat this turn, because there, of course, is the flinch. And it's just Terra Starstorm, no setup with the Calm Mind here, but it seems like it was launched off into the Miraidon. If that would have been into the Urshifu, that would have done absolutely fantastic damage, but an Assault Vest Iron Hands is shrugging that off every day.
Yeah, Assault Vest Iron Hands does not need to worry about a single target Terra Starstorm coming out from the Terrapagos here. But Terrapagos very threatened by these fighting types, facing it from the dojo across the other side of the field. Now, going for a Calm Mind here, really, really risky. You might want to be switching out that Terrapagos into something in the back. You can't protect in front of an Urshifu either.
No, you can't. At least you could have the Incineroar waiting in the back, and close combat is intimidatable. Of course, Wicked Blow will be able to critical hit through those, but if you go for the close combat and the Incineroar switches in, that should allow the Terrapagos to survive and then be able to fire off one of its Terra Starstorms. If close combat comes out from the Urshifu, that's the special defense drop. That should be in range of Terra Starstorm as well. But of course, yeah, you are facing two fighting types here that can output some absolutely massive damage.
Antonio seems to be committing and going for that terrestrialization onto the Terrapagos once more. It worked in that game one. Losing the Terrapagos early on was still able to see the match up through. But is it going to be the same story here in game two? Well, it's going to be Terraform Zero, first of all, neutralizing that terrain on the field. Fake out connecting down into the Rillaboom. All eyes now onto this Urshifu. Going for the Wicked Blow, in fact, into the Terrapagos. So could have been super effective damage, but instead just going for that guaranteed crit. Here comes a spread-type Terra Starstorm now, raining down into the Urshifu and to the Iron Hands. Of course, thanks to not going for the close combat, the Urshifu has not been softened up there. Able to take that much better than it would have done ordinarily.
Yeah, very smart going for the Wicked Blow there. We saw in the previous game that the Terrastalized Terrapagos was able to survive that close combat from reasonably full health. So yeah, not dropping your special defense. It would have been really close if the close combat had been fired off. Whether that Urshifu would have been in range, it looks like it would have just about survived anyway, but then you would have been in range of even something like a U-turn coming out from the Rillaboom. So preserving that extra special defense to allow you to get the chip for the Terrapagos to surely be in range of close combat at this point. Again, it might not be in range if you intimidate it with an Incineroar. That would be incredibly close.
It really would, and I mean, we've been talking about fine margins all weekend, Jamie, and that's certainly what's coming out here once more. And Incineroar surviving on 1 HP in that previous game, another fine margin. Would it be able to do that again in this game? Well, if it's going to be switched in here, which seems like it's not going to be, then it would be a very different story.
No, not at all. Terrapagos is going to be preserving itself. It's switching into that Rapid Strike Urshifu that should easily be able to survive something like a close combat that has been fired off by that single strike Urshifu. It still does absolutely fantastic damage, putting it in range of any attack that Luca would want to go for in the future.
Yeah, it does. And now this U-turn coming out from the Rillaboom, not enough to pick up the knockout onto the Urshifu there. Really huge survival. Of course, was holding the focus sash anyway, and it's brought down incredibly low health right now, having already received some damage beforehand, as Incineroar does come in to reduce the physical offensive output coming out from Luca's side of the field right now. An active fake out here. Drain Punch, enough to clear up this Urshifu.
Very nicely done there by Luca indeed. KOing that Urshifu on the switch and taking care of it very easily. You can see the impact of the choice of Wicked Blow first, then close combat. If that would have been close combat on the first turn, then that would have been in range of the U-turn from the Rillaboom. But no, Wicked Blow into close combat, no dropping your special defense on the first turn. That allows this Urshifu to survive that U-turn. It's still around, and Luca has all 4 Pokemon still.
These are the damage calculations these traders need to be doing, and fast. As game 2 is slipping away from us, let's hope that victory doesn't slip away from either of these trainers. As Fake Out connects down, flinches into the Iron Hands. Close combat now enough to pick up that Terrapagos. As Antonio brought down to their final 2 Pokemon, it's just going to be the Incineroar and the Rillaboom against all 4 of Luca's own.
And now we're in the position that we were assumedly going to be in if that Incineroar had dropped to the close combat, where the Rillaboom is now forced onto the field. It can't switch out now. Antonio down to his final 2 Pokemon. Miraidon is waiting in the back. Now Miraidon has the upper hand over this Rillaboom, because there's the Grassy Surge for the final time this game. It can easily be overwritten at any point whenever the Miraidon wants to join the field.
Yeah, Luca has adapted masterfully in this situation. Now, Incineroar can be threatening out a Will-O-Wisp onto the physical attackers over on Luca's side of the field, but Miraidon doesn't worry about that, and it's got the electric terrain ready to be set up there as well. Going to be a switch out from that Iron Hands. Of course, the electric terrain will be boosting up the stats of that Pokemon too. And here comes that electric terrain as Miraidon is zooming right back onto the field in the Velodrome here, activating its Hadron Engine, boosting up its damage output even further. Time for the Terrastalization over from Luca's side of the field, trainers. It's going to be going down into that very low health Urshifu. A really interesting call.
Yeah, you don't often see a Terrastalization on a Pokemon that is on such low HP, but yeah, the Urshifu going to be able to output some massive damage here, because yeah, no Fake Out came out from the Rillaboom that it could have gone for. There's a Terradart boosted Wicked Blow, and it's able to pick up the KO on that Rillaboom that was still so healthy. A fantastic Terrastalization there. A knockoff, of course, gonna finally be able to pick up that last little bit of damage on the Urshifu, but the Miraidon just has to click Electro Drift at some point, and then we're going into the game 3.
Luca wanting to put those ear defenders on. The percussive solo coming out of the Rillaboom is done and dusted, and now Luca easily able to pick up this Incineroar with Iron Hands coming back in, and for style points, not revealing that final Pokemon in the back as well. I say for style points, but that could be absolutely crucial for Luca, because now Antonio does not have that information Miraidon does not know necessarily how to adapt if it was a switch up from that Farigiraf. And it's no surprise, trainers, we've seen it all weekend. We're going to yet another Game 3.
There's just been so many fantastic games so far. I'm saying like games as well. The individual games have been brilliant. Yes, the sets have been great, but these games are so back and forth. There's just such fine margins between them. There was the clutch survival in the game 1 of the Incineroar, but then a complete switch up from Luca's side of the field. The Urshifu, the choice of Wicked Blow, then close combat. So many trainers would go super effective close combat. Wicked Blow won't do as much, but it won't KO. We saw in the previous game, it probably wouldn't have been able to KO from that range. So smart to go for Wicked Blow. I don't drop my special defense. Now I'm comfortable dropping my special defense because I managed to take the Terra Starstorm and I lived the U-turn. And then you saw Terra Dark Wicked Blow was available because of that interaction, the Wicked Blow first.
Yeah, exactly. In some ways, that Game 2 was very similar to Game 1. In many other ways, it was very, very different. It was just Luca going for different moves, as you're identifying there, JB, that enabled them, to come out on top in that Game 2. And now, as always, heading into Game 3, all bets are kind of off. Of course, these trainers know their best lines into their opponent's team, but catch them off guard, and that could be absolutely huge. The Psychic Noise disabling the recovery from the Terrapagos, not coming out so crucially in that game, could be something that Luca looks towards again right now. But of course, Antonio has that Scream Tail. Where there's a Scream Tail, they could be away because you are able to completely disrupt your opponent. Let's see, trainers. Let's get into this Game 3 of the top 4. Miraidon on Farigiraf hitting the field over on Luca's side, and it's Terrapagos Rillaboom once more for Antonio.
And back to Game 1 we go. Farigiraf joining the field for the lead. Who knows if it was the Pokemon waiting in the back, but here it is once again as the lead. We've seen this multiple times. Here's the Hadron Engine, and of course here is the Electric Seed that's going to boost the defense of the Farigiraf, and then finally the Grassy Surge is going to overwrite that electric terrain once again.
Yeah, Luca clearly identifying that it is still the best course of action to lead with this Miraidon, perhaps just in case Antonio doesn't go for the Rillaboom. But this is a repeat of Game 1 in a way, because Farigiraf has now lost that Electric Seed. If it switches out at any point and comes back onto the field, it's going to lose that defense boost. And if Antonio has those 3 physical attackers remaining in the back, that's going to be something that could really throw a spanner in the works for Luca later on in the game. And spanner in the works is certainly the phrase that I would use when you're facing down a Miraidon that has all that technology behind it. But going for the helping hand from the Farigiraf here, just going right out on the damage output. Draco Meteor down into the Rillaboom. It's going to be enough for the one-hit knockout.
And there is the Terrain War 1 on turn 1. Goodbye, Rillaboom. You can no longer switch in and overwrite my grassy terrain. Yes, there is a Calm Mind. Now Terrapagos will be able to take on the Miraidon way better than it was. But now you've won the Terrain War. You can just switch out your Miraidon, and whenever you come back in, there is that Hadron Engine.
So beautifully done by Luca there, identifying that Miraidon is my heaviest hitter. If I want to get rid of that Rillaboom, it's going to have to be fire with fire. Dragon versus the Rillaboom, and just completely take it off the field on the very first turn. Now, if Luca were to switch out that Miraidon here, something coming in would have to take in potentially a Calm Mind boosted attack from this Terrapagos, or indeed, going to be the Draco Meteor going into Terrapagos. There's always that dodgy moment where you wonder if it's going to miss, but no, just going to be breaking that Terra Shell, doing so much less damage than it did to that Rillaboom.
Yeah, not switching out. They're not content to stay in the grassy terrain for now. There's the Terra Starstorm that was boosted by the Calm Mind. That's really good damage into the opposing Miraidon. There's that clutch Psychic Noise that means you are no longer going to be able to benefit from your leftovers, benefit from the grassy terrain. You're stuck at that much HP. There's the Will-O-Wisp, and unfortunately Miraidon able to dodge that. That was surely trying to catch one of the physical attackers, surely the Urshifu and the Iron Hands that could have been waiting in the back.
Of course, that burn still would have whittled away at the Miraidon's HP. The grassy terrain recovery would have sort of neutralized that, but as soon as that grassy terrain is gone, there's no more recovery there. Terrapagos cannot heal now as well. Luca's really got that pinned here. It's not going to be able to go back up to full health. You're going to want to capitalize on that while you can and remove it from the field. You don't have one of your fighting type Pokemon on the field to be able to deal super effective damage, but as we've seen, this Miraidon, especially paired with the Farigiraf going for helping hand, can still deal absolutely monumental damage.
And that significant chip that's already been into that Terrapagos, that's surely got to be in range of the close combat from the Urshifu, even with a potential Terastallization that could come out from the Terrapagos, because there is the Urshifu. It switched in for the Farigiraf though. The Miraidon still on the field, contend to Draco Meteor at -4.
Yeah, this Draco Meteor isn't going to be hitting quite as hard as it would have done before.
Oh, there's the critical hit!
The critical hit! That is absolutely massive here! My goodness, critical hit of course, ignoring the special attack drops on that Pokemon. And all of a sudden, this Miraidon is taking its pilot all the way through to the Grand Finals if Antonio isn't able to fell this threat.
Yeah, that's just a massive critical hit there. Who cares about -4 to your special attack when you can just critical hit straight through it? Who even cares about resetting your Hadron engine? You're just content to click the Draco Meteor over and over again. That would have been some really good damage into the opposing Incineroar. But yeah, the Trapgos went for the protect that turn. That wouldn't have been a Terra Starstorm into the Urshifu. Now it's positioned to be able to get that close combat. Yes, the Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to be faster thanks to that Choice Scarf, but you've got the Focus Sash. You're completely safe from any KO, even a close combat. And then you can respond with your own into the Terrapagos.
This is why I've been repping Dragon Cheer for so long, and it hasn't done so well for me, but it's great to see these Dragon types getting these critical hits here. Time for the Terrapagos to go for its Terra Stella here. It's feeling on top of the world, probably less so at the end of this turn, as Terraform Zero is going to be neutralizing that grassy terrain from the field. Surging strikes coming down into Lucas, single strike style Urshifu. Good for a little bit of chip here with all 4 Pokemon remaining on Lucas' side of the field. And Miraidon wisely going to the back now, not banking on another critical hit. Luca really has the resource in their favor as close combat is going to be enough to remove the World Turtle from the field. It's just the Rapid Strike style Urshifu against the rest of the world over on Luca's side.
Yeah, and you're facing 2 electric-type Pokemon that can knock you out in 1 hit. That was very, very well played coming out there from Luca. The decision to just be content to Draco Meteor over and over again. So many players would want their Hadron engine back again. So many players would want the electric terrain to be able to do some absolutely massive damage here. But yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of a slow pace end to this game because you're going to go for the fake out, you're going to go for the close combat. It's not going to be quite enough to be able to pick up the knockout on this turn, but it surely will be on the next turn.
Urshifu would have to pull something miraculous out of its Choice Scarf here in order to try and claw this back. But no, it seems like Luca has been able to tie this one up. And a Sucker Punch just for good measure to completely remove the Pokemon on Antonio's side. With 4 Pokemon to Antonio 0, your first finalist, Luca Cheribelli!
And Miraidon has joined the finals once again. It was able to win the very first regional that we had in Regulation G, and then it seemed to just drop off just very slightly, but here it is once again joining the final. And what a fantastic way to go as well. The Choice Specs Draco Meteor, yeah, you're reducing your special attack so much in -4. You're not going to do that much damage, and yes, you are with a critical hit.
Miraidon no more, really living up to its Don suffix there, the Don of this particular game. I think the crucial question we have to ask there, Jamie, if that critical hit hadn't happened, certainly would have been slightly easier for Antonio, but do you think the favor was still in Luca's pitch?
Oh, I've got to give it to Luca there because, well, like, we weren't able to see what the Incineroar was going to go for. If it was a Will-O-Wisp into the Urshifu switch in, that's the only way I can see back into the game at that point because the Urshifu's pivoted in, the Terrapagos protected. So that means just close combat, you're KO'd at this point. We saw close combat was a KO even into the terrestrialized Terrapagos. So unless it was a Will-O-Wisp into that slot, then I don't think there would have been a way back into the game regardless. The Draco Meteor seemed to just speed it up a bit.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Well, Miraidon was well and truly stepping on the accelerator there, as you said, Jamie. And Luca Cheribelli of Italy, your first finalist, here at the Bologna Special Event. Who's going to be joining them in the finals? Who's going to have to be going up against that Miraidon team? Well, this is what happens when the meta keeps shifting. We saw Miraidon win the very first championship in Indianapolis of Regulation Set G. Has the wheel turned all the way back round? One of Miraidon's futuristic Hadron boosted wheels, has it recycled and brought Miraidon back into favor?
Yeah, and in the future as well, we will have a new regional champion, regional level champion this season. Of course, Antonio was the last chance to get the same picture on that graphic twice, but no, it is going to be a brand new face.
A brand new face for this brand new regulation set. A regulation set that won't quite feel so brand new once we reach the World Championships in a couple of months' time. And of course, after the North American International Championships next weekend, there's going to be a big break from the live events. In fact, any Pokemon events at all. And so much can change between NAIC and those World Championships. And Miraidon might be having a fantastic fantastic showing now, but is it going to be the case then? And of course, Calumet Shadow Rider, that's been the talk of the town this weekend, the talk of Bologna, but it might not even reach the finals, I suppose. I mean, Miraidon are having such a good showing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's one last chance for a non-Italian player to be able to make it through. We'll have to see how Hippolyte's going to be doing against Ruben in that second semi-final. Running that Shadow Rider that we saw, such a fantastic top 8 game as well. Yeah, I'm just so speechless even just after that top 4, and we still got 2 more amazing games to go.
Jamie, it's a good time to be speechless because it's time we threw to a little break, trainers, but you know that you're not going to want to go anywhere because we've got our next top 4 match coming up after this very short break.
Terastallizing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the results of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terastallization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terastallization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through Terastallizing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastallization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terastallizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terastallization drops your original typing weakness for the type you Terastallize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao Terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, Terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where Terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you Terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to Terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on Terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon Terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to embody aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a Terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other Terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of Terastallization to help push your way to the top?
Welcome back to the action, trainers, here at the Bologna Special Event. My name is Lee Provis, if you're just joining, and I have the pleasure once again to be joined by the wonderful Marcus Stade. How are you doing, Marcus, especially after that incredible top 4?
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless. We've had great game after great game, great set after great set. But now, as we are approaching the final stages of the tournament, it feels like the players, I don't know, they just want to put on a show for us. It's getting better and better and better. And yeah, one finalist already decided with Luca.
Yeah.
And then one spot in the finals, of course, still up for grabs.
Yeah, one up for grabs, and we'll be going into that top 4 momentarily. So sit tight as we take a look at the overview of the Masters bracket here. You can see the match that we will be going into soon will be between Hippolyte and Ruben Gianzini. And this one is going to be an incredible one. It will live up to all the expectations, especially after that incredible other top 4 between Luca and Antonio.
Yeah, going into this top 8, of course, there were still 3 Terrapagos with a call mindset in contention, but all 3 of them are now knocked out. Luca Ceribelli now knocking out Antonio, the last remaining Terrapagos. So that means Miraidon is already waiting in the finals for Hippolyte or Ruben. Both of those are playing the Calyrex Shadow Rider team, so we already know the finals is going to be, once again, a Calyrex Shadow Rider, but this time playing against a Miraidon.
Yeah, it's an exciting prospect to think of, but this next match, before we get into that final, the last hope for Miraidon to clinch a second title between here and North America. A slightly different build that Luca has brought to this tournament, and I really love the differences that we've seen from that first Miraidon team when it burst onto the scene in Regulation G. But between the 2 Shadow Rider Calyrex that we've got coming up next, there are big differences, I think, between both trainers, and it is going to be down to those differences that make all the difference for the outcome of this match, I feel.
Absolutely. I don't care so much about that Miraidon yet, but I'm looking forward to some more Calyrex Shadow Rider action in the mirror. I had the pleasure of featuring one of those mirror matches earlier on stream, and it's just, yeah, always every turn matters. Yeah, very positional battles, and then just one turn, getting the right call, can just swing the match in one way or the other. But as you were saying, both of these Calyrex Shadow Rider teams built a little bit differently. So we have Ruben, who is using that Chiyu, and then Hippolyte, who is using the more, I would say, traditional setup with that Incineroar, but also bringing in a little bit of spice there with that Thunderous.
Yeah, it's genius apiece, really. You know, that Hippolyte we've already seen using that Thunderous. Ruben going for a more tried and tested Genie that we've seen throughout this season in the Tornadoes, providing that instant tailwind support for those big attackers like the Chiyu that you've already mentioned. The Calyrex Shadow Rider going to bridge that as well. And also things like the Minxiao as well that we saw so effective earlier on, especially in the mirror match as well, Calyrex versus Calyrex.
Absolutely, Ruben having a little bit of fun there on stage, of course. I mean, the accomplishments, they're telling a part of the story. Hippolyte, we've had him on stream before. He's a regional champion from before. And then Ruben, on the other hand, a top 4 at a special event in the senior division. So now looking, of course, to add a little bit more than a top 4 this time. Of course, now in the master division, it's a little bit of a different story. But yeah, Ruben, a player who we have not seen that much, but yeah, he's sitting there spinning his pen around and yeah, looking forward to this Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror.
The techers are real, aren't they, with that pen spinning? I don't think I would be able to do it. But getting on to the accomplishments, top 4 Masters Special Event Bologna is going to be something at minimum that Ruben is going to be able to put on that list going forward. What an accomplishment. I'm sure Ruben would like to put finalist, if not champion, on top of that.
Absolutely.
So going in, but a big task in front of him. We've already seen Hippolyte and how good he played that top 8 game. I mean, that was just incredible. Flawless performance in that game 3 to advance into top 4. And we'll take an overview of the teams once again, Marcus.
Yeah, once again, it is that Calyrex Shadow Rider, Draining Kiss, Terra Fairy, Nasty Plot, and the Citrus Berry. This seems to be the set that, after this tournament at least, is yeah, coming out as maybe the superior, maybe the best way to run this Pokemon. But then, of course, with the supporting cast, there are still some yeah, deviations that these players will have. So we have that Incineroar, no Flare Blitz. Also, this is something that I think at this point people have kind of agreed on. Yeah, the Urshifu, I think, could be a nice way to potentially outspeed an opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider to do a lot of damage that way. And then, of course, that Thunderous. No Thunder Wave, which has been the one job Thunderous did for the last decade. But then, I think it's now time after Thunder Wave got nerfed a couple of times. Maybe now is the time to say farewell and goodbye and lean into some of the other moves.
Yeah, like that Eerie Impulse. And we can take an overview of Ruben's team, and it is going to be the Calyrex Shadow Rider once again. Again, a similar moveset and item choice there. The Rillaboom, the Chi-Yu, a bit of a difference here. Has got that water terrestrialization. It is going to have no protect as well with that covered cloak item. Heatwave, Snarl, Overheat, and Taunt. Then Minxiao, we've seen how effective that can be with the Wide Guard, the Feint support, and that Fake Out. And then key component is going to be that Tornadus. It has got the Dark Terrestrialization. Going to have the ability to go for that and be immune to those Prankster Taunts from the opposite side of the field, and then offer up that all-important Tailwind, which is going to be something that Ruben can really lean into, because Hippolyte has not got the speed control to kind of match that.
Yeah, absolutely here. I think for Hippolyte, it's going to be, of course, a lot about the supporting pieces. But yeah, he doesn't really have a clear path to establish speed control, while, for example, Ruben, on the other hand, could go with a setup. For example, let's say you bring in the Calyrex, and then you have the Minxiao for Fake Out and Wide Guard support. Then you also could have the Clefairy for the Friend Guard support, and then also the Tornadus for the Tailwind support. So yeah, I think Ruben definitely has a little bit of the more, let's say, Pokemon that might be good specifically in this matchup. But then also the Chi-Yu is one Pokemon that you could bring here. Yeah, it's tough to say. I'm pretty sure both of these players have had countless of these Calyrex Shadow Rider mirrors in this tournament. And here we really have some of the best players of that archetype facing off here in top 4.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got to say as well, Marcus, that the importance of those key Pokemon like the Clefairy for both players are going to be really pivotal in how they utilize them, the longevity, how long they can stick around on the field, how long you can utilize that Friend Guard are going to be a big important piece. But we are getting in to this top 4. This is turn 1. We are starting this special event championship here in Bologna with Ruben leading out with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and that Clefairy, and the Thunderous and the Incineroar on Hippolyte's side.
Yeah, let's go here in the top 4. Hippolyte once again going for the same lead combination that worked so well in the previous round in his top 8 match. Thunderous and Incineroar looking to disrupt what Ruben is trying to go for. But Ruben, yeah, very good setup there already available for him. He could just go for maybe a double protect, then a Follow Me and Nasty Plot, and he would threaten a lot of damage. Well, I think the chance that Hippolyte this time around does not bring the restricted, that's going to be pretty low. But let's see, you never know with what he will bring to the table here.
As we are going to see, just a double protector piece on Ruben's side of the field, protecting against any Fake Outs that are coming out from this Incineroar, rightly blocked into that Clefairy, as we are going to see the Thunderous lock in with an early Eerie Impulse, trying to lower the special attack on the big special attacker Calyrex, but blocked this turn. And now that Clefairy is freed up, Marcus, to go for the Follow Me, pull in that Eerie Impulse, and leave the Calyrex in a position where it can pretty much for free get a Nasty Plot set up.
Yeah, I've talked to Hippolyte a little bit about this particular situation, because yes, on paper, Thunderous looks so good also into the Calyrex Shadow Rider matchup, because you have the Eerie Impulse, you can lower the damage output. But then, as we've been seeing, not only Fake Out is an option to support that Calyrex, but also the Follow Me. And so, yeah, Hippolyte was saying, like, yeah, you often have to go for the Taunt first of all, so to shut down the redirection before you can then go for so that Thunderous can do its actual job, which is go for the Eerie Impulse. But Ruben, also aware of this, switching out the Clefairy right into the Mienshao.
Yeah, bidding that Follow Me, the Mienshao coming onto the field and instantly terrestrializing that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Going to go into that Fairy type here and give it a little bit of an alleviation if a knockout comes out from that Incineroar. We are going to see the Taunt from that Thunderous, and it is into the Mienshao. Not really going to affect it too much other than blocking that Wide Guard going forward, and the Astral Barrage in return into the Thunderous, and that Incineroar going to be resisted on the Incineroar, but doing huge damage, taking over 50% health to that Thunderous as a parting shot comes out from the Incineroar, going to reduce the special attack and the attack on that Calyrex by 1 stage.
Yeah, big first blow here by Ruben in this top 4 match. Says he doesn't need to go for the Nasty Plot right away, but instead will just go for the raw damage. Of course, now this could be an opportunity for Hippolyte to bring out their own Calyrex. The Mienshao cannot go for Wide Guard, so no, and you have no redirection on the board. Of course, Fake Out is active, but against a covered Cloak on the Thunderous and a Ghost-type Calyrex, that Mienshao doesn't really have anything to do here on the field. It probably has to swap out here for Ruben, so yeah, that taunt might actually be not so bad on the Mienshao at all, just stopping that Wide Guard. Now, of course, on Ruben's side, the Calyrex is already terrestrialized, but yeah, you still don't want to take an Eerie Impulse and Astro Barrage combination.
No, definitely not. You do have the active Fake Out, so you can prevent an Eerie Impulse coming out from the Thunderous into your own Calyrex. This turn, it might be an option here, but at the cost of going right down to that Sash and taking some big damage from the opposing Calyrex on Hibulad's side of the field. And as a response to that threat of the Astro Barrage, we are going to see that terrestrialization, and it is going to go full force into that Fairy type. Going to be able to fire out some big Draining Kiss damage, and the Fake Out coming out, a big predict here from Ruben, stopping that terrestrialization as the taunt comes out from the Thunderous. Going to try and prevent maybe a nasty plot coming out, but it's the Astro Barrage, not one to mess around, getting some big damage onto the field. Not quite enough to pick the knockup out onto the Thunderous, but doing some really respectable damage nonetheless.
Yeah, very interesting approach here by Ruben in this matchup. Not going for the setup right away, but instead going for the Astro Barrage after Astro Barrage. And Hippolyte is still looking to find that perfect position to go for the setup of his own, but hasn't quite found that. And once again, yeah, nice predict there by Ruben, saying that, okay, either way, either you terrestrialize and I will get off the Fake Out and flinch you, or if you stay in the Ghost form, then yeah, Astro Barrage will be 4 times super effective and just get the knockout that way. So nice play again by Ruben, calling the terrestrialization in a way, and I think this is once again a good outcome here for Ruben. Neither side have yet gone for the committal setup yet, so my question is this a game where we don't see any nasty plots at all?
Maybe that is what we're going to see. The Mienshao not wanting to contend, staying on the field, taking any damage. The Rillaboom going to take its place. Summon that grassy terrain to the field with that grassy surge ability for the next 5 turns. We are going to see no protect from the Calyrex on Ruben's side. It is going to be susceptible to another Eerie Impulse, going down to -3 on that special attack stat. Draining Kiss going to be the choice from Ruben, fired into the Calyrex. Going to do a little bit of damage, take it below 50% damage, but in response, he believes Calyrex going to return with a Draining Kiss of its own into the Rillaboom, but showing how effective that Assault Vest is, taking that attack very well.
Yeah, I think this was very intentional on Ruben's side to not take the knockout on the Thunderous. I'm pretty sure he didn't want to give Hippolyte a chance to maybe get a switch into another Pokemon to make it a little bit easier for himself to get that nasty plot set up. But yeah, now after that Eerie Impulse, it's not clear for me where you go there from as Ruben. Do you want to try and kind of neutralize those drops by setting up the nasty plot, or that's the easier way, I think, just swapping it out and bringing in the Calyrex back in at a later time?
Yeah, and we are going to see it switch out, reset all of those stat drops from that troublesome Eerie Impulse. The Mienshao hitting the field for Ruben now, and also that Thunderous retreating, saving it for later as well. And the Incineroar going to come onto the field, going to drop an all-important Intimidate onto that Rillaboom, blocked by the Inner Focus ability on that Mienshao though, but it does leave the Calyrex free on Hippolyte's side of the field to get a nasty plot. All-important, going to boost its special attack up 2 stages.
But no Fake Out came out from the Rillaboom. Instead, it's going to be the Woodhammer doing a lot of damage to that Calyrex even after the Intimidate. But now that there is no more Calyrex on the field for Ruben's side, so no more S1 on nerf, Calyrex can recover just a little bit with that Citrus Berry and the grassy terrain.
Yeah, really nice play there from both players, you know, taking advantage of the tools that they've got out. The nasty plot in particular from the Calyrex on Hippolyte's side of the field really becoming a big offensive weapon now, but there is the active Fake Out from the Mienshao. It's not affected by Fake Out from the opposing Incineroar, so it has a free Fake Out into the Calyrex, and there is always the possibility of scouting out a protect from the Calyrex, going for a feint, doubling into that slot with the Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think that is one option. If you predict that Incineroar to not go for the Fake Out, you can go for a feint and Woodhammer combination into the Calyrex, potentially getting the knockout even with that Intimidate drop. So one thing that I'm thinking about is, could Hippolyte maybe go reveal the final Pokemon, the Clefairy, and with that Friend Guard support, then maybe you can withstand that combination, and it looks like that is what Hippolyte will try to do. So let's see. Did Ruben opt to go for the fake out, or is it going to be the feint with the Mian Xiao?
We see the Clefairy come onto the field. It is going to bring with it that Friend Guard, bolster those defenses. No fake out coming out, no feint coming out from Ruben's side of the field. A Draining Kiss into the Mian Xiao. It is going to take it down to its slash, do huge damage, but it does leave the Mian Xiao open to go for an attack alongside that Rillaboom. But the health recovery there, back to full health in fighting shape here as the close combat into that Clefairy. Not going to be very effective. Do some not too bad damage, but dropping its defenses in the process. And the Rillaboom left to throw another Wood Hammer onto this Calyrex.
Yeah, but with the Intimidate and the Friend Guard, actually not that much damage at all. And all the recovery that Calyrex enjoyed now after the Draining Kiss, definitely what Hippolyte wanted to see in this turn. So now Ruben, of course, has confirmation, knows all 4 Pokemon. Probably was hoping that maybe it's not the Clefairy there as the last Pokemon, but Hippolyte was prepared for this exact situation. So could take the close combat pretty well. And now Ruben has both of his Pokemon with Fake Out kind of stuck on the field, and it's very difficult to swap one of them out to try and get the Clefairy or your own Calyrex on the board. There's always the threat of that Astral Barrage, so I feel like Mian Xiao on Ruben's side probably is forced to go for the Wild Guard, but then there's always the threat of a Draining Kiss.
Helping Hand coming out from the Clefairy. Gonna see a Wild Guard launched out from the Mian Xiao, potentially protecting against an Astral Barrage that is coming out, but it's not the Astral Barrage. It is the Draining Kiss, and it will be into this Rillaboom +2. Helping Hand, enough to take it down.
Big move by Hippolyte, taking the KO, bypassing the Wild Guard, and with the Helping Hand and the boost from the previous turns, now knocks out Rillaboom, gets another special attack boost from Grimnay, and yeah, Hippolyte once again proving why he is such a strong player. And he has won a regional championship before. He is looking to add the title here to his resume, but well, we're not that far yet. Ruben still has their Calyrex with full health.
Yeah, and you've got the perfect opportunity now probably to go for a Wide Guard to give alleviation from maybe an Astral Barrage and try and get that nasty plot set up yourself, because you really need to propel yourself back into the match somehow, and using that nasty plot is definitely a way to do it. But if you lose the Mian Xiao in the process of that, you become susceptible to those Astral Barrages going forward, and also you can't avoid the damage that you're going to take from that Draining Kiss as well. The Calyrex on Hippolyte's side of the field is +3 special attack right now, so it's going to hit very, very hard, especially when supported by a Helping Hand from this Clefairy.
Yeah, let's see which move. There's no Wild Guard as Ruben switched out into Clefairy to set up this nasty plot, but I think it's once again going to be that Draining Kiss coming out, but how much damage will it do? It's targeted into the Calyrex, and wow, lots of damage, but thanks to the Friend Guard, actually, Calyrex hangs on there. This time around, no recovery for Hippolyte's Calyrex because it's already at full health.
Yeah, that's going to be so hard to take down as well because of the Friend Guard that both players have out on the field, bolstering those defenses. Even with something like Helping Hand now, are you going to be able to have enough to be able to take down, especially if you're Ruben, the full health Calyrex on Hippolyte's side of the field? Because if you're Hippolyte, I think you're in a much preferable situation where you can just fire off that Helping Hand Astral Barrage and you'll be able to clear the opposite side of the field.
Absolutely. Now with Mian Xiao off the field, there's no more Wild Guard, and of course you cannot switch in and use Wild Guard at the same time. So yeah, what is there left for Ruben to do? Of course, maybe the Clefairy can support the Calyrex with a Helping Hand, and maybe a critical hit could do it, but yeah, let's see which of the Calyrex moves first. Helping Hand, of course, also over on Hippolyte's side.
We are going to see which Calyrex move first. It is going to be Ruben's. It is going to fire out that boosted Helping Hand Astral Barrage. Is it enough?
Oh,
it's a critical hit! Massive critical hit!
Double knockout from Ruben. That is exactly what he needed here.
Showing how important it is to win this speed tie. It means all that if you can land the critical hit, pull yourself from looking like it was no hope into a real position to close up and win this first game in this top 4 match.
Double Grimnay boost, Citrus Berry activated. All of a sudden, Hippolyte down to their last 2 Pokemon, and it is Incineroar and Thundurus, the supporting cast, not the Pokemon that you want to deal out a lot of damage. And it looks like Ruben, with that play and that critical hit, found a way to come back and claim this first game.
That's the risk you run, and you run a bit of a slower Calyrex and just to get those defensive capabilities, but sometimes running that risk of a critical hit landing in those key moments, and that's exactly what happened for Ruben. And you've got to take your hat off to Ruben, not giving up at any point there, playing to your outs, and then really capitalizing when it's presented to you.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Was there a chance maybe for Hippolyte to play around that critical hit? I mean, you could have tried to protect the Calyrex that turn, let the Clefairy go down, then maybe bring in the Incineroar for some fake-out pressure. But yeah, I think even then, eventually there was going to be one turn, one opportunity for that critical hit.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ruben, sometimes that's how it goes. All of a sudden, Ruben takes game one. It looked so good for Hippolyte throughout the entire game, but then just that one turn changing everything up. And now all of a sudden, yeah, we're talking about Ruben advancing to their very first final in a major tournament.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, and how quickly things can flip around in these matches. So, you know, so volatile with such a Pokemon where it can so easily set up and get those special attack boosts under its belt and throw out so much damage onto the opposite side of the field. And like you mentioned, things not looking great for Hippolyte in that early stage of that game, but then it was able to turn things around, force the Calyrex out from Ruben's side of the field, utilizing that Eerie Impulse very well, and then positioning their Calyrex in a way where it was able to really start pressuring Ruben's side of the field. But unfortunately, just came down to that critical hit, and after that, you got no way to come back. But if you're going into this next game, Marcus, if you're Hippolyte, are you going with the same sort of game plan, or are you kind of adjusting a little bit?
Yeah, I think it all looked so good for him, right? Like the Incineroar and the Thunderous lead did what they needed to do. He got his Calyrex into position, set up the nasty plots. Everything looked great. The Clefairy also supporting well on Hippolyte's side. Yeah, it's really tough to say if there's a lot that he could really switch up. I think I like the 4 Pokemon that Hippolyte brought to the battle. Over on Ruben's side, I think that there maybe could be a case made to bring the Tornadus to, yeah, just establish a little bit more of speed control, but now seeing that his Calyrex is faster, actually it might not be needed. So yeah, also for Ruben, I think we might just see the same kind of approach again, but this time around it's going to be, yeah, Mienshao and Calyrex for Ruben, who's only one game away from advancing to the finals, and Hippolyte on the other side once again will try to go with his trusted lead, that Incineroar and the Thunderous.
Yeah, different lead here from Ruben with that Mienshao coming out. It does pressure the fake out into both targets on Hippolyte's side of the field. The one thing you would say is, though, that the covered cloak is really protecting that Thunderous to allow it to get one of those big Eerie Impulses off to slow down that Calyrex right now. Is Ruben almost going to bait, though, the Mienshao and switch it straight out into the Clefairy? So protecting the Calyrex and then potentially having that follow me the next turn, so you're not subjected to those Eerie Impulses. And then if you've got the Clefairy out, the Incineroar isn't too much of an issue after that either.
Yeah, of course, Close Comet is now really threatening into that Incineroar, so maybe a switch off that Incineroar, maybe even into the Clefairy is something that could be used, but no, it's the fake out going into the Mienshao to potentially break the Focus Sash, I would assume. Eerie Impulse is coming out on that Calyrex, but it looks like Hippolyte is fine just giving up that Incineroar. Nasty Plot will put that Calyrex right back to a neutral stage of special attack, but Close Combat coming down into the Incineroar, and it's a one-hit KO, of course, with Inner Focus. Not affected by the fake out, not affected by the Intimidate, and it looks like Hippolyte just, yeah, didn't really see any way of what he could switch in there. I mean, you could have switched in the Calyrex, but that would have been risky because, of course, Ruben could have just gone for an Astro Barrage. So Hippolyte is, of course, he was well aware that there is Inner Focus on the Mienshao, but he's saying, okay, I just need to break the Focus Sash, and it's going to be worth it to, yeah, lose the Incineroar in the process.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think it's a valuable fake out, but at the cost of losing that Incineroar could be a bit dicey going forward for Hippolyte because it doesn't have access to that pivot any longer. It doesn't have access to the Intimidate support that could be quite useful depending on what Ruben's 2 final Pokemon are in the back. But the Mienshao in a position now where it has picked up that knockout and not in a great position. Why we're going to see it switch out, and maybe the the Clefairy is something that Ruben is opting for. Not the Clefairy, though. It is going to be that Rillaboom. It does offer the support with additional fake out, the grassy terrain as well for that healing.
I like that play by Ruben quite a bit. I think he's going to try and bait out this terrestrialization over on Hippolyte's side so that he has fake out pressure the next turn once Calyrex is terrestrialized into the Fairy type. And also, I think there's a reasonable chance that Hippolyte will go for a taunt in that slot to stop a potential redirection follow me in the next turn. But no, it's just going to be the Eerie Impulse. And yeah, Ruben did not terrestrialize or protect their Calyrex.
Yeah, it's very risky here, but go on, just undo that nasty plot once again, get back to neutral special attack. So essentially nothing happening. But on Hippolyte's side of the field, he is going to go for the nasty plot. No Eerie Impulse on Ruben's side. So the Calyrex on Hippolyte's side of the field is going to be the more threatening now. It has terrestrialized, like you say, it doesn't have that weakness to those Astral Barrages, but it is going to be susceptible, like you say, Marcus, to that fake out from the Rillaboom that's just joined the field.
Yeah, Ruben playing a little bit with fire there with his restricted Pokemon, not going for the terrestrialization, but now he's saying, okay, now the potential that an Astral Barrage is coming out is so high, I need to change my typing to not be super effectively hit by that move. We'll go ahead and turn into the Fairy type, and now, of course, Eerie Impulse could hit again, but no fake out coming out from the Rillaboom.
Yeah, no fake out. A big play here. Decision as well from Ruben as an Astral Barrage is fired out from Ruben's side of the field, and it is going to be a -2, so not doing quite enough damage that is required. The +2 Astral Barrage from Hippolyte's side of the field into Ruben's and doing some big damage, taking massive chunk out of that Calyrex, but the Wood Hammer in return from the Rillaboom.
It's enough for the
huge
KO!
knockout.
Ruben taking out the Calyrex Shadow Rider with this combination. Yeah, he had to know that even with that Eerie Impulse, that Astral Barrage is just barely enough to bring it in range for the Wood Hammer, and also his Calyrex just barely making it through the turn. Now we'll be able to recover a little bit more with that Citrus Berry. Rillaboom going down to the recall in the process. So much back and forth here, but at the end of it, as the dust settles, Ruben still has a Calyrex Shadow Rider in the field, and Hippolyte does not.
Yeah, and all it comes down to now for Hippolyte is that Thundurus and the Clefairy, not the offensive presence that you really want to have to contend with in front of something like that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now the Clefairy coming out for Ruben, it is going to be able to support that Calyrex with those follow me's and allow maybe something like a nasty plot to be fired up, or just go for the all-out attacking now.
Absolutely, yeah, that Clefairy not even carrying any attacking moves. Ruben could just go ahead, go for like a follow me and nasty plot, slowly but steadily boosting up that Calyrex Shadow Rider again. And the only source of damage output on Hippolyte's team is Thunderbolt. That will take quite a while, especially in grassy terrain and factoring in Draining Kiss, but Hippolyte, yeah, he doesn't want to give up yet. He's trying to still put in a fight, but yeah, it's looking very, very difficult for him to make a comeback happen this time.
Yeah, because you're now in the position where, yeah, your Clefairy's taunted, but you can protect your Calyrex. You can just switch out the Clefairy into the Minchao. You could get caught with maybe something from the Clefairy on Hippolyte's side of the field, but I do believe that the Clefairy on Hippolyte's doesn't have that Sing, which could maybe bring you back into this match. It's actually got after you, so not really going to be that effective going into these next few turns. Minchao going to have a free turn in, potentially might take a Thunderbolt. Is it going to be enough to take it? Maybe not after a Helping Hand.
Helping Hand coming out. Let's see, Calyrex does go for the Protect. Maybe this was, yeah, the last chance, last effort by Hippolyte, but that Thunderbolt is protected, is, yeah, not dealing any damage. And now the Mienshao joining the field once again. Could go for the fake out, but I think it's more likely that Mienshao will just switch out again into the Clefairy because, yeah, the Clefairy over on Hippolyte's side doesn't have much to do besides clicking Helping Hand. That has a higher priority than Fake Out, and you really want to get the Friend Guard back up on Ruben's side. But nope, instead, it's going to be the Helping Hand and maybe just a double target, maybe just a close combat coming up for the Mienshao.
He's going to go for the Draining Kiss, the Calyrex into the Thundurus, do some nice damage, so it'll get a little bit of health back and probably put it well out of range from this Helping Hand Thunderbolt that could be potentially coming out from this Thundurus into that Calyrex. It is a huge bit of damage, but not quite enough, but it does pick up the paralysis here, so it is going to be inflicted by that status condition. A close combat from the Mienshao, not quite enough to pick up the Thundurus and do that defense drop as well, so not quite over yet, Marcus.
I mean, it still looks very difficult, but is there a way back for Hippolyte? I mean, he still has the Follow Me available on the Clefairy, and with the only attacking move on that Mienshao being the close combat, that wouldn't do that much damage to that Clefairy. So, oh, it's the feint though, of course, outpacing the priority of Follow Me. Nicely done here by Ruben. And we saw it is a taunt that is launched into the Mienshao to try and stop a potential Clefairy switch in, but instead now Calyrex can just go for the Astral Barrage, will knock out the Thunderous, and that means Hippolyte is left with no Pokemon that can do any damage. The players are already shaking their hands, and Ruben will advance to the finals.
Absolutely incredible play here from Ruben in this game too. And he is moving into the finals here at the Bologna Special Event.
What a game.
Indeed, yeah.
What a set, what a series.
Wow.
Congratulations also to Hippolyte. Top 4, very well played here. I guess the first game, you gotta say it, that one was really yeah, so close for Hippolyte to claim victory there. But then in the second game, Ruben really showcasing why he made it that far. And yeah, just well played to Ruben, and he will be in the finals.
Yeah, adding that achievement to his accolades going forward, and an incredible achievement, and will have the chance to become the champion here this weekend, doing an incredible job. Like you say, huge credit to Hippolyte as well for just an incredible showing, especially on the broadcast streams that we've been able to feature his matches today. Just an absolutely outstanding player. And like you say, you do feel a little bit for him in that first game because he set up the board position so well, but unfortunately this game sometimes decides that it's not going to go your way, and that unfortunately was the way of it. But
yeah, we mentioned it before, this specific mirror match is a little bit volatile, right?
Yeah.
Like which Calyrex is faster, and then of course just one critical hit, just one turn doesn't go your way. That can be Auchi roads, and yeah, once again, well played, I think, by both sides. We've seen once again these two different kind of compositions, but in the end it's that Mienshao that, yeah, comes out on top. And Ruben against Luca will be our finals here for the Bologna Special Event.
Yeah, an incredible final. It comes down to that Miraidon against the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and which one? Both of them have obtained a regional championship before. Which one will get their second to end us off for the European season? It's absolutely going to be incredible, not only about the restricteds, but about the players as well, because both of these players, Luca and Ruben, quite young players in respect to, you know, like a lot of the other players here, just performing so well and just so in awe of both of them. They just constantly keep surprising, especially myself, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers at home, with just how good both of these players are.
Absolutely, really well played by both of them over the course of the entire weekend. Of course, 15 rounds of Swiss, and then top 4, and of course top 8. They've won all of the knockout matches. They've beaten some of the best players in the country, in Europe. And now both of these players will fight for the crown here in Bologna.
Yeah, there's one more match. Match 18 of this tournament, which, yeah, that's a heck of an old slog. When you think about it, the journey these players have come from the amount of players that we had coming into this tournament at the start of the weekend, it is down to just 2, and soon to be 1 crowning champion. Which one will it be? If you had to say now, Marcus, I'm going to, again, I like putting you on the spot like this, so I do. I'm going to advance. Sorry, I can see you already being like, who is this guy? Miraidon or Calyrex Shadow Rider?
Okay, well, I avoided the previous time, or I tried to avoid it the previous time you put me on the spot like that, but let me think there for a second. So,
because I value your opinion though, Marcus, this is why.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've seen Luca tearing apart those Calm Mind Terrapagos teams now in top 4 and top 8. So that is not the matchup that he's going to face, but you have to imagine that also making it that far, I think it's pretty likely that Luca has played more Calyrex Shadow Rider over the course of the tournament than Ruben has played against Miraidon. I think both of them were pretty common in the field, but just on the second day there was so many Calyrex Shadow Rider that I think that, yeah, Luca definitely will have a very good plan to play into that matchup. I mean, he does have that Farigiraf, which we've seen before can be a very, very strong pick for that matchup in particular. So
Yeah, it really shuts down a lot of the options from the
Luca
Frigoraph
has
as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, Luca has the experience, of course, of being a major tournament winner from before, all the way back in, I believe it was 2018,
Yeah.
one of the youngest players to ever win a major
14
tournament.
at the time, I think.
Yep,
Absolutely
crazy,
incredible.
but still has kept up, has kept his level of play very high, and I think I would give it to Luca, but just like very, very narrowly. I think it can definitely go either way.
I think, yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think it's going to be such fine margins, isn't it? I mean, you come into that match, and Ruben is obviously the younger player, probably less experienced player than Hippolyte, who is very experienced at this very top level, right? And not taking anything away from Ruben, but Ruben made some outstanding plays in that match. So really showing his skill level, and it's just incredible. So these two, I think, are really well matched going into this game. And I think it's going to make for a great final, because I think both Restricteds have the capabilities of winning this as well.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a real advantage to one player over the other. Not a huge advantage anyway. Like you say, there are some Pokemon in the mix like that for Frigoraph that could play a huge pivotal part, because it shuts down a lot of options to support the Calyrex as well. So yeah, I can't wait to get into it.
And once again, down here in Italy, we have an all-Italian finals.
I've just
Two
realized,
local players, of course, coming here representing their regions very strongly. And we will have an interview with both of them in the lounge to see how they're feeling before the grand finals.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Lee. I am, of course, joined by our finalists of the Pokemon 2024 Bologna Special Event. We've got Luca Cerabelli. We've got Ruben Gianzini. I'll start off with you, Luca. How are you feeling going into this final?
Definitely, like, it feels very good. So especially, like, after I won the Turin Special Event in 2017, I never managed to go through the top 8 in any other event. So getting to getting a medal is already a good thing, but obviously no one wants to be second, so I really want to win this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ruben, you had some success in the senior division a couple of years ago, but now how are you feeling going into your first finals in the Masters division?
I mean, this feels a bit unreal because my last event was London, where I didn't go really well. I got a 5-4 result, so it's a sort of upgrade, we can say. And well, actually, the last year special event here in Italy didn't go really well in seniors, so I'm just happy to have went well here. So I always dreamed about being streamed, about getting big results at regionals, and well, the day has come. So I'm just really happy, and however it goes, I'm really satisfied.
Yeah, as you should be. This is a big result indeed to already be able to make the finals of a regional championship. Of course, you are both Italian. Last season in the Turin Special Event, we had an all-Italian final. We have an all-Italian final once again. So I just want you to give a comment on how you think the Italian community is in here, and how well they've done to be able to get 2 Italians in the final.
Okay, so first of all, we're both from Bergamo, so it's even the same city, not just the same country. I think like this final is really a testament to how the community helps each other. Like we both come from very large groups from in Italy, so I think I can speak for Ruben as well when I say we managed to get the results, get these results, especially with the help of the others, helping us with the team, with the prep, pushing each other to improve and stuff. So I think it's a very interesting final.
Yeah, and Ruben, Luca did just claim that he speaks for you, but do you have anything to add on top of that?
Well, the Italian community is amazing. We just know each other because we have many communities because of streamers, etc. And so it's always beautiful to go at the regionals and meet with your friends. And well, yes, the the Italians also had great success since forever. Since like the Worlds finals of Matteo Gini, and well, we had many Italian champions in internationals like Arash, Simone Sanvito, and well, we are a respectable country in VGC.
Yeah, you've been doing so well. We're so excited to see how you're going to be doing in the finals, so which we will be able to cut to very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the finals of the Pokémon 2024 Bologna Special Event. Don't go anywhere.
Behind the teal mask is a Pokémon with an adorable complexion, but one with immense power. The DLC's flagship Pokémon is one you need to prepare for or even use in Regulation Set E. At a glance, Ogerpon has high attack and speed stats, and a powerful signature move called Ivy Cudgel. But the really interesting part is its masks. Each mask gives Ogerpon a different ability and changes its type and Terra type. Which one you choose for your team will make a big impact. Because when Ogerpon terrestrializes, it takes on a brand new ability called Embody Aspect, which boosts a particular stat depending on the mask worn every time it joins the field. Ogerpon's default form is the teal mask, making it a pure grass type. Its defiant ability makes it a huge deterrent to intimidate users like Landorus Therian form. The teal mask is also the only form that can hold an item as well, making it highly versatile. And when you're on the back foot, you can Terra and get a speed boost to turn a match on its head. Holding the half flame mask makes Ogerpon a grass and fire type and gives an attack boost when terrored. Ivy Cudgel now becomes a fire move, complementing the grass coverage very well. And with Mold Breaker as the ability, you can crucially hit Heatran with fire moves right through its flash fire ability. With the Wellspring mask equipped, Ogerpon becomes a grass and water type. It has Water Absorb to heal up from water moves and makes great use of Follow Me thanks to the special defense boost it gets when terrored. Finally, the Cornerstone mask adds the rock typing. With this mask, it has the sturdy ability, so it can survive any one move. Plus, it gains a defense boost when it goes for the Terra to be able to take on even more attacks. Thanks to the vast array of abilities, types, and free stat boosts on offer, Ogerpon will find its home on any team. So trainers, which mask will you choose for your next tournament?
The time has come, trainers. We have dismounted from our steed and parked our bicycles to witness our all-Italian grand finale between Luca and their Miraidon and Ruben and their Shadow Rider Calyrex. At our very last stop here in the EU region at the Bologna Special Event. And you gotta say, it's coming Rome. I'm Charlie Merriman, merry by name, merry by nature, and I have the utter delight of being joined by Boit. Jamie, tell me your thoughts.
What a season.
Yeah.
What a season. We're so close. One final match over here in the European region. Of course, we still have North American International. We still have the World Championships in Honolulu. But this is the moment that we've been waiting for. The final of the final event of the European season. It's going to be fantastic.
It really does feel like it's all been building to this. This season we've had regulation sets D, E, F, and now G. Each bringing the Pokemon that are the most viable tools in their respective regulation set. But right now, we have our single restricted format. We've seen Shadow Rider Calyrex go on an absolute tear this weekend. We've seen Miraidon kick it into overdrive over in Indianapolis at the very beginning of regulation set G. And how fitting that the very first champion and the most recent champion, at least in NA and EU, are going to clash here in the finals.
Yeah, Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider would be on people's radars, I think. I think we were all like trying to get, well, let's try and cycle every single time, getting a new restricted, being able to win one of the regional level events. But no, it will be Miraidon or Calyrex Shadow Rider once again.
It certainly will. And of course, Zamazenta, the winner of the Stockholm Regional Championship, had a great showing today as well. We've seen a few Kyogre. Right now, this is where the meta is. But once again, we have the North American International Championships next weekend. We'll see how the events that unfold here at Bologna affect that. And then a big old break before the World Championships in Honolulu. So much more time for our chefs to be in the kitchen, cooking up, keeping the lid on their plans. And here they are. The crowd is going to go absolutely crazy for these two Italian players, Luca Cherubelli and Ruben Gianzini.
Yeah, we've already heard that in the semi-finals, in that top 8 match as well. There was definitely some home crowd advantage going for an Italian versus not an Italian player. But now, who's going to be supporting who in this Italian-only final?
I suppose they could just be completely silent throughout. I guess that's another way that this could go.
Hearing how they were in the previous few matches, no, they won't. They are bringing the hype.
I feel certain that you'll be correct there, Jamie, but these trainers could not be quieter right now, keeping focused on stage. We've got Ruben there repping the Arbok, the mascot that's done them so well all the way up to the finals here in Bologna. Luca staying calm and collected, no plushie to speak of there. We've got plenty on the desk that they could have borrowed, I suppose, but not needing that here as the crowd, look at all of them in their masses gathering here. They love being on the stream. We love featuring you here, trainers, and they cannot wait to see how this match between Luca and Ruben will go.
Yeah, you've been able to bring the hype. Let's just do it one more time going into this grand finals. Two fantastic players here that are going to be fighting out for the final regional level championship that we do have available over here in Europe.
Yep, this is indeed the final regional level event that's happening anywhere in the world for the 2024 season. We had the Japan National Championships this weekend as well. Terrapagos came out on top over there, but no such story here in EU. It will be the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Miraidon clashing in the finals. Terrapagos will have to keep our beady eyes on that as we can take a look at these wonderful achievements.
Yeah, it seems like both of these trainers found success at a very young age. Of course, Luca was able to win the Turin Special Event at the age of only 14, and you can see over there on Ruben's side as well, back in the seniors division, was able to get top 4 at the Milan Special Event. So very much successful at an early age, and if you're to be able to find that success that early, you're just going to be able to accumulate so much experience going forward, and we can see that here with the fact that they both reached the final.
The pedigree of both of these trainers cannot be understated. I think we've got Elite Four champions in the making already, having been doing such prestigious battles from such a young age, both for Luca and for Ruben. Which of them is going to write their name into the history books here at the Bologna Special Event? It would be a fantastic finish for Ruben here, winning here in Bologna 2 years after that top 4 in the senior division in Milan. But for Luca, a return to form, let's say, having won at the very tender age of 14. Both of them want it so much. The Italians spoiled for choice, of course, but who is going to claim victory? Well, here we have Luca's team.
Yeah, Luca's team going to be repping that Choice Specs Miraidon that we saw do so well in the very first regional in Regulation G, and now reaching the final once again. With a few familiar faces, you do still have that Whimsicott available to go for the Encores and the Tailwinds. With a slight adaptation of Covert Cloak and Light Screen, you still have that Farigiraf, but with such a cool adaptation of the Psychic Noise that was really coming into play in that previous rounds.
Yeah, Psychic Noise so good into Terrapagos as we saw before, but here it's going to be great into that Shadow Rider Calyrex, because Draining Kiss, the move it can opt for when otherwise Astral Barrage would be doing no damage at all into a normal type like Farigiraf, it's going to shut it down because Psychic Noise prevents any kind of healing. So really important Pokemon to keep our beady eyes on there. And speaking of beady, we've got Chiyu there with the Beads of Ruin and the Choice Scarf. No Fluttermane to be seen, but of course pairing up so well with that special attacking Miraidon.
Yeah, and speaking of special attacking, we've got that Calyrex, such a strong Pokemon, especially if you go for all those nasty plots. There's so much support around this Calyrex to enable that. You've got double Fake Out coming out from the Rillaboom and the Mean Shower, a Pokemon that's really been picking up. We haven't seen it really at all in the previous tournaments, but now here in Bologna, Mean Shower's moment is finally arriving. You of course had the Clefairy to get that Friend to make that bulky Calyrex. It's shown to be so bulky, even bulkier as well. And even the Chiyu is a supported Pokemon.
Yeah, Chiyu there running the Covert Cloak in this instance. Mean Shower running Terra Fighting so that when the chips are down, you can just maximize your damage output with that close combat, see what you can achieve. The Clefairy for Ruben does have Sing there. This is a move that's been so prominent here in Bologna this weekend. If you can put your opponent to sleep, then they cannot do anything for a guaranteed one turn. And sometimes one turn is all you need. But you've got to deal with that very dodgy accuracy.
You do indeed. But yes, it is high risk, high reward play to be able to go for the Sing. We saw it connect in a few of our previous rounds and be so impactful. The Clefairy is bought here once again. Well, you've got to contend with the Miraidon, don't you? So the Sings don't really come into play as much thanks to that electric terrain. Usually the electric terrain is putting a stop to something like an Amoonguss going for a Spore, but of course it will come into play to be able to stop those pesky Sings here. So if the Clefairy is bought, it's probably just for that follow me and the helping hand spot with that Frangard.
But you do have the Rillaboom over on Ruben's side of the field that can overwrite the electric terrain. Electric terrain normally prevents Pokemon from sleeping, but the grassy terrain does no such thing. Look at that, nearly an entire 50-50 split here, currently edging ever so slightly in Luca's favor. But let us know who you think is going to claim this victory, trainers, because it really is, as you can see, far too close to call.
Yeah, it is absolutely anyone's game here. If we can't decide who we think is going to win, if we're so split, that means that either of these trainers will be absolutely worthy of taking that championship title.
And what a championship title it would be. What a way to cap off this wonderful 2024 season that we've had over here in EU. The Play Pokemon series at its finest here in Bologna. The sun is shining on both of these trainers in the spotlight, and whichever one comes out on top, they can both be incredibly proud of this phenomenal finish.
Yeah, phenomenal finish indeed, but whose is going to be slightly better than the other? Who is going to be able to take down the final special event here that we have in the entire season?
The entire season across the globe will very shortly be getting into this match, trainers, and they have locked in their Pokemon. They're ready to go. Shall we kick it off? Let's do it. It's the grand finals of the Bologna Special Event!
And what a final it is going to be. Here is the Rillaboom paired up with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and there is that Miraidon with the Whimsicott. Such a classic lead coming out from both of these trainers. You've got the Fake Out and Nasty Plot available for Ruben's side of the field. You've got the Tailwind, and just go for absolutely massive damage from this Miraidon. But of course, it's Rillaboom led against Miraidon once again. Miraidon is so often led to go for something so strong like a Choice Specs Volt Switch, but then the Rillaboom overwrites that terrain immediately here.
This is something that Luca has proven themselves to be very comfortable doing, leading that Miraidon despite the presence of the Rillaboom in the opponent's party, and yet it didn't stop them reaching these grand finals here. Light Screen will be coming out from the Whimsicott, bulking out the Pokemon on Luca's side in the face of this incoming Astral Barrage, raining down on the Whimsicott and the Miraidon, and the critical hit onto the Whimsicott. What a turn one here in Bologna!
Yeah, that was never going to KO a Whimsicott through the Light Screen, but that's also not only a KO, that's a Grim Neigh boost on the very first turn. But here is that Electro Drift, not powered up by the Hadron engine. Still absolutely massive damage into that Calyrex, but of course, it's holding that Citrus Berry. It's going to recover right back above half.
This is an item that has been favored on Shadow Rider Calyrexes all weekend. A Grass-type Pokemon, that base Calyrex, loving snacking on that berry. Speaking of Grass types, that's going to be Rillaboom getting on out of there, providing the drums at a later point in the battle. And in the back for Ruben, we're going to have the reveal of one of those two current Pokeballs on screen, taking their time to decide. Ruben seems not to be able to work out which is the best, but committing to Clefairy right now.
Yeah, committing to Clefairy so it could keep that Calyrex safe. It's got a boost. It didn't go for a Nasty Plot. It got that KO through the Light Screen. That took care of the Whimsicott. It got the boost, but it also got rid of the Tailwind that could have come out because it went for the Light Screen. Obviously makes perfect sense in the face of a Calyrex Shadow Rider to get that Light Screen. But yeah, here's the Chi-Yu. Also a great Pokemon to bring out against the opposing Calyrex. You threaten down with your Dark-type moves, but of course we've seen so often the Shadow Rider loves to go for the Terra Fairy to be able to resist those Dark-type attacks that could come out. Of course, the grassy terrain is still on the field, so you're not going to be doing as much with your Electro Drift that has been locked into with this Choice Specs, but that's where the Chi-Yu comes into play, because then you get the Beads of Ruin being able to boost up that damage output even more. That might allow this Electro Drift to potentially KO the Clefairy if it went on the offense, but no, wanting to preserve that Miraidon, preserve that Hadron engine for the future.
That's going to be acting against Luca's own side, though, of course, as well, dropping the special defense of its partner. Everything except the Chi-Yu. Let's get sparkly trainers. Time for a terrestrialization into this Shadow Rider Calyrex onto Ruben's side of the field. The Fairy Terror, the hand perhaps a little bit forced there with the Chi-Yu coming onto the field, threatening that big dark type damage. And now Follow Me coming out from the Clefairy, doing what it does so well, loving the limelight, loving the attention. It's not going to love an incoming heat wave connected down onto both these Pokemon, of course, ignoring the Follow Me, being a sprint type move. Going to be the burn onto the Calyrex. That's going to keep whittling away at the HP there, but when that grassy terrain is on the field, will be restoring the HP. Draining Kiss, super effective into the Iron Hands, brings it down to roughly 50 HP.
That's very impressive from the Iron Hands there. That was a Terra boosted Draining Kiss at +1 with Beads of Ruin helping it out as well, and it didn't even do half damage to that Iron Hands. A really nice switch in there, and the Heat Wave just bypassing that Follow Me completely. Of course, there is that burn that's going to chip away at the Calyrex and cancel out the grassy terrain recovery, but that doesn't matter in the face of so much recovery from the Draining Kiss. Iron Hands has such a high base HP. That was massive recovery. That's easily putting it out of range of any other Heat Waves that this Chi-Yu wants to go for on this turn.
Iron Hands carrying that Assault Vest is just paying dividends to its special defense here as well. Now, you do have the Miraidon lurking in the back. You've made the Calyrex vulnerable to a fake out that the Iron Hands could dish out. Luca took the early disadvantage in this game, doing everything in their power to prevent that from flipping the tables on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the light screen coming into play here very nicely, allowing the Iron Hands to shrug off that attack again that could be potentially coming out. The Draining Kiss doing so much damage, but not quite enough for a 2-hit knockout. It absolutely would be if it targets this Miraidon that has just switched in for the Chi-Yu, so not going for that Heat Wave to try and bypass any of the Follow Me's. There's that Hadron engine once again, and there's the Quark Drive to increase the damage output of this Iron Hands. And speaking of increasing damage output, there is a helping hand.
Helping out from Clefairy into the Calyrex, but Fake Out is going to target down that no longer Ghost-type Pokemon, meaning it's not going to be doing anything this turn, and the burn is going to start to whittle away now as the grassy terrain no longer on the field. But you do have the Rillaboom waiting in the back, ready to come back and take a stroll in the park.
Yeah, that's always the awkward thing when you're using Miraidon. If there is that Rillaboom waiting in the back, it can switch in at any point and really, really reduce the damage output that you have available on the Miraidon. Yes, the Choice Spec still hits pretty hard, and it's going to be close if that would be enough to pick up the knockout on that Calyrex, but it definitely won't be if it's just immediately switching out.
Yeah, a hard switch here, no Volt Switch right now. Chi-Yu returning to the field. You've got the light screen up, but you've got the Beads of Ruin. The damage calculations are all over the place here, and it's something these trainers really need to be on top of. Coming to a responding Terra now from Luca, going into the Iron Hands with that Quark Drive boost to its attack as well. This Iron Hands is hitting hard, getting that Flower Pot on its head, changing up the type matchups, becoming that Terra Grass. Clefairy once again going for that Follow Me, redirecting any non-spread type attacks. Astral Barrage, same thing cannot be said for that. Targeting down into both the Iron Hands and the Chi-Yu. How much damage is it going to do? Both of them going to hang on.
Yeah, both of them going to hang on here. That allows this Iron Hands to heavy slam and get the knockout on that opposing Clefairy. So that takes care of the Frame Guard. That means you can do the regular amount of damage to that opposing Calyrex. There's no more redirection available. You can just go for a Heat Wave. Potentially that'd be so close if that's able to pick up the knockout on that Calyrex. But then, of course, the Rillaboom is still waiting in the back. The Electric Terrain is there, and apparently there's the other Fake Out Pokemon waiting in the back, so you don't have to switch in your Rillaboom in the face of the Miraidon waiting in the back too. Mienshao is able to fake out just as well as Rillaboom could.
Yeah, saying I will if you will, with both the Miraidon and the Rillaboom waiting in the wings to come in and reset that terrain. Mienshao buying a little bit of time here. Very frail Pokemon. That's why it's carrying the Focus Sash. It's going to be able to survive on 1 HP as long as it's not double targeted into. Calyrex going to keep himself safe. Really wise in the face of an overheat coming out. Always risky. Clicking that move, not 100% accurate. And now Mienshao able to respond with a close combat. Super defensive into Chi-Yu, picks up the knockout.
Yeah, and that should seal the game here for Ruben. The Calyrex will be able to outspeed both the Miraidon and the Iron Hands. A very smart protect there. That overheat would have absolutely KO'd that Calyrex Shadow Rider very easily. Yes, a Drain Punch now goes into the Mienshao. It takes it down to its Focus Sash because it dropped its defenses from that close combat. But this should just be either a Draining Kiss or an Astral Barrage. Either should be fine to be able to clean this game for Ruben.
Yeah, terrain advantage very squarely in Ruben's court now. You can just switch in the Rillaboom at any point. There's no more switching potential over on Luca's side of the field as the light screen wears off to boot, because Luca down to their final 2 Pokemon. Pokemon. It's just going to be this Iron Hands and the Miraidon locked onto the field right now. Ruben very much with the advantage. The health bar's depleted on both sides, but it seems like that early critical hit on the Whimsicott really has come back to bite Luca, deciding to forfeit this game 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very unfortunate critical hit through the light screen there. That allowed no Tailwind, no speed control, and then the Calyrex just ran through that game 1 for Ruben.
But if you're Ruben in this situation, you've got to think, okay, I've got to have a better game plan than just hoping that I get a critical hit. Not something that's very likely to happen, dealing so much more damage than any move would ordinarily. So going back to the drawing board here, Luca as well thinking, okay, well, had that critical hit not happened, would I have had the resources to weather the storm? Doing that umming and ahhing, and if you're heading into this game now, Jamie, what are your thoughts?
I think that it'd be great to see if the Whimsicott does survive the Astral Barrage, which it definitely will if there's no critical hit. There's no chance that through the light screen the Whimsicott would be KO'd. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but the light screen really helps out. It's a really cool tech that Luca has available, and it did come into play there. You saw the Draining Kiss +1, Terra boosted, Beads of Ruin boosted, and then the light screen meant that the Iron Hands was not two-shot by that Draining Kiss. That allowed the potential of the Heavy Slam KOs into Clefairy. It just wasn't enough. Losing that Whimsicott so early, you couldn't get the speed control. The Calyrex was outspeeding everything. Yes, there was the Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu, but that wasn't enough because of that Friend Guard.
You choose 4 Pokemon to bring out of your 6, and every single one of them is crucial. That Whimsicott just was not able to achieve all it needed to in this game in order to secure the victory for Luca here. So how is Luca gonna adjust? How are they gonna try and make sure that their Whimsicott has more longevity? You can't have any prediction over critical hits, but it's something that Luca has to take into consideration. The critical hit through the light screen is going to one-shot that Whimsicott.
Yeah, I think the Farigiraf would come into play quite nicely here. That's got to be what the Psychic Noise is for as well.
Yeah.
Obviously helping with all the leftovers and Grassy Terrain recovery, but it stops the Calyrex. It beats it completely because your Psychic Noise stopped the Draining Kiss, and then you can't be touched by the Astral Barrage because you're a normal type. But that was left on the bench in the previous one. As well as the single strike Urshifu. Yes, it would be very nice into the Ghost and Psychic type in the Calyrex, but it just so often goes for that Terra Fairy that I'm not surprised that that was left on the bench.
Ruben, if they win this, will be our Bologna Special Event champion. Luca has to win this to keep their tournament life on the line. It's game 2 in the grand finals. Rillaboom and Calyrex Shadow Rider hitting the field alongside once more the Whimsicott and the Miraidon.
So a repeat of game 1 here, but Luca is very much hoping not a repeat of that disastrous turn 1, that critical hit through the light screen. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see that light screen once again. Yes, we've also got that interaction of the Hadron Engine, and then there's the Grassy Surge, so the Miraidon is not doing as much damage as it could. We've seen that multiple times, that a lot of trainers want to lead the Rillaboom in the face of that Miraidon. But yeah, the light screen, it's really impactful here. So long as there's no critical hits through it, then the Miraidon will be able to shrug it off. The Whimsicott will survive and be able to Tailwind in the future. It'll be able to Encore a potential Nasty Plot. It could Encore a potential Fake Out as well. So yeah, the light screen going to be hopefully really impactful here for Luca if he does choose to go for it again.
You can see Luca hovering over that light screen. Is the same thing going to happen again? Well, let's hope not. Fingers crossed, as light screen set up by this Whimsicott. Miraidon not going to act this turn. Here it comes. Astral Barrage from the Calyrex into Miraidon on Whimsicott, taking that much better than game 1. Luca wiping a bead of sweat from their brow.
Yeah, you can see how impactful that light screen could be.
Yeah.
But it just wasn't in that game 1. The critical hit just taking care of the Whimsicott so quickly here. And now the Rillaboom's gone for Fake Out. You threaten Encore into that Rillaboom. You threaten Tailwind so that your Miraidon is definitely going to be able to outspeed that opposing Calyrex as well. Maybe a Moonblast and a Choice Specs Electro Drift might be enough to be able to pick up the knockout on the Calyrex as well, because you'll be able to shrug off another Astral Barrage if the Calyrex chooses to go for that. Because the Rillaboom, it's surely got to be scared of the Encore. It could potentially switch out into one of the other supporting members, whether that's the Mean Shout or the Clefairy, but there's definitely not going to be an Encore on this turn because that Whimsicott has switched straight into the Chi-Yu.
That Rillaboom is not going to be doing a repeat of its drum solo. The Encore has been removed from the audience. Chi-Yu switching in, dropping the special defense of everything around it. Rillaboom keeping itself safe so that the grass can sprout on the field once more. Clefairy coming in, providing an immediate Friend Guard boost to this Calyrex, which is having a light bulb moment, going for that Nasty Plot. Volt Switch coming out from Miraidon into the Clefairy.
Wow.
Huge damage, no critical hit to speak of there, even without the terrain. With the terrain, you've got to expect that that would be a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, that was a very, very clutch for that Clefairy. You still got Friend Guard active now. But yeah, in comes the Iron Hands from that Volt Switch. You could very easily go for a Fake Out into the Clefairy, and then any kind of dark damage into that Calyrex if it doesn't terrestrialize. But of course, it so loves to go for that Terra Fairy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a lock into any kind of fire move that the Chi-Yu wants to go for, whether that's going to be the Heat Wave or whether it's going to be the Overheat as well. You can take care of the Clefairy pretty easily if you go for the Heat Wave while getting some really good damage on that opposing Calyrex if you want to go for that. Dark Pulse would probably be too risky here, especially because you've got the Clefairy there that would be able to redirect if it survives the turn, and the fact that you can get the Terra Fairy on the Calyrex. It's surely got to be a 5 move coming out from this Chi-Yu.
Is the Heat Wave going to connect? If that's what Luca locks into, that is a coin toss that you're going to have to make. And have they called a Terra onto Ruben's Calyrex here? Well, going to be Terrestrialization coming out for this Iron Hands, becoming a Grass type. It's switching up its defenses here, and it's taking a walk on the grassier side of life. Terra Grass Iron Hands is going to face down a protecting Calyrex here, just going to scout out for this turn. Meanwhile, all eyes now on the Chi-Yu after this Clefairy goes to the Protect. So going to be no damage coming out onto Ruben's side of the field. Heat Wave, of course, was the move that was locked into. Now, crucial information for Ruben, you've baited out a Terra from Luca.
Yeah, that was a really good double Protect there from Ruben, doing multiple things there. Yes, you saw what the Terra's been committed now into the Iron Hands. You saw what the Chi-Yu has locked into with, and it's going to be the Heat Wave. You've stalled an extra turn of Light Screen as well, so that double Protect actually going to be quite impactful here because it achieves multiple things. And now that you know that the Chi-Yu is locked into Heat Wave, it will be able to KO the Clefairy this turn. If you switch into Rillaboom or Mean Shao, they are not switch-ins to a Heat Wave because Rillaboom will be taking super effective damage. Mean Shao is so frail. So yeah, Clefairy just going to stay in here, just help out the Calyrex Shadow Rider instead.
Here we go, Helping Hand boosting up the Shadow Calyrex as Heat Wave will take out that Clefairy. The Helping Hand effect will still be there for this Calyrex. And now it's time to go for the Astral Barrage. Not very effective into the Chi-Yu, neutral into the Iron Hands. How much damage is it going to do? It's going to bring them down to just below half health. Responding with the heavy slam from the Iron Hands. Not enough to pick up the knockout. No Terra to speak of coming out from the Calyrex. Able to have its Citrus Berry.
Yeah, that could have been a potential wild charge into that Calyrex. That should have done a bit more damage than the heavy slam would have done. Oh, but that would have been really close if that was enough to pick up the knockout. And now the Calyrex is back above half. It was able to get its Citrus Berry recovery. It was getting the grassy terrain recovery as well. And now it's actually might be out of range of the Heat Wave. Yes, the Friend Guard is gone, but here's the Mean Shao. You can go for a Fake Out into the Chi-Yu and then the Astral Barrage. You can go for a Wide Guard on the Heat Wave. You've got multiple options that the Mean Shao could go for. In the previous game, we saw Calyrex go for Protect and then Mean Shao close combat KOs the Chi-Yu. That would be a viable play as well. Assumingly, you want the Grim Nay boost to be able to stack up because with a Helping Hand, oh, that's going to be so close that the Astral Barrage would be able to KO the Iron Hands and the Chi-Yu.
The Terrestrialization still in Ruben's back pocket here. It's been burnt over on Luca's side right now. Mean Shao here, of course. The Chi-Yu no longer has a Terra option available. It's going to be that Terra Ground anyway rather than Terra Ghost, so it would still be doing decent damage. Heat Wave is going to come out. It's going to be dodged by the Calyrex here. And the Mean Shao! It's a double dodge. Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate for Luca. Here comes another Astral Barrage. It's going to not knock out the Chi-Yu, but it is certainly going to take care of that Iron Hands. And now this Calyrex is starting to snowball, getting a boost to its special attack.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. In the finals of the Regional Championship, a double miss coming out from the Heat Wave. There wasn't a Fake Out. There wasn't a Wide Guard. That could have been massive damage into the Calyrex. It could have been a Focus Sash brought down for the Mean Shao, but no, there's the Mean Shao close combat, taking care of that opposing Chi-Yu. Now Luca is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Rillaboom is waiting in the back for Ruben. He's lost the terrain war here. Yes, the grass just disappeared. Doesn't matter. Miraidon comes in, activates Hadron Engine, and we've said it multiple times. At any point, Rillaboom can just switch in and overwrite that electric terrain once again.
So unfortunate for Luca. Where there's a Whimsicott and a Miraidon, there could be a way getting that Tailwind boost and making this Miraidon act even more speedily, more electrifyingly than usual with that Hadron Engine. But it seems like Luca's decided it's not worth battling it out. Your winner of the Bologna Special Event, Ruben Gianzini!
And it's gonna be Calyrex Shadow Rider taking back-to-back regional championships over in America first, and now concluding our special events here over in the European region. What a way to do it for Ruben,
whose only accomplishment hitherto was won back in 2022. A decent finish there, but now becoming your champion of the special event. You've got to feel for Luca though. Oh my goodness. The critical hit through the light light screen onto the Whimsicott in game 1, the double heat wave miss in game 2. I mean, that really could have gone the other way had that Chi-Yu been a little bit more accurate and had that Whimsicott been able to grin and bear the Astral Barrage.
Yeah, well, if the heat wave did double connect, then Calyrex recovered quite a lot. It would have been really close if the heat wave was going to be able to pick up the knockout. It obviously won't be able to on the Mean Shell because the Focus Sash will be able to allow it to survive. And then the Astral Barrage and Cloak Combat still gets the double KO. And then it comes down to the Miraidon and the Whimsicott. Maybe they have enough left in the tank because the Calyrex would have been so low. The Mean Shell would have been so low. But the fact that they were so healthy, the Mean Shell still had its Focus Sash. You could just switch out into the... We've said it so many times. The Rillaboom switches in on the Miraidon and resets the fake out pressure. Even if the Rillaboom is taken care of somehow on that turn, in comes Mean Shell again. You get to fake out the Miraidon and Astral Barrage, and then that should be the game.
Yeah, you can't protect that Miraidon either because it's carrying the Choice Specs. Are very vulnerable indeed to a fake out. So there you have it, trainers. Montana Mott did it with Shadow Rider Calyrex back in Los Angeles, and now it's going to be Ruben Janzini taking Shadow Rider Calyrex for another victorious ride here at the Bologna Special Event, but with a team that has some little tweaks to it. I know Lee is going to be thrilled to see the Mian Xiao coming out on top here, one of his caster predictions for this weekend. And now heading into the North American International Championships, certainly the horse to bet on will be that Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, Ice Rider still nowhere in sight here. It seems to be that's the correct Shadow Rider. Calyrex even is the Shadow Rider. It's so correct that I'm not even saying it, just defaulting to Shadow Rider at this point.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a mouthful that tripped me up too, Jamie. Don't you worry there. But huge congratulations to Luca as well. Coming so close. And of course, once more, it was an all-Italian final. So the Bologna Special Event able to repeat Turin last year around a similar time of year here. All-Italian final once more, and with Ruben coming out on top here, certainly putting their name on the map.
Yeah, you've been saying all-Italian final. It seemed like the team that Ruben was using, that Calyrex team that's popped up with the Mean Shell and the Clefairy all supporting it, it seemed to be everywhere. We had, what, 30% usage of the Calyrex Shadow Rider in day 2. It basically tripled in usage going forward. Like, it was such an even spread between the day 1 usage of the restricteds. Like 12% was the maximum of Miraidon, which was the most used in day 1, and then suddenly 30% usage in day 2. And we're not surprised at all to see Shadow Rider take the championship purely because of the numbers. You can see there, it starts off around 10% and then suddenly 30% usage.
30% usage started off at a trot, then a canter, and now it's galloped to the finish line. It was its icy brother, the Ice Rider Calyrex, at 13%, so much less than that Shadow Calyrex. It's going to be much less than even half of the usage for that Pokemon. Terrapagos, no surprise to see that, in fact tied with the Ice Rider Calyrex in the 3rd position, and Miraidon seemed like Luca was backing the wrong bicycle beast here because it is in that 4th position, but it still had a fantastic run here. With that Lunala overtaking Zamazenta, really interesting to see because of course Zamazenta is a regional champion over here in EU. Lunala rising through the ranks.
Yeah, it does seem like it tied with Miraidon. That was something I wouldn't have expected going forward. It's obviously showing itself to be a very strong Pokemon. When we've seen it on the streams, I've been incredibly impressed, and it's very flexible as well with multiple different sets that it can run. But it seems like the restricted that are coming out on top, well, what I was about to say would be that they seem to be running the same sets. The Terrapagos seems to be innovating itself. The Calyrex, Ice Rider and Shadow Rider, they stick with the Clear Amulet and the Trick Room, and now it seems the Nasty Plot Draining Kiss. Yeah. We've seen a much bulkier variant of the Calyrex as well. The Choice Specs Miraidon sticking with it. But I think the Calm Mind Terrapagos was one of the big things to take away from this tournament. Yes, it didn't win, but it seems like there was a huge shift away from Choice Specs Terrapagos, which was the most, like, almost exclusively, as far as I can't recall seeing a Calm Mind one for a couple of tournaments now, but it had a huge resurgence here.
Yeah, we've got to give props to Alessio Fusca as well, having piloted his team all the way to the top 8, undefeated with a Comfey and a Dragapult, no less. It'll be fascinating to see how that team continues to fare in the North American International Championships and beyond. But, and again, another Italian player there. There are so many players who have had a fantastic run, and why don't we take a look at some of them now? Let's take a look at our top 8. We know, of course, that coming out on top was Ruben Janzini, and in 2nd place was Luca Ceribelli. We've got Alessandro there in 8th position too. Alessio having finished in 5th position, and casting our eyes down here, we see a lot of Rillaboom, we see a lot of Incineroar, we see a lot of Urshifu, but a lot of surprises too.
Yeah, I think for me, for me personally, this is a very personal thing. There is no Incineroar in the final, and I'll just leave it there.
I thought you were going to say Serperior for a moment, Jamie.
I'm afraid that's not going to happen unless it's myself running it. But yeah, I'll take no Incineroar in the final for sure. And there's a Kyogre there that's popped up into the top 8. Hasn't been finding too much success. It seems like all the other restrictors there entirely not unexpected to be able to make it into that top 8, but Kyogre having a nice little moment here.
If you want to check out that Giuseppe Alario with that Kyogre team, that was a match that we featured on stream earlier today. Make sure you do, because Giuseppe made it look so easy to pilot Kyogre, but still it's not had that victory. Terrapagos not here either, but again, Japan national champion is that Terrapagos. So another Pokemon to keep our eyes on. We've been saying it as well, the regulation set of the small, cute, pink Pokemon with Clefairy and Screamtail and Ditto, which doesn't make top 8 here, but we've certainly seen a good number of them here in Bologna, and it's just a Pokemon that seems to be on the rise and on the rise.
Yeah, like multiple different fairies coming out here is really interesting to see. Yes, we know Clefairy is so great with its Friend Guard ability and its redirection. The Whimsicott can obviously go for its Practice Tailwind, but yeah, the Comfey and the Screamtail coming out of nowhere, it would seem. I've seen, what, Zachary Thornberg is who I'm thinking of, who was very much exclusively running Screamtail there. And then Comfey, I don't recall seeing it at all. So yeah, really, really interesting seeing all this fairy type support coming out.
Comfey is definitely a Pokemon to check out, trainers, with that triage ability, prioritizing any kind of healing move, including Draining Kiss, including Floral Healing, healing up its partner. We've got that Thunderous there as well. This is a team archetype that's been relatively common this weekend. Thunderous gives you some tools that Tornadus doesn't have access to. Crucially, that Eerie Impulse, dropping the special attack by 2 stages. And given that we had 2 special attacking restricted Pokemon in the finals here in Bologna, that could be a Pokemon that really shoots up in usage.
Yeah, it had a really, really solid showing for sure. Even with, the way I see Thunderous is that it uses speed control, and there was no speed control on it. It was Taunt, Eerie Impulse, and Rain Dance as the supportive move. So still showing that it can absolutely support, even without what many would consider like the classic way that it does support.
Well, exactly. And then, of course, Iron Jugulis there as well on the Kyogre team. It really pairs up nicely with Kyogre, because you've got Kyogre setting up the rain for it to have 100% accurate hurricanes into things like Rillaboom that would threaten Kyogre so much. Of course, flying being super effective into that grass type.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's been exclusively Tornadus running that role. And then, yeah, Iron Jugulis, this seems to be the moment. Or at least I would say that Kyogre seems to be the correct partner for it. So, because when it's been used previously, Air Slash has been pretty weak. Hurricane can do some serious damage.
Yeah, it really can. And of course, with Miraidon running around now, it can set up the Electric Terrain and give a Quark Drive boost to the Iron Jugulis as well. Most probably speed in order to get a fast Tailwind off, but you could go for something more offensive. But Iron Jugulis more there to be a supportive Pokemon, of course, dishing out Snarls as well, and it comes back full circle. You're reducing the special attack of your opponent's side, and special attack seems to be where the regulation set is all about right now.
Well, especially if Calyrex Shadow Rider is still going to be as dominant as it's going to be. That's one of the main special attackers, and that's why we've seen the Eerie Impulse, we've seen the Friend Guards to be able to reduce the damage output. We've seen Calm Mind pick up again on Terrapagos to be able to reduce that special damage. Yeah, it seems like people are realizing that Shadow Rider is as strong as it is, both by usage and trying to counter it, and apparently failing.
It's a fascinating fairy tale, isn't it? Because it was the Pokemon that had such a big game taught up before we reached Regulation Set G, and then people felt a little bit underwhelmed by what it was doing in the tournaments. But right now, it's hit its stride, it's hit its gallop under the pilot ship of Montana Mott and Ruben Gianzini this weekend. Fell out of favor, but coming right back with a resurgence. And it just goes to show, you keep experimenting, you keep toying with the meta, it's an ever-sliding scale. It might be that even as soon as North American International Championships next weekend, there can be something that can counter it, but right now, it's on a tear.
Yeah, I think the main innovation that has allowed Calyrex Shadow Rider to have that resurgence, or what we expected, is that people are bulking it out.
Yeah.
Like we've so classically seen, well, I'm just going to run a Focus Sash so that I can run max speed and max special attack and just do loads of damage, and then I'm knocked out in 2 shots. Whereas this bulky Calyrex, we've started with Montana Mott using the Spell Tag just to increase the damage output, and there's been a huge shift to Citrus Berry, increasing the longevity. And that longevity is stacked on top of the fact that when you've got the Nasty Plot, you're doing massive damage with the Draining Kiss and getting all that recovery as well.
Yeah, in just a week, all of those changes happen. Yep. It's fascinating to see. And so many weeks between NAIC and the World Championship, so much can still change. But let's start talking about change. Let's start talking about the present. We have our winner ready on stage. Let's hear from your Bologna Special Event champion, the last champion of our EU season, Ruben Gianzini. Thank you so much, Charlie and Jamie. Well, wow,
what an absolutely incredible event. What can I say? I'm not going to keep it long or anything like that because I feel like we should get our finalists up on stage sooner rather than later, but I need all of you guys to make as much noise as possible because these players have done such an incredible job over the weekend in entertaining us and showcasing their skills. It's been absolutely an incredible showcase from start to finish. So please, everyone, give a huge congratulations to our finalist in the Bologna Special Event, Luca Ceribelli. Luca, you've surprised me, you've amazed me over the weekend, and you're here now. All Italian final once again in your home yard, in backyard of Italy. How are you feeling? I know you would want to win, but you still have to be so proud of yourself after a phenomenal performance this weekend.
Yeah, obviously, you can't be happy after losing a final, but either way, this has been a phenomenal tournament. So obviously, I'll cherish this medal and I'll just use it as a fuel to maybe one day I can manage to win another tournament again.
No, I'm sure it's not the last we'll see you in a final, and I wish you all the luck in the future. Before we step you aside and welcome Ruben onto the stage, do you have any shout-outs for anyone watching, anyone here in the venue, or anyone at home?
I already made all the shout-outs. Shout-outs to the server, shout-outs to Fedecampo. This is the third time. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone supporting me. Thanks to my parents at home. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, that's brilliant. Luca, congratulations once again. Stand over there. From our finalists, now it is time to welcome, celebrate, make some noise for our Bologna Special Event Champion 2024. Bring it up for Ruben Giazzani. Congratulations, Ruben. That was an incredible showing. I congratulated Luca on their performance, but I've got to give you even more credit because you've come here and you've taken the whole thing. It's absolutely incredible. Firstly, how are you feeling after becoming a champion?
I don't know how to feel. I hadn't many expectation about anything. I just came here to have fun, but it worked. So guys, just don't be always obsessed by winning. This just play for fun because you like the game and the rest will come.
Some great advice from a true champion here. Ruben, I know you've got a huge amount of friends here, fans now, so I won't keep you too long, but do you have any shout-outs for anyone at home here at the venue before we let you go and celebrate your fantastic win?
Yes, I would like to thank my friend Lorenzo Antonioni, who got top 16 with this team. He gave me the team with the plans, etc. So if I won, it's just thank to him because I was desperate in searching of a team before this tournament, but they helped me. And then the rest of my friends, especially the Sax crew, who cheered me up for the World Tournament. And well, so just too many friends. I cannot name everyone. I'm sorry, but just know that you are the best friends ever.
Amazing, heartfelt words. And Ruben, once again, huge congratulations. Good luck in the rest of the season. You've got your World's invite now. I've got to ask, because I'm sure everyone at home is wondering, will you be going to Honolulu this summer?
I don't really know because the travel is long and pretty expensive. But well, I can think about it now that I won. So maybe, but I'm not sure. So, but well, this is just a great chance to go, I guess.
Well, we look forward to seeing more of you either later this season or into next season. Ruben, once again, congratulations. Everyone here, give it up for our 2024 Bologna Special Event Champion. like I opened with, absolutely amazing event. It's always a pleasure coming to Italy. They've got such an incredible community. Felt welcomed in from the moment I landed right now, and I always do. And you can really see the competitive nature of this region, and it showed through once again here this year with an all-Italian final. I'm sure everyone else flying in this weekend will have a lot to play for next season to try and prevent them from winning again. But you've got to take your hats off to this community. Now, it has been an amazing season, of course. We've started all the way in Barcelona, and we've traveled all the way through here to end in Bologna this weekend. Before we wrap up the show, of course, I need to give some big shout outs to the production staff, to the people that are behind the scenes who put in so much work that isn't seen out on the floor, because without them, this wouldn't happen. So big shout out to them. Big thank you to you, the viewers at home, and to our amazing audience here, and to all our participants this weekend who have just shown us an incredible time with matches. And yeah, just a huge heartfelt thank you from myself. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break now, and we'll be right back to wrap up the show.
Well, we're here in the home of the oldest European university in the world, Bologna, and we've certainly been schooled by all of the thrilling regulation set G action and the wonderful trainers we've been able to feature on stream today. It's my honor to be joined by co-casters Marcus, Jamie and Lee. And Marcus, it's a shame in a way, isn't it? That finals didn't really do testament to the thrilling games that we featured all weekend, but, you know, still fantastic to see Ruben coming out on top.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, both players gave it their all, and then, yeah, sure, there was a little bit of a variance maybe involved, but I mean, Ruben definitely a deserving champion, and Luca also played well over the course of the entire weekend. We had the chance, of course, to speak with him a couple of days before the tournament, how he was feeling, and yeah, you could really show two up-and-coming players, I would say, even though, of course, Luca has been around for a while, but yeah, incredible tournament, and yeah, incredible results for both of them.
Luca Cherubelli's back, and Ruben stamping their name in Pokemon history, having claimed the special event title here. And of course, Shadow Rider, Calyrex and Miraidon, those were the two restricteds in the final, Lee. What's your take on that?
Just amazing to see, and I think the innovation of players really shone through this weekend to say there are certain ways to run these Pokemon, but there are other ways as well, and both players doing extremely well, and nice to see that combination in the final, again in another win for Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah,
no surprise.
Absolutely huge. Yeah, well, at this point, maybe it isn't a surprise, but we'll see how that shapes up in the rest of the season. Let's do it. Let's take a look at our filled-in graphic of all of our EU champions this season. There he is. It's Ruben Janzini joining the lofty heights of all of our champions there, Jamie.
Yeah, there's plenty of trainers there that it wouldn't be unexpected to make it there. And then there's a couple of trainers that have really made a name for themselves in their very first few tournaments. You've got Florian Teme, of course, winning the very first tournament they attended. Ruben coming out from a very good showing in the seniors division. And then here we go in the Masters, being able to take down our final European tournament here.
Graduating from the seniors in this university city to the Masters. The age up happened beforehand, but this is their next big win here. Well, their first big win and their next big achievement. I'm sure only the second of many. Michelle Kelsch there as well, claiming Stockholm, the winner of last year's World Championships. Do we think that one of these trainers could go all the way at Worlds, Marcus?
Well, they have proven that they can do it on the regional level stage. whether it be in some of the regional tournaments or the special events. Now, of course, that's the logical next step, right? I mean, of course, we also have the internationals, like next weekend, there's still the North American internationals, where I know that some of these players will also be in attendance. But for sure, players at the World Championships have to watch out playing any of these fantastic players.
Watch out, rest of the world, because EU is here and making its stamp on regulation set G. Of course, the regulation set that we will be using for those World Championships. It's going to be emotional, guys, but let's take a look at our EU calendar. Every stop we've been on along the way to reach Bologna here, and there it is, all grayed out. It's only 2 more non-EU events left on the calendar, Lee.
Very, very sad to see that. It's been such an exciting season from, you know, Barcelona at the start of the year. We've seen so many high moments, and you know, you normally say there's been highs and lows. There has been no lows because it's all been highs. Every single event has surpassed expectations. The trainers have come out, performed so well, and you know, all of our players that have participated in the circuit this season just need to hang their head high and be proud of themselves, because it's just been a phenomenal circuit, and we've still got a little way to go. Maybe Europe can come out on top in Honolulu later this year. I'm confident.
Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed, traders. Yeah, we know that EU has what it takes. Now, it's only 2 more events on that calendar, but of course, you'll have noticed a gap of a couple of months now until the World Championships after the North American International Championships next weekend, and so much can change between now and then. But what if you want to take a little break from the action before NAIC next weekend? Well, you can tune into the Pokemon Twitch channel, because we've got delights galore for you. Celebrate those water-type Pokemon. We see you there, Quagsire. Hello. We've got the NAIC preview show rerun. Cannot wait to tune into that on Wednesday. And the Pokemon Battle Frontier for a bit more classic Pokemon action on Thursday. But then, Jamie, it's going to be NAIC.
Yeah, NAIC going to be the final tournament of the season before the World Championships. We've done our best over here in Europe to show these are the strong Pokemon, these are the strong teams, and now it's up to the trainers going to be competing in that North American International to decide, did we do enough? Are they going to take some of our ideas? Are they going to innovate even further in this regulation?
I have no doubt they will. I mean, as we were just saying, in just a week, we went from Spelltag Calyrex Shadow Rider to Citrus Berry Calyrex Shadow Rider. It really is a mouthful, isn't it? But who knows what other developments will be coming out in NAIC next weekend. Well, we're headed, yes, exactly, in New Orleans across the pond, starting on Friday, so you don't have too long to wait, trainers. Less than a week there. It's going to be a beautiful city. It's going to be a beautiful event, and I'm sure there's going to be some beautiful Pokemon action to sweeten the deal there as well. NAIC, always a highlight of the calendar, Marcus.
Highlight of the weekend for me?
NAIC is always a highlight of the calendar, but yeah, let's have a highlight of the weekend.
Absolutely, with the, yeah. Absolutely, NAIC, of course, together with EUIC and LAIC, one of our international level event. And of course, yeah, just the second to last tournament of the season. So much to play for, not only championship points, but like prizes, of course, trophies, everything. And yeah, it's going to be a spectacle.
Absolute spectacle indeed. And yeah, hit us with your highlight of the weekend, Marcus. Go.
Okay, highlight of the weekend. Well, I think that going into this tournament, I had my eyes out for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, because I knew that that was a team that, yeah, in Italy, for some reason, it's more common here than in other regions. But yeah, by winning the tournament, it kind of proved its strength. And also the Calm Mind Terapagos, which I thought was probably going to be something that, yeah, we would be seeing quite a bit. Now, we had Terapagos winning in Japan. We had Calm Mind Terapagos doing well over here. So maybe that's, yeah, going to be the next cycle for the metagame to shake out. But yeah, it's hard to pick just one highlight. A lot of our games were just like top-notch. I was just having a lot of fun, and I hope that everyone watching at home also had a lot of fun with me.
You know what they say, slow and steady wins the race, and that's certainly the case for the Tortoise. That Terapagos is just waiting for its chance to shine. I have full confidence that it's going to be able to claim a championship over here in EU or indeed in ANA, which it hasn't been able to yet, though it did do so at the Japan National Championships this weekend as well. What about your highlight, Jamie?
I think the multiple 1 HP survivals, the invisible focus session. So often across multiple games, there was that fake out from the Gothito into the Whimsicott that was able to survive. There was in the against Antonio Sanchez, Incineroar was able to survive on that 1 HP, just showing how crucial it is to be able to train your Pokemon, to be able to survive these big hits. It doesn't matter if you survive on 1 HP or 100 HP, so long as you've got that survival, you've still got the Pokemon, and you can still use it to great effect.
Infinitely more than 0 HP. Lee, coming to you.
I would have to say I've been pretty consistent on this. Adam Shafiui's performance yesterday was incredible, and then Hippolyte's performance today, especially that top 8 match, was just absolutely, yeah, it blew me away. Just amazing players, a great team, great composition, great innovation as well with that Thunderous. So definitely my highlight from the weekend amongst the rest of them, you know. What about you, Charlie?
Yeah, there are so many, and thank you so much, Lee. Thank you. I think, for me, I'm going to call out the Kyogre that we've been seeing rising through the ranks. I know that you weren't a believer, Lee. And hey, I'm glad that you've changed your tune today. That was a Groudon yesterday, trainers. Don't let them tell you otherwise.
Groudon. It was always a Kyogre.
Yeah, definitely was a Groudon yesterday, Lee. You know it. But Kyogre so supported so amply by things like Iron Jugulis, Serena, of course, as well. Another Pokemon that has untapped potential, of course, that Water-type Pokemon, able to go for those Water Spouts. Well, trainers, you're going to want to make sure that you're tuning into the North American International Championships next weekend, following along on those channels and using the hashtag #PlayPokemon to get involved as well. You can see all the details on your screen there so you don't miss anything that happens in New Orleans next weekend, or indeed at the World Championships in a month's time. Well, that's it. Finito. On behalf of all of us here, want to extend a massive thank you to everyone backstage for their phenomenal hard work, bringing the streams to everyone. There quite simply would not be any entertainment for you on a weekend like this if they weren't there. And there wouldn't be a tournament in the first place without all of the staff, all of the judges, all of the personnel who make these events possible. So a huge thank you to them as well. I want to say a personal thank you to Marcus, to Jamie, to Lee, but not only to the casters here this weekend, but our phenomenal EU casting crew from throughout this past season. And the final thank you goes to you for tuning in, watching along and supporting your heroes. We hope you've enjoyed watching as much as we've enjoyed bringing these events to you, be it staff or the crew or the casters. Well then, trainers, we have traveled across the land. We've landed in all of our EU stops. We have searched far and wide. We found all of our event champions. And the power that's inside, well, that's this wonderful community that we are also privileged to be a part of. All that remains for us to say is see you next weekend in NAIC, thereafter at the World Championships. But from us here in Bologna, it's ciao for now.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Bye.